Pello traversed into the world of Naruto, accompanying Nagato and his companions. On the day of his 12th birthday, Pello gazed at the multitude of ninjas standing atop the mountains, encircling the protected Danzo. As a member of the Akatsuki, Pello, your strength is formidable. For the sake of Konoha's status, you must be eliminated today. Pello fought valiantly, feeling the kunai pierce his chest. Congratulations, host has reached the age of 12. The system has been unlocked. Life-threatening danger detected. Kryptonian bloodline replacement in progress. The ninja world gained a new deity among mortals. After basking in the sun for 3 years. Energy absorption completed at 100 bloodline evolution. Ordinary Kryptonian steel body codex of life. Thus began Pello's life of effortless annihilation. He swiftly dispatched Hanzo, saving Yahiko. Following the original plot. Apologies, but I do not indulge in beef. After expanding the Akatsuki to dominate the world, Pello began to find it monotonous. Discovered the Longquan dragon vein absorption will unlock the ability to traverse worlds. Pello's eyes sparkled as he stepped into the Longquan dragon vein. Subsequent worlds included the Black Robe Reconnaissance Team, Pirates, Marvel, and DC, where the motto was to strike and slay at will. Chapter 1. The Deity Among Mortals in Naruto. This is my first book. I welcome criticism as it will help me learn. As a newcomer, I am continuously learning. While writing, sometimes I learn and apply concepts on the fly, so please critique any flaws harshly. In my storage of knowledge, there are superb nutritional solutions. After reading, my mind feels as fresh as new. Please, come forth. Surrounded by darkness, a planet orbited the sun in the void. A figure floated along the planet's orbit. At the northern polar edge of the planet, a streak of golden light suddenly appeared, growing ever brighter. As the planet revolved and misaligned with the sun, the scorching sunlight finally breached the horizon, illuminating Pello and outlining his robust form. He spread his arms wide, embracing the sun. As the sunlight touched him, it was as if he had found rain after a prolonged drought. Every cell in his body began to awaken. Energy absorption completed at 100 bloodline evolution. Ordinary Kryptonian steel body codex of life. He abruptly opened his eyes, his pupils reflecting the sun rising over the planet. 3 years have passed. Is this the power of a deity among mortals? Pello stretched languidly in the air, the sound of cracking joints resonating around him. Clenching his fists, he felt the power coursing through his body. His once dormant form had awakened. His heart roared like an engine, blood surged through his veins. Pello surveyed his surroundings, where fragments of planets floated, varying in size. He threw a punch without technique, merely a demonstration of raw strength. The space ahead shattered like a broken mirror, the fragments of space pulverizing the debris into dust that scattered in all directions. He spread his arms wide, allowing more sunlight to bathe his skin, reveling in his ever-increasing strength. The 3-year period had concluded. From now on, he would be a deity among mortals. His gaze fell upon the immense sun in the distance, his eyes reflecting his past. He was once named Luo Pei, an ordinary bus driver in his previous life. Just as he had found a new job, he intended to resign from his position as a bus driver, but encountered a robber on his last route. After subduing the criminal with the help of passengers, he discovered a dagger lodged in his chest, his clothes soaked in blood. His body gradually grew cold amid the passengers' cries of alarm. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself wandering and met a boy with red hair and spiral eyes, who introduced himself as Nagato. After a bout of high fever, he awakened the memories of his past life. He finally comprehended the nature of the world he had entered. Naruto. He initially believed knowing the plot was his golden finger for traversing worlds, only to realize that the true golden finger was the Kryptonian system that had arrived late, at the brink of his 12th birthday. At 8, amidst a war-torn landscape, he was homeless, witnessing people resorting to cannibalism. He and Nagato fainted from hunger by the roadside. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a dilapidated room. A girl named Konan saved them. She intended to walk away upon seeing them huddled by a stone, but Nagato's yearning for life drew her back. Accompanying her was a boy named Yahiko. In this place they referred to as their base, they relied on one another for survival. They listened to Yahiko's beautiful ideals. He dreamed of world peace. How laughable, yet how nostalgic that ideal seemed. Pello shook his head, casting those thoughts from his mind. He had been away from that planet too long, and was uncertain of Nagato and the others' current situation. He gazed at the planet beneath him, focusing his attention on his sense of hearing. Super hearing activated. In an instant, countless sounds traversed the void, penetrating the barriers of vacuum and atmosphere, flooding into his ears. The sound of wind, rain, the footsteps of ninjas, the conversations of villagers. The sounds of the entire planet flowed orderly into Pello's ears, from which he effortlessly captured familiar voices. "Pello, it has been a long time since I saw you. How are you? Yahiko and I are on our way to discuss an alliance with Hanzo. Although you warned me to be cautious of Hanzo, for the sake of peace, we must still try." Upon hearing that voice, Pello whispered a name. His brow furrowed as a sense of foreboding washed over him. Soon after, another urgent voice confirmed his apprehension. "Yahiko, something's wrong. Conan. Hanzo has captured Conan." The smile on Pello's face vanished instantaneously, replaced by a cold fury. "Fool, I have explained this so many times. Are you still clinging to that elusive dream of peace? Truly a knave and arrogant individual." He paused for a moment, then the anger dissipated, a playful smirk forming on his lips. "Very well, the plot has begun 2 years earlier than expected. Fear not, children. Prepare to welcome your deity." Pello hovered in orbit, looking down at the planet, swinging his cloak of darkness behind him. The floating debris around him suddenly stilled as Pello activated his bioforce field, preventing any significant disturbance from his high-speed descent. With a brief pause, he shot toward the planet, transforming into a streak of light, plummeting downwards. 10 minutes earlier. Hidden Rain Village. A boisterous voice echoed from above. "You are nothing but a nuisance to me." Hanzo stood high, clutching Conan, looking down. "Yahiko, as the leader, you shall perish here. Should you resist, this woman will die." With that, he hurled the kunai downwards. "Choose wisely. The red-haired boy over there must kill Yahiko with this kunai. If you do, I will release the woman and you." Hanzo grinned wickedly. "Don't worry about me. Run." Conan's voice rang out from above. Yahiko seemed to have made a decision, turning to Nagato, calmly stating, "Kill me." Seeing Nagato still hesitating, Yahiko shouted, "Nagato, make your move. Do you not care about this woman's life?" Hanzo urged impatiently. Nagato gazed at the kunai on the ground, his rinnegan filled with anguish and struggle as he reached trembling hands toward it. Suddenly, the atmospheric pressure around them became unbearably heavy, as if the entire sky were pressing down, suffocating everyone present. "What is this? I cannot move." A formidable presence. The surrounding rain ninjas and the disguised root ninjas were paralyzed, unable to act under the overwhelming aura. "Nagato, if you dare to pick up that kunai, I'll sever your head from your shoulders." A familiar voice echoed from the sky, its volume modest yet audible to all. With great difficulty, Nagato raised his head. A gaping hole had been torn through the dense dark clouds, and blinding sunlight poured through. He gazed at the sun, where a black silhouette loomed at its center, gradually enlarging until a familiar figure emerged. Pero, with his short black hair, floated in the air, his eyes glowing with a faint red light. His rain cloak billowed around him as if in a breeze, and he looked down at Nagato. "Pero, run." A flicker of surprise crossed Nagato's face, quickly replaced by urgency. Upon uttering the name, the immense pressure that had gripped everyone suddenly dissipated. "Stop this nonsense. Rain ninjas, bring him down." Hans, regaining his composure, angrily commanded his subordinates to attack. Water release, water fong bullet. Water release, water surge wave. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Hundreds of ninjas formed hand seals, unleashing an overwhelming barrage of jutsu. A colossal water dragon, formed from countless water techniques, roared upward, surging toward Pero with the power to raise cities. To Pero, the movements and jutsu of the rain ninjas appeared to unfold in slow motion. He gently exhaled downward. Frosty breath. An icy gale descended in an instant, freezing the raging water dragon and all surrounding water techniques into a crystalline sculpture suspended in midair. Immediately, frost began to spread from beneath all the ninjas' feet. In the blink of an eye, they were encased in ice, leaving only their heads exposed, their faces contorted with terror and pleas for mercy. "Please, do not kill me, I am a Konoha ninja. Have mercy. It was Hanzama who forced me. I had no choice." "Monster." Observing the varied forms of supplication below, Pero raised an eyebrow. It seemed that the Codex of Life amplified his abilities far beyond his expectations. "Host, please refrain from comparing the Codex of Life with ordinary Kryptonians. Those are merely the Kryptonians from the movies. System, how much energy do I require to evolve into a silver Superman? Current energy, 0.11. Estimated evolution after approximately 451 years and 4 months of absorbing sunlight in Earth's orbit. Over 400 years? Too slow. It seems I must take a dip in the sun to enhance efficiency. First, let me deal with this group below. Hans, witnessing the miraculous scene before him, felt a jolt of fear. He once again held Conan tightly, pressing a kunai against her neck, his voice trembling with false bravado. I don't care what kind of monster you are. This woman is still in my grasp. Move again, and I will kill her. I almost forgot about you. Hans, gazing at the seemingly immobile figure above, believed his threats had worked and let out a triumphant laugh. However, his laughter abruptly ceased. In an instant, Pero's figure vanished from his sight. He felt emptiness in his hand, a gentle force pushing against his chest. In the next moment, Hans was sent flying, spinning 720 degrees before crashing into a boulder. Ugh! Hans leaned against the boulder, coughing up blood mixed with dark red fragments of his insides. What just happened? Hans lifted his head, only to see the figure in the sky cradling a woman. When did that happen? Pero's eyes gradually ignited with a destructive red glow. Even Nagato on the ground could feel the heat radiating from above. Farewell, scum. In a flash of red light, a laser sliced through the ground as effortlessly as cutting through butter, leaving only charred ravines and twisted steam in its wake. All the frozen ninjas evaporated. Conan, witnessing the scene from above with a divine perspective, turned back to glance at Pero, then smiled softly, leaning against the long-lost figure. Yahiko, Nagato, and Hans stared, entranced, at the heavenly judgment unfolding above. Hans felt fear grip him. The once proud semi-divine ninja had vanished. He yearned for survival. As he beheld the descending figure, his face grew pale, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Pero grasped Hans's collar, lifting him before his eyes. Do you have anything else to say? Guh. Lord, can we reach an understanding? Hans stammered, swallowing the blood froth while forcing a sycophantic smile. Boring. Chapter 2. Farewell, Danzo. Revenge after 3 years. Pero swung his hand down. Ugh. Hans's head was driven into his chest, his survival instinct reduced to a mere wheezing sound, until he ultimately succumbed to lifelessness. Without a second thought, Pero discarded Hans's body and used a biological force field to cleanse his hands of the grime. All done with the annoying pest now, on to the next. Pero turned his gaze toward the distance. Hans and Danzo conspired together that old man Danzo should not be far. Slowly closing his eyes, Pero activated his super hearing. The immense auditory sensitivity expanded, and soon, various sounds filled his ears. From these sounds, he extracted the information he sought. What's all this commotion? Bad. Yahiko is in trouble. Hurry to save the leader. Konoha has been pushed to our doorstep. Danzo, you are nowhere to be found in the village. Where are you hiding? Konoha was still embroiled in war, pushed to their very doorstep. Could it be the battle at Mt. Kagetsu? Hans and Danzo had colluded to trap the Akatsuki. The Third Shinobi World War was not yet over. This plot was supposed to unfold shortly after the war's conclusion, based on his memory. It seemed that his involvement had drastically altered the narrative of this world. But it mattered not. He continued to sift through the sounds he had analyzed in his mind. Lord Danzo, you must leave quickly. That god of death has returned. The voice carried a hint of fear. You all stay here as backup. That little brat has grown stronger. Hans is a useless fool. He should have eradicated them entirely. Found it. A cruel smile crept across Pero's lips. He never anticipated that Danzo still remembered him. Memories of the 3 months spent being hunted flooded Pero's mind. Before gaining the system, Danzo had learned of their existence through the Rain Village. In Danzo's view, Jiraiya was cultivating enemies for Konoha, especially since he refused to join the village. After leaving the Akatsuki, Danzo launched a relentless pursuit against him. For 3 months, he had evaded capture, taking the lives of countless root ninjas. His taijutsu had evolved from clumsiness to mastery through relentless combat. Though he progressed rapidly, he was still outnumbered, particularly against ninjas capable of breathing fire and creating gusts of wind. Finally, on his 12th birthday, he found himself cornered. He vividly recalled the multitude of figures on the opposing mountain. Knowing his time was short, he had crossed over with the intention of changing the world, only to find it all for naught. He fought with every ounce of strength he had, until utterly exhausted, he collapsed to the ground. Finally, he saw Danzo not far away, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. He seemed to have accepted his fate, confronting death as he watched the shuriken grow larger in his field of vision. With the sound of a crisp notification, everything suddenly changed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for reaching the age of 12. The system has been unlocked, and a life-threatening situation has been detected. Kryptonian bloodline awakening in progress. Pello? Conan's voice jolted Pello from his reverie. He gently set Conan down, ruffled his hair, and smiled faintly. I'll be right back, wait for me here. Conan looked at Pello in confusion, unsure of his intentions, yet trusting that he had his reasons. Pello's gaze pierced through layers of obstacles, and in the direction from which the voice had emanated, he spotted Danzo and his team of guards. According to the original storyline, Danzo had inadvertently witnessed the power of the Rinnegan and, due to the original goals of the Akatsuki organization, sought to bring peace to the world by altering the existing ninja paradigm. To maintain Konoha's strength and pursue his ambition of dominating the village, Danzo allied with Hanzo of the Salamander, planning to dismantle the Akatsuki. Unexpectedly, Hanzo and the Rain Village had acted hastily, collaborating years in advance to confront the Akatsuki. Could it be because I revealed the plot too early? Numerous wars bore Danzo's shadow, and in Pello's view, this old man must die. Only through his demise could the ninja world take its first step towards peace. Without further thought, Pello slowly ascended and waved goodbye to Conan, his figure vanishing in an instant. The shockwave generated by his ultra-fast movement uprooted trees in the forest. Pello announced his arrival in an overwhelmingly domineering manner. On a mountain several kilometers away. Sir, we must flee, he is coming. A root ninja stood atop the mountain, watching as the forest was torn apart like a zipper. The figure, initially appearing the size of a green bean, was upon them in the blink of an eye. No escape was possible. Pello thrust his fist forward, a lethal gale sweeping through the root ninja, turning him into a mist of blood. In that critical moment, Danzo completed his final incantation. Reverse summoning technique. Pello regarded the mountain that had been flattened by his fist, raising an eyebrow. Reverse summoning technique? So he intends to summon himself away by reversing the technique? Quite a quick reaction. His eyes pierced through miles, gazing towards Konoha village. With the enhancement of his extraordinary vision, he saw Danzo writhing on the ground in a hidden chamber. He raised an eyebrow, revealing a playful smile. Did you think you could escape? With that, he picked up 2 pebbles, weighed them in his hands, and enveloped them in a biological force field. He hurled them towards Konoha village with great force. The pebbles left his hand with a sonic boom, transforming into meteors as they hurtled towards Konoha. In Konoha's root base, within the hidden chamber. Bang! A cloud of smoke erupted in the center of the room. Amidst the smoke came a chorus of anguished screams. Oh, damn brat! Danzo writhed on the ground, his severed right forearm and completely severed right leg gushing blood uncontrollably. Brat, I will make you pay. I will tear you to pieces. Someone, help me. Danzo, fresh from danger, still trembling with fear, clutched his bleeding stump, screaming for assistance. As his voice faded, the chamber above trembled violently. Danzo seemed to sense something, his single eye filled with an abyss of terror. His facial muscles contorted, tears and snot streaming uncontrollably as he emitted a desperate wail. No, I can't die. I haven't even become Hokage yet. Save me. In the next instant, 2 pebbles burst through the wall, obliterating Danzo's head. The tremendous commotion attracted the guards surrounding the room. The hidden chamber door swung open, and an umbu wearing a fox mask peered in. Did you just call for me, Danzo? Danzo. Upon witnessing the horrific scene within the chamber, the umbu let out a piercing scream. Medical team. Quickly, medical team. After dealing with Danzo, Pello slowly descended before Yahiko, looking at him with a mocking expression. What's this? Still clinging to your nonviolent peace theory? If I weren't here, wouldn't you all be in trouble? Being aware of the previous storyline, he naturally scoffed at Yahiko's ideals. Though noble, they seemed exceptionally naive in the dark world of Naruto. Pello felt he and Naruto were alike, sharing the same ideals and the same rhetoric. Upon discovering that someone in the world shared his optimistic views, Yahiko relentlessly pursued Pello, inquiring about his identity. He couldn't very well say he was from 10 years in the future, thus, Pello could only offer vague evasions. According to the original plot, as the leader of the Akatsuki, Yahiko would inevitably seek dialogue with Hanzo, ultimately falling into Hanzo and Danzo's trap. In an attempt to rescue Conan, who had been taken hostage by Hanzo, he would willingly throw himself onto Nagato's shuriken. This event would lead to Nagato's dark transformation, initiating his desire to make the world feel pain. Therefore, Pello repeatedly cautioned Yahiko and Nagato to be wary of Hanzo. Unexpectedly, they remained stubborn, still wanting to negotiate an alliance. Yahiko swallowed hard, glancing at Pello before looking at the two unfathomable chasms on the ground, his eyes filled with shock and a hint of fear. Previously, I indeed insisted that violence should not be used to bring peace to the world. He stepped closer to Pello. But now, my perspective has changed. Pello raised an eyebrow. How so? Before Yahiko could respond, Nagato interjected, looking at Pello with an unprecedented sense of determination and trust in his Rinnegan. Because I believe, from now on, you will be the cornerstone of peace. As soon as the words left his lips, a voice filled with resentment echoed from afar. Pello, you jerk. You left me so far behind and didn't bring me back. And you told me to wait here. The three turned to see Conan soaring towards them, her pristine paper wings unfurled, radiating indignation. With Conan's arrival, the four exchanged playful banter, momentarily lightening the atmosphere. Pello shook his head helplessly, his gaze shifting between the three, finally resting on Nagato's face, which still bore traces of reluctance. After today, do you still believe that the Akatsuki can remain that knave organization, desperately avoiding the use of force? I thought you would heed my words. Pello shrugged. When you chose the path of peace, you essentially declared war against the world. Countries and ninja villages will not willingly relinquish their power. They will only worry about how your alliance might affect their status. Noticing Nagato's increasingly dazed expression, Pello observed his trembling hands and decided to drop another bombshell. Do you know, Nagato? Just now, Yahiko had prepared for you to personally end his life, to commit suicide. No, impossible. Upon hearing this, Nagato suddenly looked up, disbelief flooding his eyes. I would never do such a thing. He instinctively turned back, seeking confirmation from Yahiko. Yet, Yahiko evaded Nagato's gaze. Nagato stepped forward, grasping Yahiko's shoulders, his voice trembling as he implored, "Speak to me, Yahiko." Yahiko lowered his head, gently biting his lower lip. Nagato, you are the savior spoken of by the teacher. You possess the eyes of the sage of six paths, do you not? Yahiko had inadvertently overheard a conversation between Nagato and Jiraiya, learning that Nagato might be the destined child foretold in the prophecy. In his subconscious, he had already placed Nagato's life above his own. He believed that as long as he could bring peace to the ninja world, he would pay any price, even his own life. Upon receiving this harsh confirmation, Nagato, in disbelief, staggered back 2 steps. At that moment, he felt his world crumble. The hatred for war, the pain of lost loved ones, and the anger at the world's injustices, which had been suppressed for over a decade, surged forth, overwhelming his reason. A chilling and eerie chakra erupted from him with ferocity. Nagato, what is wrong with you? Sensing something amiss, Conan immediately unfurled her wings, shielding Pain and Yahiko behind her. Pain subtly furrowed his brow. He shifted his gaze to the ground beneath Nagato's feet. There, a dark mass, resembling a shadow, began to emerge from the earth. An intangible hand clutched tightly at Nagato's ankle. Indeed, there were precautions in place after all. Uchiha Obito. Chapter 3. Yahiko is not dead. Nagato must suffer. A sinister black hand slithered up Nagato's pant leg, akin to a creeping sludge. Ultimately, this dark substance enveloped half of Nagato's form. The side of his face that remained untouched seemed to succumb to slumber, while the stained half, adorned with the striking purple of his Rinnegan, suddenly flared open, gleaming with an otherworldly light not belonging to Nagato. Something feels amiss after just positioning my new pieces. A raspy voice, distinctly different from Nagato's, emerged from his lips. Indeed, an unexpected turn of events has transpired. This eerie tableau sent a chill down Conan's spine. What are you? Get off Nagato at once. Conan swiftly drew a kunai inscribed with explosive tags from her waist. Me? I am the will of Uchiha Obito, Kagaya's essence. The black entity responded, manipulating Nagato's body to form hand seals. You lot are indeed the greatest variables. I always suspected you might disrupt our plan. Obito forbade me from eliminating you before, but it seems I must deal with you now. Hahaha. I shall ensure you find a fitting conclusion within Nagato's memories. Die. Before the echo of his words faded, the entity fiercely struck the ground with Nagato's body. Concurrently, a peculiar white creature, remarkably similar in appearance, emerged from the earth. A pitch-black tentacle shot forth from Kagaya's essence, instantaneously connecting with the white being. Not a chance. Conan's gaze sharpened as she hurled the kunai, slicing through the air with a whistling sound towards the ebony tentacle. However, Kagaya merely directed her Rinnegan toward the projectile, and the kunai abruptly halted as if colliding with an invisible barrier, ceasing its advance mere inches from the tentacle. Why can't I detonate it? Conan's eyes widened in frustration as she realized the severance of her connection to the explosive tags. Summoning technique. Outer path. Getomazo. The ground trembled violently. The earth behind Kaguya cracked open, and a colossal hand surged forth from the depths, crashing down with immense force, scattering debris in all directions. This enormous hand supported the earth as it drew forth an even more massive and fearsome body from the ground. It was a giant, resembling a withered tree, adorned with black rods protruding from its form, its face marred by 9 tightly shut, grotesque eyes. As it manifested, it unleashed several thick black rods that forcefully pierced into the white creature's body. Vast amounts of chakra were drawn from the black rods, continuously flowing into the outer path, Getomazo. Were it not for Nagato still being a useful pawn, I wouldn't waste this white Zetsu, Kaguya cackled madly. Bringing her hands together, the giant's eyes abruptly half opened, emitting a piercing light. Annihilate them. With a thunderous roar, the outer path, Getomazo raised its colossal hand, poised to strike down upon Yahiko and his companions. A colossal shadow suddenly enveloped the crowd. Observing this, Shounen formed hand seals, unleashing a myriad of paper fragments that shielded her from the impending giant hand, desperately attempting to withstand its force. It was futile, the power was overwhelming, and she could not hold on. With both hands raised, Shounen struggled, feeling the immense force of the giant hand tearing at her paper shield. Gritting her teeth, a flicker of resoluteness sparkled in her eyes. This was all I had left. Just as Shounen prepared to activate all her explosive tags in an attempt to shatter the giant hand, a hand rested gently on her shoulder. Turning around, she saw Pero hurling a stone towards the giant appendage. In the next moment, the stone struck the giant hand, shattering into dust, enveloping the area in a cloud of smoke. Had it succeeded? Shounen dared not relax her vigilance, maintaining her combat stance. However, amidst the smoke, a dull sound of something tearing through the air resonated. The giant hand emerged, breaking through the haze, though the stone had left pockmarks under Pero's enhanced strength. Its poor material had yielded no damage, and the giant hand continued its trajectory towards the crowd. Seeing this, Kurizetsu sneered, useless, utterly useless. The outer path's golem is the mightiest of the tailed beasts. Even without tailed beast chakra, its defense and power surpass all in the ninja world. Pero felt it was time to bring this farce to an end and strode forward. Shounen opened her mouth, watching as Pero's figure suddenly vanished. Pero's calm voice drifted in the void. All right, leave it to me. The colossal fist descended menacingly but halted midair. The outer path's golem, perplexed, opened its hand and discovered a figure effortlessly supporting its fist, unable to advance even an inch. What have you been babbling about since your arrival? Pero brushed off non-existent dust from his attire, calmly employing his supervision to discern a luminous energy source near the golem's chest. Pausing, he remarked, "Are you done? Now it's my turn to share something heartfelt." No sooner had the words left his lips than Pero vanished from his position, followed by the sound of something tearing. Akin to the splitting of wood, a gaping humanoid hole manifested in the golem's chest, revealing Pero's silhouette through the aperture. The outer path's golem appeared utterly drained of strength. Collapsing to the ground, and with a resounding thud, its massive form dissipated amidst a cloud of smoke. Kurizetsu, manipulating Nagato's body, stepped back in sheer astonishment, murmuring, "How is this possible?" In that moment, Kurizetsu recognized the chasm between himself and Pero, a sensation akin to that of his mother, Kaguya-sama, perhaps even greater. "You, a worthless being devoid of chakra, how could you possibly be this powerful?" Kurizetsu screamed in a voice strained to the brink. Core essence of the Ten Tails detected. Integration will grant additional abilities. Pero paid no heed to Kurizetsu's outcry, instead gazing at the dark red orb he had extracted from the golem's chest. System. Provide an introduction. Post-integration, the host body will generate chakra, granting the ability to utilize ninjutsu. How significant is the enhancement of one's strength from this item? The judgment indicates that the increase is negligible for the host, yet it can supplement approximately 0.5 units of evolutionary energy. Quite satisfactory. Then let us proceed with the fusion. The fusion is complete, host. The dark red orb in Pero's hand transformed into several beams of crimson light, merging into his body. Utilizing his enhanced vision, Pero perceived a soft blue radiance emanating from his heart, coursing throughout his being. As the rhythm of his heartbeat quickened, the blue light deepened in hue. Black Zetsu, observing from the ground, seemed to have discerned a change in the figure above, his eyes widening in disbelief. "What have you done? Why do you suddenly possess chakra?" In the next moment, Pero, previously distant, appeared before him in an instant. "Black Zetsu, Confronted with the glowing red eyes that loomed so closely, felt a surge of fear. The will of Uchiha Madara? It would be one thing to deceive Uchiha Madara. But do not take me for a fool. With that, Pero grasped Black Zetsu firmly, tearing him away from Nagato. The sound of tearing flesh filled the air as Black Zetsu was crushed into a compact form and casually discarded onto the ground. Noticing that Pero had chosen to ignore him, Black Zetsu stealthily approached the original white Zetsu lying on the ground before vanishing underground. Pero cast a sidelong glance, silently noting Black Zetsu's chakra, yet chose not to pursue. He then seized Nagato by the collar, shaking him vigorously. Upon awakening, Nagato's face reflected agony akin to that of a nightmare abruptly disrupted as he struggled to open his eyes. Please, stop shaking me. Upon seeing Nagato regain consciousness, Pero released him, while Konan and Yahiko rushed forward with concern. Nagato, how do you fare? Nagato, what has happened to your eye? Yahiko suddenly noticed that the place where Nagato's Rinnegan once resided was now deeply sunken, as though the eyeball had been extracted. Nagato paused momentarily before comprehending the situation. He reached out with trembling fingers towards his right eye. What should have been a plump eyelid now felt hollow and vacant. What manner of being is this? From whence does he hail, and why has he targeted me? Why must I endure such unwarranted suffering? Is Yahiko's path truly so arduous? With his remaining Rinnegan, he fixed Yahiko with a steadfast gaze, his voice hoarse as he spoke. Yahiko, our pursuit of justice is not misguided, is it? So many have perished, countless wars. And yet this suffering does not catalyze our growth. Did you not declare your intention to become a god in the ninja world? I have gained clarity regarding the essence of war in this world. Those leaders of the ninja villages and feudal lords who are ignorant of suffering will never comprehend the true nature of peace. Nagato's gaze drifted to Pero, who possessed the power to annihilate an entire nation in an instant, believing that only by making them experience pain could genuine stability and peace be achieved. Pero listened to Nagato's lamentations, shrugging helplessly, contemplating, oh dear, even salvation requires a hefty price to bear. However, the innocent common people should not become the victims of war. That said, I have made my decision, Yahiko. Nagato's voice turned cold and resolute. We must grow strong enough to eradicate all the ninja villages, all the leaders, and all the feudal lords. It is we who shall take control of this world and establish true peace. Chapter 4, Uchiha Madara and Kurizetsu Evening, Akatsuki's base. In a dimly lit room, the original members of Akatsuki sat on either side of a long stone table. Yahiko sat on a stone bench, gazing with a complex expression at Nagato, who occupied the seat of honor. Since that fateful day of life and death, Nagato's entire demeanor had transformed. Years ago, the first Hokage distributed the tailed beasts among the various ninja villages to instill a sense of deterrence, hoping to create a balance of power to establish an order of peace. Now, with incessant battles raging among the villages, it is evident that his initial belief was misguided. We must seize all the tailed beasts, suppress every ninja village by force. As long as Akatsuki exists, this world shall attain lasting peace under our dominion. This declaration plunged Yahiko and Konan into silence. They understood that from this day forth, Akatsuki would tread a wholly different path, one fraught with blood and fire. Nagato turned to face the figure across from him, who was casually resting his feet on the table and picking at his nails. Hello, you deliberately let Kurizetsu go, didn't you? He inquired. He took one of my Rinnegan eyes, and I fear they may use it to threaten Akatsuki's future plans. Pello continued to pick at his nails, not lifting his head, replying with a nonchalant tone, actually, that eye does not belong to you. Nagato's eyes widened in disbelief as he stood up, hands braced against the table. What? The pupils of Nagato's eyes constricted sharply. That was a scheme devised by Uchiha Madara. When you were quite young, he had already transplanted that pair of eyes into your body. How do you know this? Nagato's voice was laced with incredulity. Pello raised an eyebrow and pointed to his ear. I can hear it now. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away at the mountain graveyard. Ah, Kurizetsu. You went to meet that little brat, did you? What happened to make you summon the outer path golem? An elderly man with long white hair and clad in simple garments stood before a stone table, a war scythe lying beside him, connected by several tubes leading to the massive outer path golem behind him, which bore a large hole in its chest. On the stone table lay a boy, and the old man, with hands as dry as bark, performed surgery upon him. What a dreadful state the outer path golem is in. What transpired? Ah, Lord Madara. Kurizetsu scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment on his face. I'm not quite sure how to explain. Oh. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara slowly turned to face Kurizetsu, the three tomo of his Sharingan faintly swirling in annoyance at Kurizetsu's hesitation. as my will manifests itself in such an excessively meticulous manner. A sudden voice echoed from a distance. If you do not wish to speak, allow me to take the floor. Who? Uchiha Madara's gaze sharpened. With a swift motion, a stone shot down from above, slicing through the air with a piercing sound. Instinctively, Uchiha Madara grasped his war scythe, pivoted, and swung it with a flourish. The sharp clang of metal resonated, immediately followed by a sound of fracture. The stone was precisely deflected, yet the war scythe, which had been his companion for half a lifetime and served as a crutch, broke with a resounding crack, a portion of its blade clattering to the ground. Oh! Such a trivial action was undoubtedly a vigorous exertion for the now-aged Uchiha Madara, who stood there, panting heavily while leaning on the scythe. Who is it? Madara inquired, glancing at the severed edge of the scythe, his eyes reflecting a flicker of surprise as he looked upward. Uchiha Madara, your taste is indeed peculiar. To have hidden in such a dark and damp grave for so long without fear of rheumatism. A calm voice emerged, and a figure gracefully descended from the darkness of the cave's apex, finally alighting softly upon the ground. Following the conclusion of the final battle, Uchiha Madara's corpse was not promptly dealt with. He had anticipated this very outcome, utilizing the unique properties of his Sharingan to implement the forbidden technique, Izanagi, within his right eye, sacrificing it to resurrect himself, while using shadow clones to masquerade as his own lifeless body, allowing Konoha to remain oblivious to his revival over the years. After departing from Konoha, he concealed himself beneath the mountain grave. Who are you? How do you know this place? Madara questioned the descending figure, Peros, furrowing his brow as a possibility flickered through his mind. He turned to Black Zetsu. You brought back a rat, did you? No, it cannot be me. I have concealed all traces, Black Zetsu retorted defensively. Do not doubt him any longer. I observe you clearly from my vantage point. I can hear your words from anywhere in this world. You harbor no secrets from me. During this exchange, Peros's gaze swept over the stone platform behind Madara. Upon that platform lay a youth, half of his body crushed, a white Zetsu merging with his shattered form. This is Obito, who, in the midst of battle, was mortally wounded by the enemy's earth release while attempting to save Kakashi, entrusting his Sharingan and the wish to protect Rin to Kakashi in his final moments. It seems Kakashi has already obtained Obito's Sharingan. Once Obito recovers, Black Zetsu will likely release him to witness the demise of the girl he cherished. Uchiha Madara had orchestrated a series of schemes to corrupt Obito. Some were rather premature. Fortunately, this plotline advanced by 2 years. Otherwise, I might have encountered a fully darkened Obito. In such a scenario, I could only obliterate him with a single punch, which would be rather uninteresting. What a shame. However, since I am here, it would be utterly dull not to stir up some intrigue. As this thought crossed his mind, Pero's figure vanished instantaneously from his location, only to reappear beside Kurizetsu, casually draping an arm over his shoulder. My friend, I shall spare your life. Are you moved by this? Kurizetsu froze entirely, inwardly cursing everything from his ancestors to Uchiha Obito. Moved? I can scarcely dare to move. Moved, indeed. Could you possibly let go of me? I'm feeling rather dizzy. Upon uttering this, Kurizetsu desperately cast glances towards Uchiha Obito for assistance. Dizziness is quite normal. What's wrong? Are your eyes discomfort? Allow me to examine them. Pero's hands reached towards Kurizetsu's abdomen, where a Rinnegan was concealed. Do not jest, you young one. Uchiha Obito, having caught his breath, hefted his scythe, striking the ground with its haft. I know not from which clan you hail, but before me, you are still too inexperienced. Would release, thorned assault. Countless robust thorns erupted from the earth as if animated, ensnaring Pero's legs with precision, swiftly climbing upwards, their sharp spikes firmly grasping his form. Observing this, Pero shook his head, relinquishing his intention to toy with Kurizetsu. The Rinnegan he possessed remained of use to him. You still cannot discern reality. Pero advanced towards Uchiha Obito, the thorns entwined around him shattering like brittle twigs upon impact. Uchiha Obito, seeing his technique ineffective, sighed, relinquishing his struggle, leaning against the stone table as he slowly sank to the ground. In all my years, I have never encountered a youth as formidable as you. I have grown old. Indeed, I am a mere survivor, reliant on the magical entity behind me to sustain my chakra, lest I perish. What do you intend to do? Do as you please. Pero stood beside the stone table, pointing at Obito. What do you plan to do with this young one? I shall save his life, to use him as a new piece on my chessboard. Uchiha Obito coughed twice, his eyes momentarily shimmering with renewed vigor, as if experiencing a second wind. He is a crucial piece in my resurrection plan. With Nagato, utilizing the Rinnegan, I can descend upon the ninja world in my prime, subsequently enacting the infinite Tsukuyomi. granting true peace to the world. Alas, your arrival has complicated matters. This boy is unlikely to survive. Resigned, Uchiha Obito sighed, lamenting to Pero. What are you intending? As Pero approached the stone platform, Uchiha Obito, propping himself on his scythe, warily rose again. Ignoring Uchiha Obito, Pero first stabilized Obito's life with a biological force field. With a fingertip, he delicately sliced open the still-healing sutures of Obito's body, employing thermal rays to precisely stitch all his organs together. Finally, a flash of red light illuminated the scene. The large wound on Obito's abdomen was perfectly healed, leaving not even a trace of a scar. How is this even possible? Uchiha Obito gaped at the fluidity of Pero's actions, incredulously placing his hand upon Obito's form, feeling the resurgence of vitality. Regardless of your impending fate, I shall grant you clemency this time. Now, reveal your plans. Let it be known in advance that this young man is under my protection. By the way, I require one more item. Uncle Pero, how did you manage to rescue me when such a massive stone was pinning me down? Where are we headed now, Uncle Pero? Listening to the incessant chattering from below, Pero felt an overwhelming urge to silence it with a single punch. As a being of steel, it is not feasible to intervene in every matter personally. With the organization lacking sufficient personnel, one must rely on prophetic narratives to gather talent. At present, this Uchiha Obito possesses considerable potential with the capacity to upheave the ninja world in the future. Yet, currently, he remains the passionate youth enamored with the will of fire. Aspiring to become Hokage, how can one awaken his Manjiki? Indeed, let us proceed in this manner. We have arrived, precisely on time. Looking down, two diminutive figures were encircled by a throng of ninjas. It was Kakashi and Rin. Release me at once, you wretched uncle. Obito struggled vigorously in Pero's grasp. Kakashi was channeling lightning in his hand, retaliating against the advancing ninjas. Meanwhile, Noara Rin was assisting Kakashi by throwing shurikens. Suddenly, the two below halted. It seemed Rin was conveying something, and the surrounding ninjas also paused, sensing an anomaly. Obito's struggles intensified. Rin made a fateful decision, dashing forward to collide with Kakashi's Raikiri. The lightning blade pierced through Rin's chest, emerging from her back. At that moment, the scene froze in Obito's mind, and his Sharingan instinctively manifested. The three tomo beginning to spin at a rapid pace, gradually morphing into a shape reminiscent of three scythes. Ah! Rin! In his fury, Obito kicked away the hand that held him, plummeting to the ground. Upon landing, he inadvertently grasped the essence of wood release, unleashing a devastating technique upon all the mist ninjas present. Ultimately, Obito cradled Rin's lifeless body. Enveloped in despair, he resolved to create a world solely for Rin. Did he not? Pero, in the air, weighed the orb of resentment that was Obito, whose eyes were now devoid of life. Well, I must admit, this is rather entertaining. Pero held a red-eyed orb, the tomo within continuously spinning under the influence of his chakra. The host has utilized the Sharingan Genjutsu on Obito, yielding exceptional results. Chapter 5, The Trio Reunites. 5 miles from the border of the Land of Fire, two figures dashed through the forest, as if pursued by countless foes. Rin, hurry. Kakashi navigated through the trees. Once we enter the Land of Fire and locate Master Minato, we will be safe. Kakashi, I feel something is amiss, Noara Rin said. Her hand pressed against her chest, a lingering sense of unease in her heart. Fragments of a colossal turtle with 3 tails flickered momentarily in her mind. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Rin Noara exclaimed, Kakashi, we have fallen into a trap. They sealed the 3 tails within me to force my return to Konoha to unleash the tailed beast. In a moment of despair, she raised the kunai towards her heart, attempting to end her own life, yet the blade could not pierce her flesh. Memories of her abduction resurfaced. The mist ninja had placed a cursed seal on her heart. Was that seal truly intended for this purpose? Kakashi, kill me, she urged, glancing back at him with desperation. Kakashi, taken aback by Rin's words, widened his eyes in disbelief. No, this cannot be. I cannot do that. The two fled to a clearing, but as they stepped into it, they were suddenly surrounded by the ominous figures of the mist's Umbu. Damn it, when did they arrive? Kakashi thought, forming hand seals as Raikiri crackled to life in his right hand. His Sharingan began to whirl and morph, faintly resembling 3 scythes. Kakashi furrowed his brow, sensing a heightened power within his Sharingan. Finally caught up to you, Kakashi, a mist shinobi proclaimed, brandishing a long sword menacingly. Enough with the chatter, Kakashi retorted, forming more seals as the lightning surged in his hand. In an instant, he vanished, propelled by his Sharingan's extraordinary dynamic vision. and charged towards the mist ninja with Raikiri's explosive thrust. Suddenly, Rin appeared before him, rushing towards Kakashi. Rin. The momentum from his thrust rendered Kakashi unable to halt, and he realized that Raikiri was about to pierce her petite form. Get out of the way. The atmosphere in the clearing grew eerily tense. Kakashi found himself frozen. His hand, charged with immense lightning capable of piercing through anything, gripped effortlessly by a single hand, rendering him immobile. He sensed that the hand applying the pressure did so with minimal effort, akin to a hydraulic clamp, firmly holding his Raikiri hand in place. Regardless of his struggles, he could not budge. Such formidable strength. When did the Mist Village harbor such a monster? He had received no intelligence regarding this. Had the Mist Village concealed such a powerful adversary for this war? Make your move. Kakashi closed his eyes, a chill enveloping his heart. He assumed this was a hidden powerhouse from the Mist Village. He and Rin were destined to perish here today. Obito? A familiar voice, filled with surprise, reached his ears. It was Rin's voice. Obito? Kakashi's heart trembled. Could Rin, like him, be experiencing a hallucination in her final moments? He was transported back to the days when the three of them had just graduated. Obito, I'm sorry, I failed to keep my promise to protect Rin. After an agonizing wait, all he heard was the distant rumble of thunder. No pain followed. He cautiously opened his eyes to behold a tall man in a black cloak adorned with red clouds, gripping his hand. In the other hand of that man, akin to carrying a chick, he held a figure that would forever linger in his memory. The familiar goggles. Was it an illusion? Kakashi's Sharingan instinctively rotated, yet it revealed no traces of chakra flow. No, that was not the case. He finally realized that this extraordinarily powerful man did not appear to be an adversary. This esteemed individual. Kakashi stared with his lifeless eyes and tentatively spoke. Could you perhaps release me? Oh, release you? Just don't use that thing to electrocute me. This outfit is rather expensive, and I'd rather not clean it, came the languid voice of Pero, who casually loosened his grip on Kakashi. Kakashi swiftly retracted Raikiri. At that moment, he sensed a chill and observed his surroundings. The mist ninjas had all transformed into icy sculptures, exuding a cold aura. He turned to look at the man, astonished. Could it be that he was the one responsible for this? One person, annihilating an entire squad. At that moment, the man held what appeared to be a Obito and emitted a heart-wrenching cry. It hurts. It hurts so much. He kept his eyes tightly shut, as if still ensnared in the vividness of the earlier illusion. Suddenly, he raised his right hand, as though proclaiming to the world, I shall create a world that belongs solely to Rin. Wonderful. Obito, you're alive. Upon hearing that powerful shout, Noira Rin could no longer contain her overwhelming joy. She lunged forward, embracing that familiar figure tightly, casting aside all thoughts of despair. This is incredible, truly incredible. Obito, just awakened, appeared bewildered, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. When he was enveloped by a familiar fragrance, staring blankly at Rin in his arms, he trembled as he reached to touch her back, gently patting her. Am I dreaming? This is wonderful, you're alive. All right, don't get too cozy with me. Obito, go and catch up with them. Pero, unable to bear the display of affection, impatiently tossed Obito aside. Obito, now on the ground, found his mind still in disarray. The image of Rin being pierced by Raikiri in the illusion clashed with the warm, tangible presence of Rin before him, causing his head to throb painfully. Hey, old man, you must have been up to something just now. Obito stood up, pointing a finger at Pero. I clearly saw Kakashi kill Rin. Upon turning to see Kakashi, a flicker of murderous intent crossed his eyes. Yet, upon realizing it might have been an illusion, the hostility gradually waned, though his demeanor toward Kakashi remained unfriendly. You didn't uphold your promise to protect Rin, Obito accused. Turning to point at Kakashi, Pero, observing the farce unfolding before him, felt his patience nearing its limit. Smack. Obito's finger, aimed at Pero, was met with a swift slap that sent him reeling. The white, resembling the sap of plants, spilled across the ground. Little spirit, haven't your family taught you not to point at others? With a clap of his hands, a white figure emerged from the ground, respectfully holding a pristine white right hand, which was then attached to the dazed Obito. Kakashi, witnessing such a sensational scene, lowered his head, rubbed his brows, and sighed. I truly wish I were in a genjutsu right now. However, after a brief moment of shock, he finally untangled his thoughts, realizing that it was this man before him who had saved Obito and, by extension, them all. Kakashi bowed and expressed to Pero, my lord, I am profoundly grateful for your rescue of Obito's life. Upon hearing this, Pero reached out to tousle Kakashi's white hair, muttering to himself how prickly it was. I did not do it for free, a price must be paid. Kakashi felt an ominous premonition as he observed Pero's face gradually unveil a twisted smile. Pero slowly raised his hand, pointing towards the only girl among them, Rin Noera. I want her. Is that acceptable? The audacity of Pero's words rendered the air momentarily still. Kakashi instinctively raised his hand, unleashing Raikiri once more. You bastard. Even if you saved me, you absolutely cannot lay a hand on Rin. Obito, just having reattached his arm, positioned himself directly in front of Rin. Pero regarded the two, who appeared to be on high alert, perceiving him as a perverted fiend with a penchant for young girls, and involuntarily twitched his lips. He sensed his blood pressure rising. With a resounding smack, he struck each of them on the head with a speed that surpassed their reflexes. You two, understanding so much at such a young age, you've got it all figured out. After stating this, Pero approached Rin, placing his left hand on her shoulder while his right hand momentarily blurred. In the next instant, a black talisman appeared in Pero's hand. He had just sliced open Rin's chest with remarkable speed, then placed his hand over it, channeling chakra to effortlessly peel away the suicide prevention talisman affixed to her chest. Following that, he utilized a heat vision technique to stitch the wound back together, employing a biological force field to stimulate the growth of flesh. Throughout the entire process, not a single drop of blood was shed. Here, the object on your heart, Pero said, opening his palm to display the talisman he had just extracted for the trio. He then patted Rin's head, offering reassurance. Do not be anxious. There may be some pain to come. Peering through the layers of concealment, Pero gazed at the seal upon Rin's abdomen, where he beheld a massive turtle with 3 tails, peacefully slumbering in a confined space. Deep breaths, feeling dizzy is normal. With that, Pero enveloped his hand in golden chakra. Each time chakra flowed through the heart, it was purified with each heartbeat. After several days of refinement, Pero's chakra had gradually taken on a golden hue. Its quality and quantity might surpass all others, including the tailed beasts. Under the watchful gaze of Obito and Kakashi, Pero forcefully pressed his hand, enveloped in golden chakra, into the seal on Rin's abdomen. With a furious roar, a massive surge of blue chakra was violently extracted from Rin's body by Pero. Chapter 6. Minato and the 3 tails. The blue light stripped away by Pero fell to the ground, gradually revealing a colossal figure within its glow. Hey, Uncle, Obito's voice trembled, cold sweat dampening his back, as his newly activated Manjiki Sharingan inadvertently manifested. What is that? Such formidable presence. Pero cast a sidelong glance at Obito, his hand still glowing with golden light against Rin's abdomen, constantly replenishing her life force as it ebbed away with the extraction of the tailed beast. Tailed beasts. Have you never seen one? Pero remarked nonchalantly, as if he were merely describing a wild turtle. Suddenly, Pero lifted his head and turned to Kakashi. Noticing a kunai adorned with seals within the ninja tool pouch, the symbols beginning to emit a faint glow. In an instant, a man clad in a green jonin vest with golden hair appeared behind Kakashi. I'm not late, am I, Obito? The man's tone carried a hint of uncertainty as he was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. Hearing the familiar voice, Obito turned, his eyes lighting up at the sight of his former teacher. Minato-sensei. Obito? I thought you were. Minato sensed the presence of the familiar yet strange chakra emanating from his once missing student. His hand instinctively reached for his ninja tool pouch, heightening his vigilance. Sensei, you've arrived late twice. Obito seemed oblivious to Minato's wariness, scratching the back of his head and speaking with the same carefree demeanor as before. The first time, I thought I was done for, but Uncle Pero saved me, huh? The second time, Rin almost got killed by Kakashi, and it was thanks to Uncle Pero again. Noticing that Obito was still as talkative as ever, Minato let out a sigh of relief. Is that so? He looked at Obito with a sense of guilt, but the current situation did not permit for nostalgia. I'm sorry, Obito. It's my fault for not arriving sooner. Can you explain what has transpired? Minato surveyed the surroundings, observing that all the mist ninjas had been frozen into ice sculptures and that Rin was being replenished with chakra by the so-called Pero. Confused, he turned to Kakashi and Obito for clarification. Through Obito's animated explanation and Kakashi's succinct additions, Minato gradually pieced together the situation. The hidden mist village had kidnapped Rin, sealing the 3 tails within her, intending to unleash chaos in Konoha. Furthermore, this man who referred to himself as Pero had not only rescued Obito, but was also employing an unprecedented method to extract the tailed beast from Rin's body. Is that so? I now have a general understanding. The gaze of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, fluctuated between the immense blue light and the figure of Pero in the distance. The Jinchuriki was stripped of its tailed beast, and it was a foregone conclusion that the host would meet their demise. This was common knowledge in the ninja world. Yet, this man before him, while extracting the tailed beast, was simultaneously channeling his vast chakra to prolong Rin's life. Could it be that within the Akatsuki organization there exists a survivor of the Uzumaki clan? Just as Minato was about to inquire of Lord Pero, the colossal blue light in the distance finally dissipated entirely. Before them appeared a massive gray turtle, adorned with a formidable shell and 3 tails, resembling a small mountain. Minato's eyes narrowed, and he swiftly retrieved several kunai from his ninja tool pouch, scattering them across the battlefield. It was the 3 tails Isabu. Isabu opened its eyes, slowly revealing its 3 enormous compound eyes that scanned the crowd below. When its gaze fell upon Obito's crimson Sharingan, a flicker of fear crossed its expression. Yet, that fear was swiftly supplanted by an even more ferocious rage. Another Uchiha. You filthy wretches dare to use me again. Isabu roared, summoning towering waves from the lake behind it, as it coiled its massive form, its bluish-gray shell glimmering under the sun. The ground trembled with a thunderous roar as it charged towards Pero and his companions. Obito, Kakashi, take Rin and retreat to safety, Minato commanded, gesturing for the 3 to withdraw. He, however, transformed into a streak of blue light, rushing headlong toward the rampaging Isabu. As he passed by Pero, he called out, Mr. Pero, please take care of yourself. With a light tap of his toes against the ground, he vanished in an instant, reappearing beside the swiftly rotating Isabu. He employed the Flying Thunder God technique, inscribing a nearly imperceptible seal upon the beast's shell. Simultaneously, Minato hurled several kunai into the sky. Suddenly, blue light erupted. With each flash, Isabu was instantaneously transported higher into the air. Ultimately, as the last blue light ignited, Minato found himself beside Pero, while the still spinning Isabu was forcibly relocated to a height of over 1,000 meters. The two watched as Isabu plummeted from the sky. Was it wise to execute such a dramatic maneuver without considering the consequences of that creature's descent? Pero mused, observing Minato's series of impressive feats. Truly, he was deserving of the title Yellow Flash. Such skills were undeniably remarkable. Huh, what do you mean, Mr. Pero? Minato scratched his head in confusion upon hearing Pero's remark. We are merely a stone's throw from your land of fire's border, which essentially constitutes your Konoha's territory. The terrain here is flat, and the border surveillance is quite suitable. If that creature were to crash down from such a height, can you imagine the devastation it would cause? Watergate felt a chill run down his spine as he slowly turned to gaze at Isu, plummeting to the ground. If the terrain here were to change, it would become a weakness for the Leaf Village's defenses. A thunderous crash echoed as Isufu's massive form struck the ground near the lake, causing the earth to crumble and a vast pit with a diameter of hundreds of meters to form. Fragments of stone and soil shot out like arrows, shattering the ice sculptures surrounding them, while the shockwave sent monstrous waves rippling across the lake. Amidst the swirling smoke, an ominous purple light flickered, expanding rapidly. In the next instant, a great purple sphere burst forth from the mist, hurtling towards Watergate and Pero. Watergate, eyes wide, felt the hair on the back of his neck stand on end as cold sweat soaked through his fitted attire. Instinctively, he sought to activate the Flying Thunder God technique to escape with Pero, only to find Pero's hand raised in a gesture to stop him. Turning back, Pero squinted and grinned, saying, "Watch closely. I shall be even more impressive now." In an instant, Pero vanished from sight, moving with astonishing speed. Watergate was left in awe, unable to comprehend the swiftness that surpassed his own Flying Thunder God technique. The tailed beast ball whistled through the air, a rapidly rotating sphere of condensed energy that warped the surrounding atmosphere with its intense heat. Pero materialized before the tailed beast ball, nonchalantly extending his right hand to meet the colossal sphere. The ferocious tailed beast ball collided with an invisible barrier, halting abruptly in midair. Isufu, witnessing someone intercept his tailed beast ball with bare hands, was filled with disbelief. The next moment, Pero lightly lifted his wrist. With a sharp sound, the tailed beast ball was cleaved in two, as if sliced like a piece of fruit. The severed halves flew backward due to inertia. Watergate instinctively turned to look, stunned by the spectacle before him. Boom. Two resounding blasts echoed as the chakra from the tailed beast ball surged into two symmetrical mountains, emitting a blinding white light upon contact. The rock layers melted away at an observable rate, transforming into red magma that flowed down the remnants of the mountains. Pero's voice reached Watergate from behind. What do you think, Watergate? Wasn't that a striking display? Slowly turning back, Watergate beheld Pero flashing a bright smile. His thumb pointed at himself. Next, this punch will be even more impressive. In another blink, Pero appeared above Isufu. Sensing the sudden presence above him, Isufu gasped, preparing to plead for mercy. Don't. Pero's fist descended, and the words Isufu intended to utter were swallowed back. Under the immense force, Isufu's exoskeleton shattered into countless cracks, crimson blood mingling with fragments bursting forth. The ground beneath Isufu also caved in further from the residual shock, deepening the pit. Host has defeated the three-tailed beast Isufu. Would you like to extract the tailed beast chakra? Extract it, but don't drain him completely. There must be enough left for Nagato and the others. Raised his hand towards the nearby Kirif, and his enormous form transformed into countless luminous streams that flowed into his grasp. As the fragments of light dissipated, at the center of what was once a colossal figure lay a turtle no larger than a puppy, its three compound eyes swirling like coils of incense. Three tails chakra extracted. Evolution energy 05, not too shabby, I suppose. Approached and grasped the three tails of the turtle, lifting it into his hand, while simultaneously a kunai embedded itself into the ground beside him. In a flash of blue light, the figure reappeared. Upon landing, his gaze remained fixed on the three tails in his possession. My lord, might you entrust the tailed beast to Konohagakure? I shall seal it and return it to the village hidden in the mist, stated with a grave expression. Waved his hand dismissively. Oh, so you wish to adhere to the methods of the first Hokage? Do you not see the present chaos of war, the years of conflict that have ensued? He shook the three tails in his hand. Has that method proven effective? The wars have not ceased. He continued. The Akatsuki shall accept the tailed beast. We shall also retrieve the others, so be prepared. And you, gaze suddenly took on a profound significance. You need not be so unwaveringly loyal to Konohagakure. Are you aware of the treatment your yet-to-be-born child will face in that village? Oh, by the way, speaking of your son, it seems you have sealed away a memory of encountering him in Loulan, have you not? In an instant, figure flashed and appeared before, his finger poised to touch his forehead. Regardless, history from the moment of my emergence is destined for a rewrite. Let us behold the village you cherish so dearly. Chapter 7. The strategy against finger pressed against forehead, unraveling the jutsu he had once cast upon himself. In that moment, the world before shattered, and numerous fragmented yet vivid glimpses of the future world before his eyes. He beheld a golden-haired boy, resembling him by 7 or 8 parts, sitting alone on a swing, gazing longingly at peers joyfully holding hands with their parents. He witnessed the boy opening the refrigerator, retrieving a carton of milk that had long expired, drinking it nonchalantly as if it were a mere habit. He saw villagers casting glances filled with a mix of fear, disdain, and hatred toward the boy, whispering and pointing as if he were an ominous plague. Stay away from that vile creature. Those malicious words pierced deeply into his heart. He witnessed the night of the Uchiha clan's massacre, blood flowing like rivers, their Sharingan collected as trophies. He saw his most revered third Hokage, seated in the Hokage's office, tacitly approving of these events for the sake of the village's greater good. Having absorbed the memories, sighed, rubbing his brow, his expression tinged with melancholy. Mr. Pero, the things you have shown me are beyond my ability to ascertain their authenticity. Should these matters come to the attention of Kushina, I can already envision a scene where she, in a fit of rage, pursues the entire hierarchy of Konoha with a frying pan. As a ninja of Konoha, I cannot allow that. Upon hearing this, Pero raised an eyebrow, regarding Minato with a playful glint in his eyes. I have yet to express what I require of you, and you are already contemplating rejection? I have no intention of turning you into a rogue ninja. You must understand that upon your demise, your estate would be confiscated. Your home raised by the third Hokage to establish a public bath for the Sarutobi clan. Your son would be relegated to a meager apartment, subsisting on expired instant noodles and milk. Even if he had wealth, the townsfolk, wary of the Nine Tails, would refuse to sell him anything. Not to mention the meager support provided by the third Hokage for Naruto. Pero patted Minato on the shoulder. I do not require much from you. Simply return and report as you usually do. Minato nodded in resigned agreement. Pero glanced back at the approaching team of Obito and others, considering the predicament. He stroked his chin and looked at Minato and his companions. Obito, according to your records in Konoha, you are already considered deceased, which complicates matters for your return. As for Rin, the tailed beast within her was, in fact, replaced by my chakra. You may regard her successful suicide as a cover for my research. Kakashi and Minato exchanged glances at the eye resting on Pero's shoulder. Pero produced an eye from his pocket. Fear not. Is this not a miraculous remedy? Minato's pupils dilated. The Sharingan. How did you acquire it? Given his amicable relationship with Uchiha Fugaku, Minato instinctively inquired about the origin of the Sharingan in Pero's possession. A gift from a friend. You may find it hard to believe, but the one who bestowed this eye upon me is likely known to you. Pero offered Minato a smile laden with meaning. Minato, puzzled, opened his mouth to ask for further details when Obito's voice echoed from the distance. Minato-sensei. Uncle Pero. Pero raised an eyebrow, casting Minato a knowing look before vanishing in an instant. How can I be involved in such chaos? Oh, Kushina will surely punish me if she finds out. Minato, watching Pero's disappearing form, tugged at his golden hair, letting out a tortured groan. If Kushina discovers this, she will undoubtedly slay me. Pero's figure suddenly materialized before Kakashi, brandishing the crimson Sharingan. Their eyes met, Kakashi's gaze momentarily blank. Obito and Rin halted in astonishment at the sight of Pero. The Sharingan. Uncle Pero, what are you doing to Kakashi? Obito and Rin, witnessing the scene unfold, stood transfixed, gazing at Pero in surprise. Pello raised a finger to his lips, indicating silence. I shall reveal more later. For now, your teacher, Minato, has declared that you two will accompany me for a period of secret training, one that holds the potential to transform the world. After uttering these words, Pello crouched down, grasping the collars of Obito and Rin, enveloping them in a protective biofield before soaring into the sky, leaving Kakashi standing in a daze, teetering on the brink of collapse. A flash of blue light appeared, and Minato emerged beside Kakashi, bending down to support his mentally exhausted disciple, gazing upward at the vanishing black in the sky. This was quite the predicament. Kakashi's vision gradually cleared, his pupils narrowing as he raised his right hand, fixating intently on his palm, imbued with false memories. The last image in his mind lingered on the moment his Raikiri pierced Rin's chest, the warmth of her blood still faintly felt in his hand, though it was now growing cold. Slowly, he turned to Minato, choking back emotion. Teacher, Rin. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted, collapsing against Minato. Let us proceed step by step, Minato murmured, brushing against Kakashi as blue light enveloped them, their figures vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, Obito and Rin, being carried at an ever-accelerating pace, experienced a visual shock that sent their adrenaline surging. Accompanied by the sonic boom from their rapid ascent, their faces turned pale, struggling for breath. With a final surge of speed, Pello burst through the atmosphere, trailing a plume of smoke, and halted outside the planet. Releasing his grip, he observed as both of them gasped for air, their faces ashen and trembling. Pello scratched his head, realizing he might have overdone it. Are you both all right? Obito struggled to catch his breath. Rin, possessing a stronger mental fortitude, began to observe the planet beneath them. With her calming presence, Obito gradually regained his composure. Mister, where are we? This feels so extraordinary, he exclaimed, discovering the wonders of the weightless environment and attempting various swimming motions in midair. Just as Pello was about to speak, he felt a movement on his shoulder. Hey human, who are you? A deep voice echoed in Pello's ear. Gifu had awakened. You've drained my chakra completely. Isn't your tailed beast supposed to regenerate infinitely? Just take your time to recover, Pello replied. Our chakra is not limitless. It requires replenishment from natural energy. Upon hearing this, Pello reached out and grasped the small turtle, bringing it to eye level with its 3 compound eyes. In all my time in this world, you are the first to evoke such a profound sense of pressure after the old man. The old man? You mean the Sage of 6 Paths? Pello asked, gently stroking Gifu's head. Hiding away in the Pure Land, keeping watch, you hardly embody the essence of a proper elder. Is it so? The old man, donning the Hokage hat, shook his head to evade Pero's finger and spoke in a deep, resonant voice. After his demise, we can no longer perceive his chakra. Very well. Now that Kagaya has emerged, he should also make his appearance. Chapter 8. The Wrath of Sarutobi Hiruzen as dusk fell over the Hokage building. The waning sunlight cast a crimson hue within the Hokage's office, rendering the atmosphere somewhat oppressive. Is that so? He mused, tapping the pipe he held against the ashtray before bringing it to his lips for a puff. With Obito's recent disappearance and Lin's sacrifice, only Kakashi remained. He lifted his gaze, the remnants of sorrow evident in his eyes, sweeping past Minato before ultimately resting on a corner of the office. There lay a lifeless form, shrouded in white cloth, blood-soaked and harrowing. The body was headless and limbless, adorned only with a tattered ninja vest, faintly hinting at its identity as an Umbu operative. Minato furrowed his brow, sensing the underlying implications in the third's words. His gaze fell upon the grim remains, a sense of foreboding welling up within him. When he noticed a familiar ninja blade scattered beside the corpse, his pupils constricted in shock. It was Danzo's weapon. Minato observed the third Hokage before him, a visage rife with melancholy, sorrow, and a flicker of rage. His suspicions were confirmed. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage. The remains on the ground were likely those of the village's strategist, Shimura Danzo. Both were disciples of the second Hokage, having grown up together, training side by side as both dear friends and rivals. They vied for the position of Hokage, but Danzo had faltered during the second's trials, perhaps out of jealousy. He had previously orchestrated multiple assassination attempts on Hiruzen. As a member of the Umbu, Minato was privy to the intelligence, and surely the third was as well. Yet, he had never pursued the matter further. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly suffocating, reminiscent of the eerie calm before a storm. Minato, have you gathered any intelligence? Hiruzen inquired, biting down on his pipe and inhaling deeply, the smoke obscuring his features. The Mist Village intends to unleash a beast to wreak havoc upon Konoha, having abducted Lin and sealed the three tails within her. I arrived too late. Lin collided with Kakashi's Raikiri in an effort to thwart the Mist's plan. The whereabouts of the tailed beast remain unknown. He paused before continuing, based on the current clues. There is a possibility of a coalition between the Mist and the remnants of the Rock Village. A few days ago, the Umbu were ambushed, which may also be connected to them. No sooner had he spoken than bang. I knew it. Hiruzen's fist slammed down onto the desk, splintering it under the uncontrolled surge of chakra. Documents flew into the air, and a crystal ball, used by Hiruzen for surveillance, tumbled to the ground and rolled aside. I knew it. What a fortuitous coincidence. The Mist attacks Konoha, and the Umbu are ambushed. Only they, the Earth Village proficient in Earth techniques, could stealthily infiltrate the Umbu and commit such a despicable act. Hiruzen bellowed in a fit of hysteria. His fury erupted like a volcano, obliterating the gentle and magnanimous image he had cultivated over the years. He had endured for far too long, and this time, the enemy's insidious grasp had reached the very heart of Konoha, even claiming the life of his dear friend. Suddenly, a figure knelt beside Minato. The cause of Lord Sandame's death has been determined. He was torn apart by wind and earth techniques, his head struck by an earth attack. However, the perplexing matter is that we detected no traces of chakra. The technique was executed with remarkable finesse, as if chakra had not been involved at all. To battle. He sprang to his feet, his eyes ablaze with righteous anger beneath his conical hat. Relay my orders. Eliminate the hidden mist and hidden stone at the swiftest pace. Let them pay dearly for their folly. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had always advocated for peace and restraint in matters of war, now issued a command for proactive engagement, causing Minato's heart to tremble. He understood that the Sandame had truly been provoked. Minato bent to retrieve the crystal ball that had rolled aside and cautiously handed it to Hiruzen. He gazed at the enraged elder and inquired solemnly, Sandame, what of the Akatsuki? There is no need to concern ourselves with them. Neither the Akatsuki nor the Rain Village have partaken in the invasion of Konoha. Let us first address the immediate crisis. Seeing that Hiruzen did not exhibit any wariness towards the Akatsuki, Minato discreetly shook his head, recalling Mr. Pero's instructions, and chose not to offer further reminders. Sandame, I shall take my leave now to check on Kakashi. Go, Hiruzen replied. Meanwhile, in the Rain Village, Pero descended slowly before Nagato, accompanied by two individuals and a beast. Upon landing, Obito's excitement remained unabated as he surveyed his surroundings. Is this truly the Rain Village? The sky is so overcast. He turned to find Nagato, clad in the same long robe as Uncle Pero, and a hint of confusion flickered in his eyes. Why are you wearing the same clothes as Uncle Pero? Nagato rubbed his temples, internally cursing Pero for always bringing back such peculiar items. Noticing that Nagato ignored him, Obito shrugged it off, taking Rin, who appeared bewildered, and began to wander about. Here, take this. Pero tossed the three-tailed beast into the air. You brought a child back. But why also a turtle? Nagato received the creature and inspected it. Why does this turtle have three tails? The beast, Isabu, felt a slight disturbance and gradually opened its eyes, suddenly widening them in shock. It beheld only the eyes of Nagato, which symbolized creation and destruction. The eyes of the sage? I am Isabu, the three-tailed beast. Might I inquire your name, wielder of the Rinnegan? I am Uzumaki Nagato. Uzumaki. Isabu closed its eyes, delving into contemplation. A descendant of Ashura. Noticing Isabu's lack of further response, Nagato turned to Pero. Why does it feel like the whole world recognizes my eyes since your return? Pero raised an eyebrow, toying with the Akatsuki ring crafted from the Outer Path's golem. The master of the tailed beast is the sage of 6 paths. Do you think they are acquainted? Pero seized the Isabu from Nagato's hands and patted the turtle shell, saying, All right, I have brought back 2 children for you. By lineage, they should be considered your disciples, being students of your senior, Minato. You wish to learn about Kaguya, did you not? That boy is named Obito, and like you, he is a pawn of Kaguya. Nagato's vacant gaze fell upon the exuberant Obito, Indeed. That child bears a familiar chakra signature. You should find common ground. Secure the three tails. After you have arranged them, come find me. Nagato nodded in agreement. Pero reclined on the grassy bank of the lake, gazing at the overcast sky, his mind gradually finding tranquility. He had become an invincible Superman, possessing the stature to stride confidently through this world. Now, he had myriad choices before him. One option was to emulate the original Superman, becoming a paragon of virtue and rescuing the ninja world, yet this did not align with Pero's true nature. Another was to act without restraint, akin to the infamous supervillain, dominating the globe. A third option involved prematurely concluding the narrative by soaring into the sky to obliterate the moon and crush Kaguya, then venturing into space to annihilate the entire Akatsuki clan. However, he desired neither the mantle of a hero nor the notoriety of a villain. He believed that with his immense strength, personally intervening in every matter would diminish his worth. He resolved to invest this period in diligently perfecting the Akatsuki, recruiting talent, and assuming the role of a behind-the-scenes leader, emerging only to demonstrate his prowess when they encountered challenges. He aimed to ensure that the entire ninja world recognized the existence of a deity within the Akatsuki. A sound of footsteps interrupted Pero's contemplation. The two children are settled. What did you summon me for? Nagato approached and sat beside Pero. Your current strength cannot dominate the world. There are numerous powerful adversaries, Pero remarked, clicking his tongue. I cannot be the one to handle everything. What do you imply? Nagato asked, his brow furrowed. You lack practical combat experience. A mere Hanzo can threaten the Rinnegan. Pero stood and stretched. Take Yahiko and the others to capture tailed beasts. The process will enhance your combat experience, and while gathering the beasts, you will also grow stronger. I shall seek out some talent. Do you think talent is as easy to find as carrots? Nagato listened to Pero's body crack and pop as he stretched, breaking into a cold sweat. The sound was not loud, yet it bore an air of intimidation. What level of strength do you believe would satisfy you? Pero stood in place, pondering for a moment before a sudden inspiration struck him. He slowly raised his fist and casually swung it forward half an inch. An imperceptible fist wind whooshed across the lake's surface. The water was instantly torn apart by this force, revealing the riverbed, as waves were churned up, forming a towering wave several meters high that spread outward. The fist wind traversed the lake until it collided with a mountain, carving out a Mediterranean-like summit before dissipating. Wait until you can withstand my punch with the Rinnegan, Nagato remarked, gazing at the flattened mountaintop and the undulating surface of the lake, utterly astonished. He opened his mouth, and after a prolonged moment, emitted a sound filled with incredulity. Hey, I might never be able to withstand this punch in my lifetime. I cannot remain by your side forever, can I? Are you leaving? Nagato's pupils contracted. Perhaps. Pero turned around, his eyes traversing thousands of miles. Resting on a temple at the heart of a structure in the desert, where a ceremonial altar was inscribed with a ninjutsu array, and at its center stood a kunai engraved with the flying thunder god technique. Discovering the Loulan dragon vein will allow for an energy increase of 1, unlocking the ability to traverse dimensions. Chapter 9. Kakashi's rebirth. As evening descended, the lights in every household of the village flickered to life. Yet, the Hokage's office remained dim and somber. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood by the window, overlooking the entire Konoha village, observing the myriad lights, occasionally clicking his tongue, his expression complex. Suddenly, the figure of Minato appeared, shrouded in smoke. This war is nearing its conclusion, Hiruzen said without turning, his voice laden with profound fatigue. Yet, our losses have been catastrophic, and the resentment towards me within the village grows ever stronger. It is merely Danzo. I have lost my desire to maintain this position. He slowly turned around. I will prepare the grounds for you. After the war, the future of Konoha will rest in your hands, Minato. Upon finishing, Hiruzen glanced at Minato. You arrived late. Is there something you wish to discuss? Minato cast a glance at the repaired desk, then reached into his vest to produce a report, handing it over. This is a report on Hatake Kakashi. He seems to be suffering from a significant emotional blow and is in an unstable mental state. Hiruzen took the report and, illuminated by the moonlight streaming through the window, lowered his gaze to scan it briefly before tossing it onto the desk and looking out the window again. SHM is a hero, and Kakashi is a genius in his own right, he lamented. However, he bears too much at present. He turned to face Minato once more. Let him accompany you, Minato. Find a way to rescue his heart and spirit from that quagmire. His pipe glimmered faintly in the night. Let him join the Umbu and serve under you, assigning him tasks that can soothe his spirit and provide him with a reprieve. Tasks to soothe the spirit? Minato queried, somewhat perplexed. Let him protect Kushina, Hiruzen suggested. Your wife is expecting, is she not? The village's security level is currently high. This task is light, yet will allow him to experience the warmth of family, perhaps offering him some solace. Understood. Minato nodded, a sigh escaping his heart. The following morning, at Konoha Hospital, Minato stood at the doorway of a patient room, holding a basket of fruit. He listened intently to the silence within, but no sound emerged. After a moment, he resolved to enter. Knock, knock. Minato turned the doorknob and pushed the door open. Kakashi sat on the bed, his eyes vacantly gazing at the expanse of sky beyond the window. Kakashi? Minato called softly. Kakashi remained unresponsive. Minato ran a hand through his hair, observing Kakashi's current state, and thought how much of a headache this mess left by Mr. Pero truly was. He approached Kakashi's bedside and placed a fruit basket down. How are you feeling today? Is your health any better? Kakashi moved his lips, but uttered no words. He slowly raised his hand, gently brushing over his left eye, concealed beneath his forehead protector. Upon witnessing this, Minato lowered his gaze. He understood that the Sharingan placed an immense strain on Kakashi's chakra, and lacking the Uchiha bloodline, it would act as an unceasing valve, perpetually depleting his chakra. Over time, this could even impair his growth. Why? Why does the teacher always arrive late? Obito too, and Rin as well. Minato's heart tightened painfully. He extended his hand, wishing to pat Kakashi's head as he always did. I'm sorry, Kakashi. It's the teacher's fault. Slap. Kakashi swatted Minato's hand away, his tone heavy with despair. Are ninjas merely tools to complete missions? Can we so carelessly discard the lives of our comrades? Minato, observing Kakashi's emotional breakdown, recalled his conversation with the third Hokage the previous day. Taking a deep breath, he extended his hand towards Kakashi, offering an invitation. Kakashi, join the Umbu. I wish to have you as Kushina's protector. Together, Kushina and I will help you untangle your heart's burdens. Once all this is over, I will ensure Mr. Pero releases that damned illusion. Minato silently vowed. Upon hearing Kushina's name, Kakashi's turbulent emotions seemed to subside slightly. He gazed into Minato's earnest eyes, remaining silent for a long moment before finally nodding slowly. Thus, Kakashi accepted Minato's invitation, joining the Umbu to serve as Kushina's protector for the coming 6 months. As Minato stepped outside, he gently closed the door behind him. Letting out a deep sigh, there was no immediate solution. He could only rely on Kushina to temporarily stabilize Kakashi. Isn't that Minato? A voice, smooth and serpentine like a snake's flickering tongue, suddenly echoed from the end of the corridor. Minato turned towards the source of the voice, his eyes widening slightly as he instantly donned a respectful expression. Lord Orochimaru, good morning. Orochimaru gave a slight nod, glancing at the door. Kakashi Hatake, is it? I've heard your remaining rookie class consists solely of him. Life truly is fragile. Isn't it, Minato? Suddenly, Orochimaru leaned in closer to Minato's ear. Teacher, he has a great fondness for you. Even animals nurtured for a while develop emotions, and when they lose something, they inevitably experience emotional turmoil. Yet within your gaze, I perceive not a trace of sorrow. How could we, such beloved harbingers of light, be so utterly devoid of compassion? Or is it that our esteemed hero, Minato, is but a deceiver? In that moment, the gentle smile of Minato faltered imperceptibly. Subsequently, Orochimaru let out a series of manic chuckles before turning away. Minato, left in place, shrugged in resignation. Obito and Rin are not truly lost to us. Where would I find the sorrow to grieve? My current dilemma revolves solely around how to nurture this troublesome child within. As evening descended upon Minato's abode, Kushina sat in the living room, gently caressing her slightly protruding belly, her eyes filled with warmth. Upon hearing the door creak open, she looked up to see Minato, a smile gracing her features. You are rather late today, she remarked. Ah, I had a visit to the Hokage's office, Minato replied sheepishly, scratching his head before revealing Kakashi, who had been discreetly lingering behind him. Kakashi's expression remained impassive, as though the world around him held no significance. Upon noticing Kakashi, Kushina's smile momentarily faltered. She rose slowly and approached him, her voice soft and tender. Kakashi, did you enjoy the meal I brought you during the training exercises? Minato observed the gentle Kushina, a twitch of his lips appearing as memories of the typically fiery little pepper surfaced. Sensing Minato's irreverence, she shot him a warning glance before returning to her gentle demeanor. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Minato's brow as she reached out to stroke Kakashi's signature silvery hair. Please, come in and sit, she urged. Kakashi lifted his gaze, momentarily captivated by Kushina's beauty, but quickly averted his eyes to the floor, enveloped in silence. Minato removed his vest, hanging it carelessly on a coat rack. In the days to come, Kakashi would reside next door, tasked with ensuring your safety. Kakashi, still looking down, murmured almost inaudibly, I will fulfill my duty as a guardian. I understand, Kushina replied, turning toward the kitchen. Just in time, dinner was ready. Kakashi should join us. Kakashi remained silent. Minato quickly interjected. He just reported to the Yambu today and is quite exhausted. Let him rest. With that, he gently pushed Kakashi's shoulder, guiding him to a chair at the dining table. At dinner, the table was adorned with steaming miso soup and braised fish. Kakashi sat with chopsticks in hand, staring blankly at the delectable dishes. Sensing his distraction, Kushina delicately nudged the food closer to him. Do give it a try. The fish is particularly delightful today. Kakashi tightened his grip on the chopsticks, and after a moment, finally lifted a piece of fish to his lips, eating quietly. Minato breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that Kakashi was finally partaking in the meal. After the meal, Kakashi stood by the door to bid farewell to Minato and Kushina. He turned and opened the door, stepping outside. However, after closing the door, he did not leave. Instead, he leaned against the entrance of the Minato household, gazing up at the luminous moon in the night sky. Inside, Kushina looked at Minato and softly said, the knot in his heart may not be so easily untied. She continued, it seems that resolving his inner turmoil will take time. Let us take it slow. It will surely get better. During this period, I will rely on you to look after him. Minato sighed. Outside, Kakashi listened intently to their conversation, his lifeless eyes flickering with a barely perceptible glimmer. Inside, Minato observed the solitary shadow cast by the door's crack, helplessly rubbing his temples. He hoped that this mission would bring some positive influence to Kakashi, even if only temporarily. Chapter 10. Retrieving a Jinchuriki. Three figures stealthily infiltrated the land of wind under the cover of night, traversing the endless expanse of desert. Amidst the swirling sands, snippets of idle chatter could be heard. I've been on the run for over 70 years. I once attempted to assassinate the first Hokage, but narrowly failed. To avoid being hunted by Konohagakure, I have always kept a low profile and avoided engaging with major nations. The speaker was clad in the Akatsuki's long robe, his forehead adorned with a scratched forehead protector bearing the symbol of the Rain Village, revealing numerous patches upon his physique. I never expected to be involved in such a significant mission upon joining you. Invading the Sand Village? That Lord Pain descended from the heavens, captured me, and sent me to the Rain Village, claiming I would serve as the finance manager. Now, I find myself here on a mission. Nagato observed the elderly man claiming to be over 80 years old, sighing softly and shaking his head, pondering why Pain consistently sought out such unusual individuals. Ignoring Kakuzu's complaints, Nagato spoke. We received word from our informants in the Land of Wind a few days ago that the third Kazekage has gone missing amid the ongoing ninja village conflict. The village's strongest force has vanished, and it is rumored that the fourth Kazekage will soon select a new Jinchuriki. Our task is to retrieve this new Jinchuriki. I'm parched, Yahiko remarked, pulling out a bottle of water and taking a few sips. Do you know who the Jinchuriki is? I do not. When the news arrived, it stated that the candidate had yet to be determined. Suddenly, they sensed an unfamiliar chakra approaching rapidly. Look, isn't that the intel we were waiting for? A flash of silver light revealed 3 shuriken embedded before the trio. Who goes there? Why do you visit the sand village under the cover of night? A figure leaped from a distant hill, landing before them. This individual wore the sand village forehead protector and appeared to be on patrol. The 3 exchanged glances. Kakuzu could not help but inquire, is this the level of a major village? Had I known, I would have never let those bounties slip away. In an instant, Nagato appeared behind the sand ninja, raising his hand to grasp the top of his head and activating his Rinnegan. Delving into the depths of the ninja's mind, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Moments later, the ninja's thoughts became muddled, and with a flick of his wrist, Nagato discarded them. Now I know the way, he declared, nodding to himself as the defensive layout crystallized in his mind. Simultaneously, he uncovered a most peculiar revelation. What is it? Yesterday, the fourth Kazekage had sealed a tailed beast within his newly born son, showing no mercy even to an infant. Subsequently, Nagato outlined the plan for infiltrating Sunagature, specifying the time and place for gathering, along with the location of the Jinchuriki. High above, at an altitude of several thousand meters, a figure hovered amidst the moonlight, gazing downwards, his eyes radiating a crimson glow. In the dead of night, several shadows leaped across the circular stone structure, deftly evading the patrol routes of the sand ninjas. They eventually came to a halt before a massive circular building, pressing themselves against the window to eavesdrop on the conversation within. Fourth Kazekage, how can you control the power of the tailed beast when you have sealed it within your newborn son? Silence. I refuse to acknowledge him as my son. The higher-ups within the village were alarmed, concerned that any loss of control could result in catastrophic consequences. The village was resource-strapped, and they needed formidable strength to secure their advantage. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed. Who goes there? An enemy attack. Kakuzu kicked open the door, forming hand seals as a masked creature emerged from behind him. Wind release, pressure damage. The creature unleashed a high-pressure wind sphere, reducing 2 nearby guards to mere pulp. As a chaotic tempest wreaked havoc within the room, ultimately blasting a gaping hole in one side of the building. In the center of the room lay a golden orb. What is this? Yahiko stepped through the door Kakuzu had just breached, only to turn and see Kakuzu's eyes widened in shock. A glistening droplet trickling from the corner of his mouth. That is gold. Nagato raised his right hand, aiming at the golden orb. According to our intelligence, the 4th Kazekage possesses the ability to manipulate all golden objects with a unique magnetic release. Nagato abruptly opened his right hand. Universal pull. The sturdy golden sand was drawn by an unseen force, transforming into a torrent of golden grains that coalesced in Nagato's grasp, creating a sizable breach in the orb, revealing the figure of Rasha within. Rasha flickered in and out of visibility amidst the golden sand stream, faintly forming hand seals with his left hand. In an instant, dozens of sand blades erupted from the sand stream, slicing through the air with a piercing sound aimed directly at Nagato. With a fierce glare, Nagato unleashed a sudden explosion of invisible gravitational force, distorting the sand blades into a spiraling arrow that rebounded towards Rasha. Who are you? Rasha dispelled the sand release, leaping backward while forming hand seals. Golden sand binding. The golden sand beneath him instantly morphed into a massive sand cage, enveloping him. As the spiraling arrow collided with the sand prison, erupting into a cloud of sand and dust. Amidst the swirling sands, a shadow swiftly approached. Luo Sha broke through the haze, his right hand coalescing golden sand into a spear aimed directly at Nagato. Nagato gripped his right hand tightly, unleashing the Shinra Tensei. An invisible repulsive force erupted before him, shattering the golden spear inches from his body. Luo Sha was thrown back like a heavy blow, propelled 10 meters away as a mist of blood trailed behind him. Die, he thought, twisting in midair before landing and striking the ground with both hands. Gold sand burial. Suddenly, the golden sand buried 1,000 meters deep surged forth, forming a colossal wave that obliterated the structures in its path, rushing towards Nagato. Kakuzu and Yahiko landed beside Minato. Truly the Kazekage. I must demand a raise upon my return, Kakuzu mused. Nagato, I am here to assist you. Both Kakuzu and Yahiko formed hand seals simultaneously. Water release, water barrier. Instantly, the moisture in the air condensed into streams, creating walls to shield the trio from the oncoming torrent of gold sand. Damn it, the arid desert air is too dry. There isn't enough moisture. This wall will break soon, Kakuzu growled. You too, step back and find that infant. I will handle this, Nagato instructed, furrowing his brow and dismissing them to avoid hindrance. He then raised his hand, activating his Rinnegan. Planetary devastation. However, with his chakra nearly depleted, Nagato struggled to maintain this devastating technique. A strand of red hair gradually turning white. A pitch-black gravitational sphere coalesced in his palm, released with a terrifying pull. The rushing golden sand was instantly ensnared, rapidly converging under the influence of the suction, forming a golden sand sphere in the air. Luo Sha was continuously drawn in, desperately channeling chakra beneath his feet in an attempt to stabilize himself. As the last of the golden sand was absorbed, Luo Sha too was caught within the sphere. But Nagato's chakra was insufficient, leaving only his face and one hand outside, sparing his life. Exhausted, Nagato suddenly collapsed to the ground, propping himself up with one hand. Kakuzu and Yahiko landed beside him, with Yahiko cradling the infant, whose forehead bore the character for love. Seeing Yahiko holding his son, Luo Sha screamed in terror. What do you intend to do? Who are you? Yahiko stepped forward, declaring, We are the Akatsuki. The tailed beasts of your ninja village pose too great a threat. For the sake of world peace, we must reclaim them. After speaking, they assisted Nagato and departed. Hovering in the sky, Pain witnessed the entire scene, a smirk curling at his lips. Well done, but you have not eradicated the roots. His eyes glowed red as a laser descended from the heavens, merging Luo Sha and the golden sphere into liquid gold. With a momentary pause, he vanished from sight. Chapter 11. The moment has arrived. Why must I remain here to tend to this little brat? And the turtle, Yahiko exclaimed, pointing to the infant's cradle and the turtle sleeping nearby on the stone table. Newcomers can take on missions. I want to go on a mission too. Mayahiko turned around and pointed to a massive puppet beside him, which possessed a tail fashioned from iron, resembling that of a scorpion. Silence. Nagato exclaimed, slamming his palm onto the table and rising to his feet. You are excessively noisy. There are numerous newcomers here who require your guidance. And you yourself must also strengthen your abilities. He strode a few steps towards Yahiko, jabbing a finger forcefully into his chest. You can only utilize the water release of the rain village. This time, we are heading to the rock village, a region with intricate terrain and elemental constraints. How do you intend to participate? Yahiko opened his mouth to argue, but that Four-Tails Jinchuriki is adept in lava release. I can certainly counter with water release. Nagato remained silent, shaking his head slightly. What do you mean by that? In response, Nagato spun on his heel and executed a sweeping kick aimed at Yahiko's lower body. Yahiko fell onto the ground with a thud. Ouch, that hurt. Nagato, what are you doing? You can't even react to this. I have no confidence in sending you out. The iron puppet, which had been observing silently, trembled slightly, producing a sound reminiscent of clanging metal. Why are all your organization members such children? There are infants and turtles. How dull. It turned to leave, declaring it would no longer partake in their childish games. As it stepped over the threshold, an overwhelming pressure, laced with a hint of murderous intent, descended from the heavens. A crimson laser traced a line before it. Try taking another step. Pero hovered in the air, his black cloak billowing in the wind, his eyes glowing with a menacing red light. I shall dismantle your toy. The puppet caught at the doorway, sensed the distorted heat waves emanating from before it. On another note, I haven't played house for over 30 years. Let me relive some childhood memories, it mused, retracing its steps. At that moment, dozens of paper slips floated from the distance, crossing the threshold and landing on the ground, gradually forming the silhouette of a young woman, Conan. After successfully ascending to the rank of 3 stars, Conan glanced sideways at the retreating puppet. We have received the latest intelligence from Konoha. She withdrew a scroll from her robe and handed it to Nagato. Konoha has mounted a full-scale counterattack, successfully repelling the mist, sand, and rock villages. Ultimately, Uchiha Shursui intercepted the Mist Ninja's night raid. Reliable sources suggest that various ninja villages intend to draft a treaty of alliance with Konoha. The 3rd Hokage has resigned in disgrace, and Minato Namikaze has succeeded him as the 4th Hokage. The information regarding the Four-Tails Jinchuriki's departure from the village was inadvertently leaked to us by Konoha. Conan turned around and extended her hand towards the puppet, presenting a ring engraved with jade. This mission will be undertaken by Nagato, Kakazu, and the newcomer Sasori of the Red Sand. Sasori gazed at the ring in silence for a moment before extending his puppet's arm to accept it. A flash of silver passed as the ring was threaded through a silver wire, and Sasori casually placed it around the puppet's neck. Humph, observing this, Yahiko turned his head away in irritation. Conan then faced Nagato once more to continue her report. Within the Akatsuki organization, there are now numerous members who cannot accept the new ideology and are leaving. Should we retain them? Nagato interlaced his fingers, resting his chin upon them, as if he were merely missing a pair of spectacles. Setting aside thoughts of others, he acknowledged the presence of numerous remnants of Hanzo within the village. It was time to eradicate them and seize control of the Rain Village. Once this task was accomplished, they would proceed to reclaim the tailed beasts. With that, Nagato turned his gaze to the opposite end of the stone table, where sat a tall, familiar figure, his body pierced with several black rods, adorned with a specially crafted helmet from the Rain Village, marred by numerous cracks. At the junction of his head and neck, a multitude of connecting nails had been driven in. His gaze shifted to the figure's face, where he discovered that the right eye bore the Rinnegan as well. Nagato closed his eyes. Simultaneously, Hanzo opened his. Hello, listening from above, reflected on the events following his absorption of the majority of Shikaku's chakra the previous day. The system emitted a notification sound. Ding, energy absorption 005, storage space unlocked. Pello was astonished to learn that the system's absorption of energy would also unlock abilities beyond those originally possessed by a superhuman. He retrieved a folding stool from his spatial storage, enveloped it in a biological force field, and sat suspended in midair. System, what other capabilities are you concealing from me? System abilities unlock with energy absorption. How miserly, Pello scoffed, noticing the system's lack of response. He then peered down into the room, through multiple layers of obstruction, where he beheld Gaara's slumbering visage. It was unexpected that draining the tailed beast chakra would ultimately prove beneficial for the boy. Without the chakra, the potential for loss of control was eliminated. The child was far too young. The moment the tailed beast was extracted, he might perish. Even if he were to replace the chakra with his own, the child would likely be unable to withstand the intensity of Pello's chakra, akin to the scorching sun. It would be prudent to allow some time for recovery. Pello's gaze shifted toward Lin, who was presently engaged in a sparring match with Kakao. Utilizing the chakra that Pello had sealed away, she emanated a golden radiance, the tempestuous chakra proving difficult for her to control. The ninjutsu she excelled at was rendered unusable in this state, leaving her with only physical techniques to practice with Kakazu. With a light touch upon the ground, Lin transformed into an afterimage, leaping toward Kakazu. The earth beneath her feet shattered instantaneously. In the next moment, she appeared before Kakazu, delivering a powerful punch. The intensity of this transformation prompted Pello to name it the Super Pello human form. While her speed had greatly increased and her strength augmented, Kakazu still managed to maintain his composure. As he maneuvered, Lin struck at him in midair, but Kakazu executed a swift turn, landing a back fist to her abdomen. The petite figure was sent flying backward, landing beside Obito, as the fiery aura gradually dissipated. Though your organization comprises mere children, each possesses talents that are truly remarkable. In 2 months, even your little sister may surpass you in combat ability, Kakazu remarked, beckoning Obito with a gesture. Uchiha's young one. It is now your turn for ninjutsu training. Yesterday, Pero approached Kakazu, requesting his assistance in practicing with the new recruits of the Akatsuki, aiming to bolster the organization's overall combat capabilities. Kakazu, at first, vehemently refused, until Pero revealed a gold ingot, transformed from a piece of gold in the hidden sand village. The image of Kakazu's expression upon seeing the gold flickered in Pero's mind, prompting him to slap his thigh in amusement, echoing Tom's laughter. Suddenly, a commotion erupted below as several figures leaped through the doorway, darting between the buildings. Heading into the distance, Hans emerged from his quarters, lifted his gaze, and exchanged a brief glance with Pero, who hovered above, nodding in acknowledgement. Subsequently, he surged forward, making his way directly toward the plaza. Pero rose, stretching lazily before retracting the bench into the system's space. The unified time of the Rain Village had arrived, fortunately. He had not destroyed Hans's body at that moment, allowing Nagato to manifest Hans in his Six Paths form. Otherwise, he would have to hunt down the remnants one by one. A crimson glint flashed in Pero's eyes, and a smile akin to that of a dragon king curled at his lips. The time had come to proclaim the existence of the divine to the world. Chapter 12. The cleansing moment. The sky was dim. Countless rain shinobi encircled the plaza stage. Hans, wielding a ninja blade, stood upon the stage. Among the ranks, one rain shinobi stepped forward, bowing low and kneeling before Hans. Lord Hans, the Akatsuki is growing ever stronger. Their influence has reached the upper echelons of the Rain Village. If this continues, we will have no space left to survive. Hans did not respond to this query, his gaze sweeping over the gathered ninjas. Is everyone present? All personnel are assembled. At your command, we will collectively assault the Akatsuki to restore the glory of the Rain Village. Hans's gaze wandered, ultimately resting upon a building at the back of the plaza. As the focus drew nearer, Conan nodded from the window. With confirmation, Hans's aura solidified. The Rain Shinobi looked on with delight, sensing that Hans had reached a decision. In the next instant, the eyes of the Rain Shinobi widened in horror, blood streaming from their eyes as they gazed at Hans. Why, my lord? Hans, gripping his blade, pierced the kneeling Rain Shinobi, lifting him high into the air. Simultaneously, for light barriers emerged, encircling the plaza. The Rain Shinobi frantically glanced around, spotting 4 figures clad in Akatsuki robes, each stationed before a light barrier. What is this? The 4 purple flames formation. Why is it here? Impossible. Lord Hans would never. Some incredulous Rain Shinobi charged toward the barriers, only to disintegrate into ash upon contact. Hans remained unfazed by the unfolding scene, casually discarding his blade and the lifeless body. He opened his arms wide. I am Hans of the Salamander. Out of admiration for and alignment with the Akatsuki's ideals, I hereby join the Akatsuki. From this moment forth, I shall be known as Pain. Those who resonate with the Akatsuki's philosophy, cast aside your headbands and join us. Some wavering Rain Shinobi, gazing at the bloodied and fearsome figure of Hans on the stage, contemplated removing their headbands. Amidst the rain, a piercing sound abruptly shattered the atmosphere. Look! Halfzong's eyes are identical to that of the Akatsuki monster. This Halfzong is an impostor. It seems this Halfzong is indeed a falsehood. Demon, return our Lord Halfzong. Some rain ninjas formed hand seals, unleashing ninjutsu, or hurling kunai and shurikens towards Halfzong. In the ensuing chaos, one of the rain ninjas nodded at Pain's Halfzong, formed seals, and vanished underground. Stubborn fool, disappear. Pain's Halfzong whispered in an inaudible tone. Pello, it's up to you now. Remember to return my body. Look to the sky. What is that? Pello, with crimson eyes, slowly descended, unleashing beams of heat throughout the process. The scene turned into a hellish battlefield, limbs scattered, and cries of agony echoed. "Ah, monster! I don't want to die." A half-conscious rain ninja crawled towards the light curtain, but succumbed before getting far. Upon landing, only a scant few remained alive. Observing this, Pello clapped his hands, and the light curtain retracted as if receiving a signal. Goodness, system. Is the visual effect of this minimal power heat ray truly so exaggerated? The host seeks to instill fear in some and spread their message. The system suggests this is the optimal visual effect. The remaining 2 or 3 rain ninjas, their legs weakened, collapsed to the ground, surveying the devastation around them. Trembling with fear, seeing the light curtain vanish, these ninjas surged with adrenaline, employing a desperate technique to escape the square at lightning speed. Alas, they were foolish. This barrier does not encompass the underground. They could have used earth release to flee. Pello shook his head, grasped Half-Zong by the neck, and swiftly departed. At the border of a Wagakure, within a stone cave, Nagato sat cross-legged. Outside the cave stood Kakuzu and Sasori. Why does he suddenly wish to rest? How about I take this opportunity to subdue him and transform him into eternal art? The immense puppet emitted a buzzing sound. Kakuzu cast a sidelong glance at Sasori, drawing a kunai towards him. You'd best show respect to our benefactor. Hearing the argument outside, Nagato opened his eyes and rose to exit. I truly appreciate your vigilance. Nagato glared at Sasori, who awkwardly turned to admire the scenery. Haven T, you located the Jinchuriki yet? Sasori glanced up at the mechanical bird circling overhead. His trail has already been discovered. Grandson, why did the third act that way? I certainly did nothing wrong. The elderly Jiraiya sat upon a rock, conversing with the four-tailed son Yukong within. Outside the vision, hundreds of black needles shot down from the sky. Sensing the murderous intent, the elderly Jiraiya turned, discovering a deluge of hidden weapons, instinctively opening his mouth to expel dozens of lava bombs for defense. Lava release, flowing rock technique. Upon contact with the black needles, the lava orbs erupted in green smoke. The elderly Jiraiya glanced at the black needles embedded in the ground, glowing with a ghostly green light. Toxic. With a sudden pinch of his nose, he leaped backwards several times, yearning to vacate the area. The figure of Kakuzu emerged unexpectedly behind Old Z, his hands clapping together, causing the earth beneath to transform into a swamp. Old Z, suspended midair, found himself unable to adjust his landing. Kakuzu rose, seizing Old Z's feet and pulling him into the mire. Suddenly, a multitude of jet-black chains shot forth from the swamp, ensnaring Old Z's limbs. Realizing the peril of facing 2 adversaries, Old Z cast his gaze towards the source of the chains. A colossal puppet, adorned with countless shimmering threads connecting it to the surrounding rocks, loomed ominously. Was it the scorpion of the red sand? When had this trap been set? As the thought crossed his mind, the scorpion-esque form transformed into a wave of puppets, hundreds of them unleashing venomous needles toward the ensnared Old Z, creating an impenetrable net of death with their ghostly green projectiles. Observing the scene, Kakuzu hastily dove underground, sensing that his ally was intent on self-destruction. With a furious roar, Old Z's body swelled, his exterior cloaked in a gradually darkening red beast's garb. His body trembled as he entered the lava release chakra mode. The venomous needles vaporized upon contact with the beast's cloak, dispersing into a cloud of toxic mist. He twisted his body, utilizing the intense heat to melt the iron chains binding him. The swamp solidified into rock under the scorching temperature. Upon landing, Old Z joined his hands in a prayer-like gesture, invoking the lava release, flowing river of rock technique. With the beast's might augmenting him, the area within 100 meters transformed into a magma inferno. Kakuzu, witnessing this, manifested the earth release, earth flow wall behind him. He summoned the wall to serve as a platform amidst the molten landscape, glowing red-hot, while the scorpion's puppets began to dissolve in the extreme heat. The threads connecting the scorpion-esque puppets were swiftly retracted, yet numerous puppets still succumbed to the searing flames. Painfully, pain descended from above, landing upon the magma and advancing with deliberate steps. Raising his right hand, he clenched his fist tightly. Shinra Tensei. The magma below was instantaneously repelled by the force. Old Z, that man possesses the Rinnegan, flee. The voice of Sun Wukong within Old Z rang alarm bells. Upon hearing this, Old Z's beast cloak swelled once more. Joining his hands together, he unleashed a technique only permissible in his beast form, lava release, flower fruit mountain. The residual magma erupted violently, splattering in all directions. Seizing the opportunity as the erupted magma obscured his vision, Old Z attempted to escape. Suddenly, an invisible force tugged at him. A voice within his mind shouted, "This is bad." Clenching his teeth, Old Z turned to find a large hole in the descending curtain of lava, with a red-haired man standing behind it, hand raised. Universal pull. The unseen gravity tightened abruptly, drawing Old Z uncontrollably toward Pain. He hovered before Pain, waves of heat causing the latter to furrow his brow. "Who are you? And what do you seek?" "We wish to borrow your tailed beast. Join the Akatsuki, or perish." Chapter 13. The Death of the Four Tails Jinchuriki Old Purple. Shortly, I shall concentrate my chakra to break free from his control. You must seize the opportunity to escape. Very well. Nagato observed the silent Old Purple. What? Still pondering how to incinerate me? I shall never betray the hidden village. Gripped by the throat, Old Purple struggled to refuse. Unfortunately, that answer is incorrect. Nagato channeled his chakra, forming hand seals with one hand, then reached towards Old Purple's abdomen, intending to utilize the tail separation technique to forcibly separate the tailed beast from the Jinchuriki. Just as Nagato's hand was about to make contact with Old Purple's belly, a tremendous surge of chakra erupted from Old Purple. The previously dim lava chakra illuminated, exploding into molten rock, raising the temperature significantly. And two additional tails extended from behind him. Nagato was splashed by the molten rock, and in that moment of pain, the power of his Rinnegan diminished. Now is the moment. Old Purple's form, increasingly resembling that of a gorilla, tensed, and with a tremendous burst of chakra from beneath his feet, his body shot backward like a cannonball, breaking free from the hold of the Rinnegan. Nagato glanced down at his hand, charred and mangled, while the taunting voice of Kakuzu echoed in his ears. "What were you thinking, attempting to touch a being engulfed in lava?" "Silence. Why didn't you stop him?" Nagato shot Kakuzu an irritated glance. He turned to observe the battle-damaged scorpion, whose enormous puppet had been melted from head to right side, revealing the delicate, red-haired boy within. "You should withdraw, return, and gather resources to repair these puppets." With that, Nagato gazed toward the sky, his body gradually ascending, leaving behind a final word as he flew towards the direction of Old Purple's escape. "I shall pursue him." Soaring through the air, Nagato's Rinnegan remained fixated on the rapidly fleeing Old Purple. He halted momentarily, then accelerated. "Son, what is that single eye?" Old Purple was using all four limbs, leaping 5 to 6 meters with each stride, fearful of being caught from behind. "That is the Rinnegan, the eye possessed by the sage who created us, which exerts a natural suppressive force over us. The sage of 6 paths. Quickly evade." Upon hearing Son's warning, Old Purple leapt sideways, narrowly avoiding the black rods that struck the ground where he had just been positioned. Above, Nagato brandished his right hand, continuously launching black rods downward. The sound of the rods piercing the earth resembled the thud of falling into butter, causing Old Purple's pupils to constrict. Being struck by such a projectile would be catastrophic. He could only rely on the guidance from the Four Tails, Sun Wukong, desperately maneuvering through this perilous terrain. Suddenly, a prickling sensation stabbed at his back, prompting him to leap forward. Before he landed, a black rod grazed the edge of his shoe, embedding itself in the ground where he had just stood. "Curse it. I've evaded this time. I shall return the favor tenfold." In midair, Old Purple forcefully twisted his body, altering his descent trajectory. Upon landing, he adjusted his stance and surged forward once more. His movements became increasingly rapid, rolling, diving, gliding, each action fluidly connected, reaching their zenith under the enhancement of his chakra. At that moment, Lao Zi discovered a precipice ahead. Gritting his teeth, he charged towards the cliff's edge, pursued relentlessly by the black rods behind him, leaving a trail of them along his escape route. Just as Lao Zi was about to leap off the cliff, one of the black rods struck his calf, pinning him to the edge. He lay on the ground, a sense of dread washing over him. Simultaneously, a thought crossed both his and the Four Tails' minds. "Today, it seems, I shall fall here. Goodbye, Sunday." No sooner had he spoken than a black rod pierced through his back, shattering his lumbar vertebrae, traversing his abdomen, and embedding itself into the ground. With his abdomen breached, the chakra within Lao Zi began to dissipate like air escaping a balloon. The tailed beast cloak and the lava-released chakra mode gradually faded away. His eyes lost their luster. "You truly can run," Nagato observed as he descended slowly to the cliff's edge, gazing down at Lao Zi, who was pinned to the ground by 5 black rods. Lao Zi's face was buried in the gravel, blood frothing at his lips. The excruciating pain rendered speech a struggle, his vertebrae shattered and his lower limbs devoid of sensation. The chakra-storing region had been pierced by the black rods, and every thread of recovering chakra flowed away from them. "I ask you once more, will you join the Akatsuki, or will you die?" Nagato's eyes glinted with menace. Just kill me. Laozi mustered all his strength to reply. With patience wearing thin, Nagato bent down, formed hand seals, and then pressed his right hand against the center of Laozi's back. Released the tailed beast seal. A brilliant white light emanated from the base of his hand. Laozi's pupils constricted painfully, and a guttural scream erupted from his throat. As dark red chakra erupted uncontrollably from Laozi's skin, it coalesced into a massive, shadowy outline of a gorilla. With the technique in progress, the tailed beast was gradually being extracted from Laozi, the silhouette becoming increasingly solid. With a roar, the right hand of the four tails, having first coalesced, swung angrily towards Nagato. As Nagato prepared to concentrate chakra and employ his Rinnegan for defense, Kakuzu suddenly appeared in the path of the four tails fist. Leave it to me. Three shadowy figures wearing masks emerged behind Kakuzu. The Earth Grudge Fear technique was finally unleashed. The three masked creatures of Earth Grudge Fear rotated and converged upon Kakuzu's right arm, beginning to gather energy. Taste this. Kakuzu seized the opportunity. Chakra of three different attributes converged in his right arm, transforming into a column of energy imbued with terrifying force that struck the four tails fist. The impacted fist, propelled by inertia, drew back along with the entire body, tearing it from Laozi. Cold sweat trickled down Nagato's forehead. Separating the tailed beast was far more laborious than he had anticipated. His body trembled slightly as he braced himself on his knees to rise. He raised his hand towards the four tails, who lay on the ground attempting to get up. Earth explosion. Just moments ago, Nagato had recklessly generated black rods, and with his chakra nearly depleted, he found himself unable to execute the earth explosion technique to seal the tailed beast. He coughed, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Last time was like this as well. Nagato gazed at the four tails, recalling the previous encounter in the village hidden in the sand, where a lack of chakra prevented him from completely sealing Rasha. He shook his head slightly, and, in a weary tone, murmured, "Hello, can you hear me? How dull it is. In a few days, let us visit the ruins of the land of whirlpools, Conan." In the room, Pello floated in midair, spinning continuously. Conan, with her head bowed, sat at the desk reviewing documents. Upon hearing Pello's words, she frowned, put down her pen, and rubbed her tired eyes. "Could you offer some substantial suggestions? The Akatsuki has just integrated the village hidden in the rain, and I'm overwhelmed here." She shot a disapproving glance at Pello. "My suggestion is well considered. Look, Nagato is currently seeking my assistance over at the Rock Village," Pello replied, spreading his palms behind his ears in a listening gesture. "What does that have to do with Nagato?" Conan crossed her arms, her tone sharp. "Think about it. Nagato, being of the Uzumaki clan, possesses no sealing techniques himself. He can only rely on the Rinnegan's sealing abilities to contain the tailed beasts." Pello's gaze drifted far away, contemplating Nagato's current predicament. He himself lacked sufficient chakra. Merely activating the Rinnegan was a feat, let alone performing sealing techniques. "We should head to the land of whirlpools to assist him in finding some sealing techniques." Pello, feeling a tinge of boredom, desired companionship for an outing. Being well-versed in the storyline, he knew that most sealing techniques resided in the village hidden in the leaves. Proposing a trip to the land of whirlpools was merely a ploy to help the tense Conan unwind. "Wait a moment, what were you just saying?" Conan, suddenly sensing something amiss, turned to Pello, her fingers tapping rhythmically on the desk. "I said we're going to the land of whirlpools. No, you mentioned something about Nagato. What is he seeking help for?" Feeling the intense and piercing gaze of Conan upon him, Pello shrugged. "Just a quick trip." With that, he vanished in an instant. Why is he taking so long? Nagato, having regained some chakra, muttered to himself. "Fine, I'll handle it myself." He stood up, dusted himself off, and looked at the four tails, which was pinned to the ground by dozens of black rods. "I'll manage on my own." Suddenly, Pello's face appeared before Nagato, occupying his entire field of vision. "Whoa, you scared me." Pello waved his hand dismissively. "Relax, buddy, we're all friends here." He approached the four tails, whose massive form transformed into several streaks of light, flying into Pello's body. Four tails Sun Wukong chakra extracted, evolution energy 05. Casually picking up the small four tails, he turned to Nagato and Haiden, saying, "Since we're here, let us take you along as well." Placing his hand on Pello, Nagato glanced back at the silent old Zetsu on the ground and rested his hand on Pello's shoulder. In an instant, the three figures vanished from the spot. The next moment, Scorpion arrived, witnessing their disappearance. He stood there in a daze, staring at the spot where they had just been. "I didn't get on the vehicle yet. I'm still here." Chapter 14. The Five Shadows Agreement in the office of the Rock Village. Inoki hovered before the wooden window, suddenly furrowing his brow with a hint of curiosity. He was drawn to the fleeting sight of a chakra cannon and the dark crimson of molten release in the distance. What could that be? Narrowing his eyes, he sensed something amiss. Recalling the recent intelligence gathered by his department, a sense of foreboding washed over him. With this thought, he turned around and beckoned to the guards, whispering a few instructions. Remember, assemble a small team immediately. We shall depart in 5 minutes. Upon finishing, Inoki turned his gaze back toward the direction where the chakra cannon had appeared. His restless mind caused him to hover increasingly higher, his brow tightening. Recently, the intelligence organization had reported that the Akatsuki was recovering the tailed beasts, having invaded the sand village, seized the Jinchuriki, and slain the current Kazekage. He thought of Akatsuki, who had recently quarreled with him and left. An ominous premonition surged within him. 10 minutes later, Inoki and his team arrived at the battlefield where Akatsuki was engaged with Nagato and others. The ground was strewn with cooled lava, scattered puppets, and torn fragments of Akatsuki uniforms. Inoki crouched down, his hand grazing the earth. It was still warm. The battle had not long ended. Following the traces of the conflict with his gaze, he noticed a path formed by black rods extending toward the border. With a grave expression, Inoki turned and commanded, "Prepare for combat." He clenched his fists. Should anything happen to Akatsuki, he would not rest until he brought the Akatsuki to ruin. He led his team along the path of black rods. As they advanced, Inoki beheld the devastation around him, countless black rods piercing the ground, leaving no place to step. Observing the increasing density of the black rods, he realized that Akatsuki might be exhausted. Thinking of the potential fate that awaited Akatsuki, Inoki gritted his teeth and urged, "Move." Moments later, Inoki found himself in an unexpectedly open area. At the end of the black rods lay a shadowy figure. He quickly utilized dust release to propel himself forward. As the figure grew nearer, his unease intensified. It was Akatsuki. Lifeless, Akatsuki lay at the edge of a cliff, his body riddled with black rods. A flash of anger flickered in Inoki's eyes as he forcefully waved his hand, disintegrating the black rods upon contact with his dust release. He crouched down, gently closing Akatsuki's eyelids, and summoned several Earth shinobi. "Take Akatsuki's body back for burial, and I demand all intelligence concerning the Akatsuki." The news of their pursuit of the tailed beasts must have spread to all shinobi villages, and those possessing tailed beasts would undoubtedly be on high alert. With this thought, Inoki suddenly recalled that a Wagakure had another Jinchuriki. He swiftly turned back. Also, instruct Han to refrain from undertaking any missions and remain within the village. Once I unite the major shinobi villages to deal with the Akatsuki, we shall strategize further. Upon finishing his words, he lowered his gaze to the old Tsuchikage. "Although our personalities clash, you are a formidable force within our Wagakure, and until this grievance is avenged, I, Noki, shall remain unsettled. Rest in peace." The plight of a Wagakure swiftly spread across the major shinobi villages within a day, coinciding with similar reports from Sunagakure. Villages possessing tailed beasts began to feel a sense of trepidation. Those recently defeated by Konohagakure hastened their alliances with them in hopes of receiving support. The Kage of each village convened in Konohagakure to sign a treaty of alliance, while simultaneously holding a summit of the 5 Kage. In the conference room of Konohagakure, 5 Kage sat around a round table, their bodyguards standing vigil behind them. The atmosphere was solemn and heavy, punctuated only by the sound of pages turning. Noki rested his head on one hand, scrutinizing the intelligence laid before him, while his other hand rhythmically drummed on the table. The 4th Reikage, A, from Kumogakure, leisurely perused the documents in his possession, his bronze visage betraying no emotion, exuding an air of detachment. In summary, we have comprehended the intelligence shared during this meeting. In light of the Akatsuki's recent tailed beast capture operations, we in Kumogakure plan to recall our main forces to ensure the safety of our village and our Jinchuriki. As for the Tsuchikage proposal for a joint assault, we currently lack the resources to partake. With a sudden motion, the Reikage tilted his head, narrowly avoiding the teacup hurled by Noki. The cup shattered against the wall, leaving a stain of tea in its wake. Recall our main forces? Ensure safety. Naki's voice escalated sharply, his hand striking the conference table with a resounding thud. You have not suffered a scratch to your tailed beasts, yet you sit here with an indifferent expression, as if relishing our plight. Without our tailed beasts, the Akatsuki's next target will be you. You cannot escape this fate. Naki's roar echoed within the conference room, his agitation growing as he pointed a bony finger at A, demanding, "What gives you the right to remain uninvolved?" A violent surge of chakra erupted from Noki, the tip of his finger glowing with the distinctive white light of dust release, a perilous aura suddenly pervading the conference room. Minato observed the tension escalating to a breaking point, anxiously rubbing his forehead. In a flash of blue light, he appeared beside Noki, suppressing the hand charged with dust release. We can discuss this matter civilly, he spoke gently. Noki is correct. Your Kumogakure cannot remain aloof. The speaker was a green-haired man with violet eyes. A stitched scar beneath his left eye. Our Sanbai has gone missing, and it is likely that it has been captured by the Akatsuki. I, the fourth Mizukage, Kurai Shikagatsu, concur with Naka's assertion for a united front against the Akatsuki. Although I am merely the acting Kazekage, I shall seek justice for my village and support the joint eradication of the Akatsuki. A closed his eyes, enduring the verbal onslaught from the three Kage, his brow furrowing tighter with each passing moment. Enough! A thunderous shout erupted, like a clap of thunder. As the air around AI erupted with a series of blinding blue arcs of electricity, the violent lightning chakra coiled around his form, casting a fierce and grim visage upon his face. He gripped the armrest of his chair tightly, the electrical surge singeing the wood. Rising to his feet, he pointed an accusatory finger at Yamaki. During the great conflict, your Earth shinobi besieged my father for 3 days and nights. You trapped him. This grievance shall forever remain unassuaged. AI glared at Yamaki, raising 2 fingers menacingly. Assist you, inhabitants of Awagakure? I scoff at that notion. It is no wonder you lost the Four Tails. With that, AI transformed into a bolt of lightning, crashing through the conference room's door. The assembly watched in shock as the door was violently reduced to splinters. Molten iron dripping from the shattered frame onto the carpet, hissing as it met the fabric. The fury was momentarily interrupted as Yamaki sat in stunned silence, staring at the spot where AI had once occupied. AI's guards bowed in apology, seeking Yamaki's forgiveness for their lord's temper before departing. Bereft of a target for his wrath, Yamaki slumped in his seat, lost in thought. Minato, observing the disbanded meeting, could only sigh in resignation, addressing those present with gentle words. Esteemed colleagues, the alliance agreement requires the signatures of all 5 Kage. I kindly ask you to enjoy a few days in Konohagakure. Once Reikage has calmed, we shall proceed to sign this accord. In a dim corner of the conference room, Kagaya observed the proceedings, a cackling laughter escaping his lips. Fools, let you all test the true might of Pero. Chapter 15. The death of Uchiha Madara in the restricted Jutsu library of Konoha. A surge of blue light illuminated the entire room as Kagaya's form emerged from the intricately inscribed stone door. Standing upright, he surveyed the dust-laden interior and waved his hand to disperse the particles. Why is there so much dust here? How long has it been since anyone last entered? Following Uchiha Madara's instructions, he knew that the forbidden techniques he sought were among the shelves. Observing the rows of wooden racks, he let out a sigh. Pondering how long it would take to find such a multitude, he stood before the shelves, rummaging through the contents, his mind racing. He had just exited the Konoha conference room, recalling the heated arguments among the 5 Kage. It seemed that these shinobi villages were struggling to forge an alliance. After sharing intelligence, it appeared that Kumogakure intended to recall all main forces to protect their Jinchuriki and village. He needed to devise a method to draw out one of the Jinchuriki, completely ensnaring Kumogakure in the unfolding scheme. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a shelf. Curiosity igniting within him. A flash of blue light had flickered past. What is this? Kagaya furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss, and reached out to touch the spot where the light had appeared. In an instant, the entire library erupted with a piercing alarm. This is bad. Kagaya swiftly turned, hastening his search. The library was protected by a barrier established by the second Hokage, with the method of entry known only to the successive Hokage and high-ranking officials. The third Hokage deemed this place exceedingly secure, and due to the ongoing war, many personnel had been dispatched to the front lines to engage in battle. The current library stands unguarded, relying solely on its protective barriers. This vulnerability allowed Black Zetsu to infiltrate. Moments ago, out of curiosity, Black Zetsu inadvertently triggered the alarm. The library is in close proximity to the Hokage's office, and with the agility of a ninja, assistance could arrive in less than 3 minutes. In a flurry of activity, Black Zetsu seemed to have heard the sound of ninjas landing outside. He found it, clutching the scroll tightly to his chest. He approached the door and began to channel his chakra. Cursed be this door's sealing technique that impedes my chakra flow. Black Zetsu could only proceed slowly through the stone door, peering around as he listened to the blaring alarms that echoed throughout the village, feeling a rising anxiety within. At the moment his calves were about to withdraw from the threshold, a commanding voice resonated from the hallway. Intruder, drop what you are holding. Black Zetsu turned to see a leading Umbu ninja donning a gorilla mask. 2 shurikens, glowing ominously, were hurled from the Umbu's hand towards Black Zetsu. Finally, Black Zetsu escaped the stone door, but was caught off guard as the shurikens pierced through his body, splattering white viscous fluid. Unperturbed by the shuriken's penetration, Black Zetsu remained stationary, gradually descending, nonchalantly waving at the group of Umbu. Suddenly, as he was sinking, an unsettling sensation pricked at his back, triggering an instinctual crouch that allowed him to evade a kunai that whizzed through the air behind him. Observing the kunai embedded in the ground, he silently lamented the misfortune. "This is bad, it's Minato." In a flash, Minato appeared beside the kunai, swirling with a Rasengan aimed directly at the head of the submerged Black Zetsu. The Rasengan struck Black Zetsu's face, reducing everything around it to dust and raising a massive cloud of debris. As the dust settled, the onlookers beheld the barren ground where the Rasengan had landed, exchanging puzzled glances. "Has he escaped?" Minato mused curiously, as he noticed what appeared to be a white object writhing on the desolate ground. "What is this?" Minato bent down to pick up the white object, which continued to squirm in his grasp, its soft texture causing him to frown. He turned and handed the object to a nearby Umbu. "Take this to the scientific department for examination." After issuing the command, Minato fell into contemplation, recalling the rapid surge of chakra that had flashed from beneath the surface upon the Rasengan's impact. An unprecedented ninjutsu, Tomb of the Mountains. Uchiha Madara sat languidly upon a stone, gripping a war scythe that served as a cane, each breath resembling the wheeze of a deflating bellows. Suddenly, he tilted his head, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. He was watching as Black Zetsu began to rise slowly from the ground. "Have you returned?" Madara's eyebrows quivered with excitement. During this period, he felt a sense of unease, which seemed to signal something significant. Recently, he had received news that the 5 Kage were convening to discuss strategies against the Akatsuki organization. He commanded Kurizetsu to infiltrate the Hidden Leaf Village's Forbidden Jutsu Library and obtain the reanimation jutsu of the second Hokage, Tobirama, while also gathering intelligence. He informed Kurizetsu of the entry methods for both the village's barrier and the library's barrier. During Kurizetsu's journey to the Leaf, Madara's vision gradually became clouded, leading him to believe that his end was near. Now, with Kurizetsu's return, the murkiness in his eyes was suddenly dispelled, revealing the Rinnegan, which shone brightly as he gazed upon Kurizetsu. "Did you acquire it?" he inquired. Upon hearing this, Kurizetsu retrieved a massive scroll from his robe and presented it to Uchiha Madara. Madara accepted the scroll, observing the chakra seal, slightly rusted, upon it. With great effort, he channeled chakra into the scroll, and after a flash of blue light, a click echoed in the air. "The sealing method remains unchanged," he mused. Free from the constraints of the lock, the scroll unfurled. After unbinding the scroll, Madara set it aside and touched his empty eye socket. "Kurizetsu, find a way to retrieve my eyes from Peros." "Me?" Kurizetsu exclaimed, astonished as he pointed at himself. Confusion filled Kurizetsu's eyes as he regarded Madara. Suspecting he was jesting. "I am on the verge of death. It is regrettable to lose a piece on the board. Some matters must be undertaken personally," Madara lamented, his tongue seemingly reacquainting itself with the metallic taste of rust. He turned his gaze to Kurizetsu, as if imparting final instructions. "The Jinchuriki of the Leaf is pregnant. On the day of her delivery, the seal of the 9 tails will weaken." He took a breath and continued, "On that day, I shall be reanimated, and I will manipulate the 9 tails to lure Peros, allowing him to take the beast away. The hatred of the leaf towards the 9 tails will then be redirected toward the Akatsuki. Once he gathers all 9-tailed beasts, I will be able to control Nagato and reap the benefits, launching the infinite Tsukuyami. That will be my eyes." Uchiha Madara's excitement surged, as the Rinnegan began to slowly rotate. "At that moment, all will be mere pawns, transforming into the fertilizer for my new world." Meanwhile, Nagato felt a sharp pain in his Rinnegan, a flicker of unease crossing his mind. Madara's breathing grew increasingly labored, the last remnants of his will clutching onto his waning body. "You must find the next descendant of the Uzumaki, on the day the tailed beasts are united. Use the Rinne Tensei to revive me." After imparting his final words to Kurizetsu, the brightness in Madara's eyes faded, murkiness reclaiming his gaze. He released his grip on the war scythe and collapsed heavily onto the stone. Lying there, he opened his mouth, producing only raspy sounds as his once turbulent form gradually settled into stillness. Kurizetsu approached, observing Madara's half-open eyes, devoid of life. He bent down and pried out the Rinnegan, placing it into a glass vial. "Rest assured, I shall ensure your desires are fulfilled." Kurizetsu turned to gaze at the colossal outer path statue, raising the glass vial and shaking it slightly. for the resurrection of Mother. Chapter 16. Journey to the ruins of the land of whirlpools. The sun shone brightly on a rare clear day in the Rain Village. The sunlight filters through the clouds, cascading over the village of Rainy Hide. Inside the village's office, Xiaonan is diligently reviewing documents at her desk, occasionally sipping tea from a nearby cup. Nagato sits languidly on a sofa, his eyes closed in repose. A gentle tapping sound from the window piques Xiaonan's curiosity, prompting her to glance over. She discovers Pero floating outside, rapping on the glass. Manipulating a piece of paper, Xiaonan affixes it to the window and opens it with a hint of irritation. You two idlers come to my office every day without assisting in any official matters, she remarks, arms crossed as she regards the pair. Ever since you unified the village, all administrative responsibilities have fallen upon me, she muses. Yahiko, summoned by Pero to tend to the children, is unable to lend a hand, and naturally, she harbors some grievances. Come now. Pero waves dismissively before plopping down onto the sofa, casually resting his long legs on the coffee table as he glances towards Nagato. Nagato, do you possess any sealing techniques for tailed beasts aside from the Earth Explosion Star? None, he replies curtly. Could you two step outside to converse? Your chatter is distracting me from my work, Xiaonan interjects, slamming a stack of documents onto the desk in frustration. Pero turns to her, finger raised in admonition. Hold your tongue for a moment. He rises, seizing the back of Nagato's collar and pulling him up, steering him toward the desk. Nagato quickly turns, reaching out for Pero's hand. Hey, what are you doing? I'm still controlling Hanzo's body. Pero dismisses his concern. Xiaonan, move aside. He shoves Xiaonan away and presses Nagato into the chair, leaning down to whisper in his ear. The village has been quite busy lately, and Xiaonan has been inundated with tasks. With such splendid weather today, I propose we take her out for a breather and perhaps investigate the ruins of the land of whirlpools to seek news of sealing techniques. Nagato opens his mouth to protest, but I don't know. Pero interrupts, shoving a stack of documents against Nagato's chest. What do you mean you don't know? Just look at it, and you'll figure it out. Furrowing his brow, Nagato glances down at the papers titled Planning for the Construction of a New Order in Rainy Hide Village, an institutional proposal based on a framework for peace. He recalls the office lights glowing each time he has visited the Akatsuki's base. Just as he is about to speak, he sees Pero has already seized Xiaonan and flown out the window. A faint voice of Xiaonan echoes back, "Don't carry me. I can fly on my own." Nagato's mouth quivers, but the words remain unspoken, and he resigns himself to his work, shaking his head. Half an hour later, Nagato buries his head in his arms on the desk, exclaiming, "How does Xiaonan have the patience to deal with all of this?" In the land of fire, the two soar through the sky, gazing down at the bustling village of Konoha below. That must be Konoha, Xiaonan stretches, loosening her wrists. After flying for so long, she feels as if her body is about to break apart. Indeed, let us descend and explore, Pero agrees. As Pero observed Xiaonan stretching, the graceful curve of her figure captivated him. Noticing his gaze, Xiaonan's cheeks flushed slightly, and she shot him a glare, silently questioning his intent. Pero shrugged, removed his Akatsuki cloak, casually folded it, and stored it in his system space before extending his hand towards her. Xiaonan furrowed her brow at his gesture, suspecting his purpose. "You want me to wear that? I'll get beaten up dressed like this." She cast him a disapproving glance as the Akatsuki cloak transformed into a flurry of paper, merging with her body. Gradually, she revealed a backless top, paired with snug lavender leggings, and a small iron ring adorning her navel. Brushing her hand over her waist, she retrieved the forehead protector of the Rain Village. Noticing Pero's dazed expression, she swatted his hand away. "Don't think I'm oblivious to your thoughts. Let us go." Snapping back to reality, Pero led Xiaonan through the Konoha barrier and descended into an uninhabited forest. Upon landing, he sensed several gazes upon him, and as he looked around, he spotted the hidden leafs Umbu ninjas perched in the trees. In a good mood today, Pero preferred to avoid confrontation, believing that as long as they did not disturb him, all would remain peaceful. Strolling with Xiaonan, he observed the bustling market. If only the land of rain could be this harmonious, Xiaonan thought, a hint of envy flickering in her eyes, quickly replaced by determination. As they ventured further, Pero encountered a familiar yet unfamiliar sign, Ichiraku Ramen. Approaching the proprietor, he greeted him warmly. Otsutsuki Ichiraku. The owner, puzzled by the unfamiliar name, glanced around the stall. Noticing the absence of other patrons, he pointed to himself. "Me? Perhaps this guest has mistaken my name. I am called Shudai." He then picked up a ladle from the pot, the ramen dancing within. "Would you like a serving of ramen?" "2 servings of the same, please. Irika's favorite." Pero replied. So you know Irika," the owner responded, understanding. 2 bowls of tonkatsu ramen coming right up. Soon, 2 bowls of ramen were served. The milky broth adorned with slightly yellow, fragrant Japanese chashu. Pero raised an eyebrow at the enticing aroma and dove into his meal. Indeed, this is the location with the most screen time in Naruto. Quite splendid. No wonder this establishment has thrived from the original series to Boruto. After satisfying their appetites and resting adequately, the duo prepared to set off once more. Just as they exited Konoha, Pero sensed someone had followed them. Suddenly, he halted and vanished in an instant. The Umbu ninja trailing them, realizing Pero had disappeared, felt a sense of foreboding. An unfamiliar presence loomed behind the Umbu, sending chills down his spine. Closing his eyes, he spun around, kneeling at lightning speed, bowing his head, and presenting a scroll with trembling hands. Lord Pero, this is the intelligence that was entrusted to me by that esteemed individual. Cold sweat dripped from his brow as he anxiously scanned the ground. Recalling the matters entrusted by Lord Minato, Pero deemed him trustworthy. He picked up the scroll and waved dismissively at the ninja. Thank you, my lord. In a swift motion, the kneeling ninja vanished from sight. Pero unfurled the scroll, casting a cursory glance. TSK, I have already heard these details during your discussions. His eyes glowed crimson for an instant, and the scroll disintegrated into black ash, scattering across the ground. Before long, Pero and Konan soared across the strait between the land of fire and the land of whirlpools, arriving at the ruins of the latter without incident. Konan surveyed the scattered remnants, seemingly glimpsing the former grandeur of the land of whirlpools. Even the mightiest nations are susceptible to cataclysmic disasters. The ninja villages are no exception. Pero scanned the surroundings, his mouth never ceasing its chatter. The land of whirlpools possessed formidable sealing techniques, instilling fear in neighboring countries, while simultaneously inciting their desire to acquire such skills. Greed and terror ultimately led to the downfall of this land. As he spoke, Pero discerned a hidden chamber hundreds of meters beneath the ruins through layers of obstruction. He gestured for Konan to maintain her distance. Once she took to the skies, he crouched down, plunging his hands into the earth. A biological force field unfolded, enveloping a vast expanse of soil in an instant. Rising to his feet, he gently lifted the enormous mass. With a thunderous rumble akin to a tempest, hundreds of meters of land were effortlessly raised by Pero. He carefully set the colossal earth aside, crushing a portion of the remnants beneath. Observing this marvel from above, Konan gasped in astonishment. Contemplating that even the most powerful earth techniques could not achieve such a feat, she clapped her hands against her cheeks to regain focus. In a flash, Pero moved at high speed into the hidden chamber. Inside, he discovered an altar supporting a scroll on a wooden frame. After retrieving it, he paused momentarily and then vanished once more. In the next instant, he appeared beside Konan, casually tossing the scroll to her. Here, the secrets of the whirlpool. Take it back to Nagato. Intrigued, Konan unfurled the scroll to find it contained all the sealing techniques of the land of whirlpools. Furthermore, she learned that the adamantine sealing was a unique bloodline limit sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan, mastered by all red-haired members. Wait here, I'll return shortly. Barely had the words left his lips when Pero vanished again. Hearing the sound, Konan looked up, scanning the area but finding no trace of Pero. You rascal. Back again. Outside the Hokage's office, Minato listened to the report from the Umbu ninja while pulling open the door to his office. He was met with the sight of his guards, drenched in sweat and gazing at him with expressions of terror. Turning his head, Minato glanced at the chair by the window. It slowly turned to reveal Pero's face before him. Minato exhaled in relief. Mr. Pero, what brings you here? He inquired. I have received your intelligence. On the day of Kushina's delivery, there would likely be some disruption, and I intended to engage him in a playful manner. Upon hearing this, Minato felt a sense of relief. However, the subsequent statement caused his pupils to constrict. At that time, give me the 9 tails, and also hand over Uchiha Madara. Is Uchiha Madara still alive? Chapter 17. The Alliance of the 5 Kages, Konohagakure. Shortly after the initial alliance ended in discord, a meeting was convened once more. Through Minato's mediation and persuasion, the various ninja villages successfully signed the alliance agreement. In the conference room, everyone gazed at the images displayed on the screen, depicting the battle involving Pero. The technological advancements in the world of the Hokage are indeed peculiar. In the footage, Pero unleashed a freezing breath that immobilized all the range shinobi, and in the blink of an eye, he held a woman in his arms. Is this a bloodline limit? No, this power is so formidable that it might be a result of bloodline elimination. Pero's strength is truly terrifying. The older Tsuchikage raised his cup to take a sip. Pausing momentarily before speaking, The eye technique that emits fire-style jutsu without hand seals may surpass Uchiha Madara's Great Fire Annihilation. Such a myriad of elemental transformations. This strength is beyond what any of us present can contend with. Upon finishing, the Tsuchikage closed his eyes and fell silent. The screen shifted, showing Pero descending from the sky, utilizing his laser eyes to eradicate the remnants of Hanzo's faction. Minato glanced at the footage. This segment was derived from the memories of a ranged shinobi who had escaped the scene, transmitted to the screen through Konoha's secret techniques. The ruthless methods employed to unify the Rain Village are undeniably brutal. Is this the Akatsuki organization? Kurigane Yagura remarked, observing the violent scenes on the screen. The speed is astonishing, already comparable to my Flying Thunder God technique, Minato noted. In response, the Raikage exchanged glances with Minato, contemplating the extraordinary density of muscle and bone required to withstand such rapid movements. If that were the case, his food intake must be considerable. Not necessarily. Minato shook his head, sitting in silence for a moment before signaling to a guard behind him, whispering a few instructions. The guard nodded in understanding, then took his leave from the office. The remaining four Kages exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of Minato's intentions. After a while, the guard returned with a document, presenting it to Minato. There is intelligence indicating that 3 years ago, Pero of the Akatsuki eliminated a portion of Konoha's Umbu and subsequently vanished. Minato held up the document to the guard beside the Tsuchikage, who promptly took it and began circulating the information. For 3 years, there had been no trace of Pero. He had disappeared without a shadow. Now that he re-emerged, exhibiting formidable physical prowess, it was reasonable to suspect that he might not require food intake. Perhaps possessing a sage body akin to the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. His strength is overwhelmingly potent. Kurigane Yagura crossed his arms, contemplating that even if we managed to confront him, the losses would be catastrophic, consequences we could not afford to bear. Meanwhile, in the village hidden in the clouds, a shadowy figure emerged, peeking out with a single hand shielding its eyes from the sunlight, scanning the surroundings with keen interest. Suddenly, it spotted a little girl with chestnut hair, seated on the ground, murmuring to herself. Eagerly, it realized it had found the Jinchuriki of the two tails. The figure stealthily approached the girl, finally discerning her words. In the world of ninjas, Jinchuriki are pivotal forces for their villages, and those who can communicate with tailed beasts are destined to become formidable figures in the ninja realm. Before it stood a small girl, perhaps 2 years of age, who could converse with the two tails. Why Ruri, come out and play with me, she chanted, patting her belly. I'm so bored. The adults want to play with me. The figure, lurking behind her, rolled its eyes gleefully, a wicked smile creeping across its face as it sank into the ground. The girl continued to sway back and forth, humming an unknown tune. Suddenly, an air of curiosity enveloped her, prompting a questioning sound to escape her lips. What is that? Following her gaze, she noticed a patch of grass spitting out pebbles. Intrigued, she stood up and gradually approached the thicket. The two tails within her felt an odd sense of foreboding. Why, Murray, what are you doing? Upon hearing the voice in her mind, the girl beamed, revealing a bright smile. Why, Ruri, you're talking to me again. Look, that grass is spitting stones. Yet, the unease within the two tails intensified with each step the girl took. As she parted the grass, a chilling realization struck. Watch out, why, Mori. In the thicket lurked a dark silhouette, its Sharingan eyes spinning ominously. Both girl and beast froze, entranced by the sight. Their eyes gradually morphed into that of the Sharingan. Ha! The Uchiha's eyes truly are the bane of tailed beasts. The figure emerged from the ground, gesturing dramatically in front of Waimori. When he received no response, he placed his hands on his hips and laughed heartily. Waimori, it's time for your meal. Ah, who are you? A dark-skinned maid approached, calling for Waimori to eat. Upon nearing, she noticed the strange figure beside the girl and shouted, hoping to summon help from the village. Get away from Waimori. The maid, trembling, produced 2 gleaming kunai and lunged at the figure. Hearing the commotion, the figure calmly turned, sidestepping the incoming kunai with ease, and retaliated with a swift kick that sent the maid sprawling several meters away. Not even as quick as Minato, it mused. In an instant, an overwhelming sense of danger surged from behind. Alarms blared in the figure's mind as the world seemed to slow. Countless countermeasures flashing through its thoughts, yet time was running out. Whoosh! In the next moment, a fist-sized orb of deep purple and black struck Black Zetsu, tearing a significant portion from his abdomen. Cold sweat streamed down his face as he glanced in the direction from whence the orb had come, spotting a young man with dark skin, striking a rock-and-roll pose, seemingly chanting something. Another Jinchuriki. The young man drew closer, his peculiar intonations echoing from a distance. Ailing. Let me practice the tailed beast bomb and launch an assault on the enemy. Gritting his teeth, Black Zetsu thought, two perfect Jinchuriki from the Cloud Village? This one shall not escape today. A shadow flickered, leaving behind a fragment of the Akatsuki cloak as it burrowed into the earth. The approaching figure bent to retrieve the torn fabric, pondering for a moment. In the Leaf Village, an anxious cloud ninja stood outside the conference room, seeking entry. Upon entering, he hurried to the Raikage side, leaning in to whisper urgent news. The atmosphere in the room became palpably tense, suffocating those present. The Raikage's body crackled with electricity, culminating in a resounding roar as he pounded the table. Akatsuki. Chapter 18. The Arrival of the Ninetales as night fell. Lights gradually illuminated every household in the Leaf Village. Children meandered along the streets, carefree and content, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. Kakashi strolled along the path, his shadow elongated in the fading sunlight. The 6-month protection mission had finally reached its conclusion. Dragging his weary feet, he opened his door and collapsed onto the sofa, staring blankly at the ceiling. With the mission complete, tonight marked the day of his mentor's wife giving birth. It seemed that Minato-sensei would not have a moment's peace for some time. After half a year of duty, Kakashi, supported by Kushina and Minato, had gradually emerged from the shadows. Although not entirely free from the past, glimmers of hope began to shine through. He recalled the frequent appearances of Umbu at Minato-sensei's home. And for reasons unknown, he found himself reminiscing about Obito and Rin. Beneath the tomb of the mountains, a brand new altar stood at the center of the grounds, with a root Umbu bound in the middle. Beside him, Black Zetsu was possessing a ninja. The time had come. Black Zetsu murmured softly, raising his hand to form intricate seals. The Umbu at the altar seemed to sense something, his body beginning to writhe. Edo Tensei. With a low growl, Black Zetsu slammed his hands onto the ground. The bound Umbu emitted a chilling scream as his life force was drawn out by the incantation inscribed on the earth. Pale dust swirled with the flow of chakra, gradually enveloping the offering, muffling the cries. A coffin erupted from the ground, violently enclosing the dust-covered offering within. An oppressive aura surged forth from the depths, and as the coffin trembled, the slowly opening lid released a formidable presence. Clang! The coffin lid crashed to the ground as a man clad in crimson battle armor, his long hair wild and untamed, emerged from the sarcophagus. His eyes were firmly shut, and a formidable aura emanated from him, overwhelming the entire graveyard. Welcome back, Madara Uchiha. Black Zetsu's voice dripped with flattery. Madara gestured lightly, and Black Zetsu hastily produced 2 eyeballs, one red and one white, from his bosom. As these eyes were reinserted into Madara's sockets, a terrifying ocular power erupted instantaneously. Surging through the graveyard like an invisible shockwave, Madara Uchiha flexed his neck, the sound of cracking bones resonating through the air, as if a slumbering giant had awakened. How long has it been? He mused, his deep voice rich with resonance, savoring the sensations of his resurrected form, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his gaze. Finally, he was free from that rusted, decrepit shell. Black Zetsu, comprehending the unspoken command, bowed slightly and reported, as per your instructions. I summoned you on the day of the Ninetales Jinchuriki Kushina Uzumaki's childbirth. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Madara's eyes as he contemplated the implications. On the day of the Jinchuriki's delivery, the ceiling would correspondingly weaken. This was the opportune moment to summon the Ninetales, a crucial element in his grand design to exploit the Akatsuki's quest to gather the tailed beasts. Excellent. Madara smirked coldly, his resolve unwavering, as he vanished in an instant, his figure transforming into a mere shadow as he sped towards Konohagakure. The Third Shinobi World War had just concluded, and Konoha had withstood numerous assaults from foreign villages, fortified by the resilient Konoha barrier. Yet to Madara, such defenses were inconsequential. He was intimately familiar with every inch of the chakra network that comprised the barrier, every critical node. He infiltrated the village's depths with ease, as if strolling through a park. Perched atop a rooftop, Madara inhaled the scents wafting through Konoha. A gust laden with the scent of blood swept past, and he turned sharply, exhilaration igniting in his eyes. I have found you. Following the fluctuations of chakra, he swiftly pinpointed the secret location of Kushina's childbirth. Listening to the cries of the newborn within, a satisfied smile graced Madara's lips as he surveyed the perimeter. Guarded by vigilant shinobi. A nuisance, he scoffed, a cold snort escaping his lips. In an instant, his ocular power surged forth, and the defending Umbu shinobi found themselves momentarily blinded, unable to resist the overwhelming force that followed. Their bodies flew backwards like ragged sacks, crashing heavily to the ground. And in their final moments, they caught a fleeting glimpse of a figure striding towards the small house. He pushed open the door, revealing a scene of chaos. Kushina lay in agony upon the bed, the seal containing the nine tails loosening with her labor, as immense chakra surged forth like a tidal wave, flooding the room. Beside her stood the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, gripping her hand tightly, anxiously guarding her side, accompanied by two guards. Hearing the commotion at the door, they turned. But before the guards could react, a flash of steel glinted, and they fell to the ground, clutching their throats, lifeless in an instant. Madara Uchiha. As the door swung open, Minato's pupils constricted sharply at the sight before him. Uchiha Madara appeared, weary yet formidable, reminiscent of the ghastly visage he had witnessed in the forbidden jutsu chamber during the Edo Tensei. Without uttering a word, Madara raised his hand and unleashed a fierce straight punch aimed directly at Kushina. Minato's reflexes were lightning quick. A flash of blue light heralded his arrival in front of Kushina. Shielding her with his own body, he promptly hurled a specially crafted kunai towards Madara, hoping to delay his advance. Oh, is that the technique of Tobirama's little brat? Minato darted between the kunai, each flash accompanied by fierce attacks. Yet, Madara's prowess surpassed Minato's expectations, although the Edo Tensei had diminished his physical form. He remained the man who once reigned at the pinnacle of the ninja world. His Sharingan tracked Minato's every movement with ease. Merely a trifling technique, he scoffed. Despite his formidable strength, Minato's Flying Thunder God technique eclipsed Tobirama's in speed, compelling Madara to act swiftly. With a focused gaze from his Rinnegan, the space around him rippled ominously. Limbo border jail. Before Minato could comprehend the unfolding scenario, Kushina's anguished cry pierced the air, drawing his attention. He turned to see Naruto, who had been cradled in Kushina's arms, suddenly snatched away by unseen hands, suspended in midair and drifting toward Madara. A sinister smile crept across Madara's face as he lifted Naruto high, preparing to hurl him into the distance. Naruto. Minato's eyes widened with fury as he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, racing towards the trajectory of Naruto's descent. Madara anticipated Minato's move, inhaling deeply. The moment Minato reached to catch Naruto, a searing blaze erupted from Madara's mouth. Fire release, great fire annihilation. The inferno engulfed the very spot where Minato and Naruto stood. In an instant, Minato vanished in a flash of blue light, relocating Naruto to safety just in the nick of time. Pain surged through him as he glanced at his right arm, singed and charred by the flames. Madara surveyed the direction of Minato's disappearance, a chilling satisfaction washing over him. His gaze shifted to Kushina, who, having just given birth, was now glaring at him in revulsion while struggling to rise. With Minato out of the way, Madara's figure flickered before Kushina. He extended his hand, forming a single seal, and concentrated chakra into a luminous blue flame. Released the tailed beast seal. His glowing hand pressed against the sealing mark on Kushina's abdomen. A heart-wrenching scream escaped Kushina's lips as a tremendous surge of red chakra was forcibly extracted from her body. The chakra roared in the air, gradually coalescing into the form of a nine-tailed fox. With a thunderous roar, the nine tails prepared to unleash its chakra, ready to devastate the surroundings. Yet, before its fury could erupt, Madara's crimson Sharingan suppressed its rage. The nine tails' pupils lost focus, its violent essence gradually succumbing to the overwhelming power of the Sharingan. It was under the control of Madara's Sharingan. Madara recalled how he had once manipulated the nine tails during the duel with Hashirama. With a disdainful snort, he cast a cold, indifferent glance at the struggling Kushina amidst the ruins before departing without a backward glance. In the heart of Konoha, Madara's figure appeared in an instant, leaving the onlookers bewildered. Summoning technique. With a single hand strike to the ground, a wave of despairing chakra erupted as he summoned the nine tails under his control. Its massive form obscured the great full moon, exuding an aura of fearsome oppression. Standing atop the head of the nine tails, Madara looked down upon the fleeing villagers, a chilling glint flashing in his eyes. Despair indeed. Chapter 19. The retrieval of the nine tails. Madara summoned the nine tails, its dark red chakra pulsating across its surface. The beast opened its gaping maw, gathering a suffocating chakra that coalesced into a sphere of deep purple black. The tailed beast bomb rapidly expanded, emanating a destructive wave. Under Madara's command, the nine tails redirected its gaze toward Konoha's emblem, the Hokage Rock. At this moment of impending doom for the village, Minato, having secured Naruto, vanished in a flash of blue light and reappeared beside Kushina. He beheld her near-death state, his heart wrenching with pain. Yet, this was not the time for sorrow. Gritting his teeth, He lifted Kushina and activated the Flying Thunder God technique once more, transporting her to Naruto's side. Gently, he laid Kushina next to Naruto, turning resolutely to don his ceremonial robe. "I'll be right back." Minato's eyes betrayed an unprecedented coldness, and beneath his calm exterior, a tempest of emotions churned. Kushina lay on the bed, tenderly caressing Naruto, seemingly reluctant to part with him, as she heard Minato's voice. "Be careful on your way," she whispered, her lips moving with great effort to convey her blessing. In a flash of blue light, Minato utilized the Flying Thunder God to return to the battlefield. His figure materialized atop the Hokage rock, facing the tailed beast bomb poised to obliterate Konoha. He tightened his grip on the specially crafted kunai, channeling his chakra to inscribe the sealing formula. The script rapidly expanded, intertwining with the void, growing larger until it formed a barrier that shielded the Hokage rock. The atmosphere in the village suddenly became tense. The tailed beast bomb surged with overwhelming force toward the Hokage rock, colliding with the inscribed formula. Gradually, the bomb was absorbed into the script, vanishing before the Hokage rock. Boom! A brilliant light erupted from the rear mountain, the explosive force sending shockwaves that engulfed the center of the village. Minato turned to gaze at the grand explosion. "Next time, I must consider the impact point to avoid collateral damage." He directed his gaze toward Madara, who stood atop the Nine Tails, and without a moment's hesitation, activated the Flying Thunder God to soar toward him. In an instant, he appeared above Madara, poised to launch his assault. Uchiha Madara's gaze sharpened as he raised his hand, poised to retaliate. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura descended upon all present, an oppressive force rendering them breathless. Without any forewarning, a figure materialized atop the Nine Tails' head, a man clad in a black cloak adorned with red clouds, exuding an aura of immense power. His presence seemingly capable of annihilating worlds with a mere gesture. "Hello." Upon his arrival, he made no unnecessary movements, simply delivering a singular, devastating punch. The earth-shattering impact resonated through the air as the colossal form of the Nine Tails crashed to the ground, akin to a meteor strike, its body convulsing as though its very brain had been damaged. The once controlled pupils under the influence of the Sharingan regained clarity, yet remained vacant. Lying on the ground in a state of shock and confusion, Pello beckoned to the Nine Tails, which transformed into a myriad of crimson streaks, swiftly entering his body, fervently siphoning the creature's chakra. Nine Tails chakra extracted, evolution energy, 25. The Nine Tails, now floating in the air, ultimately diminished to the size of a small dog. Resembling a tiny fox, Pello reached out, catching the diminutive creature, casting a cursory glance before tossing it aside with nonchalance. "Please hold on to this. I shall retrieve it shortly." The fox was accurately thrown towards the dazed Minato, who instinctively caught it, a tumult of emotions stirring within him. What kind of power is this? Initially, he believed it was remarkable to have incapacitated Tobirama with a single blow, but to see the Nine Tails also succumb to such force was unfathomable. Ignoring Minato's astonishment, Pello's gaze fixated on the distant Uchiha Madara. "Ah, it seems time has come for some mischief." His tone was laced with indifference, as if appraising a frail adversary. Madara's pupils constricted sharply. Having not witnessed Pello's capabilities at the mountain graveyard, he had assumed that the ineffectiveness of ninjutsu against him was merely a consequence of his age. However, witnessing Pello's extraordinary power now, he had never encountered such an imposing entity. Even at Pello's arrival, neither the Sharingan nor the Rinnegan could perceive how he had manifested. "You." Madara's lips moved as he attempted to speak. Yet, in an instant, Pello vanished. The next moment, he had teleported directly in front of Madara. With a casual flick of his foot, which appeared unremarkable in speed, Madara sensed an unsettling tremor at the impact. Crack, accompanied by the sharp sound of bones fracturing. Madara's body, in its reanimated state, was cleaved in two by Pello's kick. Shock and disbelief washed over Madara's face. He had never expected to be so easily overpowered by this man. His fractured form collapsed to the ground, and due to the peculiarities of the reanimation technique, soil continuously filled the gaps, attempting to reconstitute his being. Lying on the ground, Madara cast a profound glance at Pello, an unprecedented gravity reflected in his eyes. He was acutely aware that, even if today's plan succeeded, the subsequent implementation would be fraught with considerable unpredictability. Madara refrained from engaging in idle chatter and, casting a final glance at Pero, formed a hand seal before vanishing in a puff of smoke. Pero gazed at the space from which Madara had departed, then turned to steal a glance at the lower half of his body still standing, a somewhat comical sight. 25 Madaras. Oops, I inadvertently let him slip away. He then pivoted towards Minato. At the grave of the mountains, Madara's disheveled half-body stood before Kaguya, his reanimated form incessantly striving to mend its fractured state. Observing Madara, arms crossed, Kaguya sensed a weighty aura enveloping him. "Lord Madara?" he inquired. Madara offered no reply. Instead, he extended his fingers and plucked out his own eyes. The hollow sockets now fixed upon Kaguya. "The plan has succeeded," Madara's voice emerged, tinged with hoarseness and fatigue, as he handed over his eyes. Kaguya accepted them, a glimmer of fervent joy flashing in his eyes. With each step forward in Uchiha Madara's scheme, the resurrection of his mother drew nearer. The present circumstances represented nothing less than a monumental victory. Release the Edo Tensei, Madara wearily closed his eyes, and in those final moments, the image of Pero flickered in his mind. "Pero, no matter how formidable your physique, can your spirit endure the infinite Tsukuyomi?" At this, Kaguya immediately formed seals, dispelling the Edo Tensei technique. Madara's dismembered body began to crumble, dissipating into dust within the air. Before he completely vanished, he cast one last glance at Kaguya, as if to impart a reminder. With Madara's dissolution, Kaguya withdrew from his host, and the now unsupported ninja collapsed onto the ground. Kaguya regarded the fallen ninja beneath him with indifference. Useless. He lifted his foot and kicked the ninja into the fissure of the graveyard, turning away as he gradually melded into the earth. At this moment, beneath the grave of the mountains, tranquility reigned once more. Chapter 20. Removal. Roots. Minato held the young Nine-Tails, gazing at Pero with a tumult of emotions swirling within him. He reminisced about Kushina, lying at home on the brink of death. With great difficulty, Minato mustered the courage to speak, his voice trembling slightly. "Could you possibly save Kushina?" He recalled the time at the borders of Konoha when Pero had separated the tailed beast and utilized his own chakra to rescue Rin's life. Pero cast a glance at Minato, his eyes sharpening as he pierced through layers of obstacles, perceiving Kushina lying beside Naruto, her breath faint and her complexion ashen. The forcible extraction of the Nine-Tails by Uchiha Madara was utterly lethal for a Jinchuriki. Noticing Pero's silence, Minato's anxiety began to mount. "A trivial matter," Pero remarked nonchalantly, as if it were merely a matter of convenience. Upon hearing Pero's assurance, Minato sighed in relief, his body relaxing. In an instant, Pero vanished from sight. Just as Minato intended to follow, the voice of Hisashi echoed from a distance. Turning back, Minato gazed at the figure of Hanzo before him. "Has that fellow arrived?" he pondered. This individual possessed formidable strength, one that our village could not contend with at present. It was prudent to avoid unnecessary complications. Minato nodded in agreement. Just moments ago, the Nine-Tails and Uchiha Madara had made their appearance. Despite the tumult that erupted within the village, reinforcements had yet to arrive. Minato paused, realizing that he had not issued any commands, and such a significant disturbance could not go unnoticed by those capable of providing aid. Employing the Flying Thunder God technique, he materialized at the village's vantage point to survey his surroundings. Minato's pupils constricted as he observed that the Nine-Tails had not yet begun its rampant destruction, having only devastated a few streets. Yet, a multitude of injured lay scattered about. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that their wounds appeared to be inflicted by ninja tools. "This matter shall be addressed later," he resolved, bidding farewell to Hanzo before dashing home in a flash of blue light. Pello had arrived at Minato's residence, curious as to why Minato had not followed suit. Turning back, he noticed Minato engaged in conversation with Hanzo and shrugged it off. Approaching Kushina, he extended his hand, a gentle glow emanating from his palm. With a flicker of blue light, Minato returned home, only to find himself confronted by the ferocious chakra radiating from Pello's hand, causing his heart to leap into his throat. "Pello-sensei," Minato began, but Pello raised a hand to interrupt. "Fear not. You underestimate the vitality of the Uzumaki clan." Recalling the prodigious Nagato, who, even after enduring prolonged chakra extraction by the outer path, managed to command the 6 paths of pain to wreak havoc, Minato realized the extraordinary resilience of the Uzumaki lineage. Minato suppressed his anxious feelings, watching as Pello worked his magic. A torrent of powerful chakra surged from Pello's hand, flowing like a raging river into Kushina, swiftly replenishing the life force she had lost. Golden light enveloped her chakra pathways, mending the damage inflicted by the forced extraction of the tailed beast. Kushina gasped in pain, her brow furrowing, yet her complexion visibly began to regain its healthy hue. Her breathing grew steady and strong, punctuated by soft exhales. Seeing this, Minato gradually released his pent-up anxiety, a smile of relief blossoming on his face as he observed Kushina's recovery. Moments later, Kushina opened her eyes, though still somewhat weak, she had escaped the clutches of death. Pello withdrew his hand, glancing at Naruto, who remained unconscious beside her. "Hey, congratulations," Pello remarked, his gaze fixed on Naruto. "It seems you might need to change his name to Mima now, ha ha ha." This statement left Minato and Kushina momentarily bewildered. Why would they need to change his name to Minma? Soon, tears welled in Kushina's eyes as she embraced Naruto tightly. If he was truly a lifesaver, the name Minma seemed quite fitting. Minato wore a relieved smile as he witnessed Kushina's joy, tears streaming down her face alongside Naruto's. Turning to Pello, he bowed in gratitude. The warm atmosphere, however, did not linger for long. With the situation at home stabilizing, Minato, as the fourth Hokage, began to reassess the circumstances that had unfolded following the Ninetales incursion into the village. The ninjas sustained injuries on their way to provide support, with some deliberately obstructing the village's assistance, causing delays in their arrival. Suddenly, he recalled a force within the village that had remained beyond the control of the Hokage. With a cold glint in his eyes, Minato activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from his location, leaving behind a single phrase: "Kushina, Lord Peros. I have matters to attend to. Please excuse me, Umbu." Minato appeared atop a tree surrounding the Umbu, observing the silent figures below. It seemed that the team had already departed to offer aid and had yet to return. Although Danzo had perished, remnants of his root organization still lingered, rumored to have been utilized by him to undermine the Hokage's authority. Seizing the opportunity amidst the village's chaos, they commenced their machinations, likely with ulterior motives. Minato executed the Flying Thunder God technique in rapid succession, penetrating the depths of root at lightning speed. In a dimly lit chamber, a flash of blue light illuminated the space. Minato emerged and surveyed his surroundings. With his exceptional spatial awareness, he sensed the presence of something else within the Umbu. After breaking through the wall with a Rasengan, he discovered hidden secrets through a fist-sized opening before utilizing a kunai to teleport inside. The room housed numerous documents, appearing to be a clandestine archive of intelligence. Grabbing a report at random, his pupils constricted as he hastily perused the other files. Moments later, Minato's expression darkened, a dangerous glimmer flashing in his eyes. These documents detailed the myriad nefarious deeds committed by Root. As the fourth Hokage, he could not allow such parasitic entities to fester beneath the surface of Konoha, for they would inevitably lead to the village's destruction. He gathered all the intelligence present and vanished in an instant. In the Konoha office, Minato stood at the center of the room, instructing his trusted aide. Relay the orders. Conduct a thorough investigation of all Umbu members according to the list in this intelligence. Anyone with ties to Root must be dealt with accordingly, he commanded with an undeniable tone. A bloody purge quietly unfolded within Konoha. The remnants of Root, hidden deep within, were unearthed and eradicated by Minato's formidable hand, leaving no one unscathed. After this night, Minato underwent a profound transformation in his mindset. He had witnessed Peros's formidable strength and recognized the darkness and conspiracies that thrived beneath Konoha's Ade of glory, enabled by the third Hokage's tacit approval. Danzo had exploited Root to plunge the village into turmoil. He realized that relying solely on his own strength would be insufficient to confront the calamities that might arise in the future. He made a choice. "Peros, I have decided." Minato inhaled deeply. "I wish to collaborate with you. As Hokage, I will covertly assist the Akatsuki, but in return, Konoha must also flourish. I will seek the greatest benefit for the village." Peros smiled at his words. "Of course, now that you've chosen us, we are all allies." At this point, the golden flash of Konoha and the fourth Hokage officially turned against them, choosing to side with Pero. Chapter 21, AI's Ambition. After the conclusion of the Five Kage Summit, the fourth Raikage, AI, was troubled by the attack on the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, Yujito, in the village hidden in the clouds. His heart was filled with anger provoked by the Akatsuki organization and a subtle hint of unease. Since the intelligence was shared at the Five Kage Summit, the invasion of their stronghold had left the name Akatsuki embedded in his mind like a splinter. He quickly returned to the village hidden in the clouds. Inside the Raikage's office, AI's tall and muscular frame cast a massive shadow. His bronze skin was agitated, with unruly lightning chakra coursing through him, emitting a crackling sound. His gaze was fixed intensely on the corner of the room, where the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, Yujito, was curled up, clutching her knees, her head buried deeply within them. Her beautiful light brown hair was disheveled, and her petite body trembled slightly, unable to contain her fear. The room was eerily silent, as if the figure in the corner were merely an empty shell. "Yujito," AI's voice boomed like thunder, just as he intended to approach and offer comfort. He was halted by a similarly robust and muscular arm. "Big brother, you never comfort anyone," the young killer bee interjected, shaking his head and speaking in an unusual tone. "What she needs now is silence. She has endured something terrifying." AI furrowed his brow, suppressing the fury within him, and turned his gaze toward Killer Bee, asking in a low voice, "What exactly happened? Tell me everything you know." A strange guy in peculiar clothing suddenly appeared. Killer Bee's expression turned serious as he pulled out a tattered piece of fabric from his pocket, extending it toward AI. He was eerie, sneaking into the village silently, possessing formidable earth techniques and red eyes that controlled Yujito with Jinjutsu. Fortunately, Big Brother always urged me to practice the tailed beast bomb with Gyuki. I arrived just in time and blasted him away with the tailed beast bomb. As Ao listened to Killer Bee's account, he fell into deep contemplation. Red eyes capable of controlling a tailed beast. Could it possibly be the Sharingan? He took the piece of fabric, and an icy, bone-chilling killing intent erupted from him, causing the glass of the surrounding windows to tremble slightly and emit a clinking sound. "Akatsuki." AI forced the words out through clenched teeth, his terrifying chakra erupting like a volcano, instantly fracturing the floor beneath him. He slammed his fist into the adjacent wall, causing spiderweb-like cracks to spread across the entire surface. "They have already extended their claws into our village hidden in the clouds." AI's furious roar echoed within the room, his voice laced with rage. "Our village's Jinchuriki was nearly destroyed by them. This is a provocation against our village hidden in the clouds." AI was utterly enraged. Originally, the fates of Sunagakure and Awagakure were met with a sense of detached amusement, as he regarded the 5 Kage summit with a somewhat schadenfreude perspective. However, when the calamity described by Noki truly befell him, he acutely felt the suffocating threat posed by the Akatsuki organization. The audacious trampling upon the dignity of the various ninja villages stirred a deep anger within him, especially as he contemplated the possibility of Konoha lurking behind the Akatsuki's machinations. With his fury escalating, AI turned sharply and bellowed to the cloud ninja guards who had hastened to his side. "Transmit my orders. The entire village is to be placed on the highest alert. Seal off all entrances and exits. Recall all elite jonin from the field immediately. Now." He raised his robust right hand, pointing forcefully at the chest of one guard. "Defend this village with your lives. Safeguard the 2 Jinchuriki. Any suspicious individuals are to be executed on the spot, without question." "Yes." The guards trembled at the imposing aura of the Raikage, reflecting on the terrifying nature of his wrath. They scurried away to execute his commands. AI paced within the confines of the room, resembling a bloodthirsty beast surveying its prey. He recalled the absurd alliance agreement recently signed in Konoha, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Join extermination? Who would truly believe that you lot would lend genuine assistance?" He muttered to himself, his tone laced with disdain. "With their tailed beasts captured, they resembled defeated hounds with broken spines. I doubt you have the capacity to dispatch a competent force to aid us. What can Noki do other than shout at me? Sunagakure lacks even a proper Kage, and the idea of a proxy wind Kage is laughable. As for that little brat from Kirigakure, he remains but a child." AI cast a glance at the quaking Waimuki, lowering his voice slightly. "Moreover, with the recent wars having concluded, which village is not short-staffed and resource-deprived? Dispatching troops for support? They likely seek to exploit the opportunity to harm our Jinchuriki, driven by their own imbalances. A bunch of hypocrites." He halted, his eyes gleaming with burgeoning ambition and desire, electrified by the storm of his own energy, lending him an almost terrifying presence. "A cadre of fools, spouting dreams while the Akatsuki looms ominously over all. If not for the necessity to safeguard my village, I would have long since trampled over your forsaken villages, seizing your resources and lands as sustenance for Kimogakure." At that moment, a flustered cloud ninja burst in, a mixture of panic and exhilaration in his demeanor. He knelt on one knee, breathlessly reporting to AI. "Sir, we have received urgent intelligence from Konoha." AI cast an impatient glance at him. "Speak." "Last night, the 9 Tails of Konoha was released for unknown reasons and wreaked havoc within the village." "What?" AI's eyes widened in shock, his breath quickening instinctively as he seized the collar of the cloud ninja, lifting him off the ground. "Clarify." The ninja, startled by AI's sudden action, struggled to swallow before continuing. As the 9 Tails unleashed the tailed beast bomb, poised to obliterate Konoha, a member of the Akatsuki, named Pero, made his entrance. With a mere punch, he rendered the 9 Tails unconscious and seized the tailed beast right before the 4th Hokage's eyes. In that moment, Konoha was left without its tailed beast. The office was suddenly enveloped in an oppressive silence. AI released his grip, and the cloud ninja collapsed to the ground. After a few seconds, a sinister laughter erupted from AI, a cacophony of mirthful schadenfreude. He opened his arms wide, embracing the unexpected tidings, his body crackling with lightning as his emotions surged. "Well done. Excellently executed, Akatsuki," he exclaimed, though a glint of ruthlessness flickered in his gaze. Without the 9 tails, Konoha resembled a toothless tiger. "Once I deal with the Akatsuki, I shall see what they wield to uphold the hollow title of the foremost ninja village." Among the 5 great shinobi villages, only his Kumogakure retained 2-tailed beasts intact, while a Wagakure possessed one. The equilibrium among the ninja villages had been shattered by the Akatsuki. He envisioned a future where he reigned supreme over the ninja world, empowered by 2-tailed beasts. "Once I possess all the tailed beasts from the Akatsuki," AI's eyes burned with fervor, "I shall transcend even the Hokage, standing atop the pinnacle." His ambition erupted without restraint upon hearing the news. "Send out the orders." AI's voice turned icy. "Form a hunting party. Utilize every means necessary to gather intelligence on the Akatsuki. I must discern each individual, every vulnerability. Anyone daring to invade Kumogakure would face dire consequences." He paused, turning to Killer B. "Return swiftly and continue your training. Strive to unlock the full potential of the 8 tails in the shortest time possible." Under AI's command, the entire Kumogakure mobilized swiftly. A tempest of fury directed at the Akatsuki was brewing. In the Rain Village, Pero supported his chin with one hand, his ears twitching slightly as if attuned to something. A smirk played on his lips. Chapter 22. Yahiko's desires in stark contrast to the tense atmosphere of Kumogakure. The Akatsuki's base in the Rain Village exuded an air of leisure. Pero lounged with his legs crossed on a broad stone chair, casually holding the scruff of a small fox with 9 tails, the very 9 tails from which he had siphoned its chakra. "Hey, little fox, speak up." Pero prodded the furry creature's cheek with his finger, finding the texture far more delightful than that of the colossal turtle. The 9 tails, once a figure of terror within the ninja world, could now only weakly flick its tail in response. Turning its head away, it presented its rear to Pero, adopting an attitude of indifference. "What a dull creature," Pero scoffed, tossing the tailed beast aside. He surveyed the increasingly refined Akatsuki, relishing the sensation of the moment, akin to indulging in a nurturing sandbox game. As he gazed upon the tragic fates of the characters from the original work, he found himself transforming into a ruthless figure who altered the storyline with every move. This sensation gradually ensnared him. The so-called 5 Shinobi Alliance was merely a theatrical stage that he had deliberately constructed behind the scenes, reflecting on his previous life as a bus driver. Where each day was a monotonous repetition of the same scenery, he now relished the profound shift in his circumstances. His current world, unbounded and expansive, was a landscape that encompassed the entirety of existence, unconfined by fixed routes like a bus. This intense contrast fostered a certain infatuation with the power he now possessed. "Hello." A furious yet delicate voice interrupted his reverie. Conan stood with her hands on her hips, her icy demeanor radiating unmistakable ire. Last time, you left me all alone in the land of waves. If it weren't for the lessons of the past, and the reverse summoning technique I left behind in the Rain Village, did you intend for me to swim back?" Pello raised his gaze to meet hers, observing the slight rise and fall of her chest due to her anger, even hearing the accelerated heartbeat and rushing blood in her fury. "But you returned, didn't you?" He shrugged nonchalantly. "Besides, you can fly, what is there to fear? I have no intention of engaging in any romantic entanglement with you. The pivotal characters at this juncture are all minors. While the readers may relish such narratives, it's quite unfeasible to write about you." Conan was momentarily speechless with frustration. Realizing that rational discourse with him was utterly futile, perhaps he simply did not care. With a huff of indignation, she turned away, resolving to ignore this insufferable fellow for the next 3 days. Pello, however, remained unfazed, wearing an indifferent expression as he shifted his attention elsewhere. Nagato sat cross-legged on the ground, poring over the vast scroll he had retrieved from the ruins of the Land of Waves. His eyes shimmered with a glint of focus as he meticulously studied the ancient sealing techniques inscribed upon it. His fingers occasionally gestured in the air, immersing himself in the ocean of knowledge from his homeland. The secret arts of the Uzumaki clan held a lethal allure for him at this moment, serving as the key to his independence from Pello and the true mastery of his power. For Pello had mentioned that he might soon depart for a grander stage. Not far away, Yahiko appeared somewhat idle, cradling the swaddled Gaara, whose forehead bore the prominently inscribed character for love. Yahiko waved the diminutive 3-tailed tortoise in front of Gaara, as if to amuse an ordinary infant. While playfully swinging the sleepy creature, He cast envious glances at Nagato. Meanwhile, the curious Gaara observed the dancing tortoise with intrigue. Suddenly, Yahiko halted his movements, gently placing Gaara into a nearby cradle. Taking a deep breath, he approached Pello, his face a mixture of yearning and hesitation. "Pello," he began, his voice low and tinged with gravity. "May I also venture out on missions?" Pello raised an eyebrow, signaling him to continue. Each time he watched Nagato venture forth to capture tailed beasts and engage in battles with formidable ninjas, a sense of envy washed over Yahiko. His eyes brimmed with a yearning for power, his fists instinctively clenching. "I too desire strength. I wish to clear the obstacles to our ideals with my own hands, rather than remain in the base like a mere caretaker." His gaze drifted over to Gaara, nestled in the cradle, and to the slumbering Conan nearby. A bittersweet smile gracing his lips. He understood the significance of this vital logistical work, yet he longed to stand at the forefront, to realize that once elusive dream of peace with his own hands. He did not wish to live perpetually under the shadows of Pello and Nagato. Pello did not respond immediately. His eyes seemed to penetrate through layers of walls and obstacles. With his extraordinary vision, he discerned Lin's figure in a training ground several kilometers away. She was enveloped in a faint golden aura of chakra, a manifestation of Pello's own power bestowed upon her. Her movements were swift and forceful. With each punch and kick, she tore through the air with a resounding whoosh, shattering the hard rock targets into fragments. Although her control over chakra remained somewhat unrefined and her movements appeared slightly clumsy, the nascent power she exhibited was enough to instill fear in most Jainin. To become stronger, Pello withdrew his gaze, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he regarded Yahiko. He found it amusing. Quite simple, really. Rising to his feet, he approached Yahiko, his towering presence instilling an invisible pressure. "You desire power. I can grant it to you." Pello slowly raised his right hand, golden chakra coalescing and flowing within his palm. The light was not blinding, yet it seemed to harbor the energy of a sun, ferocious and dignified, casting a sacred golden hue throughout the room. His palm, brimming with tempestuous chakra, pressed against Yahiko's abdomen. Yahiko did not flinch. There was no fear in his eyes, only an overwhelming excitement and an insatiable longing for the future. He could sense that the trajectory of his life would be irrevocably altered in this very moment. As Pello's palm made contact with Yahiko's abdomen, a sealing technique took form there, and the golden light surged forth like a flood, instantly engulfing Yahiko. He felt an unimaginable warmth and wild power coursing through his limbs, every cell in his body rejoicing and reconstituting. Ultimately, all the chakra converged within the sealing mark on his abdomen, ready for the host to command. His eyes flew open, and within his once orange pupils, a brilliant flash of gold shimmered. An unprecedented aura of strength erupted from him, soaring into the heavens. Yahiko clenched his fist, never before having experienced such formidable power. Pello delivered a decisive admonition: "Stop standing there. Hasten to report to Akatsuki. In your current state, you should sit at the same table as Len." Chapter 23. The Jinchuriki Project Amigakure. Within the Akatsuki base, Yahiko stood motionless, golden flames of energy swirling around him. His eyes tightly shut as he reveled in an unprecedented power. He felt every cell within him rejoicing, tentatively clenching his fist, producing a resounding crack in the air. "This is power," he murmured, his voice laced with an uncontrollable excitement. Pello leaned against a stone chair, his expression impassive as he observed him. His gaze swept over Yahiko, then pierced through the walls to the training ground where Rin was adapting to her newfound strength, having grown considerably over the past few days. The sparring between Akatsuki and Rin was becoming increasingly strenuous. Rin currently exhibited immense potential, a formidable force among the ninjas of this world, yet it remained insufficient. Pello's thoughts began to wander. Given the current strength of the Akatsuki, they could indeed traverse the ninja realm with ease. Nagato possessed the Rinnegan, and Akatsuki along with the newly joined Scorpion boasted a power roughly equivalent to that of the elite. However, to Pello, this organization still appeared fragile. Aside from Yahiko, Nagato, and Conan, who had grown up together, the rest were unfortunate souls Pello had forcibly recruited. In terms of loyalty, this group resembled a rabble. They lacked a unified belief and absolute fidelity. Once he departed this world through the dragon vein, this seemingly powerful Akatsuki could potentially crumble due to internal strife or other reasons. It was still too weak, Pello mused. He could not linger indefinitely playing house. This world merely served as a starting point on his lengthy journey through life. He would eventually venture into the vast universe beyond. He required a permanent solution, a strategy that would allow the Akatsuki to stand tall at the pinnacle of the world even after he withdrew his protection. For the first time, Pero began to think proactively, rather than passively following the storyline. His Kryptonian brain surged into high gear at that moment. With his supervision, he scanned countless pieces of intelligence, ninjutsu texts, and various secret documents flashing through his mind. The superbrain deconstructed and reorganized them, running simulations. Suddenly, he contemplated the Jinchuriki of this world, the method of sealing tailed beasts within ninjas, granting them immense power. This idea was feasible. A bold thought sprang into his mind. Ding! Host has activated Superbrain for the first time, Energy 05. The sudden notification in his mind interrupted Pero's train of thought. Really? You choose this moment to make your presence known? Pero internally grumbled. Couldn't you wait until I finished my thoughts? How utterly unthoughtful. Although his train of thought was disrupted, that brilliant plan had already taken shape in his mind and was swiftly fleshed out by his rapidly operating superbrain. He glanced at the still exuberant Yahiko, then peered through the wall at Lin, whom he had previously revived using his chakra. This method of sealing chakra to gain power was antiquated and inefficient. Despite its vastness, this chakra would eventually be depleted. What he required was a self-sustaining entity capable of growth, akin to the tailed beasts. Since tailed beasts could be sealed, why not create a clone from his own chakra? A manifestation constructed from a single core of his cellular chakra, one he could control absolutely. He envisioned this clone as a tailed beast, sealed within a chosen vessel, transforming them into a being reminiscent of a Jinchuriki, yet distinct from one. The term Superman Squad ignited a spark in Pero's eyes. This signified that those endowed with Pero's power would no longer merely borrow his chakra. Instead, they would possess a core akin to a weakened Kryptonian, perhaps dubbed Patriots. They would be able to amplify their strength through sunlight, much like Pero. Although this power would undoubtedly have its limits, it would be sufficient to elevate them above the entire shinobi world, even surpassing the extraterrestrial Tsutsuki. He would no longer need to fear being bullied by otherworldly beings after the Akatsuki's dominion over the world. Yahiko, please fetch Lin and bring her to the office. Pero's voice was calm. Yahiko, still acclimating to his newfound powers, scratched his head and exited the office. Shortly after, he returned with Lin, both wearing expressions of confusion as they approached Pero. Pero, uncle? Without delving into elaborate explanations, Pero clapped his hands together. With a muffled grunt, two energy clones, identical in appearance to him but composed of golden light, emerged from either side of his body. Stand still, you may experience some discomfort. Pero extended his hands, pressing them against Yahiko and Lin's abdomens. The improved sealing technique manifested upon their midsections. He intended to extract the chakra previously infused within them and replace it with two perfect Kryptonian clones. Oh! A wave of excruciating pain surged through Yahiko and Lin, the ferocious chakra thoroughly transforming their bodies. Moments later, Pero released his grip, and the two, deprived of support, collapsed to the ground, propping themselves up with their hands, gasping for breath, as the floor became damp with their sweat. I've endured this pain twice today. Yahiko managed to raise his right hand, forming a peace sign. The agony arrived swiftly, yet it dissipated just as quickly. In the next instant, an unprecedented sensation flooded their minds. What is this? Lin exclaimed in shock, lifting her gaze. Eyes and ears. Yahiko echoed, astonished. This newfound power was infinitely more potent than what he had just received, and he clutched his head in disbelief. The entire world seems transformed, an overwhelming tide of countless sounds, images, and scents flooding into his mind, leaving them both dizzy and disoriented. This sensation is akin to that of Kryptonians first encountering the Earth's environment. Pero observed them silently, extending his finger to touch their foreheads, activating a biological force field to help them filter the excessive sensory information. It appeared their brains had not evolved in synchrony. Gradually acclimatize. What you possess now is merely the tip of my iceberg, Pero remarked coolly. Minutes later, Yahiko and Rin finally regained their composure amidst the sensory overload. They rose, feeling the potent and enduring energy coursing within them, their eyes brimming with astonishment. Pero nodded in satisfaction, noting that part of his plan had succeeded. Next, his gaze seemed to pierce through the fabric of time and space. Yahiko, Conan, and Nagato. These core members must be transformed into Pero's Jinchuriki. As for the other members, Pero harbored no trust in them. Their loyalty would dictate whether he would bestow power upon them. Should they utilize this strength for actions detrimental to the Akatsuki, he could withdraw it at any moment, bearing no responsibility for the repercussions of sudden chakra depletion. At that moment, he recalled Nagato's 6 paths of pain. A smile crept across Pero's lips. What if the bodies of the 6 paths of pain were all Pero's Jinchuriki? That would create 6 individuals, utterly obedient to commands. Tireless and fearless, superhumans. An unprecedented and formidable organization was quietly taking shape. However, the time was not yet ripe. Pero lifted his gaze, as if surveying every corner of the ninja villages. Before that, he intended to engage in a playful game of house within the ninja realm. He would leave a shadow clone in the ninja world while journeying to the core of the sun to bask in its brilliance. A grand war in the ninja realm, orchestrated by him, was on the verge of commencing. Chapter 24. The power of a new generation since being sealed within Pero's godlike power. Yahiko felt as if he lived in a state of exhilarating fervor every day. He no longer needed to toil ceaselessly to refine chakra. Simply standing in the sunlight allowed waves of warm energy to flow into him effortlessly. He yearned for battle, eager to assist his comrades once more. Unable to contain himself, he addressed Nagato. Nagato, let me accompany you on the next mission to capture a tailed beast. Nagato lifted his gaze from the scroll, his Rinnegan calmly fixed on Yahiko. He sensed the change in Yahiko. No longer was he merely an idealist driven by passion. Within him lay a power that even he found startling. There is no objective at present, Nagato replied, shaking his head. Since our recent actions, the major ninja villages have intensified their protection of Jinchuriki. The name of the Akatsuki has spread throughout the ninja world. No Jinchuriki will venture forth as easily as the former Aji. Yahiko's gaze dimmed, his clenched fists gradually relaxing. Did he possess such strength only to serve as a caretaker in the base? At that moment, the office window was suddenly thrust open from the outside, and a figure gracefully floated in. It was Conan. She abruptly interrupted the conversation between the two. There have been sightings of the 6 tails Jinchuriki. Conan's voice was cool as she unfolded a map, pointing to a location on the border of the Land of Water. Our informant has relayed information that the 6 tails Jinchuriki has appeared there, behaving strangely. The 6 tails Jinchuriki? Nagato furrowed his brow, questioning the reliability of the intel. Why would he be there? The report states that it is a child, seemingly evading the pursuit of the Umbu from the hidden mist village, yet his movements are peculiar. As if he is waiting for something, Conan added. An opportunity has arisen. Yahiko's eyes instantly brightened. He stepped forward and declared with determination, Nagato, Conan, allow me to participate in this mission. Nagato regarded Yahiko and nodded. Very well, I understand. Yahiko responded eagerly. Their dialogue was overheard in another training room within the base. Rin had just completed a round of intense physical training. The golden aura surrounding her gradually subsided, yet her gaze involuntarily pierced through the wall toward the adjacent room. After Uncle Peros had bestowed her with this power, her senses had become extraordinarily acute. She could see Obito diligently practicing would release. Striving to master a power that did not belong to him, his face etched with seriousness and determination. A complex emotion surged within Rin. In the past, it was always Obito and Kakashi who protected her, but now Yahiko had also gained strength and was about to step onto the battlefield. And what about her? Was she to remain hidden forever? No. This time, it is my turn to protect you. Rin took a deep breath, her gaze resolute. She exited the training room and approached Nagato and Yahiko directly. I want to go too. Her voice was soft, yet it carried a weight of conviction. Yahiko and Nagato exchanged surprised glances. Rin, this mission is perilous, Yahiko instinctively cautioned. My current strength is no less than yours. Rin interrupted him, her eyes fixed on Nagato. I need real combat to master this power. Kakuzu can no longer assist me. Excited by her newfound abilities, Rin sought out Kaku. And after delivering a powerful blow that incapacitated one of Kakuzu's hearts, he no longer dared to spar with her. Nagato remained silent. Very well. Nagato finally relented. Prepare yourselves. We depart immediately. The Land of Water, border. A thin mist enveloped the coastline. A boy, appearing to be no older than 10, clad in an ill-fitting blue kimono and barefoot, anxiously walked along the beach. His eyes were filled with a terror and weariness that belied his age, glancing back frequently, warily surveying the dark woods behind him as though a terrifying monster lurked within. He could sense that some individuals were closely trailing behind, awaiting a particular event. Uncertain of how much longer he could endure, his anxious thoughts were abruptly interrupted when the sky above darkened. Instinctively, he looked up, and his pupils constricted in shock. 3 figures, clad in crimson robes adorned with black clouds, hovered in the air, coldly gazing down at him. The leader, a man with crimson hair, possessed a pair of purple eyes, intricately etched with mysterious patterns that sent shivers through his very soul. Make your move. Nagato's voice was devoid of emotion. Just as they prepared to descend and capture him, an unforeseen twist occurred. Water style, water shark bomb. Water style, great waterfall technique. In an instant, the forest behind him erupted with an overwhelming surge of chakra. Countless mist ninjas surged forth like a tidal wave, launching an assault upon the three in the air, enveloping them in a torrent of ninjutsu. Just as expected, Nagato uttered with a cold snort. Yahiko, observing the mass of people surging below, felt the power coursing within him and could not suppress an excited smile. Leave them to me. Before he finished speaking, he had already dove downwards. Huh, Rin exclaimed softly. Her pale golden chakra flames instantly enveloping her form as she followed suit. Faced with a combined ninjutsu attack potent enough to level a small mountain, Yahiko showed no intent to evade. Instead, he simply thrust his fist forward. No ninjutsu was employed, only pure strength. A colossal explosion erupted. Before Yahiko's fist, the air was instantaneously compressed, generating a shockwave barrier. All incoming water-style ninjutsu, whether water sharks or waterfalls, were violently dispersed and evaporated upon contact with this barrier. The hundreds of mist ninjas below were rendered speechless, unable to believe their eyes. Before they could recover from their shock, Rin had transformed into a streak of golden light, penetrating their ranks. Her speed was unparalleled, leaving behind a series of afterimages. With every strike, a foe fell. She employed no flamboyant ninjutsu, only the simplest of punches and kicks. Yet, each blow contained terrifying kinetic energy. Those struck, under her deliberate restraint, were sent flying like ragdolls, succumbing to unconsciousness. Yahiko was even more direct, like a tiger amidst a flock of sheep. Each punch he threw generated wind strong enough to send several mist ninjas flying. This was not a battle, it was a one-sided massacre. In less than a minute, the beach lay strewn with ninjas. Hundreds of elite mist ninjas were eradicated by the two with overwhelming force. The young boy, Foam, stared in disbelief at the terrifying scene before him. It's over. Yahiko clapped his hands, as if merely having completed a trivial task. He turned to prepare to take Foam away. At that moment, a surge of chakra, vast and chilling, soared into the sky, surpassing all that had come before. You shall not escape. The figure of the fourth Mizukage, Yakura, appeared on a nearby rock, his hands swiftly forming seals as immense vapor coalesced behind him. A colossal wave surged forth. Intrigued, Yahiko advanced rather than retreating, unleashing a punch of his own. Boom. The two forces collided midair, the explosive shockwave dispersing the surrounding seawater by several dozen meters, creating a fleeting vacuum. However, Yakura's assault did not end there. He maneuvered to the side, his palm enveloped in chakra, striking at Rin's vulnerable back from an acute angle. Shinra Tensei. An unparalleled repulsive force erupted instantaneously, and Yakura felt an overwhelming power surge through him, sending his body spiraling uncontrollably into the distant cliffside. Let us go? Nagato lifted the terrified F, who was rendered speechless, and addressed Yahiko and Rin. The three figures flickered and soared into the sky, vanishing into the distance. With a grunt, Yakura struggled free from the rubble, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He gazed in the direction where the Akatsuki trio had disappeared, his fists clenched tightly, nails piercing his palms, blood trickling through his fingers. Disgrace. An unprecedented humiliation. The Akatsuki had grown to such formidable heights. They trampled the dignity of the 5 great shinobi villages, dismissing their proud strengths as mere trifles. Yakura gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with unquenchable fury and resentment. He finally comprehended that the power of a single village could not possibly contend with such a monstrous organization. He resolved to immediately contact the other 4 Kage, to reveal the events of today to the world, and to foster a genuine alliance among the 5 great shinobi villages. At any cost, the Akatsuki, this malignant tumor, must be eradicated from the ninja world. Chapter 25. The End of Inflation is the Beating of Society, Part 1. After successfully capturing the 6 tails, the trio returned to the Akatsuki. This mission held immense significance for Yahiko. It marked his first genuine combat experience after acquiring powers akin to a divine being. It was also the first time he annihilated the battlefield with overwhelming force, as he, unarmed, obliterated the water techniques unleashed by over 100 mist ninjas into vapor, crushing elite shinobi who had once posed a challenge to him like mere insects. An unprecedented sense of pride and fulfillment erupted within him. He was no longer a weakling. He now possessed the capability to realize the ideals he once cherished. Although he was nominally the founder and leader of the Akatsuki, his previous lack of strength had rendered him incapable of controlling the organization, leaving the front to Nagato and Conan. Now, he felt capable once more. With this buoyant spirit, Yahiko strolled through the Akatsuki, as if surveying his domain like an old dog. As he passed by the training ground, he caught sight of a figure despondently sitting cross-legged on the grass. The tattered Akatsuki cloak he wore exposed a body composed of the cells of white Zetsu and Hashirama, dirted and covered in dust. He appeared quite disheveled. "Hey, Obito, just finished being trampled by Kakazu?" Yahiko approached, a hint of barely perceptible superiority in his tone. Obito looked up, recognizing Yahiko, and sighed deeply, sprawling out on the grass behind him, gazing at the perpetually gray sky above Rain Village. "Don't even mention it. I feel like a complete waste right now." Obito's voice carried a note of dejection. "Lin is so strong now. It's laughable that I once claimed I would protect her. At this rate, I can hardly even catch a glimpse of her back." Obito paused, his tone growing more melancholic. "Even that miserly Uncle Kakazu praises Lin's strength daily, mocking me by saying that if I don't put in more effort, I'll be reduced to merely holding Lin's shoes. Can you believe that?" He thumped the grass in frustration. Listening to Obito's grievances, Yahiko's eyes flashed with memories. "Yes. If it weren't for Pero, what would I be now?" Yahiko instinctively clenched his fists. "Just a few days ago, I felt the same way." He took a deep breath and slowly spoke, "But Pero has given me new strength." "Pero?" Obito shot up from the ground, his eyes brimming with envy. "I truly envy you. If only I could gain such power, then I could still protect Lin." He placed his hands behind his head and reclined once more. "But speaking of which," Obito turned his head, curiosity piqued. "Since you've acquired new strength, just how powerful are you now? Are you stronger than Uncle Kakazu? How do you compare to Konan? Or Nagato?" The barrage of questions left Yahiko momentarily speechless. His inflated ego instinctively urged him to assert his superiority, but the words caught in his throat. He simply felt stronger, yet lacked a clear understanding of just how formidable he had become. "Them?" Yahiko sat beside Obito, propping his chin in his hand as they both stared at the sky. He replied vaguely, "Nagato possesses the Rinnegan, which makes him inherently powerful. As for Konan, her strength is somewhat intertwined with her financial resources, but her primary battlefield is currently the office. After all, the visible leader of Rain Village is still that fellow named Hanzo, though we all know he is merely a puppet controlled by Nagato." Obito, upon hearing this, pouted, seemingly dissatisfied with the answer. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him, and he slapped his thigh, sitting upright. "I've got an idea." Obito's eyes gleamed with excitement as he turned to Yahiko. "You believe you're quite strong now, right?" Yahiko nodded, albeit confused. "Then you should challenge them." "Me?" Yahiko pointed at himself in disbelief. "You want me to fight them?" With a thumbs up and a dazzling smile revealing a row of bright white teeth, Obito encouraged Yahiko. "Why not go and challenge them? If you win, you'll be able to undertake any mission you desire. It's merely a matter of your word." Yahiko's eyes sparkled with newfound determination. Indeed, why hadn't he considered confronting them? He returned the gesture with an equally enthusiastic thumbs up. Eagerly, Yahiko made his way to the office of the Rain Shadow. "Konan, let us spar," he declared as he burst through the door, issuing a challenge. Konan, engrossed in paperwork, barely lifted her gaze. "Is that why you're here?" "I'm too busy, and I haven't fought in ages. My combat instincts can't keep up with your battle-hardened crew. Seek someone else." Though Yahiko faced a straightforward rejection, he remained undeterred, acknowledging the truth in Konan's words. He turned to seek another target. He found Nagato at their former secret base. With a resounding crash, he flung open the door. "Nagato, let us have a match." Nagato slowly opened his eyes, the tranquil Rinnegan assessing Yahiko. He nodded slightly. "Very well." The two arrived at the training ground. As the battle commenced, Yahiko let out a fierce shout. A golden chakra flame enveloped him, filling him with an overwhelming sense of power. As if he could fell 3 or 4 bulls with a single punch. He charged at Nagato with all his speed. Yet, Nagato remained stationary, not even shifting his stance. His Rinnegan fixed on the rapidly approaching Yahiko. A subtle movement of his finger summoned Shinra Tensei. An irresistible force grasped Yahiko, pulling him toward Nagato with alarming swiftness. Simultaneously, Nagato unleashed Banch Tenin. The opposing forces of attraction and repulsion collided, and Yahiko felt as though he were being struck by 2 meteors, one pulling him in, the other thrusting him away. He was sent hurtling backward, crashing through the walls of the training ground. Lying amidst the rubble, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, the radiant flames around him gradually receding. Nagato approached Yahiko, gazing down at him with a calm demeanor. "In your current state, you display a certain navet. You possess strength, yet you lack the understanding of how to wield it. Your combat style mirrors that of 3 years ago, when Jiraiya-sensei taught you. There is no distinction. Your arrogance blinds you to the disparity between yourself and your adversaries." With that, Nagato turned and walked away. his hand discreetly brushing his chest as he endeavored to steady his emotions. This fellow disregards martial ethics. His speed is astonishing, nearly catching me off guard. I suppose I'll have to ask Pain for one of those, or I want to be able to keep him in check in the future. Meanwhile, Yahiko lay in the ruins, questioning his life's choices. Above, Pain basked in the sun over Amigay, observing all that transpired. Intriguingly, it appears that these Kryptonians, created through the method of human pillars, are seemingly incapable of utilizing biological fields. He stroked his chin, mentally noting this discovery. This implies that they cannot be immune to pure physical attacks like myself. Nevertheless, at present, there seems to be no one in the ninja world capable of inflicting harm upon them. Perhaps a remedy can be sought in the future. Chapter 26. The End of Expansion is the Brutal Reality of Society, Part 2. After enduring an unrelenting social reprimand from Nagato, Yahiko seemed to gain a semblance of clarity. Rising from the ruins, the inflated pride within him had diminished considerably. In its place emerged a faint sense of defeat. He believed that as long as he did not encounter someone of Nagato's caliber again, he could still hold his ground in the Hidden Rain village. He dejectedly exited the training grounds, only to collide with Rin, who had just returned from her warm-up and was preparing for her training. Observing the ethereal glow about her, an impulsive idea ignited within Yahiko's mind. If I cannot defeat Nagato, can I not best Rin? She is a medical ninja, young in age, surely lacking in combat experience. His fleeting confidence surged once more. Rin, Yahiko called out, intercepting her. Rin looked at him, puzzled. What is it? Feigning an air of superiority, he proposed. Shall we engage in a sparring match? Rin glanced at his disheveled appearance and sensed the sudden spark of determination in his eyes. All right, she nodded. 5 minutes later, Yahiko lay sprawled on the ground, battered and bruised, feeling as though his entire skeletal structure was on the verge of disintegration. The glow surrounding him flickered erratically before vanishing entirely, much like his self-assurance. Rin stood beside him, arms crossed, observing the fallen Yahiko with a shake of her head. She had not fully unleashed Uncle Pero's power, fully aware that this strength was not inherently hers. She could only harness it to continuously grow stronger. Her rigorous training was solely aimed at better protecting Obito and Kakashi. Utilizing only the most fundamental taijutsu, combined with a modicum of chakra, she had rendered Yahiko utterly defenseless. Having studied medical ninjutsu theory, she was adept at identifying Yahiko's weaknesses with each of his attempts to strike, applying the least force to achieve maximum damage. Your strength is comparable to mine. While formidable, your mind is too chaotic, she remarked before turning away and departing. While losing to Nagato could be attributed to his extraordinary abilities, the notion of being bested by Rin, a thought that had never crossed his mind, stripped him of all remaining confidence. He felt as though he ought to possess a large, red nose. Dragging his heavy feet, he slowly wandered about the training area, only to spot a familiar figure at the opposite end. Uchiha Obito, the very person who had urged him to challenge Nagato. Seeing Obito, his confidence flickered once more. I cannot possibly be unable to defeat Nagato or Rin, let alone this insignificant wretch who has not even obtained any power. It is inconceivable, absolutely inconceivable. Yahiko quickened his pace towards Obito, his gaze laden with hostility. Yahiko, what on earth are you doing? Obito observed Yahiko's bruised visage, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Enough with the nonsense. In an instant, flames reignited around Yahiko. You are the one who urged me to challenge Nagato, causing me to embarrass myself in front of everyone. You are the root of this misfortune, and I intend to reclaim my dignity at your expense. Yahiko attributed all blame to Obito. Although he recognized the unfairness of this action, he felt compelled to bolster his fragile self-esteem. Obito, upon hearing this, grew anxious. Hey, don't act recklessly. Yahiko remained silent, his resolve hardening as he prepared to strike. Seeing Yahiko's determination, Obito clenched his teeth in resignation. His Sharingan whirled fiercely, and his form became ethereal in an instant. Yahiko threw a powerful punch, which passed through Obito's incorporeal body, striking only air and carving a shallow trench into the ground. What? Yahiko's pupils contracted. What was this technique? He noticed Obito's eyes rotating. Is that the Sharingan? After enduring a day full of setbacks, Yahiko felt his defenses crumbling. How could even Obito possess such an overpowered ability? Using the Sharingan, Obito danced between the realms of reality and illusion, occasionally unleashing a jutsu that, while not particularly damaging, was deeply humiliating. Yahiko's upper garments were nearly singed away by Obito's fire technique. Enraged, he shouted in frustration. Had he known of Obito's abilities, he would have never chosen to confront him. It would have been better to endure another beating from Rin, Being unable to land a hit on Obito drove Yahiko to the brink of madness. "You coward. If you have any guts, stop hiding." "Not a chance. Not until you concede," Obito taunted, continuing his evasive maneuvers and even making a mocking face at Yahiko. After a while, Yahiko began to pant, the flames surrounding him dimming. He reflected that he could not continue in this manner. Obito's eyes were akin to cheating. At last, Yahiko's mind, which had stagnated after gaining his power, began to churn once more. He ceased his assault, closed his eyes, and tapped into the heightened sensory abilities bestowed upon him as a Jinchuriki, attuning himself to the unusual fluctuations in the space around him. Now was the moment. The instant Obito materialized to unleash a jutsu, Yahiko abruptly opened his eyes. He focused on Obito, not attacking outright, but instead preemptively striking at an empty space beside him. As Obito completed his jutsu and momentarily returned to corporeality, he was met with a fist rapidly enlarging before him. His eyes darted to the side, attempting to phase out once more, but it was too late. With a resounding thud, Obito collapsed, stars dancing in his vision, felled by a single blow. Yahiko leaned on his knees, gasping for breath. Although he had emerged victorious, there was no sense of exhilaration to be found. At that moment, a leisurely applause broke the silence. Kakuzu appeared at the edge of the arena, clapping as he approached, proclaiming, "Marvelous, truly marvelous." His words dripped with mockery. "Young man, I see it clearly now. Pero has bestowed upon you the same power as Rin, yet you squander it in pursuit of mere amusement. You possess great strength, yet you remain ignorant of its most fundamental application. You are, quite frankly, inferior even to Rin." Kakuzu's words struck Yahiko like a heavy hammer, shattering the last remnants of his pride. He stood there, dazed, gazing down at his hands. Have I truly grown stronger? The words of Nagato, Rin, and Kakuzu echoed in his mind, alongside the frustration of his recent battle with Obito. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. He understood that what Pero had granted him was merely power, while he himself remained the same boy he had been 3 days prior. His mindset, his awareness, his combat techniques, all were still trapped in the past. He was but a mortal wielding a divine artifact, nothing more. A bitter smile crept across Yahiko's face, one imbued with a sense of relief and an unprecedented enlightenment. Rising from the ground, the disarray of his appearance and the bruises on his face remained. Yet the light in his eyes had transformed. The restlessness and arrogance had vanished, replaced by a resolute determination. He approached Kakuzu, inhaled deeply, and bowed respectfully. "Kakuzu-senpai, please teach me how to fight and how to wield ninjutsu." Then, he sought out Rin, equally sincere in his request. "Rin, please be my opponent and help me hone my taijutsu and combat awareness." He had made up his mind. From this day forth, he would temporarily seal this gift, treating it as a trump card. He would return to the fundamentals, relying on himself, starting anew with the most basic ninjutsu and taijutsu, forging his will and skill step by step. Merely drawing on the faint chakra that leaked from the seal within him would suffice to elevate his ninjutsu far beyond that of ordinary practitioners. He resolved to master this power through his own sweat and effort. 3 consecutive defeats had finally illuminated the path that truly belonged to him. Chapter 27. Pero's directorial self-cultivation in the training grounds of Amigakure. Pero looked down at the 2 figures on the ground. Nagato and Konan, core members of the Akatsuki, were now sprawled on the earth, drenched in sweat and panting heavily. Their bodies trembled slightly, their faces etched with an expression of profound pain and complexity. Just moments ago, they had undergone a transformation akin to that of Yahiko and Rin, sealing away Pero's avatar, becoming the second batch of Jinchuriki in this world. In the distance, Yahi and Rin, who had already acclimated to their newfound powers, stood alongside Obito, who, having yet to attain any abilities, gazed at the unfolding scene with a countenance filled with envy. They were seasoned veterans, acutely aware of the monumental transformation Nagato and Konan were currently undergoing. Moments later, a signature golden flame, reminiscent of a liquid sun, began to rise gently from Nagato and Konan. Their breathing gradually steadied as they sensed a power within them, distinct from the Rinnegan and paper jutsu, yet perfectly harmonized, a force emanating from a higher echelon of existence. The entire world felt transformed. Nagato spread his palm, observing the pulsating golden energy within it, murmuring to himself. At that juncture, Pero inexplicably produced a large blackboard, which he set up with a resounding thud before conjuring a teaching rod seemingly out of thin air. This abrupt and incongruous scene, so alien to the world of ninjas, left everyone present in stunned silence. Pero surveyed the superhuman team he had created, delighting inwardly at their expressions, finally having utilized the system space for the first time. Clearing his throat, he rapped the blackboard with the teaching rod, adopting an authoritative demeanor. All right, class, settle down. We shall commence our lesson now. He turned to the blackboard, scribbling incomprehensible symbols resembling gene chains and energy circuits. Finally, he faced them, pointing to the blackboard with earnestness. First and foremost, congratulations to all of you for successfully transforming into the test version of Pero's Jinchuriki. Your bodies now harbor my clones, which theoretically allows you to replenish energy and enhance yourselves by absorbing sunlight, though this enhancement has its limits and cannot exceed my own. Conan was the first to recover from her shock, raising her hand like an eager student. Teacher, what is that limit? Pero shook his head, pacing before the blackboard with the teaching rod in hand. I do not know. The specifics of this limit, the new abilities you may develop, and potential side effects are all for you to discover, as I have only just devised this method. In essence, you are my guinea pigs, understood? A wave of incredulity swept through the group at being treated as mere test subjects. You must keep detailed records of your experiences, such as the duration of sunlight exposure and the extent of your power increase, Pero added. He paused, shifting his expression to a more serious tone. In due time, I will leave a clone within the Akatsuki, while my true self ventures to a distant location. Rest assured, I can project my consciousness onto this clone at any moment. However, due to chakra being a relatively low-grade energy, this clone's strength will be significantly diminished, approximately 1/10,000th of my true form. Nevertheless, it shall remain invincible in this world. Where are you going? Nagato swiftly grasped the crux of the matter. Pero flashed a wide grin, revealing a set of pearly whites. I intend to take a nap inside the sun. The sunlight in the planetary orbit is too feeble. I can't sleep comfortably each day. Taking a slumber within the sun? Everyone present, including the 5 who had just become Pero's Jinchuriki, felt their worldview being challenged anew. They had been reveling in their ability to absorb sunlight and grow stronger, only to realize that Pero, in his essence, had grown weary of the sun's inadequacy and was ready to immerse himself directly within it. Was the chasm between them and Pero truly this vast? Now, let us address the matter at hand. Pero rapped the blackboard once more. Recently, the major ninja villages had been rather restless, privately discussing how to contend with our Akatsuki organization. However, that Raikage currently harbored no desire to join forces. He preferred to fight solo. You shall create a stir in the hidden cloud village, compelling them to form an alliance. Before you depart, I shall assist you in resolving the final hidden threat. Pero seized a piece of chalk and meticulously drew an exceedingly precise rinnegan, adorned with 6 concentric circles. The greatest obstacle to your dominion over the ninja world does not reside within it, but rather in the heavens. His pointer struck heavily upon the rinnegan, or rather, upon the moon. It is she, the mother of the sage of 6 paths, the progenitor of chakra, Kagaya Akatsuki. What? Nagato instinctively touched the area beneath his eyes, rising in shock. The origin of this eye is linked to that Kagaya Akatsuki? Indeed. Pero nodded affirmatively. Uchiha Obito had been deceived by Kagaya's manifestation, Black Zetsu. He had believed that Black Zetsu was a reflection of his own will. He thought he was executing the Eye of the Moon plan, aiming to grant the entire ninja world a false peace through infinite Tsukuyami. Little did he know, it was merely a millennia-spanning ruse devised by Black Zetsu to resurrect Kagaya Akatsuki. Observing the astonished expressions on their faces, Pero felt a smirk tugging at his lips. It was exhilarating to play the role of the spoiler. Therefore, you must apprehend him directly, compelling him to revive Kagaya. At that time, their Jinchuriki, as vital combatants, will undoubtedly take the lead. You, the Akatsuki organization, shall eradicate them all, gather the 9-tailed beasts, and then proceed to the next phase. You must offer Black Zetsu an opportunity, presenting the 9-tailed beasts before him to assist in using the Rinnegan to resurrect Uchiha Obito, thereby making him the 10 Jinchuriki. Subsequently, you shall deliver a thorough beating to Uchiha Obito, forcing him to activate the Rinnegan and successfully initiate infinite Tsukuyami. Once infinite Tsukuyami is set in motion, the essential elements for Kagaya Akatsuki's resurrection will be assembled, plunging all ninjas into the infinite Tsukuyami, where the divine tree will siphon their chakra. At that moment, Black Zetsu will betray Obito, employing the Rinnegan and the chakra of all tailed beasts to resurrect his mother, Kagaya. Pero paused, surveying the now dazed crowd. Finally, in the climactic moment, when Black Zetsu believes himself invincible with his mother at his back, a cruel yet exhilarated smile graced Pero's lips as he raised his pointer. You merely need to call my name, and I shall return from the sun, allowing her to witness firsthand the essence of true divinity. Chapter 28. The grand performance unfolds. The battle at the border of the land of water erupted like a colossal meteor plunging into a tranquil lake, generating waves powerful enough to upheave the entire ninja world. The last Jinchuriki of the Six Tails from the Hidden Mist Village was effortlessly seized by the Akatsuki organization, as if it were a mere chick being lifted. This news, akin to a bird with the swiftest of wings, spread with alarming speed across the 5 great nations, inciting a near panic. Previously, the Mizukage had never confronted the Akatsuki directly, possessing only a fragmented understanding of their capabilities through intelligence reports. He had never perceived the Akatsuki as particularly formidable. Yet, this battle instilled within the Mizukage a palpable sense of dread. An urgent letter penned by Mizukage Yukura was dispatched to Konoha, the Wagakure, Suna, and Kumogakure. In this correspondence, Yukura meticulously detailed the utterly extraordinary and terrifying powers exhibited by the 2 members of the Akatsuki. He formally issued a plea for an urgent coalition on behalf of the Hidden Mist Village, urging the 4 Kages to set aside all prejudice, suspicion, and enmity, and to unite in a concerted effort to eradicate the Akatsuki, the imminent threat to the ninja world. Upon receiving this letter, a wave of fear rapidly permeated the upper echelons and intelligence departments of the various ninja villages. The Akatsuki, once merely a name within intelligence dossiers, had inexplicably become active within the ninja realm, demonstrating through their actions how sharp their fangs truly were, fueled by their insatiable ambition. In a matter of mere months, the tailed beasts of Suna, Iwa, Konoha, and Kiri had been sequentially seized, culminating in the death of the Wind Shadow. This was no longer a mere provocation. It was a humiliation of the existing order of the ninja world, trampling their dignity beneath foot. The leadership of the ninja villages could no longer remain idle. In Konoha, a 5 Kage summit was convened once more. This time, they brought with them a contingent of elite forces, indicating that this was not merely an ordinary meeting but a prelude to war. Soon, Anoki, the Earth Shadow of Awagakure, the acting Wind Shadow of Sunagakure, and the recently beleaguered Mizukage Yukura personally led their most elite ninjas toward the Land of Fire. They stationed their troops near the borders of Konoha, adopting a posture of readiness for battle, while the 3 Kages proceeded ahead with their guards, their expressions grave as they made their way to Konoha. In that moment, the entire ninja world was engulfed in a tense atmosphere, as the impending clash weighed heavily upon all. In the Hokage's office within Konoha, the last rays of the setting sun filtered through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm, golden hue across the room. Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage, sat behind the desk, symbolizing the highest authority of the village, adorned in the ceremonial robes of the Hokage. His golden hair gleamed brilliantly in the light. Before him lay several urgent documents, yet he chose not to glance at them, instead fixating on the elderly man seated across the soft sofa. The 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, appeared to have aged a decade, slumped in the plush seat. He was devoid of his Hokage hat, his graying hair somewhat disheveled, and he clutched his iconic pipe tightly, the curling smoke enveloping him. Minato, have you truly made your decision? Hiruzen turned, his voice hoarse. His murky eyes were now filled with fatigue. It was due to the 3rd Great Ninja War that our village, lacking in strength, was compelled to send numerous underage children to the battlefield. In the Battle of Kikyo Mountain, although we emerged victorious, how many young lives were sacrificed? This contradicted the very essence of what the 1st Hokage established Konoha for. He tapped the end of his pipe against the armrest of the sofa, producing a dull thud. I feel remorse, which is why I entrusted the position of Hokage to you, hoping you would guide the village towards genuine peace. Yet now, Konoha has yet to recover from the wounds of war, and you wish to lead us into another conflict with the Akatsuki? Minato, we cannot endure another large-scale war. Minato listened quietly to Hiruzen's concerns, comprehending the weight of the elder's worries. He refrained from disclosing that he had already aligned himself with Jiraiya. 3rd Hokage, I understand your apprehensions, Minato replied, his tone gentle yet resolute. However, the Akatsuki is different. According to the intelligence we currently possess, they are gathering tailed beasts to exert absolute power over the entire ninja world, possibly even for a more dreadful purpose, such as world annihilation. This is no longer a matter of whether we wish to engage in battle. The arrow is knocked, and it must be released. If we retreat now, once they have gathered all the tailed beasts, neither you nor I can guarantee what the ninja world will become. For the sake of peace and Konoha, we must thwart their plans before they come to fruition. Upon hearing Minato's words, Hiruzen's emotions surged, and he abruptly rose from the sofa, striding to the desk, hands planted firmly on its surface as he loomed over Minato. Minato, I have erred once before. Will you repeat my mistake? Minato remained seated in the Hokage's chair, slowly lifting his gaze to meet Hiruzen's with calm azure eyes. Now, I am the Hokage. You infuriate me to no end, Hiruzen exclaimed, shaking his head as he stormed toward the office door, muttering under his breath. Just as he was about to close the door, he paused, casting a deep glance at Minato and leaving behind a parting remark. You will surely regret this. With a resounding slam, the door shut. Minato stared at the closed door, the authority on his face dissipating, replaced by a hint of helplessness. Truly, this was no easy performance, nearly exposing the Fade. At that moment, a figure materialized in the office, kneeling on one knee. In the realm of the intelligence agency, the esteemed leaders of the Hidden Stone, Hidden Sand, and Hidden Water villages are en route to the Leaf Village, accompanied by their guards, anticipated to arrive within the hour. Their main forces have already been stationed near the border as per your instructions. What of the rakeage? Inquired Minato, his fingers rhythmically drumming on the surface of the table. There has been no word. The Hidden Cloud Village appears to have sealed off information. Our operatives are unable to ascertain the rakeage's movements. However, several small teams have recently departed from the village. Is that so? Minato nodded thoughtfully. He gestured for the Umbu to withdraw. Rising slowly, he approached the window, hands clasped behind him, gazing down upon the brilliantly illuminated, serene Leaf Village. In his eyes, this village, and indeed the entire ninja world, was merely a vast stage. And now, the actors were gradually taking their positions. The grand performance by Mr. Pero was about to commence. Chapter 29. Pero's Sunbathe in the Rain Village. Within his office, Pero had meticulously arranged the forces and subsequent scripts. He decided it was time to prepare for his vacation. Standing at the center of the office, he gently closed his eyes. With 2 fingers raised before his chest, he formed a very simple seal. In the next instant, a fierce blaze of light erupted from him. A chakra akin to molten sunlight, surging violently around him. The flames, as if drawn by the gravitational pull of a celestial body, began to coalesce beside Pero, first forming a radiant golden sphere. The brilliance of the sun scorched the eyes of all present in the office. The biofield that perpetually enveloped him, designed to prevent any harm to this world, suddenly tore open a fissure. Light spilled forth from this breach. Even a mere 1/10,000th of this released energy caused the entire world to tremble. The incessant fine rain of the Rain Village paused midair. As if the play button had been pressed, the planetary rings surrounding the village froze in the void. Inside the office, Nagato, Konan, Yahiko, Rin, and Obito felt an indescribable terror emanating from a primal level clutching at their hearts. They sensed they were not merely before a man, but before a divine being incarnate of the sun. What level is this? Obito's teeth chattered, his legs weakened, yet the overwhelming aura seemed to freeze time itself, preventing him from kneeling. Amidst this suffocating pressure, the golden flames surrounding Pero began to flicker and separate. Strands of golden light detached from his fiery form. Yet Pero's countenance remained devoid of expression, as if these flames held no impact on him. The separated flames continuously converged in the air, compressing and forming, gradually taking shape as a golden doppelganger identical to Pero himself. At the moment when the humanoid figure was fully formed, Pero abruptly opened his eyes, a sharp glimmer of brilliance flashing across them. In an instant, the aura he had emanated was retracted back into his being like a receding tide. The raindrops in the sky, momentarily frozen in time, resumed their descent, and the small stars on their tracks began to move again, as if the previous events had never transpired. At this juncture, the individuals in the office felt as if they had been resurrected. They stood frozen, gasping for breath, only to realize that their backs were completely soaked with cold sweat. How terrifying, Yahiko murmured, wiping the perspiration from his forehead, still shaken. All right, I have created the doppelganger, Pero declared, clapping his hands and gesturing toward the doppelganger composed of flames, which bore an uncanny resemblance to him. The Akatsuki will be temporarily under his protection. I can control him from the sun. Just inform me directly of any matters. The doppelganger stood motionless, its gaze vacant. Apart from its identical appearance to Pero, it was evident that it was merely a puppet, reliant on its master for guidance. Are you leaving today? Konan inquired, looking at Pero. Indeed, I shall rest atop the sun, Pero replied, stretching leisurely to loosen his muscles. You need not worry. Once I ascend, I can control this doppelganger via a mental link. You may consider this as me. I have entrusted you with everything. Remember to call me when Tsutsuki emerges. After all, he still needs to absorb energy. While I am away, do not let matters devolve into chaos, lest I return to rectify your mess. With that, he floated out the window, momentarily pausing. In the next instant, he vanished without a trace, leaving only the parted clouds in the distance as evidence of his existence. Pero departed the gravitational pull of the planet at a speed that transcended light and the very concept of space. Behind him, the azure planet rapidly diminished, soon transforming into an inconspicuous blue marble, ultimately disappearing from view. Pero turned back. His sole objective was the sun. As he approached the sun, he felt his body experiencing an exponential surge, accelerating at a rate many times faster than on Earth. His focus sharpened on the prompt panel provided by the system. Energy absorption efficiency increased by 1,000. Energy absorption efficiency increased by 50,000. Energy absorption efficiency increased by 20,000. The system's alerts echoed in his mind. The incessantly climbing numbers and the amplifying power of his body enveloping him in an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. Finally, he halted. A colossal, unimaginable, burning fireball filled Pero's entire field of vision. The roiling corona, erupting flares, and the primal, tempestuous forces emanating throughout the universe engulfed him. At that moment, the system's readings reached an unparalleled zenith, and the absorbed energy continued to surge. "Just go in," Pero said with a satisfied nod. Just as he was about to plunge directly into the golden sea of plasma, a long-awaited warning popped up from the system. Warning: ahead lies a high-risk energy zone. With the current biological field strength of the host, there is no complete immunity to damage. It may singe body hair. It is advised to absorb energy from the periphery of this area. The interior can be explored at a later time. "Stop it, system, you're being cheeky again." Pero scoffed. "What is there to fear? It's just a bit of pain." Indifferently, he continued, "Once inside, the sun's power will merely erode my biological field gradually. It's no big deal. My energy absorption rate far exceeds the rate at which it erodes me. In this dynamic, I will only grow stronger, and the generation of my biological field will accelerate." He could hardly contain his anticipation to experience what it felt like to bathe within the sun. Gazing at the scene before him, once unimaginable, he disregarded the system's warnings and took a deep breath. Like a diver, he plunged headlong into the swirling sea of fire. At the instant he entered the sun, he felt his omnipotent biological field being eroded and dissolved at an astonishing speed by the sun's energy and radiation. Following this was an overwhelming rush of energy flooding into his body like a burst dam. The system's readings skyrocketed in that moment, increasing several dozen times more than before. Energy 0102051. This rate of growth was more than tens of thousands of times faster than that in Earth's orbit. "Not spicy at all," Pero remarked, feeling the searing sensation on his skin and the rapidly growing power within him, reminiscent of a once-renowned gourmet's appreciation. At this pace, within 2 or 3 months, he would evolve into a silver superhuman. He found a relatively gentle lava flow, comfortably lay back, spread his arms, and closed his eyes as he floated on the lava, beginning to relish this unparalleled solar bath. Meanwhile, the clone he had left behind in the office, resembling a torch, quietly opened its eyes a slit. A golden glimmer flashed beneath the eyelids. Pero smiled slightly. The grand performance was about to commence. Chapter 30. The Five Shadows convene again. Rain Hidden Village. Shortly after Pero's departure, Rain Hidden Village entered a peculiar state of strange readiness. Loose on the outside but tight on the inside, Nagato, Konan, and Obito, as the last members of Pero's Jinchuriki before his departure, decided to visit Cloud Hidden Village to experience their newfound powers, while simultaneously fulfilling Pero's directive to compel the Raikage to truly join the coalition with Konoha. Currently, the only ninja village harboring two-tailed beasts was Cloud Hidden Village. The battle at Cloud Hidden Village concluded far more swiftly than anyone had anticipated. When 3 figures cloaked in black with red clouds appeared in the skies above the village, the proud lightning release and defensive structures of the Hidden Cloud Village, under the enhancement of Pero's clone, appeared as fragile as mere paper before the unreasonable force exerted by Nagato. Ultimately, after Yahiko sent the tailed beast-transformed Jinchuriki killer bee flying with a single punch, Nagato effortlessly extracted the trembling two-tails Jinchuriki from a heap of ruins with his wooden puppet. This so-called Akatsuki invasion resembled a one-sided demonstration. When Raikage arrived, he was met with a scene of devastation, with the village reduced to ruins. Countless ninjas lay dead or wounded, their anguished cries echoing throughout the village. His beloved killer bee was gravely injured, and the two-tails Jinchuriki he had high hopes for had vanished without a trace. Upon learning from the surviving ninjas that the two tails had been taken by the Akatsuki, A's heart felt as though it were gripped tightly by a great hand, causing him to struggle for breath. This loss was not merely of the village. It was a brutal assault on his dignity and that of the village itself. He howled to the heavens, releasing a roar filled with pain and fury, as uncontrollable lightning release surged around him, singeing the ground beneath. Trembling, he retrieved a crumpled letter from his bosom, a missive from the Mizukage that he had intended to discard as refuse. Akatsuki, he ground out, each syllable extracted painfully from his throat. Gather all the ninjas who can still move. We are heading to Konoha, he bellowed at the survivors nearby. Meanwhile, in the conference room of Konoha village, the atmosphere was somewhat cheerful. Inoki leisurely sipped from his teacup, blowing gently on the steam as he listened to the information being relayed by a nearby ninja, a hint of schadenfreude curling his lips. The acting wind and water shadows engaged in light conversation, occasionally sharing a chuckle at the expense of the hidden cloud. Minato, however, shook his head in disapproval at their glee, feeling that these neighboring villages were rather foolish. They had just received news of the Akatsuki's invasion of the hidden cloud village and the abduction of the two-tails Jinchuriki. That fool. Inoki slammed his teacup down, causing some tea to splash. He said sarcastically, who was it that banged the table at the meeting, declaring us all useless, and strutted out midway? And now look. His face is swollen from a beating. He brought this upon himself, refusing to heed warnings. Indeed, Kurama Yagura nodded in agreement. Having suffered his own defeat at the hands of the Akatsuki, yet this did not hinder his mockery of the impetuous Reikage. I had always said that the Akatsuki could not be dealt with by a single village, but he refused to believe it. Now look, he has lost a Jinchuriki and the village is in ruins. The previously silent acting wind shadow suddenly spoke up, but I am somewhat puzzled. Upon hearing the sudden inquiry from the shadowy figure, all eyes turned towards him. Given the formidable strength of the Akatsuki organization, one might wonder why they had merely abducted the two-tails Jinchuriki while leaving the eight-tails Jinchuriki behind. Wasn't their objective the collection of tailed beasts? Why did they refrain from taking further action? This question plunged everyone present into deep contemplation. Indeed, was it not the Akatsuki's aim to gather the tailed beasts and ultimately impose their violent rule over the world? Why then, did this operation appear less straightforward and brutish than it seemed at first glance? Perhaps as Noki stroked his beard, pondering whether to share his insights, an unexpected commotion erupted. Bang! The recently repaired door of the conference room was forcefully demolished in a most peculiar manner from the outside. The door flew through the air with a howling sound, narrowly missing Naka's nose, and ultimately crashed into the opposite wall with a resounding thud. All turned to gaze at the entrance, where a figure emerged. Oh, it was the same individual, no cause for alarm. Reikage burst in, crackling with a tempest of lightning, his fury palpable. He paid no heed to the unfortunate door, striding directly to his seat and plopping down heavily, causing the entire conference table to tremble. Gentlemen, he spoke, his face devoid of expression, but his eyes ablaze with wrath. His voice as frigid as the icebergs adrift upon the Arctic Sea. I shall join the Allied forces. However, we must launch an offensive immediately. I intend to personally sever the heads of those Akatsuki scoundrels and rescue our village's Jinchuriki. Observing Reikage's frantic demeanor, the other leaders exchanged glances, each detecting a mutual understanding reflected in their eyes. Lord Reikage, please maintain your composure, spoke Minato, the Hokage of Konohagakure and the meeting's moderator, his tone soothing. We all share the same sentiments, yet recklessly attacking without comprehending the enemy's strength would be unwise. He raised a finger. We must devise a comprehensive strategy. Strategy. Reikage slammed his fist onto the table, leaving a sizable dent, causing the nearby Konoha guards to flinch. He bellowed, what need have we for strategy? The most potent tactic is to strike first. You cowards, had you listened to me sooner, we would not find ourselves in this predicament. As the meeting threatened to devolve into another feudal quarrel, Minato calmly retrieved a scroll from his robes. Everyone, please take a look at this, he urged, spreading the document across the table. This is the latest intelligence, relayed by my informant in the Rain Village, who risked his life to acquire it. After perusing the scroll, astonishment washed over the gathered leaders. It appeared that the most formidable core member of the Akatsuki had departed from Kumobikure for reasons unknown and would not be returning for some time. Reikage meticulously examined the document multiple times, a broad smile of elation gradually spreading across his face. Is this not the opportune moment to launch our assault? With that individual absent, our chances of encircling the Akatsuki are significantly heightened. What are we waiting for? Let us depart at once. This time, no one dared to oppose him. Upon confirming the absence of the Akatsuki's most formidable power, the five Kage finally reached a consensus. Guided by the intelligence provided by Minato and generously sponsored by Pero, they began to formulate a plan for an assault. In a dimly lit corner of the meeting room, unnoticed by all, Black Zetsu observed everything. Watching these pitiful insects, who fancied themselves as hunters, he chuckled to himself, unaware that they were merely pawns in a larger game. Their so-called strength, in the wake of Mother's resurrection, would soon be rendered a farce. Moments later, Black Zetsu silently melded into the ground and vanished. Beneath the grave of mountains, Black Zetsu emerged from the earth, his gaze fixed upon the girl sleeping on the central stone table, a girl with striking red hair. He let out a sinister cackle. This girl, a wanderer of the Uzumaki clan, had been found with great difficulty. She was the perfect sacrifice, born of the rebirth cycle. With the 5 Kage alliance and the 9 tails gathered, and Pero absent, it truly felt as though fate was on his side. He stood there, feverishly caressing his own face. Mother, your resurrection is imminent. Chapter 31. Obito's daily life in the Rain Village. The training ground was frequently ravaged by the training aftermath of Rin and Obito. With the recent addition of Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan, the wear and tear on this training ground had accelerated beyond previous rates. After numerous repairs, it had become sturdier than most places in the shinobi world. At this moment, a chase unfolded on the training ground. Wood release, tree binding, eternal burial. Obito Uchiha formed hand seals and struck the ground fiercely. Dozens of thick roots erupted like colossal serpents, pursuing another figure within the training ground. That figure, however, deftly evaded all of Obito's attacks with agile movements, even finding the time to mock him. Hey Obito, what's wrong with your wood release? It's so feeble now. Nowhere near as fierce as before. The figure was Yahiko. He landed gracefully on the ground, brushing off non-existent dust from his attire, his tone laced with jest. Ever since he narrowly triumphed over Obito after being mercilessly beaten by Rin and Nagato, he had become considerably more composed. Damn it! Obito panted heavily, stopping to lean on his knees, beads of sweat soaking the ground beneath him. He felt as though his chakra was nearly depleted, while his opponent seemed barely winded. Since being brought back to the Akatsuki by Uncle Pero, Obito had devoted himself to studying the half of himself that he had merged with. And through the scrolls brought back by Pero, he had grasped many wood release techniques. Initially, when he had just learned wood release, he could battle Kakazu for an extended time with his Kimui, and dealing with Yahiko was a trivial matter. However, since Yahiko and Rin had acquired that radiant power from Uncle Pero, Obito felt his standing among his peers had become increasingly precarious. He sensed that he had become the only ordinary member of the team. Even with his exceptional Sharingan and Kimui, Rin's prowess and combat awareness have grown exponentially, allowing her to hold her own against most opponents. Uncle Kakazu, having been accidentally injured by Rin last time, lost a life and has since refrained from sparring with her, opting instead to torment me daily. Oh, by the way, it is quite astonishing that Uncle Kakazu possesses 5 lives. Yahiko has also begun to focus, harnessing the power bestowed by that golden aura to enhance his combat skills, growing increasingly formidable each day. Initially, I could engage him using Kamui. But despite having both Kimui and wood release, my chakra and physical capabilities are significant shortcomings, rendering me inferior to these superhumans. And my use of wood release feels rather cumbersome. I'm done. Obito plopped onto the ground, waving his hand dismissively. It's pointless to compete with you all who possess such extraordinary abilities. Oh, Yahiko raised an eyebrow. You didn't seem to think so a few days ago. Who encouraged me to challenge Nagato? I did that to motivate you. Look at how much stronger you've become. Obito defended himself with a shameless grin. At that moment, a golden light flickered, and Rin's figure suddenly appeared in the training grounds. She had just completed her training, her chakra hypercharged, her body exuding a gentle warmth. Approaching Obito with a bottle of water, she said softly, Obito, your issue lies in your lack of refined chakra control. She handed him the water, continuing. The wood release within you isn't truly yours. It feels constricted, doesn't it? You are too eager for results. Obito opened his mouth. At a loss for words to refute her, he gazed into Rin's clear eyes, a complex emotion swelling within him. Once, she was the person he longed to protect, and now she stood before him as an equal. How about we spar together? Rin smiled invitingly, extending her fist. Let me help you validate your efforts during this time. All right. Obito's eyes reignited with determination as he met her fist with his own. 5 minutes later, Obito lay sprawled on the ground, feeling as if his bones had been disassembled and haphazardly reassembled. Rin stood beside him, displaying not even a flicker of flame. She relied solely on her recently honed physique and the reflexes enhanced by being a Jinchuriki to precisely strike at the joints and chakra nodes of Obito's body the moment he launched his attacks, effortlessly redirecting all his offensive attempts back into him. Do you see, Obito? Rin crouched beside him, gently massaging his struck arm, where a green glow emanated from her touch. Your power is exceedingly dispersed, filled with gaps. I can consistently concentrate just enough to counter your attacks. With merely a tenth of your strength, I can yield tenfold the effect. Obscured by the ground, Obito found himself utterly speechless. He felt as though his confidence and self-esteem had been mercilessly crushed by Rin, especially in the presence of the one he cherished most. How tragic it was. A voice filled with schadenfreude echoed from the sidelines, revealing Kakuzu, who had appeared unnoticed, engrossed in doodling in a small notebook. The toll of each training session was exorbitant, and the repair costs were astronomical. Be sure to pay up. I want to be footing the bill for you, he remarked. Where would we find such funds? Obito shouted back, filled with indignation. You don't have it now? But you will soon, Kakuzu replied cryptically, casting a knowing glance at Obito. The latter felt his vision darken, teetering on the brink of fainting. Life had become unbearable. He glanced at Rin, standing nearby, and at Yahiko, who was resting not far off, both emanating formidable auras. He felt utterly out of place among them. He, Uchiha Obito, would never be a mere shadow living under the radiance of others. Not for a lifetime. Never. With renewed determination, he struggled to rise from the ground and approached Yahiko. What is it? Yahiko inquired, observing Obito's solemn approach with curiosity. Brother Yahiko. Obito bowed deeply. Please lend me some money. I have no funds to repair the training ground. With a loud thud, Yahiko was taken aback, instinctively leaning backward, and the solid wall behind him crumbled under the impact of his head. What are you thinking? This is the Akatsuki's training ground. How could the repair costs fall upon you alone? Yahiko exclaimed, tugging at Obito's ear and shouting in his ear. Having spent some time in logistics, he understood that the training ground had a fixed budget. Huh, what about Kakuzu? Obito turned to find the spot where Kakuzu had stood was now empty. Realizing he had been deceived, Obito let out a heart-wrenching roar of fury. No. Suddenly, Yahiko covered Obito's mouth with his hand and turned his gaze toward the distance, his expression serious, his pupils narrowing in focus. Through numerous obstacles, he discerned countless figures and several pieces on the chessboard ahead. A smirk crossed his lips as he produced a paper crane from his pocket, which flapped its wings and soared toward the direction of the office. Had the allied forces that Pero spoke of finally arrived? Chapter 32. The siege approaches. While Obito sparred with the superhuman team, the allied forces of the entire ninja world had quietly completed their assembly. At the border of the Land of Fire, within a vast plain designated by the Hidden Leaf Village, numerous tents stretched endlessly. An unprecedented ninja alliance had gathered here. Even during the First Great Ninja War, when confronting Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, there had never been such a formidable display. As far as the eye could see, it was a sea of people. Ninjas from various villages, each with their unique characteristics, came together, for the first time since their establishment. The 5 great ninja villages had genuinely united their most elite forces. Without reservation, they stood before their adversaries. On a high ground at the edge of the plain, the 5 shadows stood shoulder to shoulder. Behind them lingered several extraordinary figures, the aces of this war, the Jinchuriki of the major ninja villages. Han, the Jinchuriki of the 5 tails from Awagakure, donned a full-body crimson steam armor, while Killer Bee, the Jinchuriki of the 8 tails from Kumogakure, sported sunglasses. Gesticulating with odd hand signs and humming to himself, each had donned their respective battle armor, except for Minato, who, favoring high mobility, had discarded such defensive gear. His ceremonial robe fluttered in the wind, creating a resonant sound. How tumultuous the wind is today. Shielding his eyes from the sun, Minato gazed upon the boundless assembly of the allied forces. I never imagined you old-timers had so much left in reserve. It seems the previous war didn't take much of a toll on you after all. The third Tsuchikage, Anoki, floated in the air, rubbing his weary back, and spoke in a sour tone. Look at Konoha. The battle at Kaiki Mountain was so devastating that even children were sent to the battlefield. Yet the number of J-nin they VE mustered now surpasses the combined total of Awagakure and Kirigakure. That old fox, Sarutobi, truly knows how to conceal his resources. A glimmer of insight flashed in Anoki's eyes. Were it not for this alliance, who would have known Konoha still had such a wealth of strength? It was fortunate we didn't engage them in a head-on clash. Likewise, the acting Kazekage replied hoarsely, your Awagakure is not lacking either. The chakra reserves here are significant. Do you call this a reserve force? The chakra levels rival those of our village, J-nin. Were it not for the Akatsuki forcing everyone into a corner. How much longer would you have hidden? My village has not hoarded any strength. The 4th Mizukage, Yagura, wore a stern expression as he surveyed his own undersized contingent. His village's hospital still brimmed with injured shinobi. Was the intention to wound without killing, consuming our resources through the injured? The Akatsuki are cunning indeed. Enough. The fourth Raikage impatiently interrupted their banter, flexing his muscular arms. What use is there in discussing this now? I want to know when we can set out. I can hardly wait to take down those scoundrels. Lord Raikage, do not rush. Minato smiled gently, soothing as he always did. The army is assembled, and the tactics are confirmed. Now is the time to bolster morale. A nodded in agreement. Minato turned to face the sea of ninja below, taking a deep breath as chakra gathered in his throat. Silence. His booming voice echoed across the plain, instantly rendering it quiet. Minato's warm voice resonated clearly in every ninja's ear. Esteemed comrades, we hail from different villages, each with our own pasts. Just recently, we were embroiled in conflict. But today, we stand here united by a singular identity, the allied shinobi forces. Our imminent confrontation is with the Akatsuki, an organization intent on subjugating the entire ninja world through violence and terror, even seeking its annihilation. This battle is for peace, for the future. Our resolve is unwavering, and failure is not an option. A chorus of tens of thousands of ninjas erupted in a deafening roar, a sound so powerful it seemed to scatter the very clouds above. At the command of the five Kage, the largest army ever assembled in the history of the ninja world began its march towards the land of rain. Among the ranks, Kakashi trailed closely behind Minato. Clad in the vest of a Konoha Nin, his face concealed by his iconic mask, he revealed only one lifeless eye devoid of emotion. Yet, internally, he was far from tranquil. Since returning from that particular mission, the Sharingan in his left eye, belonging to Obito, seemed to be gaining strength unbeknownst to him. Accompanying this was a series of fragmented dreams. He found himself repeatedly envisioning a singular scene. His Raikiri, crackling with a multitude of lightning bolts, was firmly grasped by a hand that would not yield. No matter his efforts, that hand remained unmoving. He yearned to glimpse the face of its owner, but every attempt rendered it obscured, as if blurred by a mosaic. Not only that individual, but everyone around him bore indistinct, mosaic-like visages in his dreams. This sensation compelled Kakashi to clutch the vest over his chest tightly. Kakashi, are you all right? Minato's voice interrupted his tumultuous thoughts, pulling him back from his inner turmoil. Kakashi returned to the present, meeting Minato's concerned gaze, and simply nodded in silence. As the procession advanced deeper, the once clear sky gradually vanished, overshadowed by an oppressive expanse of gray clouds that seemed to stretch endlessly. The air became damp and chilly, and a fine drizzle began to fall, producing a soft patter upon their armor. It appeared they had indeed crossed into the land of rain. Ao floated ahead of the faction, his brow furrowing as he surveyed the dim sky. The village of Amigakure should not be far off. Vanguard. The voice of the Raikage rang out ahead. From this moment forth, no patrolling range shinobi shall be spared. We cannot afford to let them alert anyone. The order was swiftly disseminated. As they advanced, the allied forces swept through the vicinity of Amigakure like a bulldozer, obliterating all hidden sentries and traps. Engulfed by the torrent of the ninja army. Yet, something felt amiss. Why was there not a single patrolling ninja in sight? Karasuma, having suffered losses before, sensed an unease brewing within him. Do not dwell on it. No matter their resistance, they cannot withstand our alliance, the Raikage coldly asserted as he gazed ahead. At last, as dusk descended, the army arrived at the base of a massive hill. The five Kage ascended to the summit first. Standing atop the hill, the vista unfolded before them like a grand tapestry. Laying cast a glance at the nearby hill, shorn of its Mediterranean foliage, and mused to himself. Fortunate that the creature was absent. Before them, at the edge of the rain-drenched plain, across the lake, a metallic city of steel pipes and towering spires stood silently in the distance. The village of Yuin lay shrouded in silence and indifference as they gazed upon the distant metropolis. War was imminent. Beneath the pure land, an elderly figure, cloaked in white, hovered in midair, grasping a black staff of Zen. He furrowed his brow and opened his eyes, revealing a pair of eyes that transcended the cycles of life and death. It struck him as peculiar, a sense that history had veered off course. Chapter 33. The Great War, Part 1. The sky over the land of rain had perpetually been a tapestry of unyielding gray. Icy raindrops plummeted from the heavens, drenching the myriad soldiers of the Ninja Alliance gathered below. The army stood poised at the brink of battle. Tens of thousands of ninja congealed into an endless torrent, silently positioned by the lakeside, their gazes fixed upon the distant village of Yuin. Their collective spirit coalesced into an almost palpable aura, evaporating the rain that clung to them, shrouding the air in mist. All troops, charge! With Lei Ying's commanding voice, the allied forces surged forth. Like a raging flood, tens of thousands of ninja, roaring with fervor, splashed across the lake, advancing towards the silent village of Yuen. However, as the vanguard of thousands approached the center of the lake, an invisible and tempestuous gust of air struck without warning from the front. The ferocity of the gale surpassed even that of the most powerful wind techniques, catching the foremost ranks of ninja unawares. They were swept into the air by this unseen force, cries of alarm echoing as they were hurled back, causing chaos within their formation. The vast army came to a halt, tension palpable as all ninjas stood frozen, scanning for the source of the sudden attack. Amidst the curtain of rain, three figures descended slowly from the sky. The first to land was a man with crimson hair, his fiery locks obscuring one eye, while the other gleamed with a spiral-patterned purple hue. He surveyed the assembled forces with a cold indifference, as if gazing upon mere insects. With a subtle tap of his toes upon the water's surface, ripples spread outward. It was Nagato. Following closely were Konan and Yahiko, standing resolutely at either side of him. The trio stood serenely upon the water, facing the throngs of ninja, their expressions devoid of fear, embodying a tranquil composure. You come aggressively, invading the territory of Yuen. For what purpose? Nagato's voice, though not loud, resonated in the ears of all present. Advance another step, and the consequences shall be yours to bear. A murmur of unrest surged through the ranks of the alliance. In the distance, Lei Ying, enveloped in crackling lightning, radiated a blinding light that pierced through the somber skies. Hearing Nagato's words, he bellowed back with a thunderous voice, "Spare us your words. Akatsuki, you have intruded upon the hidden rain village, seizing the tailed beasts, and your actions have rendered you the enemies of the ninja world. Not to mention your nefarious intent to annihilate the world. Today, we have come to eradicate you completely. Arch-nemesis." Yahiko chuckled upon hearing this, stepping forward with arms outstretched. "Perfect. We shall seize this opportunity to proclaim to the world that the era of ninja has come to an end, and a true peace, guided by us, is on the horizon." His fervent words resonated through the rain-soaked atmosphere. "Arrogance. Eliminate them." Raikage's command ignited the explosive atmosphere among the assembled forces. Thousands of ninjas, unable to contain their anticipation, swiftly completed their hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. Earth release, earth dragon bullet. In an instant, a deluge of ninjutsu erupted from the allied forces, accompanied by a cacophony of slicing winds, aimed at the trio in the lake. This overwhelming barrage of techniques was intended to buy precious time for the lethal assault being prepared behind them, confronted with an onslaught capable of leveling cities. Nagato did not even bother to lift his eyelids. Konan stepped forward, and a multitude of golden paper shurikens poured forth from her, forming a massive paper shield before the trio. The violent ninjutsu collided with the shield, merely creating ripples, all of it effortlessly neutralized amidst clouds of smoke. Meanwhile, Nagato observed the dozens of colossal earth dragon bullets unleashed from a Wagakure. With a casual lift of his right hand and a gentle grip, he invoked Shinra Tensei. Boom! A powerful, intangible repulsive force erupted amidst the ninjutsu, causing the earth dragon bullets to halt abruptly in midair before shattering into a cloud of dust. The three faced these assaults with effortless grace. Now is the moment. Tens of thousands of ninjas united their chakra into a singular technique, culminating in a cataclysmic manifestation. In an instant, the sky darkened. A colossal sphere of chakra, composed of 5 colors and 5 elemental attributes, materialized above the allied forces, spinning ominously. Within this chakra sphere, thunder roared and molten lava churned. The next moment, this calamity, forged from the strength of multitudes, surged towards the trio and the hidden rain village behind them. Countless burning meteors, sandstorms, and ever-reforming ice crackled with entwined lightning, hurtling forward like an apocalyptic judgment. This strike was potent enough to erase the hidden rain village and hundreds of miles of land from existence. In the face of this harrowing scene, Yahiko wore a look of exhilaration. At last, I have awaited this moment. The Akatsuki cloak upon him flared dramatically without the influence of wind. Threads of golden flame began to seep from his veins to the surface. Experience this. Yahiko swiftly formed hand seals, and with each successive shadow of his gestures, his presence grew increasingly formidable. Water release, great exploding water colliding wave. Boom. Behind Yahiko, a towering tsunami suddenly surged forth. A monstrous wave of millions of tons of lake water rising ominously like a curtain that obscured the sun. This water release, empowered by the divine strength of the Pero Jinchuriki, transcended the very concept of water release itself. With a low command from Yahiko, The colossal wave charged towards the chakra sphere imbued with a sense of destruction, before the horrified gazes of tens of thousands of allied ninjas. The two jutsu collided with an overwhelming force that shattered the grand combined ninjutsu, obliterating it completely. Following the clash of techniques, vapor evaporated, enveloping the entire battlefield in an impenetrable fog. Witnessing their formidable jutsu effortlessly neutralized by the opponent, a wave of despair began to spread among the allied forces. Realizing the dire situation and the blow to morale, the Raikage swiftly commanded, "Everyone disperse and fall back. Provide us with support." He was the first to regain his composure amidst the shock. "Leave the battlefield to us. Keep up." With a furious roar, he activated his lightning armor to its fullest, transforming into a streak of blue lightning as he leaped into the fray. He understood that engaging in conventional jutsu battles had lost all significance. He now had to rely on his formidable taijutsu abilities to confront these skilled jutsu users, who likely lacked prowess in close combat. With the Raikage sentry, Noki, and the acting Kazekage exchanged glances before simultaneously joining the fray. Han and Killer Bee, the two Jinchuriki, followed suit, unleashing their powerful tailed beast chakra from opposing directions against the three members of the Akatsuki. Minato glanced at Kakashi beside him, offering a cautionary word, "Be careful," before vanishing from sight to join the battle. The involvement of the five Kage and the two Jinchuriki instantly intensified the conflict. These 7 individuals truly embodied the pinnacle of the ninja world. Despite their lack of coordinated experience, their teamwork was seamless. Noki provided long-range support with dust release, while AI and Killer Bee executed a dual flanking maneuver with their powerful techniques against the trio. Minato utilized his high mobility to create distractions, while Yagura employed water release to shape advantageous terrain and impose limitations. The Wind Shadow manipulated magnetic forces to control the sand, restricting the movements of the three adversaries. The allied ninjas quickly adapted, forming ranks to launch supportive attacks, disrupting the besieged trio. At that moment, the scales of battle appeared to tip in favor of the allied forces. A glimmer of hope flickered in the Raikage's eyes. "We are close to victory." However, they were confronted by 3 formidable monsters, created by Pero, whose power surpassed all known standards. Nagato, Konan, and Yahiko, despite being besieged by the 5 Kage and the Jinchuriki, exuded an air of effortless dominance. Nagato, utilizing only Shinra Tensei and Bansho Tenin, deftly neutralized the majority of assaults, manipulating them as if they were mere playthings. Konan's origami transformed into sharp blades, slicing through the air with golden arcs, occasionally morphing into shields to fend off attacks, safeguarding their rear. Yahiko embodied the spirit of a warrior, leveraging the formidable strength and speed granted by the Jinchuriki-enhanced body, engaging head-on with the lightning and water shadows. Renowned for their swiftness, without yielding an inch, they even found the leisure to counter the incoming ninjutsu from the allied forces with casual ease, their demeanor suggesting a stroll through a serene garden rather than a battlefield. With overwhelming might, the trio rendered intricate tactics and teamwork utterly futile. Observing the trio's prolonged engagement, Noki noted the absence of sweat on their brows and sensed a grave imbalance. "This cannot continue. If we persist in this manner, we will be exhausted." He evaded Konan's slicing strike mid-air and shouted to the other 6. "We must unleash a united ninjutsu once more. We must hold them back." The 5 Kage and the 2 Jinchuriki exchanged glances, confirming their strategy with resolute determination. The 7 simultaneously unleashed a torrent of potent chakra, launching a fierce assault on the trio without regard for consequences. Their singular aim was to restrain the trio, denying them the opportunity to counter this onslaught, and by precious time. The allied ninjas instantly comprehended the 5 Kage's decision, once again channeling chakra, this time with an intensity surpassing their previous attack. They intended to unleash an assault far greater and more formidable than before. All participants exerted their utmost effort, the swirling amalgamation of chakra dispersing the surrounding mist. Yahiko, observing this scene, furrowed his brow, contemplating the use of a great water explosion to counter the enemy's attack. Yet, the relentless entanglement with the 5 Kage and the Jinchuriki rendered him unable to form the necessary seals. He exchanged a knowing glance with Nagato and Konan, both affirming their resolve with a nod. Yahiko launched a powerful strike, forcing the 7 back, after which Nagato and Konan surprisingly reversed the tide, hindering the advance of the 5 Kage and the Jinchuriki. Yahiko stood firm, hastily forming seals. At that moment, within the ranks of the allied forces, a figure subtly lifted his forehead protector, revealing a pair of crimson eyes. It was Kakashi Hatake. The tomo in his eyes spun rapidly, coalescing into a peculiar pattern. Kemui, an invisible, distorting spatial force immediately targeted Yahiko, who was in the midst of forming seals. Huh. A jolt of alarm surged through Yahiko as he sensed a sticky sensation enveloping him, as though he were being drawn into a black hole. This familiar sensation. In a split second, Yahiko radiated a brilliant golden light, an eruption of flames erupting from his being. In an instant, he transformed into a beam of golden light, forcibly breaking free from Kakashi's Jinjutsu's grasp. Obito's ocular technique? Yahiko steadied himself on the water's surface, gazing in astonishment towards the coalition forces. Following his instinct, he turned his gaze in that direction and effortlessly spotted a silver-haired figure donning a mask amidst the crowd. Yet, in that fleeting moment of distraction, the coalition's second combined ninjutsu was nearing completion. This display was exponentially more formidable than the last. The entire sky was engulfed in a kaleidoscope of chakra, the immense power converging to form a chakra sphere even larger than before. Time was of the essence. Nagato watched as the energy entity hurtled toward him, his brow furrowing tightly. In the next moment, he, Yahiko, and Konan exchanged a knowing glance, each resolutely deciding their course of action. Boom, boom, boom. 3 resplendent golden beams, seemingly capable of stripping the world of its very colors, erupted skyward from the trio. They held nothing back, entering their most formidable state, facing the annihilative energy sphere. The 3 refrained from hand seals or any ostentatious ninjutsu. Instead, they instinctively advanced, delivering their fists forward. A mere punch. There were no earth-shattering explosions, no deafening roars. In the eyes of the tens of thousands of coalition ninjas, filled with shock, fear, and impending despair, the colossal energy sphere met their seemingly insignificant fists. It imploded silently, like a soap bubble being punctured, disintegrating rapidly from the center. A profound silence enveloped the arena. The 5 Kage and the Jinchuriki ceased their attacks, dumbfounded by the miraculous scene before them. The lightning surrounding the raikage extinguished. Anoki descended from the sky. Yagura stared vacantly at the unfolding spectacle. The coalition ninjas transitioned from initial confidence to shock, then to stupor, finally succumbing to a pervasive emotion known as despair, spreading like a virus within each heart. A singular thought emerged in their minds, sending shivers through their very souls. What manner of monster are we battling? Amidst this oppressive silence, a disgruntled voice echoed from afar, shattering the suffocating stillness. Hey, you guys are running too fast. At least leave a few for me to spar with. Kakashi, recognizing the familiar voice, was momentarily taken aback, slowly turning his gaze towards its source. On the lake's surface, 2 figures had emerged, racing toward the center. Leading the pair was a familiar face, his long-lost dear friend. A wave of shame washed over him as he pondered why he couldn't have been stronger to save Obito. Obito. Kakashi's voice trembled. Yet, in the next moment, his pupils constricted to their utmost, their shapes spinning rapidly, because he beheld the figure trailing behind Obito, intact yet reminiscent of a haunting nightmare that had tormented him for months. Rin, one shattered dream after another, akin to fragments of a broken mirror, flickered rapidly before his eyes, only to reassemble in a disjointed manner. The images within the dream suddenly crystallized with striking clarity. The hand that had seized his Raikiri, the obscured visage marred by pixelation. He recalled it all. Obito, Rin, and his mentor Minato. Kakashi's eyes widened, imbued with an unprecedented terror. His head turned with the laboriousness of a rusted gear, inching towards the figure he had always revered and trusted most, his teacher. Gazing at Minato's ever-gentle expression, Kakashi perceived a shadowy strangeness beneath the surface. It was as if the silhouette of Obito loomed behind Minato. Chapter 35. Do you wish to dance as well? On the battlefield, an eerie silence engulfed the scene. Tens of thousands of ninjas stood frozen, as if ensnared by a collective paralysis, their minds replaying the moment when an earth-shattering assault was effortlessly neutralized. To them, the 2 newly arrived figures were mistaken for reinforcements, plunging the crowd into a frenzy. Yet, in Kakashi's eyes, the emergence of those 2 figures seemed to stretch time infinitely, slowing every heartbeat. On one hand, a wave of elation surged within him. They were alive. They had not perished in that fateful mission, nor had they succumbed beneath his Raikiri. The tormenting dream that had plagued him for months was unraveled in that instant. However, a chilling dread coursed from Kakashi's spine to the crown of his head. Why? Why were they clad in Akatsuki garb, standing before him? He recalled Obito's first appearance, rescuing Rin, when Minato had also been present. There had been a brief moment of amicable interaction between them. The clues and details from his dreams rapidly reassembled in his mind. An incredulous yet eerily plausible thought emerged within him. In that moment, Kakashi found himself at a crossroads. Should he rejoice for the survival of his dear friends, or should he seethe with rage over his teacher's deception? His mind momentarily faltered. Minato suddenly sensed an intense gaze upon him from behind, turning to seek the source of that fiery stare. He met Kakashi's eyes, which were laden with unmistakable shock and a hint of fear, his face drenched in cold sweat. Minato then glanced back at the distant figures of Obito and Rin. Before his gaze returned to Kakashi, he understood. Kakashi had remembered everything. A faint smile graced Minato's face as he quietly observed Kakashi. In those azure eyes, the familiar tenderness lingered. With a gesture of encouragement, he gently nodded at Kakashi. As if receiving Minato's affirmation, Kakashi's once turbulent heart began to find tranquility. He felt a sense of relief. It turned out that his mentor, Minato, had long made his choice. But what of himself? Just as Kakashi wrestled with his inner turmoil, Nagato at the center of the lake suddenly stirred. He slowly raised his hands, directing them towards the allied forces. Universal pull. A tremendous gravitational force erupted instantaneously among the crowd. Han, the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails from Awagakure, and Killer Bee, the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails from Kumogakure, barely had time to react. Their bodies were uncontrollably propelled towards Nagato. Han, B, Inoki and I simultaneously roared with indignation, attempting to rush forward to assist. Yet, it was already too late. The two Jinchuriki struggled midair, unleashing powerful tailed beast chakra in a desperate attempt to resist the bizarre gravitational pull. It seemed futile. Before the might of the Rinnegan, the strength of the tailed beasts was utterly subdued. Ultimately, they were firmly drawn before Nagato. With a sudden glare from his Rinnegan, a strange wave emanated from Nagato's eyes. The once frantic struggles of Han and Killer Bee abruptly ceased, their expressions dulled into a vacant stare. In the next moment, their eyes gradually transformed into the same Rinnegan as Nagato's. Damn it. Inoki and I could no longer contain themselves, both unleashing immense chakra, darting towards Nagato like streaks of light. However, countless sheets of paper, shimmering with a faint golden hue, descended from the sky, forming a deadly barrage that blocked their path. Inoki and I looked up to see Konan soaring above, her gaze intently fixed on the two shadows below. She unfurled her colossal wings, radiating an ominous glow, exuding an aura of palpable danger. Faced with the overwhelming array of paper and the menacing presence of Konan, a heavy sense of foreboding gripped the hearts of the two powerful figures. Ahead lay an impenetrable barrier. With an expression devoid of emotion, Konan declared, "We will not take their lives." "You must be joking," Inoki retorted, his beard trembling with anger. "You killed Aji, and now you expect us to believe your empty words?" Blocked by Konan, both their chakra reserves were nearly depleted. They could only watch helplessly as Nagato placed his hands upon the two Jinchuriki. Two vast reservoirs of tailed beast chakra were forcibly extracted from their bodies, materializing in midair before Nagato, who then violently compressed them into a singular mass. Yahiko struck the water's surface, and two enormous urns materialized beside Nagato. Nagato extracted the tailed beast from the Jinchuriki, sealing it within a vessel inscribed with intricate runes. Having accomplished this, he casually gestured, and the unconscious forms of Han and Killer Bee were tossed back like mere puppets, landing before Inoki and Ei. The two rushed forward to examine them, discovering that although Han and Killer Bee had exhausted their chakra and succumbed to unconsciousness, they were indeed not in mortal peril. "What on earth are you trying to accomplish?" Inoki inquired, lifting his gaze towards the members of the Akatsuki. Nagato paid him no heed. With a forceful clap of his hands upon the water's surface, a resounding boom echoed. Accompanied by a splash, 6 identical sealing vessels gradually emerged from the lake. Nagato approached, placing the vessels containing the 5 tails and 8 tails alongside the other 6, forming a circular arrangement. Yet, this circle remained incomplete. For the sake of true peace, Nagato turned, his cold Rinnegan surveying all present, and spoke slowly. As his words fell, suddenly, all present, whether from the allied forces or the Akatsuki, felt an overwhelming, oppressive chakra descending from the sky. This chakra exuded a fierce and violent aura. A meteor, trailing a white plume, plummeted from above, crashing into the lake before them. Boom. A colossal spray of water erupted, soaring hundreds of meters into the air, the entire lake's surface roiling from the impact. As the water vapor filled the air, a figure emerged from the mist and spray, clad in dark red Warring States armor, with wild black hair. In its grasp was a figure of uncertain fate, adorned with wings. The person bore a face marred by cracks reminiscent of parched earth, appearing travel-worn. Without acknowledging anyone, he merely stretched his neck, as if awakening from a lengthy slumber. Then he raised his head, revealing a crimson Sharingan with 3 Tomo in one eye, while the other mirrored Nagato's Rinnegan. He surveyed the tens of thousands of allied forces before him, a smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. "What a splendid welcome ceremony," he declared, his voice imbued with authority. "So, do you wish to dance as well?" Chapter 36, Prelude to the dance 2 hours earlier. In a muddy forest soaked by rain outside Takigakure, Kurizetsu, the dark entity claiming to be the will of Uchiha Madara, was affixed to a woman. She was a survivor of the Uzumaki clan, her long hair as red as blood. At this moment, her body stood unnaturally still. One eye bore a crimson Sharingan with 3 Tomo, while the other was adorned with a purple Rinnegan, etched with bizarre patterns. At her feet lay 2 unconscious Takinen, their faces still contorted in agony. Kurizetsu manipulated the woman's body, dragging one of the ninjas into the clearing before him. The sacrificial offering was now in place, and the stage was on the verge of completion. A chilling, sinister laughter escaped his lips as he whispered in a frenzied tone, "Mother, you are about to descend upon this world once more." With rapid movements, he formed hand seals. Edo Tensei, with a sharp command, he slammed his hands onto the ground. The fallen ninja, drained of all vitality, instantly turned to ash. Pale dust and runes spread across the earth, swiftly enveloping the sacrificed ninja. The ninja let out a heart-wrenching scream, but the sound was quickly devoured by the gathering dust. With a thunderous roar, a wooden coffin, inscribed with incantations, erupted from the muddy ground. The lid slowly opened, releasing an oppressive chakra filled with the essence of death and war, which sent the surrounding trees into a wild dance. A figure clad in dark red Warring States armor, with wild black hair flowing freely, emerged from the coffin. His eyes were tightly shut, his face still marred by the unique fissures of Edo Tensei. Yet the overwhelming aura of dominance he exuded rendered the entire forest silent. At last, he inhaled the air of this world once more. Uchiha Madara gradually opened his eyes, one a blood-red Sharingan, the other a detached Rinnegan, surveying this world that was both familiar and strange. "Is it time for my entrance again?" "Welcome back, Lord Madara," Kurizetsu said, controlling the woman's body. Bowing respectfully, "What is the situation?" Madara stretched his neck, producing a satisfying crack, reveling in the sensation of reclaiming his body, even if it was merely a cold shell formed of dust. "Everything is under control," Kurizetsu reported. "The 5 Kage allied forces have assembled in the Hidden Rain village. Our white Zetsu embedded in the village has completed the battle data analysis of the core members of the Akatsuki organization. The chakra of 8-tailed beasts has already converged within the Hidden Rain village. The last one, the 7 tails, no, the 9 tails, is right here in this village." "Very well." A cold smirk crept onto Madara's lips. "It seems all the actors have taken the stage. As soon as you capture the 7 tails, we can immediately advance to the Hidden Rain village, seize the battlefield, and gather all 9-tailed beasts." Kurizetsu's tone grew increasingly fervent. "At that time, I shall use this woman from the Uzumaki clan as a sacrifice to perform the rebirth of the heavenly birth technique, allowing you to resurrect in the most perfect state. Then, you will summon the outer path golem to consume the 9-tailed beasts, transforming into the 10 tails. You shall become the new 10 tails Jinchuriki, the sole god of this world." Uchiha Madara listened in silence, his expression inscrutable. He cast a glance at the offering that had fulfilled its mission and turned to ash, then glanced at the living sacrifice beside Kurizetsu, the one crucial to his resurrection. "Not enough." He suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse yet commanding. "Madara?" Black Zetsu expressed confusion. Merely reviving in such a manner was insufficient for perfection. A flicker of yearning for absolute power flashed in Madara's Rinnegan. "I require greater strength. One potent enough to contend with any unforeseen variables." He cast his gaze upon the unused, backup sacrifice, the Takigakure ninja lying on the ground. "Bring Hashirama back through Edo Tensei." "What?" Black Zetsu was taken aback. "The first Hokage? But, Lord Madara, with your current strength, I do not need him to fight." Madara interjected, a hint of contempt flickering in his eyes. "I merely require certain elements from him. Act swiftly and seize control of him." Though perplexed, Black Zetsu complied without hesitation. The same ritual unfolded once more, and another coffin emerged from the earth, revealing the man revered as the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama. However, at this moment, the first Hokage exhibited a vacant stare and rigid movements, evidently under the complete control of Black Zetsu's Edo Tensei. "Enter Sage Mode," Madara commanded. Black Zetsu promptly manipulated Hashirama to form hand seals. In the next instant, a vast and gentle natural energy began to converge upon Hashirama, Crimson Sage facial markings materializing around his eyes. Just as Hashirama transitioned into Sage mode, a spark of vibrant awareness flickered within his previously vacant gaze. His formidable willpower momentarily broke the shackles of Edo Tensei. Madara, you. Hashirama attempted to speak, but a hand, akin to an iron vice, clamped tightly around his throat. It was Uchiha Madara. He had appeared before Hashirama without notice, his Rinnegan fixated on him, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Long time no see, Hashirama. I shall graciously accept your chakra. Before he could finish his sentence, a terrifying force emanated from Madara's palm. The sage chakra within Hashirama surged uncontrollably into Madara's body like a broken dam. This sage chakra is rather trivial, Madara mused. Feeling the new power within him harmoniously merge with his own chakra, a look of satisfaction emerging on his face. Madara, you. The light in Hashirama's eyes dimmed rapidly as his sage chakra dissipated. Your purpose is now void. With a dismissive gesture, Madara flung Hashirama aside, as if discarding refuse. Black Zetsu, understanding the cue, released Hashirama from Edo Tensei. The once great god of shinobi left this world without uttering a single complete word, dissolving into dust amidst the cold rain. Throughout, Uchiha Madara had never genuinely regarded his former rival with any respect. Having completed this act, Uchiha Madara turned his gaze toward the tranquil Takigakure village, encircled by waterfalls in the distance. A wicked smile crept across his lips following a moment of inevitable chaos. Uchiha Madara emerged unscathed from the village of Takigakure, his hand grasping the unconscious figure of the green-haired girl, the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails. With butterfly wings sprouting from her back, behind him, the once peaceful village had transformed into a sea of flames, filled with piercing cries and the sounds of collapsing structures. As dark plumes of smoke rose skyward, all nine-tailed beasts were now in his possession. Kagaya followed closely behind him, his voice brimming with fervor. Let us proceed. Uchiha Madara casually tossed the girl to Kagaya and lifted his gaze towards the land of rain. It is time for me to take the stage. Chapter 37. The Dance of Madara. The cold raindrops mingled with the mist rising from the lake, enveloping the battlefield in an eerie silence. The breaths of tens of thousands of ninja allies seemed to be constricted by an invisible hand. All eyes were drawn to the figure that emerged slowly from the mist. Clad in dark crimson samurai armor, his wild black hair danced freely in the damp air. The distinct gray cracks of the Edo Tensei technique marred his cheeks, adding an unsettling aura of foreboding. Uchiha Madara. In the ranks of the allied forces, an elderly shinobi who had witnessed the bygone era, upon recognizing that face, felt his pupils constrict to the size of pinpricks. That nightmarish visage transported him back to an age dominated by absolute terror. His legs weakened, and he involuntarily knelt, trembling uncontrollably. The name resonated like an incantation, igniting panic throughout the coalition. Impossible. Is this an illusion? How could that legendary ninja still be alive? In the distance, the five Kage felt an unprecedented tension in the air. There's no mistaking that face. It's him. Anoki's weary old eyes widened in disbelief, instinctively rubbing his burden back. As one who had faced Madara in his prime and survived, the fear etched deep within his soul rekindled itself. What nonsense is this? He should have perished at the Valley of the End. The Raikage, let out a roar of incredulity. The lightning armor that had just faded due to exhaustion surged once more, uncontrolled arcs of electricity dancing wildly around him. Tobirama remained silent, yet his gaze was more solemn than ever. He fixated on the cracks upon Madara's face, as well as those pitch-black eyes. Those eyes are unmistakably from the Edo Tensei. In an instant, Tobirama reached a conclusion. On the opposite shore, the Akatsuki's ranks fell into a brief silence. Only Nagato observed Madara across the waters, his purple Rinnegan tranquil, reflecting Madara's own eyes that bore the same enigmatic patterns. Quite a splendid welcome. Uchiha Madara finally spoke, casually discarding the girl he held. He flexed his wrist, producing a crisp sound of cracking bones. He cast a disdainful gaze upon the myriad of elite ninjas before him, his eyes akin to a deity surveying mere ants beneath. With such a multitude of insignificant beings gathered, did they intend to host a grand celebration in my honor? His Rinnegan subtly shifted, its focus traversing the coalition of thousands, ultimately settling upon the 5 members of the Akatsuki. Humph, my Rinnegan has lingered within your possession for far too long. It is time for its return. He mused with a cold smile. With pain absent from Amigakure, he anticipated fewer complications. His recollection of Pain's prowess remained rooted in the intelligence gleaned by Black Zetsu during the 5 Kage summit, which only outlined a fraction of Pain's capabilities. In his estimation, the resurrected version of himself, augmented by 2 Rinnegan, was more than sufficient to contend with any unforeseen variables. However, prior to that, Uchiha Madara slowly turned, redirecting his indifferent gaze towards the Ninja Alliance, a cruel smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. It was time to rid the stage of these bothersome interlopers and demonstrate what true power entailed. Do you wish to dance as well? This classic phrase, reminiscent of the whispers of death, echoed through the chilling rain curtain. In the instant his words fell, the Raikage, was the first to spring into action. Enough of this charade. Extreme fear transmuted into fury. His rage obliterated all reason as he transformed into a blinding bolt of blue lightning, traversing hundreds of meters across the lake's surface with an almost imperceptible speed. A chakra-infused heavy fist aimed directly at Madara's head. Uchiha Madara did not even flinch. His indifferent Rinnegan merely glanced casually. An invisible repulsive force erupted suddenly. The Raikage's furious form halted abruptly just 2 body lengths away from Madara, as if colliding with an unseen barrier. The lightning radiating from his fist shattered into fragments, unable to advance another inch. Time appeared to stand still in that moment. The strength of mere ants, Madara uttered softly, casually lifting his foot, which seemed slow yet was swift beyond measure as it struck A's abdomen. Like a kite severed from its string, A flew backward at a speed surpassing his initial advance, crashing into the lake with a series of chaotic splashes before colliding heavily back into the Coalition's ranks, leaving a path of broken bones and shattered spirits in his wake. In a single move, the 4th Raikage, renowned for his physical strength and speed among the 5 Kage, faced utter defeat. It must be said, I owe much to those young ones who drained your strength, Madara remarked, glancing at the members of the Akatsuki opposite him. Clearing you will require but a breath. A profound silence enveloped the arena. It was a despair governed by absolute power. Let us charge together. Noki was the first to recover from his shock, his anguished scream echoing as he clasped his hands before his chest. Dust release, the technique of the original world. A blinding beam of white light, annihilating all in its path, shot forth instantaneously. The other 3 shadows simultaneously launched their assault, with countless ninjas trailing behind, unleashing a torrent of jutsu. In the face of this cataclysmic onslaught, Uchiha Madara stood resolutely, slowly raising his hands to clasp before his chest. At that moment, his solitary Rinnegan transformed into a vibrant crimson Sharingan. The 2 kaleidoscopic Sharingan spun rapidly, ultimately crystallizing into a distinct pattern. In the next instant, a colossal surge of blue-violet chakra erupted skyward. A gigantic, dual-bladed avatar of a war god ascended, enveloping Madara entirely. The complete form of Susanoo. What manner of beast is this? Behind the allied forces, the young ninjas, witnessing such a spectacle for the first time, emitted panicked cries. Boom, boom, boom. Countless jutsu struck vehemently against Susanoo's massive chakra armor, merely stirring clouds of smoke. The visibility was obscured. The smoke momentarily hindered everyone's sight. Madara hovered within Susanoo's chest, gazing down with a divine disdain at the coalition below, whom he regarded as no different from the deceased. Thus, the time to dance had arrived. The enormous Susanoo vanished in an instant, and Madara's figure, like a specter, leapt into the midst of the tens of thousands of allied troops. He refrained from employing any earth-shattering jutsu, relying solely on the purest form of taijutsu. He strolled through the ranks of the multitude. Wherever he passed, figures flailed helplessly. Fire style, great fire annihilation. He inhaled deeply and unleashed a sea of flames, instantly devastating the front lines of the coalition. The tactical advantage of sheer numbers, which the alliance prided itself on, became a laughable target before him. Uchiha Madara danced alone amidst the allied forces. Is this truly Uchiha Madara? On the opposite shore? Yahiko's eyes brimmed with unprecedented shock. Such a level of combat, he realized, would be unattainable even in his Jinchuriki form. It appeared that battle could reach such unfathomable heights. At last, this one-sided performance drew to a close. On the surface of the lake, the allied ninjas had fallen in droves, and the survivors, utterly terrified, had lost all will to fight, collapsing to the ground. The 5 Kage were all gravely injured, their chakra depleted, reduced to gazing at the figures standing upon the lake with expressions filled with despair and reluctance. Uchiha Madara descended slowly to the center of the lake, casting a glance at the battlefield he had wrought, yet feeling no shred of satisfaction. Instead, a flicker of weariness crossed his face. The body of the Edo Tensei, after all, could not ignite the fervor within me. He turned slowly, directing his gaze toward the 5 members of the Akatsuki on the other side. The warm-up is over. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in every ear. Now, it is your turn. Chapter 38. the resurrection of Uchiha Madara. Now, it is your turn. Uchiha Madara's voice bore no trace of emotion. His gaze was firmly fixed on the 5 members of the Akatsuki. Nagato's eyes similarly traversed over Obito, resting upon the chaotic scene behind him. Countless ninjas floated upon the lake's surface, a grim amalgamation of blood and rain, their fates unknown. Among them were not a few from the Leaf Village. You hail from the Leaf, and yet you can resort to such cruelty against your own kin? Nagato's voice was frigid, laced with unabashed mockery. I stand alone, unburdened by any ties, Obito replied indifferently. The so-called village and comrades are mere stumbling blocks on the path to absolute power. His gaze lingered briefly upon Nagato before shifting to the 8 ominous sealing jars not far away. 8-tailed beasts, splendid, Obito mused inwardly. With that hindrance, pain, absent, it was the perfect opportunity to reclaim my eyes. His knowledge of Pain's abilities was still based on the fragmented information gleaned by Black Zetsu during the 5 Kage Summit. In his estimation, as long as he could resurrect himself completely through the rebirth technique and retrieve his eyes, even Pain would not be an insurmountable foe. Just as the tension escalated beneath the water's surface, unnoticed, a shadowy figure glided silently. Black Zetsu had possessed the body of a red-haired member of the Uzumaki clan. Like a specter in the water, stealthily approaching the 8 jars sealing the tailed beasts. Chakra flowed from his fingertips as he began to discreetly unravel the sealing technique at the base of the jars. On the water's surface, Obito's crimson Sharingan refocused on Nagato, his gaze akin to that of a predator fixating on its prey. Boy, it is time for you to return my eyes. Not a chance. Nagato's response was crisp and decisive. Before his words could fully dissipate, golden flames erupted around him. He launched forward like a released arrow, the lake's surface giving way beneath him, transforming into a golden streak aimed directly at Obito. Not bad for speed, Obito crossed his arms, remaining perfectly still. But what of your strength? As Nagato's chakra-infused fist approached, Obito's blue-purple chakra erupted with sudden ferocity. Boom. A colossal, fully formed Susanoo rose from the ground, enveloping Obito entirely. Exuding an aura of despairing pressure, Nagato's fist struck solidly against the ribs of the Susanoo. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as a visible fissure appeared in the ribcage. The violent clash of golden flames and blue-purple chakra sent shockwaves that displaced the water within a 100-meter radius. Yet, the fissure lasted merely an instant before Obito's chakra mended it completely. Is this all the strength you possess? Came Obito's voice, tinged with a hint of disappointment from within the Susanoo. This is far from over. The roar of Yahiko echoed as he and Rin transformed into 2 streaks of golden lightning, striking from both sides simultaneously. We are moving in, Obito, Rin shouted during the charge. Would release, cutting technique. In the distance, Obito's eyes spun rapidly like a kaleidoscope. And with a powerful clap of his hands against the water's surface, dozens of sharp wooden spikes erupted from beneath. Conan spread her wings in midair, unleashing countless shimmering paper shurikens that cascaded like a torrential downpour, accurately covering the head of Susanoo and producing a symphony of clattering sounds. In the front line, Nagato and Yahiko's fists fell like raindrops, each strike infused with immense power, forcing Susanoo to retreat step by step. Rin danced like a wraith, her form elusive, always finding the weak points in Susanoo's chakra flow to deliver precise strikes. Obito's Kimui was utterly unpredictable, intermittently warping parts of Susanoo's armor into another dimension. While it may not have inflicted tangible damage, it consistently disrupted Madara's defensive rhythm. For a moment, the legendary Uchiha Madara was left in a somewhat disheveled state under the combined onslaught of 5 younger warriors. This motley crew made Madara furrow his brow within Susanoo. What on earth did that guy, give them? He had assumed that Susanoo would effortlessly overpower them, yet he was taken aback by the peculiar and formidable strength of his opponents. This cannot be delayed any longer. Kagaya, make your move, Madara roared inwardly. As if responding to his command, an unforeseen event unfolded. Roar! Behind Nagato and the others, the 8 sealing urns suddenly erupted simultaneously. 8 colossal streams of tailed beast chakra surged skyward, creating towering water columns that shot into the clouds, accompanied by the deafening roars of the 1-tailed to 8-tailed beasts, instantly engulfing the entire battlefield in a tempest of ferocious chakra. Why has the seal been broken? Nagato exclaimed, turning sharply to witness the 8 uniquely formed tailed beasts howling in frenzy. His purple pupils constricted in alarm. This moment of distraction is perilous. Uchiha Madara seized the fleeting opportunity. The 6 physical chakra swords materialized in Susanoo's hands. In the instant that everyone was captivated by the spectacle, 6 blades of blue and purple light sliced through the rain, striking the members of the Akatsuki with blinding speed. Even Per, with his formidable Jinchuriki physique, was heavily wounded by the full might of Madara's strike, sent flying like a severed kite before crashing violently onto the water's surface. Damn it! Nagato struggled to rise, a grievous wound visible to the bone in his chest sapping his strength. How could Uchiha Madara be this powerful? He had misjudged Madara's combat experience. The instinct honed amidst countless corpses was simply beyond what they, the younger generation, could rival. In the next instant, Uchiha Madara's figure appeared before Nagato like a specter. In the midst of Nagato's astonished and unwilling gaze, Uchiha Madara extended 2 fingers, swift as lightning, and forcefully plunged them into his left eye socket. Ack! The excruciating pain surged forth, eliciting a muffled groan from Nagato, as the Rinnegan, which had accompanied him for many years, was brutally extracted. Uchiha Madara did not even glance at the trophy in his hand, instead delivering a kick to Nagato's chest. Nagato, akin to a deflated punching bag, was sent hurtling backward, rolling over the water's surface a dozen times before finally coming to a halt, utterly incapacitated. Beside the lake, the figure of Black Zetsu gradually emerged. Come forth, Black Zetsu. Uchiha Madara offered the still warm Rinnegan. Black Zetsu accepted the eye, a sickly fervor illuminating his countenance, as he manipulated the woman's body to roughly press the Rinnegan into her eye socket. Subsequently, he clapped his hands forcefully. The outer path, Samsara technique. A green light surged forth from the woman, coursing into Uchiha Madara's being. Ha ha ha! Uchiha Madara stood in place, laughing maniacally towards the heavens. He could feel the cracks of the Edo Tensei on his face vanishing rapidly, his previously cold body regaining warmth, his stagnant heart beginning to beat vigorously, and warm blood surging wildly through his veins. Just like that. This is the sensation, the exhilaration of boiling blood. He abruptly raised his arm and bit down hard. His sharp teeth swiftly pierced the skin, and bright red blood gushed forth like a spring. The pain was an unmistakable reality. However, amidst the frenzy of joy, he sensed something amiss. Why had the wound not yet healed? He tore off the battle armor adorning his body, revealing the visage on his chest, identical to that of Hashirama. Yet, the sage chakra he had absorbed seemed to dissipate with the activation of the Samsara technique. Did the Samsara technique also eradicate sage chakra? Madara furrowed his brow. He turned to Black Zetsu and issued a new command. Reincarnate Hashirama once more. Black Zetsu immediately complied, employing the same method once again. When Senju Hashirama's familiar figure reappeared and regained consciousness in his sage form, he beheld that familiar face. Madara, you again. This time, I shall not grant you another chance. Madara seized Hashirama by the neck, fervently siphoning the sage chakra from within him. This time, the wounds on Madara's body healed at a visibly rapid pace, as a black sage pattern emerged upon his chest. Once my infinite Tsukuyami is complete, we shall reminisce properly. Uchiha Madara kicked aside the now worthless Hashirama, allowing him to disintegrate into ash. He then took from Black Zetsu, who stood respectfully by, another Rinnegan belonging to him and pressed it back into the empty socket. With his eyes restored to completeness, sage chakra filling his entire form, Uchiha Madara had truly returned to the world in the most perfect and powerful manifestation. He spread his arms wide, feeling the power within him capable of overturning the world, a smile gracing his lips. Now, let the descent of the divine commence. Summoning Technique, Outer Path Golem. Chapter 39. The arrival of the Ten Tails in an instant. The earth trembled and mountains shook. Behind Uchiha Madara, the colossal Outer Path Golem emerged, quietly seated upon the disheveled surface of the lake. Its desiccated form bore no signs of life, resembling an ancient stone sculpture weathered over eons, adorned with black rods protruding from its body. Most striking was the vast humanoid void at its chest, its edges smooth as though excavated by an incomprehensible force. Yet, at this moment, it had long lost the legendary might it once possessed. It resembled a massive, lifeless husk, quietly resting on the lake, exuding an aura of decay and desolation. Uchiha Madara gazed at the enormous void, his expression devoid of concern. Instead, his eyes sparkled with a fervent expectation. This once formidable shell, the strongest of the tailed beasts, had been severed into 9 entities by the Sage of 6 Paths, now merely a hollow vessel stripped of its core and trapped in a state of withered silence. While it could still move with the aid of chakra, the last vestiges of its vitality were extinguished when its core was taken by pain. However, today, its fate would be rewritten. By reclaiming all 9 tailed beasts, the Outer Path Golem could revert to its most primal and complete form. and Uchiha Madara. He was destined to become the godlike Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, wielding the power of creation itself. Come forth. Uchiha Madara clapped his hands forcefully. His vast chakra, infused with sage techniques, erupted like a volcano, pouring unabashedly into the body of the outer path golem. Chains of the golem. Buzz. The ashen figure of the golem seemed to be imbued with a soul as its tightly shut eyes snapped open. It gaped its abyss-like mouth, unleashing countless chains formed from concentrated chakra, radiating an ominous glow. The chains, akin to serpents come to life, surged forth at a velocity surpassing space itself, enveloping the tailed beasts that had only just broken free from their seals and were rampaging in place. Roar. The one-tailed Shikaku, attempting to conjure a sandstorm, found itself ensnared by several chains, immobilized. The two tails Nikomata ignited with blue flames, striving to incinerate the chains. Yet, the moment the chains made contact, its flames were subdued. Whether it was the four-tailed Son Goku or the five-tailed Kokuo, the tailed beast struggled in vain, leaving no mark upon the chains. In the face of this absolute suppression, rooted in the depths of their bloodline, they appeared utterly powerless. Their roars transformed from anger to defiance, ultimately morphing into despairing wails. The chains, precise as the most adept of predators, swiftly ensnared the bodies of each tailed beast before violently retracting. They were irresistibly drawn towards the abyssal maw of the golem. Not far away, on a floating stone, the seven-tailed Jinchuriki, Fu, awakened from the echoes of battle with a pained groan. Clutching her throbbing head, she struggled to sit up from the rock. What had transpired? Her consciousness lingered on the moment when Konoha was invaded by Uchiha Madara, engulfed in flames. A vision of a sinister, scarlet Sharingan haunting her mind. Her memories were a chaotic whirl. Before she could discern her surroundings, a black chain, imbued with an ethereal glow, sliced through the air with blinding speed, piercing her abdomen with unerring precision. Fu let out a heart-wrenching scream as the chain penetrated her frail body, suspending her in midair, blood gushing forth and dripping onto the floating stone. The chain yanked back violently, arching Fu's body painfully, and she could distinctly feel her companion, a presence she had shared for over a decade, being violently wrenched from her very soul. A massive, emerald-hued chakra was forcibly extracted from her, coalescing in the air into the form of the seven-tailed beast. The colossal insect-like creature emitted a mournful cry before being ensnared by other chains, helplessly dragged towards the golem. Fu's body crashed heavily to the ground, akin to a marionette with severed strings. Her vacant gaze lingered on the departing seven tails, her life flickering like a candle in the wind, entering its final countdown. Slowly, she closed her eyes. At this moment, the nine-tailed beasts converged, bound tightly by the chains of the golem, suspended before the outer path golem, returning to the place of their genesis. The overwhelming pressure emanating from the ten tails, rooted in the depths of their bloodline, extinguished their will to resist. They returned to the birthplace that had spawned them. The tailed beasts released cries of defiance, ultimately transforming into 9 streams of vibrant, pure chakra, consumed entirely by the outer path golem. Thunderous roars echoed as the last remnants of chakra were absorbed. With the completion of the nine-tailed beast's chakra, the golem's gray and lifeless form began to tremble violently, as if a long-stilled heart was reigniting its beat. The enormous void in its chest, nourished by the immense chakra energy, healed at an observable pace. Beneath its desiccated exterior, it seemed as though hot blood coursed through its veins, emanating a palpable vitality. Its form began to twist, swell, and reshape. Muscles burgeoned with fervor, skin hardened and imbued with a sense of strength, hinting at a metallic sheen that flowed across its surface. From behind, 10 robust tails, resembling colossal claws, erupted from its body, thrashing wildly at the sky. A mere sweep of these tails stirred waves hundreds of meters high. Its cranium began to dissolve and reassemble, ultimately transforming into an immense eye. Within that eye, there was no sclera, only concentric spirals and 9 blood-red comma-like tomo. The eye bore no emotion, only silence and emptiness. The ten tails, this beast, which even eludes the realm of legends, was now descending upon the world once more. The 5 members of the Akatsuki stood in stunned silence, gazing at the apocalyptic scene before them. Though they had acquired the power of Pero, they had never imagined that such a colossal, malevolent, and pure amalgamation of chakra could exist in this world. The mere presence of it was enough to warp the very fabric of space. As the ten tails' vast form began to stretch across the sky, a fervent, rapturous smile spread across Uchiha Madara's face. "Do you see this, Hashirama?" He spread his arms wide, as if embracing his masterpiece. This is the true power I have sought. The next step was imminent. His gaze shifted towards the 5 members of the Akatsuki, his Rinnegan eyes brimming with an undeniable will. Chapter 40. Pero's avatar. The 5 members of the Akatsuki stood in awe, gazing at the apocalyptic beast that had emerged from the annals of legend. The Tin Tails, with a body so vast it obscured the sun, cast a shadow akin to a colossal curtain, enveloping the entire Hidden Rain village and the surrounding hills. Even its unconscious breaths stirred winds fierce enough to tear steel asunder. Its single massive eye reflecting the entirety of the world, devoid of focus, steeped in indifferent, pure void. It was stretching its slumbering form, and every casual sweep of its tails was accompanied by the thunderous roar of earth-shattering tremors, as if the entire world trembled at its awakening. This is dire. Nagato watched as the distant tower of the Hidden Rain village began to shake violently under the onslaught of an invisible shockwave, signs of collapse becoming evident. Alarm bells rang in his mind. If this continued, the mere aftershocks of its awakening would obliterate the village. This was their home, their stronghold, the foundation upon which they aimed to establish a new order, and it must not be razed to the ground by a monster in the form of a Jinchuriki. He was recovering at an extraordinary rate despite his injuries. He clenched his fists, feeling the revitalized power surging deep within his cells. He exchanged a fierce glance with Yahiko beside him. No words were necessary. Years of camaraderie allowed them to grasp each other's intent in an instant. Stop it. At all costs. In the next moment, both figures vanished from their positions. The surface of the lake beneath them erupted into 2 massive, spiral-shaped craters, sending towering waves soaring to the heights of dozens of meters. Yahiko's target was the architect of this chaos, Uchiha Madara. The golden flames blazed fiercely upon his form, transforming him into a streaking meteor that appeared spectrally beside Uchiha Madara. Pivoting on his left leg, he spun through the air at an astonishing velocity, his elongated right leg wielding the terrifying force capable of shattering meteors. It resembled a divine battle axe, cleaving through the atmosphere with a piercing shriek as it swept towards Madara's flank. Yet, Uchiha Madara maintained his calm and unperturbed demeanor. Faced with this sudden and formidable strike that posed a threat to him, he did not even turn his head, as if he possessed eyes in the back of his head. Instead, he leisurely extended his right hand, which accurately intercepted Yahiko's assault. Boom. At the moment of contact between leg and hand, time seemed to freeze for an instant. Subsequently, 2 utterly distinct yet equally terrifying forces collided with a deafening roar. The golden might of the Perlo clashed violently with Madara's chakra, infused with sage techniques, erupting into a visible ring-shaped shockwave. The lake beneath their feet was instantaneously vaporized, creating a transient vacuum zone with a diameter exceeding 100 meters. The violent gusts radiated outward, toppling the surviving allied ninja in the distance. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the battlefield, Nagato stood before the gargantuan Tin Tails, in the presence of such a colossal beast. His diminutive form resembled an ant attempting to shake a tree. Yet, there was no trace of fear in his gaze. Countless resplendent golden chains erupted forth from him. The adamantine sealing chains. This was the most advanced sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan, and under the augmentation of the Perlo's power, these chains transcended mere chakra constructs. They shimmered with the brilliance of the sun, exuding a sacred and unparalleled aura as they coiled around the massive body of the Tin Tails in layers. With wide, determined eyes, Nagato exerted all his might, endeavoring to temporarily restrain the Tin Tails' movements with these divine chains, buying time for Yahiko and the others. However, crack, 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 crack. The golden chains, confronted by the ever-expanding form of the Tin Tails, endured for less than 3 seconds before emitting a painful wail of strain, shattering inch by inch into countless golden motes of light. It was too immense, utterly uncontainable. Nagato's eyes widened in despair. The complete form of the Tin Tails possessed a power that transcended all comprehension. It did not even need to launch an attack. The mere force of its awakening was sufficient to break free from this enhanced sealing technique. The Tin Tails slowly lifted its head, its colossal shadow engulfing the entire Rain Village. Within the village, countless residents gazed upward at the apocalyptic sight, uttering cries of despair. Is this how it ends? Nagato stared at the shattered chains, a profound sense of helplessness welling up within him. Even with the power of Perlo, was he still insufficiently strong in the face of this primordial beast? Just at this critical moment, a golden meteor streaked across the dim sky at a speed that transcended light and surpassed human comprehension. In the next moment, a figure radiating resplendent golden light, akin to an incarnation of the sun, abruptly appeared before the colossal head of the Ten Tails. He executed no superfluous movements nor exhibited any earth-shattering presence. He simply advanced and delivered a single, powerful punch. Boom. There was no cataclysmic explosion, only a profoundly muffled sound, as if even space had been pierced. The immense body of the Ten Tails, capable of obliterating all, was struck as if impacted by an invisible planet. Its massive head jerked back violently, and its grand form lost balance, soaring backward. It crashed into the distant hills, triggering a seismic event of unprecedented scale. The entire land of Rain quaked violently beneath the weight of this single blow. Nagato gazed in astonishment at the figure suspended in midair, emanating pure golden light. This sensation was that of Pero's clone. Suddenly, he recalled that before leaving, Pero had left a clone composed of gathered chakra in the office as a safeguard. When this clone sensed latent danger, Pero would become aware of the situation here, projecting his consciousness into the clone for control. Seeing Pero's emergence, Nagato let out a long sigh of relief, his body, strained from intense combat, relaxing in that moment. Above the hidden rain village, the golden figure hovered silently. Pero Uchiha Madara gradually lowered his hand that had been defending against Yahiko, his rinnegan fixed steadfastly on the sky, his expression finally revealing a grave demeanor. Such exaggerated power had not been mentioned in Black Zetsu's intelligence reports. Uchiha Madara cast a sidelong glance at Black Zetsu, who was observing from a short distance. Has this guy's ability to gather intelligence diminished? Madara muttered under his breath, his wariness of Pero reaching a zenith. He directed his gaze towards the origin of the meteor-like trajectory, the core of the hidden rain village. Damn it, we have all been deceived. Uchiha Madara clenched his teeth in frustration. Pero had never truly left the hidden rain village. Chapter 41. The Ten Tails and Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara's gaze remained fixed on the golden figure hovering above the hidden rain village, his eyes betraying a serious expression. Just one punch. Merely one punch, and the Ten Tails was casually sent flying to the opposite shore of the lake. This power made Uchiha Madara furrow his brow, his apprehension towards Pero escalating infinitely. It seemed that to fulfill his plan, addressing the Pero situation must take precedence. Black Zetsu emerged from the lake beside Madara. Observing the distant dust cloud raised by the fallen Ten Tails, his voice tinged with a hint of fear. He sensed an ominous aura lurking within the swirling dust. The Ten Tails is a beast devoid of reason, and if it is not swiftly contained, its onslaught may extend to us. Before his words could fade, a cataclysmic surge of chakra erupted from the mist beyond the hill. The colossal form of the Ten Tails emerged from the collapsed mountains, its immense crimson single eye reflecting utter chaos. It slowly lowered its massive form, opening its gaping maw. A pure orb of purple-black energy rapidly coalesced above it, the swirling energy generating shockwaves that instantaneously dispersed the surrounding haze. That was the tailed beast ball. Uchiha Madara gazed at the swelling sphere, his pupils narrowing in alarm. He could sense the overwhelming power contained within that gigantic sphere, capable of erasing everything within a 10-mile radius from the earth. His fists clenched involuntarily, a euphoric expression surfacing on his face. Truly, the Ten Tails, even in its mindless instinctive assault, exhibited such formidable might. Yet soon, he regained his composure, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. For this attack would also encompass Pedro and the hidden rain village behind him. He was eager to witness how Pedro would respond to this strike. Above the hidden rain village, Pedro's clone hovered silently, flames of gold rippling across its form like waves. He observed the distant, forming-tailed beast ball, his face a mask of stoicism. Gradually, he raised his gaze, his golden pupils igniting with twin crimson glimmers. In the next instant, the world dimmed. Everyone present could only behold two slender beams of red light slicing through the rain, striking the still coalescing tailed beast ball with astonishing precision and speed. That sphere, potent enough to annihilate the world, was cleaved cleanly in two as if sliced by a hot knife through butter. The chaotic chakra unleashed its restraints, surging violently against the colossal form of the Ten Tails. A howl erupted from the Ten Tails, its chaotic eye revealing pain for the first time. It emitted anguished cries as its immense body was ravaged by its own uncontrollable power, countless gashes marring its form. Yet, in the next heartbeat, those wounds, potent enough to obliterate any creature, began to heal at a visible pace. Fueled by the Ten Tails' nearly boundless chakra. This cannot continue, Madara thought to himself, realizing that if this persisted, the Ten Tails might be overwhelmed. He, too, yearned for power beyond measure. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped into action, transforming into a shadow that sped past the allied forces toward the Ten Tails. The Ten-Tails shook its massive head, striving to maneuver its colossal body from the mountains. Madara's figure landed before it. His Rinnegan flared fiercely, a peculiar power erupting as white appendages swiftly extended from the Ten-Tails, binding Madara and the beast together. Your casually unleashed power is now under my dominion. Roar. The Ten-Tails emitted another mighty roar, yet this time, its singular eye bore a hint of Uchiha Madara's will. Uchiha Madara stood atop the Ten-Tails, his body intricately connected to it. Under Madara's command, the Ten-Tails' colossal tails lashed out towards the sky, wielding a cataclysmic force aimed at the clone of Pero. In the face of this nation-destroying assault, Pero's clone appeared remarkably at ease. His form darted swiftly amidst the numerous gigantic tails, moving with the grace of a fleeting shadow, as if taking a leisurely stroll. Occasionally, he would even dismiss the need to evade, countering the ferocious tail with a single punch that sent it spiraling back. While effortlessly managing the Ten-Tails' onslaught, he gradually advanced towards Madara's position. Madara's gaze sharpened. Limbo Border Jail. The advancing figure of Pero's clone momentarily hesitated, sensing an eerie fluctuation in the surrounding space. It felt as though an invisible, intangible shadow, undetectable yet undeniably present, was inching closer. Bang! A muffled thud resonated, unleashing a tremendous shockwave. Pero's clone simply raised his hand nonchalantly, precisely blocking the shadow's assault. Madara's pupils constricted. How could he perceive the attack of Limbo? Those without the Rinnegan are incapable of detecting such an assault. As Pero's clone drew nearer, Madara began to sense an unsettling anomaly emanating from him. At last, through the inside of the Rinnegan, Madara discerned the peculiarity surrounding Pero. The clone before him appeared somewhat translucent, radiating a pure golden light from within. Madara's eyes widened in disbelief, his face betraying an expression of shock. A clone. This being, capable of effortlessly repelling the Ten-Tails and even blocking his Limbo, was merely a clone. Without the Rinnegan, he would have been unable to see through this ruse. A surge of furious humiliation erupted within Madara, akin to a volcano ready to erupt. He, Uchiha Madara, the legendary figure of the ninja world and the hidden hand behind it all, had been insulted by one such as Pero. You scoundrel! Madara roared in anger from atop the Ten-Tails, his chakra infused with sage energy erupting without restraint. Through the Ten-Tails, it transformed into a violent shockwave, pushing Pero's clone back a short distance. No longer hesitating, he turned and struck the Ten-Tails with forceful palms. You shall witness what true power is. In an instant, the Ten-Tails' enormous singular eye erupted with a terrifying gravitational pull, akin to that of a black hole. Its colossal form, akin to a mountain, along with Uchiha Madara himself, succumbed to the irresistible pull, collapsing towards a singularity at the center, converging. Trees were uprooted, the earth was torn asunder, and hills began to disintegrate, all being drawn into that terrifying force, consumed by the ever-shrinking point. Ultimately, when everything was devoured, all that remained in the place where the Ten-Tails once resided was a large white sphere emanating an ominous light. A chilling, terrifying aura radiated from this sphere. The allied ninjas in the distance trembled uncontrollably, losing their will upon sensing that presence. From the sphere came an abrupt heartbeat sound, thud. Chapter 42. 6 Paths. Uchiha Madara. That white sphere, which sent shivers down the soul, hovered quietly in midair. Nearby, Pero's clone gazed at the sphere, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Meanwhile, billions of kilometers away, basking in the sun's embrace with legs crossed, the true form of Pero, eyes closed, mirrored an identical grin, as if sharing a silent connection. In the next moment, the massive white sphere shuddered slightly. Layers of white material began to accumulate on its surface, gradually outlining a humanoid figure. The upper half of Uchiha Madara emerged from the cocoon. His eyes remained shut, his expression devoid of emotion. Yet the aura surrounding him had transcended the ordinary, surpassing even that of the sage mode. Abruptly, he opened his eyes. Unlike the ordinary Sharingan of the past, those eyes were pure, containing the ever-evolving light of 6 Paths power. With a fierce glare, he completely absorbed the remaining white sphere, which held the power of the Ten-Tails capable of reshaping the world. His body began to undergo inhuman transformations, evolving towards divinity. A dozen dark orbs, reminiscent of the ability to devour all, floated behind Uchiha Madara like satellites, rotating slowly. His wild black hair faded visibly, transforming into a wild expanse of white. The tattered red armor of the Warring States period fulfilled its purpose, crumbling piece by piece and falling to the ground below. In its place, he donned a pristine white robe adorned with 6 black tomo patterns, fluttering without wind, resonating with an ethereal sound. Uchiha Madara slowly raised his hand, flipping his palm, as a truth-seeking orb soared into his grasp, instantly transforming into a black staff topped with a circular clasp. Grasping the staff, he began to levitate gently, moving with this body imbued with divine power. He sensed an unprecedented resonance with the world around him. He had become the new sage of six paths. On the face of Uchiha Madara, a confident smile, one that suggested mastery overall, emerged. His gaze was cast upon the golden figure suspended in the sky. Motionless as if watching a play unfold, he drifted slowly forward, halting before the clone of Pero. In a tone tinged with condescension, he spoke softly, at last. You and I stand at the same height. I can sense the essence of your existence. Pero, summon your true self to confront me. Yet, the clone merely shook its head. Upon the visage, entirely composed of golden energy, devoid of discernible features, Madara detected a hint of pity. He is feeling pity for me. The confidence in Uchiha Madara's eyes was swiftly replaced by indignation. How dare you insult me? His voice, now laced with fury, commanded without question, Pero, let your true self emerge. What grants you the audacity to believe you are worthy to stand at my level? At last, the clone of Pero spoke, its tone devoid of emotion. And who bestowed upon you this bravery? Is it Liang Jingru? A question mark seemed to appear above Madara's head. In the next moment, the clone moved. It simply thrust a punch forward, devoid of any extravagant chakra or the whisper of wind. Yet, Madara, having evolved into the body of the six paths, failed to perceive the punch with his Rinnegan, entirely unprepared for the assault. By the time he realized the opponent had struck, he was already engulfed in excruciating pain. Bang! In an instant, Uchiha Madara's mind went blank, his previously imperious expression betraying astonishment and a flicker of self-doubt. How could this be? His divine form, freshly evolved in the hierarchy of existence, was sent flying backward like a discarded rag doll. Boom! He shattered several hills in succession, ultimately embedding himself within a distant mountain, devoid of any movement. The arena fell once more into a profound silence, the allied forces staring blankly at the sky, their minds momentarily halted. What kind of overwhelming power is this? Who are we truly battling against? Just then, Uchiha Madara, emerging from the depths of the mountain with an overwhelming fury, presented a disheveled figure, stripped of all dignity, his pure white six paths robe soiled with dirt and debris, a clear imprint of a fist marked upon his face. You wretch! Uchiha Madara unleashed a desperate roar, relinquishing his former pride, releasing all the power he had just acquired without reservation. Senjutsu, in release, thunder style. Countless bolts of black lightning erupted from his hands. Senjutsu, wind release, light fong. A beam of light shot forth from his mouth. Rinne rebirth, edge of the underworld. For invisible shadows simultaneously launched an assault on Pero from four directions. Their methods were diverse, each skill potent enough to easily topple a tailed beast. Yet, in the face of this onslaught, Pero's clones merely hovered serenely in the air. With a gentle breath, those celestial arts vanished like flickering candle flames. As for the four, they found themselves unable to approach his physical form, as an invisible field of biological force barred their way, rendering any attack futile. With an air of nonchalance and ease, a hint of boredom flickered in his eyes. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Uchiha Madara's forehead. Why? Despite having absorbed the 10 tails and ascended to become the new sage of six paths, possessing the pinnacle of power in this world, could he not even graze the hem of a clone's garment? Why? Uchiha Madara let out a desperate, indignant roar. What is the reason for this? Why does such a being exist in this world? The answer came in the form of a golden fist that reappeared before him. Boom! This time, Pero's clone delivered a punch that sent Uchiha Madara plummeting from the sky, crashing violently into the depths of the earth, leaving behind a vast and bottomless crater. Lying at the bottom of the pit, his bones shattered, the once proud Rinnegan had turned completely white, devoid of all vitality. Pero's clone slowly descended from the air, casting not a single glance at Madara in the pit below. This clone was not left behind to deal with someone of his trivial caliber. Gradually, he turned his gaze toward a nearby cluster of black Zetsu, which was stealthily lurking and poised to make a move against Uchiha Madara. Isn't that right, Black Zetsu? Chapter 43. Infinite Tsukuyami, isn't that right, Black Zetsu? Pero's clone's calm voice resonated clearly in Black Zetsu's ears. The entity, poised to stealthily approach Uchiha Madara, suddenly froze. A chilling sensation coursed through its being. It raised its gaze to the golden figure, although the attention of the other was not fully fixated on it. Black Zetsu understood that Pero had seen through its disguise. This monster, Alarm bells rang in Black Zetsu's mind. Such a being of this caliber could only be a harbinger of trouble, perhaps even an Akatsuki from another star, deliberately seeking to stir conflict. It was imperative to awaken Mother to confront that being. Glancing at the pit where Uchiha Madara lay, eyes rolled back and consciousness lost, Black Zetsu seethed in silent curses. Useless. Becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, ascending to the Sage of Six Paths, and still unable to deal with him. And he was merely a clone. Hurry up and utilize that invincible infinite Tsukuyomi. As if responding to the anguished cries within the heart of Kurizetsu, Uchiha Madara, nestled in the depths of the chasm, bore an expression of profound agony upon his face. His eyes, once rolled back, gradually returned to their original position, regaining a flicker of vitality. Struggling with every ounce of strength, he clasped his hands before his chest to form a seal. With a crack, the white bone armor adorned with horns on his forehead shattered, scattering to the side, revealing a large, grotesque eye at the center of his brow, a crimson Rinnegan, glimmering with 9 tomo. At the moment he completed the seal, the eye abruptly opened, spinning at an alarming speed. In an instant, the entire world seemed to be muted, as if the volume had been turned down. The thick clouds that perpetually loomed over the land of rain began to dissolve silently, akin to ice melting under sunlight. No, it was not merely the land of rain. The clouds over the entire planet vanished. The sky darkened, though it had been day just moments prior. The heavens transformed as if a curtain had suddenly descended. The sun still hung high, radiating its brilliance, yet the world was engulfed in an eerie darkness. A colossal, radiant moon materialized abruptly in the pitch-black sky. The sun and moon traversed together. What is that? On the battlefield, the surviving, terrified ninja of the allied forces gazed up in bewilderment, an ominous premonition swelling within them, though they were unaware of the clash between the deities. The current state of affairs could only spell disaster. In the chasm, Uchiha Madara slowly raised his head, his Rinnegan. Along with the Rinnegan on his forehead, 3 eyes, intently fixated on the immense moon above. At that moment, his ocular power erupted without reservation. Infinite Tsukuyomi. Instantly, the world appeared to be enveloped in a surreal blood-red veil. The massive moon in the sky, its surface resembling the celestial phenomenon of an eclipse, bore spirals and 9 slowly rotating tomo, gradually covering the entirety of the moon. Ultimately, it transformed into a colossal Rinnegan identical to the one adorning Madara's forehead. Look to the sky. A ninja from the allied forces cried out, having noticed the moon's peculiarity. All who heard the call instinctively turned their gaze toward the crimson moon. In an instant, their eyes lost their luster. Their souls seemed to be forcibly extracted by that singular eye, plunging them into an eternal slumber filled with blissful dreams. One by one, the ninjas stood motionless, like wooden puppets, their eyes vacant. Don't look at the sky. It's an illusion. Quickly, lower your heads. A few resolute ninja, sensing the danger, shouted in an attempt to save those yet untouched by the mirage. Alas, it was already too late. The crimson moonlight, disregarding all physical laws and barriers, enveloped every corner of the planet. Regardless of who or where one might be, whether one's eyes were closed or open, the moment one was touched by this moonlight, they would be ensnared in an eternal illusion. Simultaneously, the earth trembled. Uchiha Madara's gaze sharpened. The divine tree emerged, as colossal roots surged forth from the ground like mountains. In every place where humans existed on this planet, be it towns or villages, similar immense roots erupted from the earth. At that very moment, countless thick vines cascaded down from the towering roots, ensnaring the defenseless ninjas trapped in the eternal illusion, wrapping them into green cocoons of human size. Except for the hidden rain village. In the fleeting moments before the infinite Tsukuyomi commenced, the figure of Minato Namikaze flickered like golden lightning across the battlefield. With profound insight, he sensed the impending calamity. The instant the sky underwent its bizarre transformation, he executed the flying thunder god technique, teleporting all members of the Akatsuki and Kakashi to the heart of the hidden rain village. During their previous skirmishes, he had marked each of them with the flying thunder god seal. Time was short. He could not save everyone. Prepare yourselves for the jutsu in the sky, he warned the group. Almost as soon as he spoke, the crimson moonlight engulfed the land. Nagato, Yahiko, Konan, and Rin acted without hesitation. Their extensive training had forged an unspoken bond among them. For beams of resplendent golden light surged skyward and centered around the hidden rain village. An illusory rectangular barrier suddenly expanded, enveloping the village as if it were a golden canister, sealing it securely within. The crimson moonlight was blocked by the sun-kissed golden barrier. Obito watched anxiously as the four maintained the barrier with all their might, filled with a sense of helplessness, disregarding Kakashi beside him. He had not acquired the power of Pero. Meanwhile, the Pero clone hovering above the hidden rain village surveyed the scene with keen interest, waiting for the jester in the pit to emerge. Meanwhile, over 100 million kilometers away in the core of the sun, an announcement rang out. Energy absorption complete. Current energy, 100. The host has met the requirements for bloodline evolution and may evolve into Silver Superman at any time. Warning: the evolution process may trigger violent, uncontrollable energy tides, likely causing significant upheaval in the current galaxy. It is advised that the host seek a safe location for evolution. Pero's consciousness awakened from a state of blissful relaxation, sensing that his body had undergone a profound transformation. The energy stored within him, now overflowing, was exponentially more potent than before. He sensed that with merely a flick of his finger, he could shatter the very fabric of space. Only by operating his biological force field at maximum capacity could he barely contain this immense power within himself, preventing it from leaking out. Otherwise, even the residual waves could incite turmoil between planets. His gaze fell upon the distant Azure planet, his mind working in tandem as he utilized the eyes of his clone to assess the situation. The foolishly sweet figure was about to emerge. He hesitated for a moment, and in the next instant transformed into a golden comet, vanishing from sight as he surged toward the far-off celestial body. Chapter 44. Otsutsuki Kagaya. In the depths of the pit, Uchiha Obito struggled to lift his head, his swollen face bearing a sickly flush. He could scarcely believe that, gasping for breath and harboring a final, venomous hope, there existed in this world a being immune to the infinite Tsukuyomi. This was his ultimate trump card, the culmination of a lifetime's pursuit, capable of ending all conflict. He had plotted for this moment for years. He could not fathom that the clone of Pero could withstand the eye technique of the Sage of Six Paths emanating from the moon. He raised his gaze, observing the suspended figure of Pero's clone, akin to an embodiment of the sun, who merely lifted its head. With eyes composed solely of radiance, it regarded the ominous, colossal Rinnegan in the sky with indifference. The crimson moonlight engulfed him like a tide. Yet the golden flames surrounding him dimmed only for an instant before returning to their prior brilliance, now even more resplendent. Pero's clone slowly lowered its head, casting a derisive glance at the exhausted Uchiha Obito in the pit, akin to viewing a jester. Multitasking indeed had its drawbacks. Pero's clone silently mused that it was unexpected for this Tsukuyomi to have even a slight effect on him. It seemed that the lack of magic resistance was a universal constant across all realms. As Uchiha Obito beheld the unaffected demeanor of his opponent, the last flicker of hope extinguished within him. It was futile. The light in his eyes rapidly dimmed. He surrendered. He had exhausted all means, his taijutsu, ninjutsu, sage arts, and the ocular techniques he once took pride in appeared laughable and powerless before this monstrosity. With the complete loss of will to fight, he felt the tumultuous power of the 10 tails, which he had recently assimilated, begin to stir uncontrollably within him, as if it threatened to burst forth from his frail shell. This Jinchuriki was no longer viable. A profound weariness welled up within Obito, prompting him to consider releasing it all. In this new world, there was no place for a remnant of the old era like him. Perhaps it is best to seek rebirth in the Pure Land, for that may be the ultimate sanctuary for oneself. Everything has come to an end. At the very moment this thought arose, a dark hand, without warning, pierced through his heart from behind, spilling forth a torrent of scalding blood. Uchiha Madara, in disbelief, trembled as he turned his head to the side. Before him emerged a shadowy visage, adorned with an eerie smile, slowly rising from the earth beneath him. Kagaya's will. How could he have imagined that he would be betrayed at the end by the very embodiment of his own creation? You are my creation, why have you betrayed me? His voice brimmed with confusion and rage. The dark figure slowly shook its head, its countenance revealing a blend of mockery and pity. You are mistaken, Uchiha Madara. From the very beginning, you have erred. My will is Kagaya. You have merely existed as the most crucial pawn in the resurrection of my mother. Just as you have manipulated all in the ninja world, you are no different from Obito. Your mission has reached its conclusion. In that fleeting moment, upon the battlefield, countless white cocoons, ensnared by the branches of the god tree, began to tremble violently. A colossal and pure chakra surged forth, fervently drawn from the bodies of the ninjas trapped in an eternal dream. You absorbed the god tree, siphoned the tailed beast chakra, and collected my mother's chakra scattered across the world. Now, at this moment, my mother's physical form, her chakra, and her will have finally converged. Arise, my mother. Black Zetsu let out a frenzied scream. An endless stream of chakra flowed along the vines of the god tree, merging into the roots below, akin to rivers returning to the sea, ultimately surging into Uchiha Madara's body. No, Madara found himself frozen, helplessly witnessing the overwhelming chakra, sufficient to rupture a planet, wildly flooding into him. His body began to expand in a grotesque manner, defying all laws of life. Like a balloon being inflated, his skin stretched to transparency, while his muscles and bones cried out in agony, shattering. At that moment, he felt like a fool, a thoroughly deluded, laughable jester. He had orchestrated his plans for decades, believing himself to be the master of the ninja world, manipulating everyone at his whim. In the end, all his endeavors transformed into mere illusions. Not only was his scheme utterly dismantled by an extraordinary being like Pain, wielding absolute power, but also the preparations he had meticulously cultivated over the years. The unwavering conviction he held were all a complete charade. Regret washed over him. He regretted once more his reappearance in this world. Ultimately, Uchiha Madara's unwilling consciousness was entirely consumed by the ceaseless torrent of chakra. Hashirama pondered, have I truly erred? His body, swollen to its limit, began to gradually contract and reshape. Slowly, it transformed into a pale-skinned woman adorned in a white feathered robe, bearing a rinnegan upon her forehead and a pair of menacing horns atop her head. She slowly opened her eyes, revealing a pair of pure white orbs devoid of pupils. Her gaze immediately fixated upon the solitary golden figure in the sky that still radiated light. Concurrently, the voice of Kagaya, tinged with a hint of flattery and grievance, emanated from her sleeve. Mother, it is that fellow. He has persistently interfered with my plans to resurrect you. This is merely his clone. Kagaya's white eyes subtly shifted, chakra coalescing within them as the veins around her eyes pulsed. She analyzed the composition of the clone, only to discover that it was entirely constituted of chakra. You are not of this world. Her voice was ethereal and haughty, imbued with the indifference of a deity towards mortals. This energy structure is unlike any race known to me. Is it life beyond the Tsutsuki? As she spoke, Kagaya slowly raised her hands as if to embrace the entirety of the world. No matter. This planet is mine. Chapter 45. Instant death concealed within the expansive sleeves of Kagaya's feathered robe, Black Zetsu, listening to his mother's incessant chatter, felt a desperate urgency akin to ants on a hot pan. Act swiftly. Black Zetsu screamed internally, why waste time talking? Just strike. As if attuned to Black Zetsu's thoughts, Kagaya Tsutsuki subtly furrowed her brow and cast a fierce glance at her own sleeve. Then, she redirected her emotionless white eyes towards the golden figure in the sky. The chakra of this world belongs solely to me, Kagaya declared, her voice resonating with an ethereal pride. With an innate, undeniable possessiveness, chakra flows within you as well. Return it, thief. In her eyes, she was the progenitor of chakra. All chakra in this world originated from her and rightfully belonged to her. The golden clone before her was also composed of unique chakra. Observing the exquisite fluctuations of the clone's chakra, a wave of greed blossomed within Kagaya's heart. The clone, watching the self-absorbed Kagaya below, found the scene somewhat amusing. He turned his head toward the void, a sardonic smile gracing his face. Ah, dear readers, behold her audacity. She dares to demand possession, truly a person who has enjoyed a comfortable life. The clone then suppressed his irreverent expression and looked back at Kagaya, slowly shaking his index finger. I too yearn to personally deliver a blow to you, to savor the exquisite thrill of tearing apart the finality. Alas, my essence can no longer wait. In the very moment that the words fell, a terrifying pressure enveloped the entire planet. The once arrogant Kagaya Akatsuki felt her heart leap in alarm. Instinctively, she gazed skyward, her Byakugan activated to its utmost potential. Yet, she beheld nothing. By the time she sensed the impending danger, it was far too late. A golden fist loomed rapidly larger within her astonished, pure white eyes. Bang! Time seemed to freeze at that instant. Kagaya's upper body erupted like an overinflated balloon, her splendid feathered robe disintegrating alongside it into myriad white motes of light. The astonishing force of the punch did not wane in the slightest, continuing forward to pierce through countless mountains behind her, revealing the rocky layers beneath. The sky appeared as if a giant eraser had forcibly carved a passage that pierced the heavens. At the end of this passage, the endless black of the cosmos beyond the atmosphere was visible. Pero's essence floated in midair. He slowly retracted his fist and casually beckoned to the nearby golden clone. The clone, comprehending his intent, transformed into a pure golden light and instantly merged into Pero's being. At that moment of fusion, an even more formidable aura erupted from Pero. The ground beneath him could not withstand the residual force, fracturing into countless deep chasms. Goodness, I nearly revealed myself. Pero was startled, swiftly elevating his biological force field to a hyperfrequency state, just managing to restrain the overwhelming power that threatened to overflow from within him due to the fusion. In the brief seconds of his merging with the clone, Kagaya's shattered upper body, bolstered by an infinite supply of chakra, had already regenerated to its original state. As long as the chakra on this planet was not exhausted, she was immortal and indestructible. Kagaya gazed at the man before her, whose presence was magnitudes more powerful than that of the previously encountered clone. For the first time, a serious expression graced her eternally frozen visage. With a sweeping gesture of her hand, without any hand seals, countless pitch-black void portals manifested around Pero. Countless gray-bone spears, forged from the essence of the seeking Tao, capable of disintegrating everything they touched into molecules, surged forth from those black portals, sealing off all avenues of escape for Pero. Each black spear harbored the terrifying might to effortlessly annihilate vast swathes of forest. Yet, as these lethal attacks approached Pero's form, as if colliding with an insurmountable dimensional barrier, they abruptly halted midair, then shattered inch by inch, disintegrating into dust. Perona, at full power and even beginning to overclock her biological force field, enveloped herself in an impenetrable shield. Observing the astonished expression of her opponent, Perona cleared her throat, her demeanor suddenly adopting an air of utmost seriousness. In a voice reminiscent of a charismatic male broadcaster, she declared, "Ahem, Kagaya Akatsuki, your strength is indeed formidable." The black zetsu concealed within Kagaya's sleeve was momentarily stunned by Perona's eerily familiar words. Was this not the very line spoken by Hashirama Senju when sealing the Nine Tails? Did this not imply that the next words would lead to the sealing of his mother? No, I have just emerged. I have yet to revel in the thrill of unrestrained freedom. The black zetsu emitted a desperate cry from within Kagaya's sleeve. Thus, in Perona's eyes, a brilliant light shone forth, as she proclaimed, "For the peace of this world, I beseech you to perish." In that instant, the sun upon the darkened sky seemed to be reignited, its radiance erupting in a magnificent explosion, tearing through the blood-red veil that shrouded the world. The entirety of existence was consumed by this surging, pure light. Kagaya's immortal body began to be devoured by this brilliance, gradually vanishing from sight. Moments later, the encompassing light that blanketed the earth began to fade. Perona's dazzling eyes dimmed, returning to their normal, profound golden hue. She lifted her gaze, witnessing the vast chakra that erupted after Kagaya's complete annihilation. This chakra transformed into a myriad of colorful specks, gently descending from the heavens. It merged with the earth, flowing back into the colossal, withering vines, and into the white cocoons scattered throughout. At that moment, all those ensnared in the infinite Tsukuyomi awakened from their eternal slumber. Perona turned away, casting not a single glance at the world restored to peace. Her gaze seemed to pierce through the barriers of space, once again directed towards the altar that sealed the dragon vein. The final resolution had been achieved. It was time to tidy up. A new journey was about to commence. Chapter 46. The Dragon Vein, preparing to change worlds. With the complete eradication of Kagaya Akatsuki, the crimson moonlight that enveloped the entire planet receded slowly. Akin to a retreating tide, the ninjas, once shrouded by the divine tree's birth, began to awaken from their eternal dreams as chakra flowed back. The war concluded in a manner unforeseen by all. The world welcomed peace. Yet, this peace was not forged through understanding and trust, but rather compelled in the face of absolute power. Upon learning from the Akatsuki organization about the infinite Tsukuyomi, Kagaya Akatsuki, and the millennia-long deception, the 5 Kage and the surviving high-ranking members of the allied forces fell into a profound silence. Ultimately, beneath the statue of Perlo, a symbol of absolute power in the village hidden in rain, the 5 great ninja villages, representing the entirety of the ninja world, bowed their once proud heads to the Akatsuki, or rather, to the entity known as Perlo. They had no alternative. The Akatsuki had become the new and singular order of this world. Months later, in the village hidden in rain, the once perpetually rain-soaked steel city had undergone a remarkable transformation. Although the sky still bore its familiar gray hue, the city now pulsed with a vitality previously unknown. Under the dominion of the Akatsuki, war had been eradicated, the barriers between nations and villages were dismantled, and resources and technology began to circulate at an unprecedented pace. The village hidden in rain, now the epicenter of this new world, had evolved into a bustling metropolis. In an office, Perlo lounged on the sofa, idly observing the outside world with his legs crossed. Peace, he mused internally, is indeed rather dull. After eliminating Kaguya, he had entered a state of idle sagehood. Each day, apart from basking in sunlight, he watched the youthful antics of the Akatsuki, leading a life more orderly than when he had been a bus driver in his previous existence. He recognized that it was time for him to depart. However, before leaving, he felt the need to establish a contingency. Rising to his feet, Perlo slowly closed his eyes. He detached a small portion of energy from his essence, a process as effortless as plucking a hair. This golden energy swiftly coalesced before him, forming a golden doppelganger that mirrored his own appearance perfectly. From now on, you shall guard this place, Perlo said, patting the shoulder of his doppelganger. Should I find myself struggling in the outside world, I can return to you as an anchor. He concealed this doppelganger deep beneath the earth of the village hidden in rain, ensuring that unless he activated it, no one would ever discover its existence. Having completed this task, Perlo felt unburdened in this world. He cast one last glance at the reality he had meticulously reshaped, a sly smile gracing his face. He recalled the daily lives of the young Akatsuki members. In the village hidden in rain, at the training ground, would release. Great forest technique. Obito exclaimed, forming hand seals with both hands, causing dozens of sturdy trees to erupt from the ground, creating a small forest that enveloped Yahiko and Rin. Hey, Yahiko, Rin, you two come out. Don't think I don't know you're hiding in there. Obito proclaimed triumphantly from atop the treetops, hands on his hips. Since he became the Jinchuriki of Pero, his strength has surged tremendously, particularly in terms of chakra, which is now ample enough to enable him to wield wood release with ease. However, within the forest, there was no response. Obito furrowed his brow, contemplating whether to use Kemui to investigate the situation. Hey, where are you looking? A voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Startled, Obito turned sharply, only to find Yahiko had appeared behind him, wearing a teasing smile. When did you? While you were forming your hand seals, Yahiko shrugged. Your movements were rather sluggish. No sooner had he spoken than Rin's figure materialized like a specter on Obito's other side, her hand, enveloped in golden flames, poised threateningly at his neck. Defeated, Obito felt the air leave him, his demeanor turning ashen. You rely too heavily on your eye techniques, and would release, Obito. Rin retracted her hand, speaking gently. There is considerable room for improvement in your taijutsu. On the other side of the training ground, Nagato was seated cross-legged, deep in meditation, the bulging eyelids indicating that his eyes had returned. When Pero visited, Orochimaru welcomed him joyfully and gifted him a pair of eyes as a parting gift. Hovering before Nagato were 9 small-tailed beast orbs of varying colors, like 9 docile planets, revolving slowly around him. Meanwhile, Konan sat in her office, confronted by a mountain of documents from all corners of the world, occasionally letting out a weary sigh. She felt, indeed, that she was the most exhausted person in this new world. Pero withdrew his thoughts, no longer lingering. With a flash, his figure vanished from the skies above the rain village. In the next moment, he found himself deep within the untraversed deserts of the Wind Country. The dragon vein of the Loulan kingdom lay dormant beneath the sands. He hardly felt the need to dig. Instead, he extended his perception infinitely into the depths below. Soon, he located the source of the dragon vein, sealed by the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, which contained immense temporal and spatial energy. His eyes began to glow softly as he directed his gaze downwards. The moment the thermal ray contacted the yellow sand, it melted into glass, forming a crystalline passageway. As he walked, he shot at the kunai that sealed the dragon vein, kicking it aside. A torrent of violent chakra surged forth from the depths. High-density spatial energy source dragon vein detected. Initiate absorption. Absorb, Pero silently commanded. Absorption commencing. Estimated time. No need for estimation. Boom. The entire desert trembled violently at that moment. The immense energy of the dragon vein surged forth like rivers converging into the sea, transforming into a purple torrent of energy, continuously drawn into his being. Energy absorption at 1030701000. The dragon vein energy absorption is complete. The system begins to analyze the laws of time and space. Analysis complete. Congratulations. Host, you have successfully unlocked the ability for dimensional travel. Pello slowly withdrew his hand, feeling the surge of newfound power within him, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He raised his hand and gently sliced through the void before him. With a sharp sound, the fabric of space tore open like a curtain, revealing an unstable, pulsating purple rift. From the other side of the rift emanated a foul aura, carrying a trace of a scent reminiscent of his own. It seemed the next world was darker than that of Naruto. A hint of anticipation curved Pello's lips. Without a moment's hesitation, he lifted his foot and stepped into the portal leading to the unknown realm. Chapter 47. The Black Rope Patrol. Pello traversed the shimmering, multicolored rift. The scene before him was no longer the sandy expanse of Loulan. Countless images from various worlds whirled past him like shattered glass. He glimpsed Captain America confronting Iron Man, the iconic moment of Batman wielding a kryptonite spear as he spoke to Superman, and a scene of a figure entering a black void. Some images felt strangely familiar. Was he not traversing through a world of mixed animations, but rather through all cinematic narratives? This sensation was both novel and fleeting. In the next moment, all the bizarre sights faded away. The solid ground returned beneath his feet, and Pello found himself in an unfamiliar environment. The air was thick with a blend of food, exhaust, and refuse, both familiar and alien. The cacophony of a modern city, a sound he had not heard in decades, filled his ears. He stood in a narrow, dimly lit alley flanked by towering buildings. As Pello pondered the nature of the world he had entered, a sharp clatter echoed beneath his feet. He halted and looked down. Beside a soda can he had inadvertently kicked lay a rain-soaked, somewhat tattered poster. The poster depicted a blonde-haired, blue-eyed man draped in a stars and stripes cloak, his face adorned with a radiant smile. The visage seemed vaguely familiar to Pello. The man on the poster extended a finger pointing directly at the viewer, accompanied by a bold slogan, "You are the true hero." Gazing at the poster, Pello's expression morphed into one of unabashed disdain. He recalled the countless memes and parody videos he had encountered in his previous life. With a scornful lift of his foot, he stamped down hard on that face, which wore a smile more akin to a grimace. With a slight pause, Pello surged into the sky, silently ascending to an altitude of 10,000 meters, surveying the steel jungle below. Beneath him lay a sprawling metropolis reminiscent of New York's Times Square from his past life. Enormous electronic screens adorned the facades of towering skyscrapers, endlessly cycling through a dazzling array of advertisements. At the heart of this architectural ensemble stood a strikingly dark edifice, soaring 99 stories high and piercing the clouds, marked by a silver triangular logo and the clear inscription Water International. As Pello gazed at this iconic structure, he finally affirmed his suspicions. He had inadvertently entered the world of the Black Cloak Enforcers, having lived for decades in the ancient realm of ninjas. Filled with chakra and jutsu, he now found himself abruptly transported to this modern city, evoking a sensation both familiar and alien. It was akin to an aged hermit, having secluded himself in the depths of a mountain forest for years, suddenly descending to be dazzled by the vibrant world before him. An unusual ripple stirred within him. Lowering his gaze, Pello employed his extraordinary vision to scan the cityscape below, where advertisements, posters, and merchandise for the Super 7 were ubiquitous. The grin of a golden-haired man seemed to be omnipresent. In his former life, he had not closely examined this series. To him, it appeared to be a feeble imitation of comic artistry, relying excessively on gore and violence to capture attention. His understanding of the narrative had been limited to the enthusiastic rants of a roommate during university, who fervently recommended the show while simultaneously critiquing it. His attention lingered for a moment on the poster of the Super 7, particularly on the singular visage of a golden-haired woman clad in white. "Ah, I remember this one," Pello mused, stroking his chin. She appeared to be an ancient Nazi matron, a fearsome butcher from World War II. What was her name? Storm? Wait. If she is part of the Super 7, then the timeline must be. Pello activated his super hearing and vision, focusing intently on the expansive plaza below, which rivaled Times Square in grandeur. The largest electronic screen was broadcasting a highly rated interview show. The image revealed a figure from his homeland alongside the golden-haired woman named Storm, both seated on a sofa, engaging in a seemingly flirtatious exchange, punctuated by subtle physical contact. Observing this scene, Pello activated his super intellect, retrieving fragments of long-forgotten memories from the depths of his mind. So, this was the plot point. He nodded in realization. The Storm Girl had recently joined the 7, swiftly aiding her compatriots in overcoming a crisis of public support, and the relationship was rapidly intensifying, poised on the brink of blossoming into something more. This signified that the narrative had progressed to the midpoint of the second season. As he pondered the current timeline, a sudden cacophony of violent skirmishes pierced his ears. Following the sound, Pello soared through the air. Several kilometers away, above a desolate suburban plain, he halted and gazed downward. There, on the ground, a dilapidated garage billowed thick smoke, evidently having just endured an explosion. Not far from the garage, a chaotic brawl was unfolding. What a scene reminiscent of a catfight. Pello observed the turmoil below, his worldview momentarily shaken. The superhumans of this world engaged in combat in such a primal manner. Focusing intently, he finally discerned the participants in the fray. A blonde girl, dressed casually, wielded her hands to unleash blinding flashes of light. This must be Starlight. A dark-haired woman clad in seductive battle armor, exuding a hint of Wonder Woman's essence. This had to be Maeve. A counterfeit. Pero regarded this woman, his brows furrowing involuntarily. He then shifted his gaze to another assailant. A petite Asian girl, fierce in her assaults, exhibited a certain wildness. This must be Kimiko? The three were relentlessly pinning the Storm Girl to the ground, viciously trampling her beneath their feet. Their methods of assault lacked any semblance of technique, relying solely on the most primitive punches, kicks, and hair-pulling. Starlight intermittently unleashed uncontrollable bursts of energy, creating small craters in the ground, while Kimiko, resembling a feral beast, bit and clawed. It resembled a brutal form of bullying among spirited young women. Despite Storm Girl's formidable powers, her ability to soar and command lightning, she found herself unable to escape the frenzied onslaught of the trio. All she could emit were guttural roars of indignation, occasionally releasing bolts of lightning that sent the nearby women reeling, yet failing to inflict any substantial damage. Beyond the fray, several men armed with various weapons anxiously observed the melee. Pero looked down upon this scene, akin to witnessing a scandalous affair. It was quite the spectacle. How had he overlooked this plotline before? A smirk emerged on Pero's face, reminiscent of a subway elder engrossed in his phone, swiftly replaced by an expression brimming with gossip-hungry intrigue. I do so enjoy watching women fight. Chapter 48. Assistance the battle below, or rather, under Pero's scrutiny. Finally welcome to Shift. Storm Girl, firmly held down and ground into the earth by the three women, bore a once pretty face now marred by dirt and blood. Her uniform had become tattered beyond recognition. You wretched, foul harpies. In a moment of utter humiliation and fury, Storm Girl let out a piercing scream. Boom! A dazzling, tempestuous lightning erupted with her as its epicenter, casting a brilliant glow that was wildly uncontrollable. In an instant, it violently hurled Starshine, Queen Maeve, and Himiko far away. Seizing the fleeting moment while the trio was momentarily displaced, Storm Woman dared not utter a single harsh word. Quickly scrambling to her feet and transforming into a streak of light, with an almost desperate demeanor, she fled toward the direction Billy had escaped, heedless of the fact that not far above, a pair of indifferent eyes silently observed her. On the ground, Starshine and her companions, battered and covered in dust, struggled to rise. Damn it, let her get away, Frankie exclaimed in frustration as he slammed his specialized rifle to the ground. We must leave this place immediately. Huey anxiously scanned their surroundings. However, before his words could fully escape his lips, Mother Milk suddenly raised his hand, pointing toward the sky, his voice brimming with an almost overwhelming dread. Guys, what is that? Instinctively, everyone followed the direction of his finger and looked up. There, against the dim sky, a black human silhouette hovered ominously, its cloak swaying without any wind. The very posture and outline of that figure exuded a terrifying aura, enough to freeze the air itself. No, it can't be. Huey's complexion turned as pale as a sheet, his legs trembling uncontrollably, his teeth chattering. The Patriarch. The name echoed like a curse from the depths of hell, gripping the hearts of all present in a vice-like hold. It was over. This despairing thought simultaneously bloomed in the minds of everyone. They glanced around, confronted by an endless plain, devoid of any refuge. Their only means of transportation, a dilapidated truck, had long been reduced to a heap of smoldering scrap metal by the lightning of Storm Woman during the recent battle. They were cornered here. Frankie and Mother Milk instinctively raised their weapons, yet they were acutely aware that these implements were no more effective against that monster than mere sticks. Queen Maeve and Starshine instinctively shielded the others, but their faces were equally etched with despair. They understood better than anyone the horrors that awaited should they be discovered as traitors by the Patriarch. The figure in the sky began to descend slowly, deliberately, drawing nearer with a suffocating pressure intensifying with each passing moment. Huey could almost envision the moment when those crimson, laser-like eyes would incinerate them all into mere cinders. He shut his eyes, bracing himself for the arrival of death. What are you all doing? Playing ostrich? A voice, laced with a hint of amusement and curiosity, suddenly echoed above them. Do I appear exceedingly unattractive? Must I express my protest with my eyes shut? The anticipated beam of death did not materialize. Instead, it was replaced by this slightly mocking inquiry. Huey and Frenchie were momentarily taken aback, cautiously opening one eye. Before them floated a man who was not the golden-haired, blue-eyed demon draped in a stars and stripes cloak they had envisioned. Rather, he was a young Asian man, barely in his 20s, with dark hair and eyes. Clad in a long black robe that seemed utterly incongruous with this world, he wore a smile reminiscent of one who was amused by an intriguing performance. The despair in the hearts of the onlookers was swiftly supplanted by a greater sense of bewilderment and caution. Superhumans capable of flight were exceedingly rare in this realm, and each one was, without exception, a premier product of Vought, a true monster among monsters. "Who are you?" Mother's Milk was the first to regain his composure. He suppressed his inner trepidation and inquired in a low voice, positioning himself protectively behind Huey and Frenchie. Payback raised an eyebrow, slowly descending to the ground. "Just a passerby." His gaze swept across the faces of Huey, Starlight, Queen Maeve, and the others. "With so many of you here, shouldn't you introduce yourselves before questioning someone else? That is the most basic courtesy, is it not?" Having just arrived in this world, he had already mastered the grammar, vocabulary, and various colloquialisms and accents of the language through his super hearing and super brain. Had learning English been this simple in his previous life, he would not have scored a mere 60 in the English portion of his college entrance exam, ultimately leading him to drive a bus. Huey was about to speak when Starlight discreetly tugged at him. She shot him a meaningful glance, then pursed her lips, gesturing subtly towards the direction in which Stormfront had departed. Her meaning was clear. The timing of this stranger's appearance was too fortuitous. He was likely sent by Vought to assist Stormfront. "Do you require assistance?" Payback seemed to see through their thoughts. He glanced towards the direction Stormfront had taken, a friendly smile gracing his face. "The reward is simple. All you need to do is answer a few of my questions." Not far away, a figure plummeted from the sky, radiating a savage aura, and landed forcefully before them. It was Stormfront. She glanced at Butcher, then at Becca and Ryan behind him, a smile spreading across her face. She reached out, seizing Becca by the throat and pinning her fiercely against a tree. "Mom!" Ryan cried out in terror. "Let her go? You damn Nazi bitch!" Butcher's eyes were filled with fury as he drew his handgun, unleashing a torrent of bullets at Stormfront. Yet, those bullets struck her without leaving even the slightest mark. He discarded the pistol and grasped the crowbar beside him, channeling all his strength to strike at Stormwoman's back. Yet it merely produced a dull metallic clang. Beijia's face flushed crimson from oxygen deprivation, her breath growing increasingly labored. In Ryan's tear-filled eyes, a mixture of fear and desperation reflected as he witnessed his mother struggle in agony. An unprecedented surge of emotion erupted within him. "Let go of my mother," he bellowed, his youthful voice resonating with boundless fury. Two brilliant, crimson beams of light suddenly erupted from Ryan's eyes. It was the first time he had harnessed this innate power. With a swift flash, the uncontrollable heat ray sliced through Stormwoman's body, her legs severed like butter cut by a hot knife. The ray then swept across her chest, charring her flesh to a crisp. Stormwoman emitted a scream that resembled no human sound, collapsing to the ground like a tattered doll, barely clinging to life. However, Ryan's uncontrolled power also inadvertently affected his mother. A ray grazed Beijia's neck, causing blood to spurt forth instantly. "Mom!" The red glow in Ryan's eyes faded as he stared in horror at the scene before him. "No, it's not your fault," Beijia gasped, summoning her last vestiges of strength, her gaze shifting to the utterly stunned Butcher. "Billy, promise me you will protect him." With those words, the light in her eyes dimmed forever. At that moment, a figure descended from the heavens like a deity. It was Captain America. He surveyed the charred remains of Stormwoman on the ground, then glanced at Beijia, who lay in a pool of blood. Finally, his gaze settled on his son, whose eyes still held a glimmer of red. A complex expression of shock, elation, and a tinge of sorrow crossed his face. Yet, before he could speak, another figure silently drifted down from the opposite side of the sky. His demeanor was even more composed and audacious than Captain America's. It was Prowler. Chapter 49, a tragic family drama. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I'm so sorry." In a clearing among the woods, Ryan stood beside Beijia's still warm body, tears streaming down his face. He repeatedly uttered those words, his youthful voice laden with irretrievable regret and fear. Captain America descended slowly, his gaze fixed ahead, ignoring everyone as he stood silently before the disfigured corpse of Stormwoman. His blue eyes were eerily calm. He regarded the woman who had once shared glory and the same twisted ideals with him, now reduced to a disfigured, lifeless mass, and felt a tumult of emotions within. "Did you do all this, Ryan?" he asked, his voice chillingly calm without turning back. "I sincerely apologize. I did not intend for this to happen." Ryan's cries grew louder, and he instinctively recoiled in fear. Listening to Ryan's feeble excuses, the patriotic man felt no desire to engage further. He slowly turned around, and extended a hand towards the boy who bore his bloodline. Come with me. It seemed Ryan sensed the impending fury simmering beneath the patriotic man's calm facade. Trembling with fear, he gradually rose from the ground, navigating around his mother's lifeless body, stumbling and hiding behind Billy Butcher. Butcher regarded the patriotic man, shaking his head with a glimmer of resolve in his gaze. His face no longer bore the mockery and ferocity of the past, replaced instead by a heart-wrenching numbness. He had just promised Becca to protect Ryan. Behind the patriotic man stood Pero, observing this tragic family drama unfold with a sense of abstraction. He quickly organized the relationships in his mind. The sobbing child before him was Ryan, the offspring of the patriotic man, born after he violated the ordinary woman Becca, who now lay lifeless on the ground. The smoldering remains, referred to as Stormfront, was the patriotic man's current girlfriend, and the man cloaked in black, standing protectively in front of the child, was his wife, Becca, who had just passed away. Indeed, the infamous ultimate cuckold, Billy Butcher. His wife was raped by the patriotic man and forced to bear a child endowed with superpowers. This child had just inadvertently used those powers to kill his own mother, Butcher's wife. Before her death, she had implored Butcher to protect the child. Remarkably, Butcher had agreed. In summary, he was to assist his foremost adversary in safeguarding the son of the very man who had taken his wife's life. How convoluted this situation was. Pero mused silently, acknowledging that this narrative was quintessentially reminiscent of a traditional American script. At that moment, Butcher's gaze transcended the patriotic man, spotting a silent figure in a black robe standing behind him, seemingly observing the scene. The patriotic man sensed Butcher's peculiar stare and turned to look back. Who the hell are you? The patriotic man's mood was at an all-time low, his tone unfriendly and laden with impatience. Before Pero could respond, he snapped. I couldn't care less who you are. Before the words had fully left his lips, the patriotic man's blue eyes were instantly replaced by a furious crimson. Two beams of energy potent enough to melt steel, infused with a wrath capable of incinerating everything, shot vehemently towards Pero. Yet, Pero did not even flinch. He casually extended his right hand, palm open. The two lethal beams, which would instill terror in any superhuman, met his hand without provoking the slightest ripple. Wait, Azu. Are you serious? You're unleashing your full power without a word. As the person from the homeland observed Perona, who stood unscathed, even the edges of his garments undisturbed. His brow instinctively furrowed tightly. For the first time, his brain, enhanced by compound number 5 and comparable to a supercomputer, encountered an incomprehensible situation. Had the company developed a new iteration of compound number 5? He had never heard of such an individual existing. Could this person be a product of the company's modifications, intended to eliminate him and take his place? With this thought, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes, and he resolutely thought, no, I am the strongest. In the next moment, he ceased to hesitate, unleashing his full power, transforming into a golden projectile. In an instant, he bridged the gap between them, his fist, capable of piercing through an aircraft, hurtling toward Perona's face with a sound that rent the air. Perona regarded this attack, which to him seemed to move at a glacial pace, with a tinge of impatience. With an expression devoid of emotion, he extended his hand, arriving first and grasping the homeland person's seemingly unstoppable wrist with impeccable precision. Time appeared to stand still at that moment. The homeland person's fist, potent enough to obliterate anything, was firmly restrained less than an inch from Perona's face. Alarm surged within him as he attempted to withdraw his hand, only to discover that his opponent's grip was as unyielding as a hydraulic clamp. Are you testing my patience? Perona's other hand became a blur, delivering a powerful blow that struck the homeland person's face, which was etched with astonishment. Bang! The homeland person felt as though his head had collided with a freight truck traveling at high speed, stars exploding in his vision, his mind rendered blank. All thoughts were utterly shattered by that single punch. Perona offered him no respite. With a wide grip, he seized one of the homeland person's ankles, replicating a scene reminiscent of a deity's might. Boom, 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 boom. Under the horrified gazes of Butcher and Ryan, the one hailed as the strongest on earth, seemingly invincible like a god, was now reduced to a tattered, defenseless rag doll. Grasped by Perona's hand, he was slammed repeatedly onto the ground. Each impact resonated with the earth-shattering roar of cracking soil and the homeland person's muffled groans of agony. The once solid ground was mercilessly transformed into a series of deep craters. Ultimately, Perona, as if discarding refuse, casually flung the now mud-like homeland person into a pit on the ground. A truly pathetic being. Perona dusted off his hands as though he had merely accomplished a trivial task. He slowly approached the homeland person, bent down, and seized his golden hair, lifting his swollen, unrecognizable face from the earth. Then, with a resounding sonic boom, he soared into the sky, vanishing into the horizon. Only the astonished butcher remained, alongside Ryan, who was so terrified that he had forgotten to cry. They stood frozen in place, questioning the meaning of life. Chapter 50. A father's love as mighty as the mountains and as fearsome as the earthquake. Pero seized the face of the patriot, akin to lifting a chick, soaring rapidly through the skies at thousands of meters above ground. The frigid wind sliced through the air like a keen blade, lacerating the patriot's already bloodied visage, inflicting waves of excruciating pain. His specially crafted star-spangled battlesuit from Water Company had become tattered and worn from the recent one-sided beating, losing all its former luster. He struggled valiantly, his hands gripping Pero's iron-like grasp, attempting to pry it loose. Alas, it was to no avail. Pero's hand seemed as if it were grafted onto the patriot's face, unyielding. "What do you want?" The patriot bellowed hoarsely against the raging wind, a hint of unmistakable fear creeping into his voice for the first time. "Is it honor? Wealth? Or perhaps power? Release me, and I shall grant you anything. I can make you a member of the Super Seven." The wind carried his enticing pleas, swirling past Pero's ears. At that moment, the patriot's heart was inundated with an unprecedented terror. He, John, the patriot, the mightiest entity on this planet, the pinnacle of Water Company's creations, the guardian of the United States, all his identities and glories rested upon an absolute premise, that he was the strongest. Yet now, this premise had been utterly shattered by the mysterious man in the black robe before him in a manner devoid of reason. If he were no longer the strongest, then all his dreams, his twisted love for his son Ryan, and his hope of crafting an empire for his child would dissolve into mere phantoms. "We can negotiate. Let me go?" He began to plead in a more conciliatory tone. Yet within, he screamed frantically, "I must kill him. I will seize the chance. I must." Pero, growing weary of the incessant buzzing akin to a fly, finally expressed a hint of impatience. He released his grip on the patriot's hair, instead seizing his collar, drawing the swollen visage, resembling that of a pig, closer to his own. "Could you kindly cease your incessant chatter?" Pero's tone was flat. "You are even more bothersome than that fellow named Deadpool." At the very moment Pero loosened his grip, a flash of venomous fury ignited in the patriot's nearly swollen shut eyes. He seized the opportunity. His fist, rejuvenated with a modicum of strength, struck Pero's face with the utmost speed he could muster. But it was as if he had struck stone. Pero's head did not even flinch. Then, rage ignited within the patriot, and two slender beams of heat erupted from his eyes, striking Pero's face at nearly point-blank range. "You bastard." Pello had never encountered such a naive and reckless individual. The level of immaturity displayed by this man was even more extreme than that of Uchiha Obito. Grasping the collar of his compatriot, he delivered a casual punch that abruptly interrupted the latter's heat ray. For the first time, Pello's eyes brimmed with fury. He unleashed a powerful blow to the man's abdomen. A resounding thud echoed in the high altitudes. The compatriot's body arched instantaneously, resembling a cannonball launched from a cannon, plummeting towards the earth at a velocity surpassing the speed of sound. The ground trembled as a massive pit, nearly 10 meters deep, was formed upon impact, suspended in midair. Pello's eyes flashed with a golden light. A beam of terrifying golden radiance, even more formidable than the heat ray, erupted from his gaze, striking the center of the crater. While maintaining the output of the heat ray, he gradually descended, eventually landing at the edge of the colossal pit, retracting the light from his eyes. At the bottom of the pit lay his compatriot, his upper garments completely incinerated by the heat ray, revealing charred skin that exuded an aroma reminiscent of grilled meat. In terror, he gazed at the figure advancing towards him, emitting a desperate wail from his throat. Pello disregarded the man's cries, approaching him directly and seating himself atop him. Raising his fists, thus commenced an educational session imbued with rhythm. Thud, thud, thud. "Let us see you endure this." With each punch, the compatriot's nascent bridge of his nose crumpled once more. At such an age, still resorting to the childish tactic of ambush. Another punch sent his teeth mixed with blood flying. "Do you dare continue?" A further blow caused the left eye socket of the compatriot to cave in completely. Pello relished the visceral thrill of each strike. Previously, in the world of Naruto, the ninjas resembled fragile glass cannons, their defenses nearly non-existent. A single punch could send blood and flesh flying, leaving him stained. Yet now, this human punching bag, though pathetically weak, possessed a resilience that was truly remarkable. Under the influence of Compound 5, his recovery and resistance to blows had reached astonishing levels. As time passed, Pello continued to impart his lessons upon the compatriot beneath him. Gradually, he sensed an unusual shift. It appeared that this human punching bag was exhibiting a hint of joy. Pello halted his relentless assault, scrutinizing the compatriot closely. To his astonishment, a strange, fulfilling smile, perhaps even one of happiness, began to emerge on the battered visage of the man, a face so mangled it was barely recognizable. What on earth was happening? Pello's mind, for the first time, encountered a state of malfunction. Could it be that the patriot was a concealed masochist? At that moment, the patriot lay on the ground, reveling in Pello's fists, which descended upon him like a tempest. During this one-sided beating, he pondered many things. Why? Why was this individual's abilities so akin to his own, yet exponentially more formidable? Why? He could effortlessly end my life, yet he merely continued to pummel me, imparting lessons? He recalled his other father, Dr. Vogelbaum. That man had only confined him to a frigid laboratory, subjecting him to various cruel experiments to test his limits, never once offering a genuine semblance of affection. Yet, this man before him, though inflicting pain, was he not embodying the manner in which a father ought to educate a wayward son? An intensely distorted yet profoundly authentic form of paternal love began to burgeon within the patriot's heart, which had long been starved of affection. So this is what paternal love feels like. Though tinged with pain, it is so warm. A rare look of bewilderment graced Pello's face. He was astounded to discern emotions of joy and love emanating from the patriot. No, my friend, are you jesting with me? Is this not the Black Cloak Brigade? How did I find myself in Chengdu? He felt his worldview being shaken more severely than when he witnessed a brawl between shrews. In the next moment, he swiftly scrambled to his feet, taking 2 steps for every one, determined to flee this abstract realm without a backward glance. However, just as he leapt into the air, he heard a sound slicing through the air behind him. The patriot, who moments ago had been reduced to a pitiful heap, was now soaring, albeit unsteadily, into the sky. His gaze fixed on Pello with a dependency reminiscent of a son looking to his father. Pello felt his head swell with confusion. This was the end. This chapter made me laugh. Chapter 51. The tadpole seeks its father. As Pello noticed the blonde figure relentlessly pursuing him, the last vestige of his patience evaporated. He no longer concealed his power. Pausing momentarily, he vanished from sight in an instant, under the hopeful gaze of the patriot. There was no sonic boom, no rush of air, not a whisper of movement. He simply disappeared before the patriot's eyes. The patriot abruptly halted, suspended in the air with a look of bewilderment. Activating his superhuman vision, he scanned the earth below, peering through the clouds in search of every nook and cranny of the cities. Nothing. He then engaged his acute hearing. The cacophony of the city flooding his ears. He bore the discomfort, desperately seeking any trace of the cloaked figure. Yet, it was as though he existed beyond this world. In that instant, the overwhelming tide of uncertainty and disarray consumed the patriot's heart. Where has he gone? He drifted aimlessly through the air for what felt like an eternity, ultimately returning, burdened by his battered body, to the site of his earlier confrontation with Ryan. Upon landing, he discovered that Ryan and Butcher's group had vanished without a trace. Only Queen Maeve remained, conversing with several agents from Vought beside the twitching, almost unrecognizable form of Stormfront. Stormfront was soon carefully lifted onto a stretcher and transported back to the company's hospital for emergency treatment. Observing the disheveled and battered state of the patriot, Maeve's perpetually weary eyes widened in surprise. Then, she mockingly remarked, "I never imagined you could bleed." She crossed her arms and scrutinized him from head to toe, adding, "What happened to the invincible you?" The patriot disregarded her taunts, casting a deep glance at the pool of blood belonging to Becca, which was beginning to congeal on the ground. Without uttering a word, he soared skyward, heading towards the Vought Tower. He had far more pressing matters to attend to. Maeve furrowed her brow unconsciously, pondering when the patriot had become so amenable. In the exclusive conference room of Vought International, designated for the Seven, the patriot paced anxiously before the floor-to-ceiling windows, clad in his new battle attire. His mind was a tempest of confusion. That man in the black robe must be his father. Who else could possess such a striking resemblance coupled with immeasurably greater power? Who else, save his father, would wield a loving iron fist to teach him? It had to be him. A deeply twisted yet resolute notion took root in the patriot's erratic mind. He needed to prove himself to his father. He would be a worthy son. "Ashley, you have 3 seconds to get in front of me." The patriot suddenly halted, bellowing into the empty hall, his tone tinged with urgency. Moments later, his increasingly beleaguered manager, Ashley, rushed in, clutching a document. "What do you need, patriot?" "Immediately," he commanded, pointing at her with an undeniable authority. Find the most luxurious and grand estate in the finest part of New York. It must have everything I want and even more. Spare no expense. Huh. Ashley hesitated, taken aback. Isn't Ryan's current residence satisfactory? The next moment, she glanced at the Patriot in trepidation, fearful that her protest would incur his wrath. That's mine. It's for my father, he roared, ignoring Ashley's insolence. Your father? Ashley's eyes widened in shock. What are you waiting for? The eyes of the patriotic man gradually ignited with a crimson glow, as if they were poised to unleash a radiant beam at any moment. Yes, indeed. I shall go at once. After dismissing Ashley, the patriotic man summoned several screenwriters and actors from the company. Come here, all of you, he beckoned, pointing to an Asian actor. You will portray my father, and you, he gestured toward a blonde actress, will embody a defeated antagonist. Once my father makes his entrance, I require your cooperation to enact a poignant scene of our reunion. The dialogue must be moving. The emotions must be profound. I want my father to gaze upon me on television and feel immense pride in having such a son. Do you understand? In an instant, the entire filming studio was enveloped in an absurd atmosphere. The patriotic man had cast aside thoughts of Ryan, Butcher, and the ensemble of mundane black-clad scouts. His sole focus was now on how to please his elusive father. The assistant and agent exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting deep confusion. Had the patriotic man lost his sanity? When had he suddenly acquired a father? This ludicrous revelation spread like wildfire, quickly disseminating throughout the building. Ultimately, it culminated in a report that landed on the desk of Stan Edgar, the current head of VOD International. Edgar sat in his office, which overlooked the entirety of New York, his expression impassive as he scrutinized the footage on the surveillance screen. The video depicted the patriotic man, battered and disheveled, returning to the company. Yet, his visage bore no trace of negativity. Instead, it was adorned with an enigmatic smile. Father? Edgar's brow furrowed in intense concentration. He recalled the report received earlier that day. Stormfront had been severely injured by Ryan. Becca had been mistakenly killed, and Butcher had fled with Ryan. The report made no mention of any other intelligence. Where had he sustained these injuries? A name, long buried by Vought, began to resurface in Edgar's mind. Soldier Boy. At that moment, his secretary presented a yellowed file marked with the highest confidentiality, placing it before Edgar. The document contained all the information regarding an early American superhero, Soldier Boy, along with a secret known only to successive generations of core personnel. Soldier Boy was the biological father of the patriotic man. Among his abilities lay a terrifying trait. The energy waves emitted from his chest could permanently nullify the superpowers generated by Compound V. This capability posed a fundamental threat to the very foundation of Vought. Yet, he had vanished during World War II, and now he had resurfaced. Edgar's mind raced. He observed the patriotic man rehearsing the emotional father-son scene with the actors on another screen, and a sinister plan began to take shape within his thoughts. He has long struggled to exert genuine control over the unpredictable entity known as the Patriots. Now, it seems, an opportunity has arisen. If you so desire a deep father-son bond, then please, coax your father out. A cold smile curled at the corners of Edgar's mouth. Chapter 52, The Tadpole Seeks Its Father, Part 2, Pello descended in an abandoned industrial park. He shook off the non-existent bloodstains from his hands. Yet his brow was tightly furrowed. He sensed that the unfolding events had been racing toward an incomprehensible direction from the very beginning. The image of the Patriot, whose face had been rendered grotesque, flashed through his mind, accompanied by a spine-chilling smile. Something was awry, very much so. Pello's super intellect engaged once more, frantically recalling fragmented narratives from his past life concerning the figure in the black cloak. The products of the Patriot Corporation, the world's most formidable superhumans, were characterized by extreme narcissism and an insatiable desire for love, a colossal infant yearning for affection. This thought struck Pello's mind like a sledgehammer. Surely not. His lips involuntarily twitched. Could that recent thrashing have ignited a longing for paternal love within him? No way. At this realization, a wave of goosebumps enveloped his body. Had he just chased after me, calling me father? Good heavens, I don't even have a wife, and now I'm being hailed as a father? Pello felt his worldview shatter completely today. Thankfully, I am not a woman, he thought with trepidation, patting his chest. Otherwise, with someone pursuing me, calling me mother, I might suspect it was a conspiracy by that student from the academy. In order to navigate this world more conveniently, Pello resolved to address his identity issue first. He activated his supervision, his gaze piercing through layers of obstacles, spanning thousands of kilometers. He scanned libraries and buildings, while his super intellect rapidly processed and absorbed the knowledge of this world. Within mere seconds, He had assimilated all the information he encountered. Soon, he located an ideal refuge in the suburbs of New York, an isolated villa that appeared to have been uninhabited for quite some time. In a flash, he appeared within the house, conducting a series of tests to confirm that it still had access to water, electricity, and the internet. He proceeded to the study, gazing at a dust-covered desktop computer, and blew gently. Instantly, the dust vanished from the entire room. He extended a finger and pressed the power button. With the sound of the fan whirring to life, the entire digital realm of America unfolded before him like a private garden, accessible at will. Those so-called top-tier firewalls were rendered utterly ineffective against Pello's super-intellect. He effortlessly infiltrated the American citizen information system, fabricating a nondescript identity. Name, Pero. Age, 24. Background, hailing from an Eastern Chinese family, with no criminal record. Having completed his task, he nodded in satisfaction, erasing all traces of his intrusion. Meanwhile, at the entrance of a luxurious mansion in downtown New York City, a man of the homeland was directing several logistics personnel from the water company, while simultaneously briefing his secretary beside him. We need to install the world's largest television inside the house, exceeding 120 inches. No, 4, no, 8, 16. I want my father to be able to see every heroic act of mine in fighting crime within the city, clearly from home. This television must be modified. Regardless of the program being aired, as soon as my live broadcast signal appears, it must instantly, immediately, and automatically switch to my channel. Do you understand? Standing beside the secretary, the logistics supervisor expressionlessly took notes on the homeland man's demands, inwardly cursing him 1,000 times, thinking the man must be insane. Nevertheless, he wore a professional smile on his face. No problem. We guarantee that your father will feel as if he is right there experiencing your valiant efforts against crime. Very well. The homeland man nodded in satisfaction, hovering as he surveyed the mansion he had prepared for Pero. He then returned to the water building to oversee the rehearsal progress. Just after he departed, the secretary's phone rang. On the other end was Edgar. From now on, keep a close watch on any suspicious individuals appearing around the homeland man. Report any findings immediately. Understood? Ashley hung up the phone, glancing at the direction in which the homeland man had left, inwardly cursing, madman. The homeland man returned to the water building. As he entered the hall of the 7-member team, a staff member rushed towards him, tablet in hand. Now that you're in a good mood, you'd better clearly articulate what you wish to convey. The homeland man regarded the individual with a stern gaze. Sir, we've just discovered an anomaly. The staff member reported nervously. Just now, an unfamiliar piece of information appeared in the U.S. citizenship system, with no background records. We suspect it may be connected to that group of traitors, the Starlights. It could be a forged identity. The homeland man indifferently took the tablet. Upon seeing the profile picture displayed, he was suddenly jolted. The familiar Asian face, with black hair and dark eyes, was none other than his father, whom he had been desperately seeking. It turned out his name was Pero. A wave of ecstatic joy overwhelmed the homeland man. He suppressed his excitement, returned the tablet, and feigned calmness as he said, "All right, I understand. You've done well." With that, he hurriedly exited the building, transforming into a streak of light, racing towards the address from the registration. In the suburban villa, Pero had just prepared himself a cup of coffee. Suddenly, within his perception, he detected a presence rapidly approaching him. Alarmed, Pero realized with a jolt that he had forgotten the overwhelming influence of the Watt Corporation. He should not have registered his identity at this moment. Without a second thought, he vanished from his location. Boom. The instant he disappeared, the door of the villa was violently shattered by the agents of his homeland. They rushed inside, only to find the space entirely vacant. Disappointment washed over them as their gazes swept the surroundings, landing on a steaming cup of coffee. Their despondency dissipated, replaced by a surge of elation. Undeterred, they fortified their resolve. Without delay, he retrieved his mobile device and dialed Ashley. "Come here immediately and purchase this house. Change all property records to my name, Pero." He surveyed the area with a sense of disdain. Also, furnish this house with the finest decor and appliances, and repair the door. He resolved to employ this ostentatious method to locate his father, while simultaneously alerting the company to his father's involvement, hoping they would leverage their resources to find Pero. Disturbed by the relentless antics of the agents, Pero sought solace. He propelled himself beyond the atmosphere, floating in the vastness of outer space, basking in the sunlight while contemplating life. In his moment of tranquility, he was oblivious to the fact that a satellite belonging to What International had focused its lens upon him. Chapter 53. The out-of-control agents. A week had passed since Pero retreated to space. For New York, and indeed the entire world, These 7 days had been utterly unremarkable. The news from what corporations still dominated the headlines, and the heroes of the Super Squad continued their performances before the cameras. Everything seemed so ordinary. Yet for the agents, these 7 days had dragged on, the longest and most agonizing stretch of time. Their emotions oscillated like a roller coaster, from initial elation plummeting to profound despondency. They utilized every capability at their disposal: superior vision, enhanced hearing, scouring the entire continent without a trace of Pero. He had vanished from their world without a word. As the ancients said, one rarely looks up. They could hardly fathom that Pero was merely floating above them in low Earth orbit. In the Watt Tower, on the 99th floor, the elevator to the Super Squad's hall was operating smoothly. The agent stood expressionless within the elevator, his chiseled features shrouded in an inescapable gloom. He lacked the motivation to straighten his iconic star-spangled uniform, allowing a fine layer of dust to settle upon it. Ding! The elevator doors slowly opened, and Queen Maeve stepped inside. Upon spotting the agent in the corner, a flicker of disdain crossed her eyes, yet she maintained her distance, positioning herself on the opposite side. As the elevator doors closed, the confined space became overwhelmingly stifling. "Why are you here at this hour?" The man from the homeland spoke first, his voice gravelly. "Wasn't he arranged for you to go to Los Angeles this afternoon to live-stream the capture of those bank robbers?" Maeve scoffed at his words, turning her head to cast a look of derision at him. "That was yesterday afternoon. It seems your temper has worsened recently, and your mind has begun to falter as well." With her arms crossed, Maeve continued her taunt. "You even misremember the time. What's the matter? Unable to find your new toy, are you starting to wallow in self-pity?" The man from the homeland disregarded Maeve's mockery, his gaze fixed on the smooth elevator walls, where a grim reflection stared back at him. He pondered the situation with Pero. "Father, where are you? Why won't you meet me? Is it because I am too impatient?" Noticing that he was uncharacteristically calm, Maeve felt a sense of discomfort. She believed it was time. She pulled out a phone from her pocket, unlocked it, and opened a video file, directing the screen toward him. "Look at this, do you remember?" The phone displayed a scene of him in the cockpit, shooting a terrorist while simultaneously destroying the plane's control panel. The terrified passengers, desperate to survive, pleaded for his help. The man's eyes lit up as he threatened everyone present, warning that if they did not quiet down, he would kill them all. In the end, Maeve and the man watched helplessly as the plane, laden with over 100 innocent lives, plunged into the sea. He slowly turned his head, gazing at his own image on the screen, his blue eyes instantly igniting with fury. Suppressing his anger, he asked coldly, "What do you want, Maeve?" "I have 3 conditions." Maeve put away her phone. Her voice was soft yet resonated throughout the elevator. "First, spare Billy and your child Ryan. Second, let Irina live out the remainder of her life in peace. Third, and most importantly, cease the manhunt for Starlight." Otherwise, she locked her gaze onto the man's furious eyes. "This video will be broadcasted to every corner of the world. I believe you," the man from the homeland would not wish to see that day arrive. This was Maeve's confidence. She understood that the man valued his reputation and public support more than anyone else. This footage could strip him of his pedestal completely. However, the man's reaction exceeded her expectations. "You can forget about it." He gritted his teeth, spitting out the words. In the next moment, he swung a fist, striking fiercely beside Maeve's head. The robust special alloy elevator was dented by his blow, leaving it stuck between floors. "I shall tear them all into shreds with my own hands." The figure of the Patriot stared intently at Maeve, his eyes brimming with unrestrained malice. "As for your ludicrous threats," he sneered, his derisive grin sending a chill coursing through Maeve's heart. "Do you think I still care about such opinions, about these approval ratings? I have discovered something far more significant than all of that. You cannot intimidate me." With that, the Patriot turned, thrusting his hands into the crevice of the elevator doors, tearing them apart as effortlessly as rending paper. He then crashed through the corridor's outer wall, and with a thunderous roar, he soared into the void outside the building. Not glancing back, inside the elevator, Maeve stood alone, frozen in place, gazing at the gaping hole and feeling the icy wind rushing in. Her heart turned to ice. It was over. The tactic of leveraging approval ratings had proven ineffective against the Patriot. What could possibly halt the water company's pursuit of Starlight and her companions? Just as Maeve sank into despair, a timid voice emerged from the torn elevator door. "Maeve?" Ashley, the agent from the water company, cautiously peered in, her face still etched with shock. "You need to follow me. I believe you will find something of interest." Moments later, in Ashley's office, Maeve's gaze fell upon the tablet computer Ashley handed her, her pupils dilating in shock. "This was captured a week ago," Ashley explained, "an unidentified object ascending rapidly from Earth. Floating in orbit, it appears to be a person." The screen displayed footage captured by the highest-grade espionage satellite of the water company. Set against the backdrop of the pitch-black cosmos, a man clad in black robes, with dark hair, floated serenely, cradling his head in his hands. He drifted casually, devoid of any protective gear or oxygen apparatus, exposed directly to the cosmic radiation and the vacuum of space. To Maeve's horror, he seemed to revel in the sunlight. Wow, what is this? Maeve's voice quivered involuntarily. She recognized this man. He was the mysterious figure who had observed them while they assaulted Storm Girl that day in the outskirts. How could he move freely in outer space? Such an ability transcended her understanding. Even the Patriot would not dare to remain exposed in such an environment. In that instant, Maeve recalled the words the Patriot had uttered. I have found something far more important than all of that. A bold yet entirely plausible conjecture began to take root in her mind. Could the recent strange behavior of the Patriot be related to this man? Maeve's despondent heart began to race with newfound vigor, reigniting the flames of hope in her eyes. She found it, the leverage to negotiate once more with her homeland. Chapter 54, The Filial Sun Arrives. Pero floated silently in Earth's orbit. Beneath him lay the slowly rotating azure planet. The profound silence of the cosmos served as a temporary respite for him, yet prolonged exposure to it evoked a sense of solitude. System. How long until the next spacetime transfer? Pero inquired. Response. Based on the energy conversion efficiency of the spacetime transfer, the next dimensional shift will require approximately 2 months. 2 months. Pero sat up in shock, incredulous. Was he truly expected to remain in the void of space for 2 months? Given the burdensome realities of the world below, he was eager to escape this realm fraught with pitfalls, only to be informed by the system that he must endure for an additional 2 months? Host possesses unparalleled power in the current world. Why restrain oneself? The system expressed a hint of human-like curiosity for the first time. Pero, upon hearing this, fell into a contemplative silence. He gazed at his hands, capable of crushing planets, and spoke slowly. Though I am formidable now, I do not aspire to become a transcendent being like Clark. Nor do I wish to turn into an unjust version of him after his corruption. I merely wish to be myself, a person of strength. Once one crosses that threshold and sheds the shackles of humanity, it becomes an uncontrollable descent. Of course, I will not spare those deserving of retribution. Yet I shall not be provoked into action against the innocent. Unless, of course, they foolishly place themselves before my wrath. This was his bottom line as Pero, not merely as a superhuman. After lingering in space for a while, basking in the sunlight, he began to feel restless and bored. Hiding away was not a viable option. He stroked his chin, contemplating, and decided that it would be better to return to Earth. After all, there was no harm in observing the chaos. And having more children was not an issue. Resolute in his decision, he vanished in a flash, silently traversing the atmosphere to return to New York. 30 seconds later, Pero appeared in the suburbs, standing before the villa he had once borrowed. He was taken aback. The dilapidated old house was no longer the same. The once overgrown yard had been replaced by a meticulously manicured lawn, adorned with a marble fountain sculpture from his homeland. The shabby exterior had been repainted and fitted with expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. The entire villa appeared revitalized and modernized. Pero's mouth twitched involuntarily. Did this fellow from his homeland truly need to go to such lengths? His mind braced for some outrageous expectations as he sighed and slowly approached the brand-new entrance. At the moment Pero materialized before the villa, a distant high-rise tower transformed into a lookout point housed a covert agent from the Water Corporation, who was intently observing through a high-powered telescope. As he beheld the figure cloaked in black hair and robes materialize instantaneously in the courtyard, his breath caught in his throat. The target had appeared. He swiftly retrieved his phone from his pocket and dialed a number. Sir, the Pero has shown up. On the other end of the line. Edgar's voice resonated. Continue to monitor, but do not expose yourself. I need to ascertain the intentions of the homeland regarding him, and what this has to do with the footwork. Understood. Pero pushed open the unlocked door of the villa. Inside, the ambience was pristine, adorned with top-tier decor, complemented by an array of seemingly lavish furniture. He felt as though he had not returned to a mere temporary refuge, but rather had inadvertently stumbled into an exhibition hall of a collector. His gaze ultimately settled upon the centerpiece of the living room, a grand coffee table crafted from immense obsidian. Resting quietly upon it was a document, a deed of property, along with a land contract. The name inscribed in the relevant section boldly declared Pero. Meanwhile, the guarantor's section bore the name John, prominently stamped with the seal of Water International. Pero's brow unfurled in relief. What in the world? He couldn't help but exclaim. Does this count as my first property in 2 lifetimes? This development was becoming increasingly surreal. Just as he pondered whether to reluctantly accept this house, a golden figure soared through the sky, conducting his daily patrol as per his customary routine. The homeland's representative glided aimlessly, employing his superhuman vision to scan the bustling city below, in hopes of spotting the figure he yearned for incessantly. His gaze abruptly fixated on the villa situated on the outskirts of town. To his astonishment, there was activity within the house belonging to his father, which he had arranged for renovations. He immediately activated his X-ray vision to discern the situation inside. However, an invisible barrier obstructed his sight. In this world, few things could hinder his penetrating gaze. Even encasing the entire house in lead would require time. It was inconceivable that renovations could escape his scrutiny. Furthermore, he recalled no one capable of obstructing his vision in such a manner. A thought detonated in his mind. Father had returned. His heart, which had languished in despondency for an entire week, was suddenly flooded with overwhelming joy. Anxiously, he descended slowly to the entrance of the villa. He straightened his meticulously arranged battle attire, inhaled deeply, and raised his hand, powerful enough to pierce an aircraft carrier, with great restraint, gently knocking on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Inside, Pero listened to the rhythmic sound of the knocking, feeling a profound sense of helplessness as he let out a long sigh. What was destined to come had, after all, arrived. He approached the doorway, grasped the doorknob, and slowly opened the door. The instant the door swung open, the patriot beheld the visage he had yearned for day and night, a face imbued with warmth and familiarity. In that moment, a torrent of emotions, longing, grievance, exhilaration, and countless complexities surged within him. Ultimately, a resounding word escaped his lips. Father. Pero felt his temples pounding violently. Do not utter that word. Almost instinctively, he unleashed a powerful right hook aimed at the jubilant face before him. Yet, that fist, potent enough to send the patriot flying, halted mere centimeters from his nose. The ferocious wind generated by the punch swept back the patriot's golden hair and carved an unfathomable trench into the lush lawn behind him. Unfazed, the patriot gazed at the fist suspended before him, his eyes shimmering with joy and a hint of grievance. Pero, observing this giant infant who seemed even more imposing than the one bearing the name of Uchiha, let out a long sigh. Forget it. Even if I were to strike him down, it wouldn't resolve anything. He gradually retracted his fist. Come in. Chapter 55. A father's kindness and a son's laughter come in. With Pero's invitation, a smile graced the handsome face of the patriot. He cautiously stepped into the villa. Bang. Pero closed the door, and observing the patriot's careful demeanor, he felt his blood pressure beginning to rise, his temples throbbing anew. For a moment, the atmosphere in the living room grew awkward and tense. Pero seated himself on the sofa, while the patriot stood rigidly in the center of the room, fidgeting with his hands, attempting to appear busy. Please, have a seat. Pero gestured toward the opposite sofa. Certainly. The patriot obediently sat across from him, his eyes wide with anticipation. Pero regarded his expression, feeling a wave of discomfort rise in his stomach. After a lengthy hesitation, the patriot finally spoke, his voice tinged with nervousness. Why do we share such similar powers? Is there some connection between us? Pero lifted a cup of coffee from the table and took a sip, internally lamenting, connection? Of course, there is a connection. Your entire world of the black-robed enforcers is derived from the realm of comics. You are but a diluted version of a dark Superman, while I would be the true Superman. Rounded off, one might even say I am akin to your ancestor. Naturally, he refrained from voicing this aloud. He set down the coffee, as if recounting a historical fact, and slowly articulated, indeed, there exists a connection between us. I hail from another universe, and to some extent, you may understand that you are my counterpart in a parallel dimension. The semblance of abilities is rather commonplace. It is merely that your world is rather feeble. Parallel universes and isotopes? The patriot momentarily faltered, his augmented mind struggling to comprehend. Yet soon, he dismissed the matter entirely. He paid no heed to the concepts of parallel universes or isotopes. He was fixated on what he deemed a crucial realization. There indeed existed a connection between himself and Pero. Once again, a wave of elation surged through the patriot's exceedingly convoluted thought process. I knew it. I knew it. He rose from the sofa with fervor, pacing the living room. I knew I was not merely a synthetic monstrosity. I too have origins. Pero observed the patriot's ecstatic demeanor, lifting his teacup, a sense of foreboding washing over him. He surmised that the focus of this individual was certainly not what he presumed it to be. In the next moment, the patriot halted, turning to Pero with a gaze filled with hope. Then, since we are isotopes, could you be my father? Pero's mind momentarily crashed. After a lengthy silence, he managed to squeeze out a few words through clenched teeth. How old are you this year? 44. The Patriot proclaimed proudly, hands on his hips. Pero exhaled deeply, covering his face with his hand. I am merely 16. It matters not. The Patriot shrugged nonchalantly, asserting, a strong man is a father. I do not mind. Pero was rendered speechless by the absurdity of the Patriot's logic. He felt that continuing this conversation with someone of such twisted reasoning could lead to the disintegration of his own superintellect. Just then, the Patriot came to a halt before the floor-to-ceiling window. His gaze sharpened, penetrating hundreds of meters to fixate on the uppermost floor of a distant skyscraper. He turned back to Pero, saying, please wait a few minutes. I shall return shortly. He then strode swiftly to the door, flinging it open and transforming into a streak of light as he soared towards the towering structure. Atop the skyscraper, an agent of what saw the Patriot approaching and was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Just as he contemplated fleeing the room, the Patriot crashed through the exterior, slamming him against the wall. The agent, his body racked with fractures, cried out in agony. The Patriot hovered in the air, his gaze icy as he regarded the writhing agent below. Without granting the agent a moment to react, 2 crimson thermal beams erupted forth, instantly cleaving all other agents in the room in half, leaving only him alive. The Patriot gradually descended before the surviving agent, seizing him by the throat and pinning him against the window. Who sent you? His voice was reminiscent of a reaper come to collect souls. The agent trembled, stammering out a desperate attempt to deflect blame. Starshine. I was sent by Starshine. The Patriot shook his head, disappointment etched across his face. I do not believe they possess the acumen to infiltrate the water company. He gazed into the agent's eyes and whispered, your heart races so swiftly, it has betrayed you. Pray tell, who is it? That fool Ashley, or the newly appointed Edgar? When the agent remained obstinately silent, the Patriot lost the last vestiges of his patience. His eyes glowed crimson once more, and within the depths of the agent's despairing gaze, he obliterated the agent's head. At that moment, his attention was drawn to Maeve, who was leaping toward the high-rise. So it is you. The Patriot, under the impression that these agents were mere puppets of Maeve, felt his fury ignite in an instant. Without hesitation, he hurled a punch toward Maeve, who had just landed. As Maeve touched the ground, she noticed 2 familiar beams of light bursting from a distant window. Alarmed, she immediately raced toward that direction. The instant she leaped into the room, she saw a fist the size of a cauldron rapidly magnifying in her vision. Instinctively, she raised her arms to shield herself. The immense force struck her, sending her hurtling backward until she collided with the wall, coming to a halt. The wrist guards on her arms had been severely deformed. Patriot, have you lost your mind? I should never have allowed you to exist in this world. The Patriot disregarded her pleas and charged at her once more. In an instant, they were locked in a fierce struggle. As the Patriot's fist once again connected with her face, Maeve summoned all her strength, retrieving the tablet from her pocket and raising it high. I am not here to cause you trouble. I have come to negotiate. The Patriot's fist halted perilously close to her face, mere centimeters away. He glanced sideways at the tablet in Maeve's grasp and inquired, what do you intend to do with that? I offer this in exchange for the 3 demands I previously made. The Patriot, with a stoic expression, accepted the tablet. Upon witnessing the footage playing on the screen, his fury was swiftly replaced by elation. The screen vividly displayed Pero basking in sunlight in Earth's orbit. He scrutinized the clip before turning to Maeve, now disheveled and disheartened. And a radiant smile blossomed upon his face. He even approached her affectionately, adjusting her collar that he had disordered and brushing off the dust. Why didn't you mention this sooner? You see, it was all a misunderstanding, he said with a reproachful tone, then muttered to himself. So, father has indeed hidden in space. How impressive. Maeve, witnessing this capricious madman, felt a renewed wave of shock within her. I agree to your terms. The bounty on Starlight will be revoked tomorrow. The Patriot, filled with joy, placed his hand on Maeve's shoulder, disregarding her objections, and whisked her away toward the villa. Chapter 56. Daily Life. The man, once battling Queen Maeve, now affectionately adjusted her collar, which had been disheveled during the earlier misunderstanding. Maeve gazed at this man, whose temperament shifted more swiftly than the turning of pages. Feeling an intense inner turmoil, she found herself at a loss for how to react, allowing the hand of this blood-stained individual to pat her gently. Come, I shall introduce you to someone. The man, brimming with eagerness to proclaim his paternal connection to the world, encircled Maeve's waist and unceremoniously guided her to a secluded villa in the suburbs. Upon entering, Maeve once again encountered the man clad in a black robe. She observed the excessively youthful visage of Pero and then glanced at the man beside him, whose face was adorned with an unmistakable eagerness for praise. A wave of absurdity surged within her. Inside the opulent suburban villa, the atmosphere became palpably strange. This world was increasingly incomprehensible to her. After a brief, yet bizarre discussion, Maeve departed with a complex mix of emotions, carrying the promise that would ensure her and her allies' safety. Meanwhile, the man began to fulfill his commitment with an unprecedented efficiency. The following day, at the headquarters of Water International, the media center was teeming with hundreds of reporters from around the globe. Their cameras trained on the podium where Stan Edgar stood. With an emotionless tone, he delivered a statement that would reverberate worldwide. Following a thorough internal investigation, it is with great sorrow that we reveal the true identity of former member of the Seven, Stormfront, a remnant of Nazi ideology steeped in extreme racism. The recent terrorist attacks against congressional members in Washington were orchestrated and executed solely by her. She exploited the trust placed in her by both the company and the public to commit unforgivable crimes. All blame for the attacks was placed squarely on Stormfront. Although the actual perpetrator was Congresswoman Victoria Newman, who had pretended to lack superpowers. Edgar's words detonated like a bomb among the journalists, igniting a cacophony of outrage. In light of Stormfront's heinous actions and to address the failures and oversight, Water International has decided to indefinitely postpone the public release of Compound V. Meanwhile, Starlight, who had been unjustly ousted due to Stormfront's malicious accusations, has officially rejoined the Seven. Moreover, Queen Maeve, in this incident, demonstrated remarkable courage in exposing Stormfront's true nature. She is a hero to us all. Edgar paused, casting a glance at the African-American individual in the audience who was struggling to feign a look of indignation. Upon discovering Stormfront's nefarious plot, he promptly reported it to the company and engaged in a valiant struggle, securing precious time for us. In recognition of his heroic deeds, the company resolved to reinstate his position within the Seven. This perverse distortion of truth, this blatant misrepresentation, left Starlight and Maeve in the audience feeling a wave of nausea. Yet they were compelled to maintain their flawless, heroic smiles. Meanwhile, before the television, Deep Sea, who had just awakened at home, cradled his octopus companion. Seething, he watched the screen, where a replacement for his position was hailed as a hero. In a fit of rage, he snapped the tentacle in his grasp. Concurrently, the White House announced the formal establishment of the Office of Superhuman Affairs, overseen by the renowned Congresswoman Victoria Newman, long known for her critiques of VOD International. Under the clandestine operations of Grace Mallory, all charges against Billy Butcher, Huey, and his team, the boys, were entirely dismissed, granting them their freedom. Congresswoman Newman even discreetly provided them with substantial funding, enabling the formation of a secret team, free from VOD's influence, dedicated to monitoring superhumans. Although the entire affair was a FAOD, Victoria Newman was, in fact, the adopted daughter of Edgar Vought. From the outset, the Office of Superhuman Affairs established by the White House was, in essence, colluding with Vought. The world seemed to revert to its familiar course. Meanwhile, Patriot was living the happiest and most fulfilling days of his life. His daily schedule was meticulously filled. In the mornings, he would showcase his heroic persona amidst various crimes orchestrated by the company. In the afternoons, he would return to his villa, displaying his day's heroic exploits to Pero, who sat expressionless on the sofa, fiddling with a game controller. Having been estranged from modern technology for years, he intended to make up for over a decade of entertainment. While deftly maneuvering the controller, he stole a glance at the golden-haired giant baby engrossed in his tablet. Not bad, Pero remarked dismissively, his eyes never leaving the screen. While internally pondering how many of those heroic feats were orchestrated by Vought, Patriot, encouraged by Pero's approval, beamed with joy, bounding to the kitchen to prepare his favorite milk. Pero sighed, observing his departing figure, feeling a sense of resignation. This father-son dynamic had persisted for several days. Initially, he found it amusing, even somewhat refreshing. However, as time wore on, he felt increasingly driven to madness by this incessantly needy creature radiating a desperate yearning for paternal affection. Just then, while busily toiling in the kitchen, Patriot suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He remembered, "It seems I have another son, Ryan." The moment this thought emerged, it instantaneously consumed his entire mind. Indeed, I have a father. That means my son now has a grandfather. A perfect family composed of 3 generations of divine beings. This is truly unmatched. If my father were to witness his adorable grandson, who possesses similar extraordinary abilities, he would undoubtedly be overjoyed. With this thought, the patriotic man could no longer contain his excitement. He joyfully emerged from the kitchen, carrying 2 glasses of freshly squeezed milk. Pero was fully engrossed in controlling Mary Rose on the screen, executing a dazzling series of combos. He glanced sideways at the suddenly exuberant patriotic man emerging from the kitchen, and his brows instinctively furrowed. Something was amiss. This fellow was once again sporting that foolish grin, indicative of a brilliant idea brewing in his mind. An ominous premonition surged within Pero. What mischief was this guy planning now? Chapter 57. The Targeted Patriotic Man Walter International. The patriotic man returned to the company in high spirits. The mere thought that Pero was in the same city filled him with uncontainable joy. Just as he stepped out of the elevator, he encountered the locomotive heading straight towards him. At that moment, the locomotive was cradling a gigantic ice cream tub, taller than his chest, and enthusiastically scooping large mouthfuls into his mouth. Under normal circumstances, the patriotic man would have incinerated the ice cream tub with a heat ray at the sight of such a spectacle. However, he was in a good mood these days. "Hey, locomotive." The patriotic man greeted him for the first time, a smile radiating on his face. The locomotive jumped in surprise, nearly dropping the ice cream tub from his hands. With a mouthful of ice cream, he responded incoherently, "Patriotic man, if you keep eating like that, you'll turn into a ball." The patriotic man, in high spirits, even made a jest. He reached out and playfully patted the slight bulge of the locomotive's belly beneath the tight-fitting suit. "Look at this, how long has it been?" The locomotive chuckled awkwardly, hastily explaining, "No problem, patriotic man. My daily basal metabolic rate is about 30,000 calories. This little snack is absolutely fine." "Is it?" The patriotic man raised an eyebrow. "Non-committal. No problem. But still, you should watch your diet. Don't let high-calorie food strip you of your title as the fastest man in the world." With that, he cheerfully turned and strode towards the conference room. Edgar had invited him earlier, stating that there were important matters to discuss. The patriotic man thought to himself that he would wrap up this tedious meeting quickly and then find a way to locate Butcher. To bring his son Ryan back and introduce him to Pero. He wished to show his father that he had a grandson. However, as he stepped into the conference room with eager anticipation, his smile froze upon seeing another figure in the room. "Starlight, why did Edgar summon us both for a discussion?" The patriot's heart tightened slightly. As the meeting commenced, Edgar announced his latest decision. In light of Starlight's recent performance and public sentiment, he invited her to serve as co-captain of the Super 7, intending to reshape the team's positive image. "Co-captain? Me?" Starlight was taken aback, pointing at herself in disbelief. Instinctively, she cast a glance at the patriot, whose handsome visage had begun to cloud with displeasure. Given his vindictive nature, she knew that accepting this perilous reward would lead to turbulent days ahead. Yet, Edgar appeared oblivious to the growing darkness on the patriot's face. He glanced at the stiff Starlight and then at the patriot, dismissively waving him out of the room. "Step outside for a moment. I need to have a private conversation with Starlight." From the moment he entered, the patriot had not uttered a word, yet he was expelled like a mere servant. A sense of disrespect festered within him. Strangely, however, he did not erupt as he usually would. Perhaps the arrival of Pero had provided his twisted heart with a new emotional anchor. Now, his thoughts were consumed with the desire to reunite with Ryan, envisioning a scene of 3 generations under one roof. Although the antics of the water company and Edgar left him somewhat unsettled, they seemed less significant in the grand scheme. Inside the room, Edgar watched the patriot's retreating figure, a fleeting glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. He turned to Starlight, speaking in an enticing tone. "Starlight, I understand your fears, but you must realize that true power lies only in one's own hands. By becoming co-captain, you will possess real authority. You will no longer need to heed others' opinions, and you can even decide on the recruitment of new members for the Super 7. After Edgar's persuasion, Starlight's heart, once filled with trepidation towards the patriot, began to stir with ambition. She nodded, accepting Edgar's counsel and agreeing to become co-captain. She desired to challenge the patriot in a contest of wills. Soon after, at the water company's studio, to promote the newly appointed co-captain, the company decided to film Starlight's search for new members as a sensational television talent show. After smiling for the camera during the insincere promotional shoot alongside Starlight, the patriot exited the studio with an impassive expression. His discontent had reached a boiling point. During this period, the company had been consistently targeting him. As he walked down the corridor, he encountered that familiar figure once again. The locomotive ambled along, blissfully sipping on an enormous milkshake. The patriot halted his steps. He desperately needed an outlet for his frustrations. Unfortunately, the locomotive found itself in the crosshairs of his ire. "Hey!" The patriot's voice was frigid as he intercepted the locomotive's path. "What did I tell you last time?" The locomotive, taken aback by his sudden approach, hesitated. I mentioned that high-calorie foods offer you no benefits whatsoever." "No problem." The locomotive attempted to brush him off with his familiar retort. "Enough." The patriot interrupted sharply. "Look at your stomach. He gazed intently at the locomotive's midsection, as if he could see through it and discern the contents within. Inside your belly, there are 2 servings of meat sauce pasta, remnants of 4 different pizzas, and at least 6 damn beef burgers currently in digestion. The Patriot pointed firmly at the locomotive's abdomen. Even in your bloodstream, I see no trace of blood, only soda. And you're still holding that massive milkshake. The Patriot slowly shook his head, his face contorted in disdain. The fastest person in the world is truly a joke. With that, he turned to leave. At that moment, the locomotive, watching him depart, instinctively muttered, "F squid." The Patriot's steps abruptly halted, the air in the corridor thickening in that instant. He slowly turned back, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes, as though he wished to consume the locomotive whole. "I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that. Could you repeat it?" The locomotive, observing the Patriot's expressionless visage, trembled slightly, instinctively attempting to defend himself. But before he could finish his sentence, bang! The Patriot's fist sent the locomotive flying, crashing into the thick alloy wall at the corridor's end. The Patriot withdrew his fist, not even glancing at his colleague embedded in the wall. "You should be grateful that my mood has been decent lately. I'll spare your life this time. I'll come back for your apology later." With that, he turned and exited the water's company, soaring away. Chapter 58. Heart to heart since being by Pero's side. The Patriot felt as though he had finally found a true sense of family. Years of corporate control over his heart were rapidly reversing, akin to a miraculous rejuvenation. He had begun to embrace a childlike innocence, a man in his 40s yearning for paternal approval. Waters International, conference room of the 7. Thus, the patriotic man. Agent Ashley pointed at a colossal electronic screen displaying the detailed plan for the patriotic man's birthday celebration. She spoke cautiously, "Tomorrow at 10 in the morning. We will arrange a live broadcast. You will descend from the heavens, and through your guidance, prevent a despondent woman from committing suicide by jumping off a building, subsequently accepting the adulation of the public. This will mark the pinnacle of your approval ratings this year." However, the patriotic man merely gazed at her with an expressionless demeanor, as if he were staring at a corpse. "I don't care whether tomorrow is my damned birthday." He slowly rose, his voice icy. "I have had enough. I will not participate." "What?" Ashley's eyes widened in disbelief. "But Mr. Patriotic Man, your approval ratings. They have been plummeting for 2 consecutive weeks. You have not engaged in any righteous filming for a long time. Society is beginning to forget you." "Let them forget." The patriotic man shrugged indifferently. "I no longer care about those trivial matters." Having uttered this, he did not cast another glance at Ashley's bewildered face and exited the conference room. He had more pressing matters to attend to. He needed to locate Butcher and bring Ryan back. All the staff in the hall stood agape, witnessing this scene, feeling as though their worldview had been profoundly shaken. The man who regarded approval ratings as his lifeblood, who would scrutinize data 8 times a day, suddenly seemed unconcerned. Edgar emerged slowly from the shadows of the conference room, having witnessed everything that transpired within. His face bore no expression, yet his eyes glimmered with a cold light. He sensed that the patriotic man had completely severed ties with the company's control. No longer was he a commodity manipulated by data, fame, and public affection. He had escaped the company's grasp, transformed into a being with a will of his own, a potential bomb ready to explode at any moment. A careless misstep could lead to the utter ruin of Water Corporation. It seemed that the time had come to initiate the purge plan, Edgar mused inwardly. Not just the patriotic man, but the entire Super 7 team, and indeed all superheroes possessing permanent abilities across the world, needed to be eliminated. Water Corporation was, at its core, a pharmaceutical company, not a damn talent agency. The existence of these increasingly uncontrollable heroes would only hinder the company's future development. Even the recent product, the temporary Compound 5, would be adversely affected. As long as they could be disposed of, an era dominated by Water Corporation, where everyone could become a hero, was imminent. At that time, the political arena, the military, and the entire world would be under the control of Water Corporation. In a luxurious villa in the suburbs, Pero had grown somewhat weary of the characters in Dead or Alive 5. He opened his computer and skillfully downloaded the 3 major works from his ancestral homeland. Black Myth, Yukon. To his astonishment, he never expected his country to produce such commendable masterpieces. As he gazed at the exquisite visuals on the screen, he murmured to himself. Meanwhile, behind him, before the floor-to-ceiling window, stood the Homelander, silently seated. Cradling a cup of fresh milk, he stared vacantly at the lawn outside. Since the moment he had found Pero, all his feelings for Stormfront and Ryan had been cast aside. "Everything I have done seems utterly meaningless," he suddenly spoke. His voice tinged with confusion. "All my identities, my abilities, my heroic deeds, have been meticulously orchestrated by the company. As a child, I was subjected to experiments. And as an adult, I became a mere product. It appears I have never possessed any choices of my own. Perhaps, in the eyes of Edgar and his ilk, I am merely an expensive commodity. Pero, while fiddling with his controller, replied without looking back, "You often claim you have no choice, yet in truth, you have made your own decisions in every circumstance. Do not allow the echoes of the past to confine you. They do not dictate your future. You need not live within the script crafted by others. You are not some divine being, nor should you aspire to be a savior. Dare to act, dare to love, and simply be a person." Upon hearing Pero's words, a flicker of confusion momentarily crossed the Homelander's blue eyes, soon replaced by a radiant glow of paternal love. "So, this is how it is. My father is guiding me. He wishes for me to be a person, to be my true self. Could this be the father-son conversation I have always yearned for? How wonderful." Pero, listening to the sudden surge of excitement in the heartbeats behind him, shook his head in resignation. He had grown accustomed to the Homelander's uniquely convoluted thought processes. It had been nearly a month since he arrived in this world. The dimensional travel system's cooldown was almost over. It was time to prepare for departure. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, in a dimly lit basement, Butcher and the Payback team were convening a meeting. "We must find a way to kill the Homelander." Butcher slammed a document onto the table. "That bastard is becoming increasingly unhinged. However, we have exhausted all conventional methods," Huey lamented. "Standard weapons are ineffective against him, and it seems, even within Vought, there are no means to truly restrain him." Just as despair began to envelop the room, an aged voice resonated from the entrance of the basement. "Perhaps there is something that can." It was Mallory, as she tossed a weathered, yellow dossier onto the table. "This is what I unearthed from the CIA's discarded documents." Butcher opened the file. Upon seeing the name inscribed upon it, his pupils dilated in shock. "Soldier Boy?" "Indeed." Mallory nodded. "According to this declassified document, Soldier Boy did not perish due to a mission failure, but was instead slain by the Russians using an unknown weapon codenamed. The body was subsequently taken away. The weapon capable of vanquishing Soldier Boy ignited a flame of vengeance within Butcher's eyes. Surely, it could also obliterate the compatriots. Chapter 59. Edgar's ambition on the 99th floor of Water International. In an office, Stan Edgar gazed impassively at the screen before him. The display looped two distinct yet converging pieces of footage, both leading to the same conclusion. One segment showcased high-definition footage relayed from a spy satellite, depicting a man clad in black robes with dark hair who abruptly appeared at the center of the satellite's lens. For the ensuing hours, he floated silently in the void of space, with the immense, blazing sun looming behind him. The other segment was a perilous recording captured by ground operatives. The compatriot, Water Company's most exquisite product, trailed behind the man like a lapdog. Edgar's index finger rhythmically tapped the smooth surface of the table. He overturned his previous hypothesis, nurturing a bold and certain conclusion within. The compatriot had not discovered Soldier Boy. Rather, he had sought out a new paternal figure, a monstrous entity emerging from the shadows, powerful enough to survive in the cosmos. An uncontrollable product, coupled with an unpredictable peregrine, cast a glimmer of cold light in Edgar's eyes as he clutched Ashley's tablet. The tablet displayed the resident information, prominently featuring Peregrine's visage. The situation had escalated beyond his initial expectations. He had resolutely decided to eradicate the compatriot, along with the entire concept of superheroes, from Water Company's domain. In his mind, Water Company was a pharmaceutical enterprise, not the entertainment conglomerate it had become. A mere assembly of agents and filming crews. Now, this plan required a minor catalyst. He picked up the internal phone on his desk and dialed a number. "Send all files regarding Soldier Boy to my office, immediately." After hanging up, Edgar retrieved his personal phone, scrolling to a familiar name, his finger hovering above it. He understood better than anyone how to manipulate the emotions of this man-child. The emergence of a father figure had thrown him off balance. So, what would happen if he were to provide him with another father, a biological one? As he contemplated this, a cold smile involuntarily crept across Edgar's lips. He dialed a certain number. In the small courtyard of Peros Villa, the Patriot hummed a cheerful tune while meticulously operating a brand new automatic lawn mower, diligently tending to the grass. He had even changed into casual attire, attempting to present himself as the son of an ordinary man. At that moment, his phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Upon seeing that the caller was Edgar, his pleasant mood was abruptly interrupted, and he impatiently answered the call. On the other end of the line, Edgar's voice emerged, devoid of any emotion. "Patriot, I hear you found your father?" Edgar paused, and spoke in a tone tinged with near pity. "Regrettably, that father is a fabrication." "What do you mean?" The Patriot's expression darkened upon hearing Edgar's words. Your biological father is Soldier Boy. Edgar's voice whispered like a devil's, piercingly clear to the Patriot's ears. Indeed, he is the first superhero of America. Active during World War II. I possess all the intelligence regarding him. Do you expect me to believe that? The Patriot scoffed. Do you think that since I found my father, you fear I might escape your control? Precisely, you've guessed correctly. From this day forth, I am no longer your commodity. He intended to sever all ties with the company and put an end to the life he had been manipulated into living. An Asian boy who appears to be no more than 16? Edgar's voice dripped with disdain. John, don't be ridiculous. Deep down, you know that cannot be true. It was indeed you who monitored my father. The Patriot's voice suddenly became fervent. Listen, I do not have time to indulge in your childish games. Edgar's tone turned firm. Your biological father is Soldier Boy. According to intelligence, the last known location of his presence was in Russia. Believe it or not, it's up to you. With that, Edgar promptly hung up the phone. The Patriot clutched his phone, listening to the busy signal, his grip gradually tightening. Crack. The brand new phone was crushed into pieces in his hand. Gritting his teeth, he disregarded his expensive casual wear and abruptly launched himself into the air in a peculiar manner, propelled by his fury towards the water company and Edgar, racing towards the water tower. Boom. Edgar observed the Patriot crashing through the bulletproof glass from above, his expression remaining as impassive as ever. It was as if he had anticipated this turn of events, and not a single ripple of emotion stirred within him. He casually tossed aside the dossier he had prepared long ago. Next time, remember to use the door. The Patriot cast a penetrating glance at Edgar, seizing the fluttering dossier and eagerly delving into its contents. Photographs, genetic reports, experimental data. His hands began to tremble uncontrollably as he beheld the document bearing the signature of Dr. Wagbaum regarding the Soldier Boy's genetic sample cultivation program. Slowly raising his gaze, a duplicitous yet radiant smile adorned his handsome visage. You all knew from the very beginning, didn't you? You have all deceived me. Well done. The Patriot uttered no more words. He turned, retracing his steps through the gaping hole he had created, vanishing into the horizon. Edgar observed the retreating figure of the Patriot, filled with rage and confusion, and gradually picked up the telephone from his desk. Prepare an elite squad to immediately head to Russia. I require the weapon capable of harming the Soldier Boy. After hanging up, Edgar approached the shattered floor-to-ceiling window. Gazing down upon the city below, resembling a chessboard, a satisfied smile finally gracing his face. The pieces were beginning to move according to his design. Whether it be the Patriot or the enigmatic figure in the black cloak, as long as they ventured to Russia, the Watt Company was certain to reap rewards. If the Soldier Boy had not perished, a collision with that equally unstable and formidable entity was inevitable. Regardless of the outcome, the Watt Company would emerge as the ultimate victor. And he, Stan Edgar, would be the sole winner of this grand game. Chapter 60. Journey to Russia. The Patriot clutched the dossier that had upended his past 44 years of existence. Dazed and forlorn, he returned to Perro's villa. Unlike his usual exuberance in recounting how many lives he had saved, he did not diligently prepare milk for Perro. He simply stood silently in the center of the living room, his handsome face etched with confusion and an undercurrent of fear that even he had yet to recognize. Perro sat on the sofa, toying with a game controller. On the screen, a red-capped plumber clad in overalls, under his command, was achieving record-breaking feats in a manner that could only be described as unorthodox. Armed with the invincible reflexes and computational prowess bestowed upon him as a superhero, he had conquered every so-called challenging game in the world no less than 10 times. Now, he found himself feeling somewhat bored. Is something the matter? Perro inquired without turning his head. The Patriot took a deep breath and extended the dossier towards him. Father, Edgar gave me this. Perro paused his game, casually accepting the dossier and flipping through it, his expression impassive. And, I wish to see it, the Patriot replied, looking up with a pleading gaze. Will you accompany me? Pello observed the expression of yearning mingled with trepidation on the faces of his compatriots, and he found it rather amusing. He set down the controller, rose to his feet, and stretched languidly. Very well, he shrugged. Having felt a twinge of boredom lately, he decided to take a stroll to clear his mind. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the city, in the clandestine headquarters of the Black Cloak Vigilantes, Butcher hurled an empty bottle against the wall with a crash. That conniving wretch. Mallory. She has been deceiving us from the very beginning. Not long ago, he had pried a long-hidden truth from the lips of Gunpowder. A former lieutenant of Soldier Boy and a member of the Blood for Blood faction, Soldier Boy had not perished on the battlefield. Instead, he had gone missing during a covert operation led by none other than Mallory. Calm down, Butcher. Mother's milk restrained the agitated Butcher. Just then, the basement door swung open, revealing Mallory's figure in the doorway. "How dare you show your face?" Butcher broke free from Mother's Milk's grasp and lunged forward, seizing Mallory by her collar. She offered no resistance, merely gazing at him with calm eyes. "Butcher, I did indeed conceal the truth from you." Mallory met Butcher's gaze. "I worked for the CIA back then, and the establishment of the Black Cloak Vigilantes is intimately tied to that mission. On the battlefield, I witnessed firsthand the arrogance and folly of these so-called superheroes. Our people perished at their hands far more than at the hands of our enemies." Mallory patted the large hand gripping her collar, signaling him to release her. Butcher let go. "What was the weapon capable of killing Soldier Boy?" "I do not know." Mallory shook her head. "However, I am aware it resides in a secret laboratory in Russia." Days later, in Russia, the Black Cloak Vigilantes arrived at an alley in the suburbs. With the aid of informants, they finally located the secret laboratory. "This is the place," Frankie remarked, inspecting the dilapidated building as he wiped down his weapon. He affixed explosives to the laboratory door. With a thunderous boom, the entrance was blown open. The moment they stepped into the laboratory, alarms blared throughout the facility. A squad of Russian operatives clad in tactical gear surrounded them completely. "Damn it!" Butcher cursed vehemently. He rapidly emptied his handgun, realizing it was futile. As the Black Cloak Vigilantes found themselves in dire straits, Butcher unexpectedly broke into a smile, striding forward with confidence. "Good evening, fools." In the incredulous gazes of his companions, Butcher's eyes suddenly ignited with a golden glow. It turned out that, for precaution, Butcher had injected himself with a temporary compound V prior to their departure. Butcher, endowed with temporary superpowers, obliterated a Russian soldier along with his weapon in a single devastating punch. A searing ray swept across, cleaving through a line of enemies with brutal efficiency. Turning around, he discovered that Huey had inexplicably vanished from his original position, reappearing before a soldier with a swift and lethal strike. Disappointment flooded Butcher as he reflected on his repeated admonitions to Huey against injecting the temporary compound V, desperate to prevent his descent into darkness. He believed the distinction between humanity and monstrosity lay in the possession of superhuman abilities. Together, they dispatched several elite Russian soldiers with an overwhelming force. Deep within the laboratory, they finally located their objective, a metallic experimental pod filled with a verdant liquid. As the pod opened, a burly man, his body adorned with numerous tubes, emerged before Butcher. "We are in grave trouble. This guy is still alive." The awakened Soldier Boy, his eyes clouded with confusion, mistook Butcher and the others for foes. Instinctively channeling his energy, he unleashed a crimson shockwave that erupted violently. Kimiko let out a piercing scream as the force struck her, sending her hurtling like a severed kite against a distant wall. Her bones shattered upon impact, rendering her unconscious. Her formidable self-healing abilities vanished under the onslaught of this mysterious energy. Meanwhile, a high-rise not far from the secret laboratory housed Pero and the Patriot, who floated quietly in the air. The Patriot observed the thick crimson lasers surging from the laboratory, a flicker of trepidation crossing his blue eyes. He could acutely sense the lethal threat emanating from that energy. They watched as the black-robed enforcers hastily fled the scene, dragging the bewildered Soldier Boy with them. Slowly, Pero turned to the Patriot, his tone flat, yet laden with significance. "It appears, Sagak, your biological father is still alive." The Patriot shook his head, his gaze fixed on the direction in which the Soldier Boy had departed. "No, I will not believe anything until I witness it with my own eyes." Their eyes met, and in unison, they moved. Transforming into streaks of light, they silently pursued the trail of the black-robed enforcers. Inside the clandestine safe house, just as they laid the unconscious Soldier Boy and the gravely injured Kimiko down, an unfamiliar voice suddenly resonated from behind them. "It seems you have gotten yourselves into quite a predicament." All turned abruptly to see two figures that had mysteriously appeared at the entrance of the safe house. One was the demon they loathed, the Patriot. The other was the black-robed man encountered in the suburbs. Butcher stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of everyone. His gaze fiercely locked onto the two intruders. "What are your intentions?" Chapter 61. The unveiling truth. Shortly after Butcher departed with the Soldier Boy, an armored van emblazoned with the insignia of Walter International approached the entrance of the dilapidated secret laboratory, halting at its threshold. The vehicle's door swung open, revealing the pointed barrels of firearms before any figures emerged. A dozen operatives, clad in black ballistic vests and equipped with goggles, disembarked from the van in an orderly fashion, swiftly fanning out to establish a perimeter. Within moments, the line of sight from their weapons enveloped every corner, effectively securing and controlling the area. Once safety was confirmed, the last individual emerged from the vehicle. This man, devoid of goggles, revealed a face marred by scars. He raised his hand and gently pressed an earpiece against his ear. I have arrived at the target location, ready to proceed with the next phase of the mission. After speaking, he gestured for his team to follow. This squad exclusively served Edgar, tasked with managing unsavory matters on his behalf. The group cautiously approached the violently breached entrance of the laboratory. The leading man refrained from entering hastily, instead positioning himself close to the door, peering inside. In the next instant, his pupils dilated in shock. A seasoned operative accustomed to gruesome scenes, he was nonetheless taken aback by the state of affairs within. A deep, gnarled gash marred the wall, its edges charred from intense heat. Scattered across the floor were the dismembered remains of individuals, their tattered uniforms betraying their roles as security personnel for the laboratory. The air was thick with the acrid scent of burnt flesh. He raised his hand once more to activate his earpiece. The destination has been breached. The laboratory has been cleared. Should we proceed with the next phase? On the other end, Edgar's familiar voice resonated. Disregard them. Locate the weaponry data. That is the primary objective. Understood. The man signaled, and his teammates swiftly dispersed, meticulously searching through the laboratory. His gaze fell upon the massive experimental chamber at the center, which had been opened, with various tubes dangling in midair. Curiosity piqued, he approached for a closer inspection. This apparatus resembled a sophisticated life support system, though somewhat antiquated. It appeared remarkably reliable. Soon, he discovered a document among the scattered papers beside the chamber. He opened it, and upon glancing at the first page, his pupils constricted once more, an unsettling premonition surging within him. I have found something. He promptly reactivated his earpiece, his voice tinged with astonishment. The soldier boy. It seems he has not perished. He is here, being held captive by the Russians, subjected to their experiments. At the upper right corner of the first page of the document held in his hand, there was a striking portrait of the soldier boy. Presently, the experimental chamber stood vacant, seemingly taken away by the agents of the CIA. An unexpected tranquility enveloped the air. After a prolonged wait, Edgar's voice resonated once more. Locate the documents and return immediately. The Russians must have already detected the laboratory's disappearance. With that information in hand, who was resurrected becomes inconsequential. Upon receiving the call from the chief agent, a tempest surged within him, yet he compelled himself to suppress the tumultuous emotions. He continued to direct his subordinates in their search. Ultimately, they discovered an intact safe deep within the room. With a resounding crash, they forcefully breached it, unveiling a mysterious metallic document box within. Upon opening the box, they found a confidential dossier quietly resting inside. This was the fabled weapon data that purportedly ended the soldier boy's life. However, when the team leader turned to the first page of the dossier, he was utterly taken aback. The document unveiled a far more shocking and long-buried secret than the existence of the soldier boy himself. The records indicated that there had been no secret weapon. The soldier boy had not been killed, but rather betrayed by the very team he had fought alongside. A squad that had owed him a blood debt. They had forged a clandestine agreement with the Russians, utilizing a neurotoxin provided by them that could temporarily suppress superpowers. Together, they conspired to incapacitate the despised soldier boy, handing him over to the Russians. They betrayed their captain, returning home with honors to relish a life reborn. As the chief agent scrutinized the documents, he felt a cold sweat saturate his back. He activated his earpiece, his voice quivering. Data recovery complete. We are preparing to return. Meanwhile, within the derelict safe house, the figures of the patriotic man and Pero leaned against the dilapidated doorway. Inside, all members of the Black Cloak enforcers were frantically tending to two injured comrades. One, Yahiko, severely wounded by the energy shockwave from the soldier boy, had entirely lost her superpowers. The other, the soldier boy himself, had just awakened from the experimental chamber, his emotions in a state of extreme instability. What do you intend to do? Butcher was the first to react, boldly stepping forward to shield everyone behind him. His gaze fixed intently on the two figures at the entrance. A dangerous yellow gleam ignited in his eyes. He sensed ill intentions. Yet he understood that if the adversaries truly meant to strike, they would likely be slaughtered before even entering the safe house. Perceiving no hostility from the newcomers, Butcher ventured to inquire, "When did you arrive? What is your purpose?" He regarded the two with vigilant scrutiny. The compatriot did not spare him a glance, merely gesturing dismissively, as one would to shoo away a small dog. "You, get out of my way." His voice seemed to brim with urgency as he sought to inquire about certain matters. The soldier boy, sprawled on the couch and inhaling the liberating air, lifted his head slowly upon hearing his name. "What is it?" The compatriot disregarded Butcher entirely, taking a step forward to push past the obstructive figure. He advanced directly to the man sporting a bushy beard, clad in a lab coat, whose eyes bore a hint of confusion. The compatriot gazed upon him, noting the youthful visage that starkly contrasted with his preconceived notions of age, appearing even younger than himself. Drawing a deep breath, he posed the question that had plagued him since departing from the water company, infused with a blend of anticipation, skepticism, and ire. I have heard that you are my biological father? The soldier boy's mind, muddled for decades, momentarily short-circuited at this revelation. The air seemed to thicken in that instant. What the hell are you talking about? I was still in a jar when I had no children. He scrutinized the man before him, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed figure garbed in combat attire, resembling a clown from a children's park. Father? The corners of the soldier boy's mouth twitched. Who the hell are you? Have you taken too many drugs and lost your mind in search of validation? His tone dripped with arrogance. I am John. The compatriot suppressed his displeasure. They all call me the compatriot, the savior. Compatriot? The soldier boy appeared to find humor in the notion. You, in that skin-tight suit. Looking like a fool? You dare to call yourself a compatriot? What is the situation outside? With someone like you up here, America must be doomed. He turned to Butcher, inquiring, have we lost the war? Is America relying on clowns for salvation? Butcher frowned, surveying the seemingly deranged soldier boy before him. The boy seemed to glean the answer from Butcher's expression, turning back, pointing at himself with an air of superiority. It appears we are the ones who led the war to victory. Listen well, clown, I am the very symbol of this nation. I embody the American dream. Before me, you are nothing but a wild seed lost in your search for a father. Upon hearing the soldier boy's words, the compatriot's countenance darkened instantly. In that moment, he was reluctant to acknowledge that this confrontational soldier boy could indeed be his biological father. Expecting understanding, he was met instead with a barrage of humiliation. It seems I must repair your mouth. The patriot slowly ascended, his eyes glinting with a perilous light. The soldier boy stepped before the patriot, challenging him. Let me see how you intend to repair my mouth. Butchell observed the brewing conflict between the two, realizing that this modest safe house could hardly withstand their turmoil, especially with the injured inside. He was about to intervene when a hand pressed firmly on his shoulder, anchoring him in place. Do not rush, father-son bureau. Allow them to engage in their duel, Pero remarked with a wry smile. You, too, wish to ascertain the soldier boy's true capabilities, do you not? At that moment, both the patriot and soldier boy moved simultaneously. The soldier boy unleashed a powerful punch that struck the patriot's face. Taken by surprise, the patriot's head jerked to the side, and he retaliated by spitting in the soldier boy's face. Is that all you've got? The soldier boy's gaze sharpened, a peculiar energy emanating from him. Were a Geiger counter present, it would reveal a surging radiation index within the room. He launched another heavy punch at the patriot, who, undeterred, raised his fist to meet the challenge. Boom. Their fists collided with tremendous force, creating a terrifying pressure wave that radiated outward, as if threatening to shatter the very walls of the safe house. Pero felt a shift in the atmosphere, as if the entire space had been reinforced. The shockwave dissipated against the walls, leaving no trace. A biological force field enveloped the room, safeguarding it from the destruction wrought by their clash. Although the structure remained intact, the furnishings were reduced to splinters, swirling through the air. In the center of the room, the two figures engaged in a savage brawl, each blow resonating with a visceral impact, tearing through the air. To everyone's astonishment, America's once mighty superhero, the soldier boy, found himself at a disadvantage. The patriot grasped the soldier boy by the throat, relentlessly hammering his fist against the latter's face. Is this what you call your American dream? He spat, casting the dazed soldier boy onto the ground. Lying amidst the debris, the soldier boy shook his head, gazing at the floating patriot with a grim smile. Is this the so-called superhero of today? Is this all you can muster? The patriot, infuriated by the soldier boy's defiance, bellowed, You fool. Suddenly, two beams of scorching energy erupted from the patriot's eyes, striking the soldier boy's body with ferocity. Instinctively, the soldier boy raised his hands to shield his chest. The searing rays quickly charred his skin. He, too, let out a furious roar as high-energy forces accumulated in his chest. Moments later, a devastating wave of crimson energy surged forth, colliding with the patriot's searing rays. Two energies clashed in midair, unleashing a wave of heat that ignited the debris below. Butchell observed the farce unfolding before him, yearning to put an end to it. A dangerous yellow glimmer ignited in his eyes as he unleashed his power upon the patriot, sending him hurtling away in an instant. The patriot steadied himself, regarding Butchell with a hint of curiosity. When had this man acquired such extraordinary abilities? Edgar was indeed concealing secrets from him. Seizing the opportunity, the soldier boy leaped forward, ensnaring the Patriot and dragging him down from the air, crashing him to the ground. With his chest pressed against the Patriot's back, energy began to coalesce once more. The Patriot recalled the ominous energy wave he had witnessed outside the laboratory, and hastily reached behind him. Yet, the soldier boy, being a superhuman himself, possessed strength that rivaled the Patriot's, and despite the struggle, he could not be dislodged. Suddenly, an immense force yanked them apart. Pero materialized between them, one hand grasping the Patriot's cloak, the other tightening around the soldier boy's neck. Had enough? Who the hell are you? The soldier boy, feeling the crushing grip on his throat, was gripped by fear, yet also a flicker of curiosity. What had developed now? He could not fathom that anyone could wield such power over beings like them. Out of the corner of his eye, the soldier boy noticed the once menacing Patriot now standing like a chastised schoolboy beside the cloaked figure. He observed that Pero was merely gripping the Patriot's skin, wondering why he did not seize the cloak instead. With great effort, the soldier boy managed to utter a few words, desperately attempting to pry the hand from his neck. "Let me go?" Pero released his grip, watching as the soldier boy collapsed to the ground, his hands frantically patting his throat. "Do you even realize how many years you've been asleep?" The soldier boy shot Pero an irritated glance as he sat on the ground, shaking his head. "No idea. Those damn Russians have been using me as a test subject, brainwashing me all this time. I'm still trying to recover." Pero pulled out the dossier that the Patriot had brought back, throwing it in front of the soldier boy. "Take a look at this paternity test." The soldier boy gazed at the familiar emblem on the cover of the document, contemplating. Indeed, what had engaged in some peculiar activities while he was away. Chapter 63. A toast to freedom. The soldier boy sat atop the ruins, picking up the paternity test report that Pero had thrown before him. A document that determined his bloodline. He flipped through it roughly, utterly bewildered by the dense sequences of genetic diagrams and experimental data. A look of undisguised disdain and contempt crossed his face as he closed the report with a sharp snap and tossed it to the ground. With his hands spread out, he directed a gaze at the Patriot and Pero, one that spoke volumes of disbelief. "How am I to know whether this damn document is even true?" he retorted. "It is impossible for me to have a son materialize out of thin air, especially one as spineless as you." A flicker of anger momentarily ignited in the blue eyes of the Patriot, but he swiftly suppressed it. What he required now was not an outlet for his frustration, but rather answers. His mind began to whirl at an unprecedented pace. Dr. Wogbaum, a name suddenly illuminated his chaotic thoughts. The very man who had created the soldier boy, and who also served as his nominal father. If there exists a person in this world who knows all the truths, it must surely be him. He was the architect of the tragic childhood experiences, and the Patriot harbored no fondness for him. "I know someone who undoubtedly possesses the truth," he articulated his thoughts. Beside him, Butchell observed the unfolding family drama with a complex expression akin to an annual theatrical spectacle. Since discovering that his wife, Beijia, was still alive, his hatred for the Patriot had considerably diminished. The vengeful flames that had fueled his existence seemed doused by a bucket of cold water. Yet, soon after, Ryan inadvertently killed Beijia. In her final moments, she implored him not to blame Ryan, even urging him to protect him. At that moment, he was at a loss on how to confront the deep-seated hatred that had nowhere to go. "That old bastard is still alive?" Upon hearing the name Wogbaum, the soldier boy's murky eyes ignited with an overwhelming rage. Memories of his frozen state in the cold laboratory surged back to him. He realized that, given Wogbaum's unscrupulous methods, this blonde jester before him might indeed be the offspring he had inadvertently left behind in his earlier years. During his contemplation, a fragment of an absurd memory, long relegated to a forgotten corner of his mind, suddenly resurfaced. The soldier boy sprang to his feet. "I remember now." He slowly turned to Butchell, who appeared indifferent, and inquired, "Tell me, what year is it?" Despite his disdain for the three individuals before him, Butchell instinctively replied, 2024. 2024? The soldier boy calculated with his fingers. "That aligns perfectly." He directed his impatient gaze toward the bewildered Patriot and said, "It was probably around 1979 or 80. I can't quite recall. That old bastard Wogbaum summoned me to his laboratory, claiming he was to conduct some absurd genetic experiment. I remember being in a lavishly furnished room where I managed to get that thing into a cup." Upon hearing this, Pero involuntarily furrowed his brow, his expression reminiscent of an elderly individual struggling with a mobile phone on the subway. "Wait, what are you saying?" Pero couldn't help but interrupt him. "A cup? And then what? Did you manage to put that thing into the cup without any tools?" "Nonsense." The soldier boy shot Pero an irritated glance. "I was once the idol of all American men. Do I need that contraption?" Pero felt his worldview, once again, being reshaped by the absurdities of this world. Without further ado, The soldier boy waved his hand dismissively. Let us confront that old rascal and clarify everything. But we're in Russia. How do we get back? Huey's frail voice timidly chimed in from behind. The native turned sharply, glaring at Huey with disdain, as if he were trash. You lot of rats, shut your filthy mouths. His voice brimmed with impatience. What happens here is no longer your concern. Do not force my hand. I might just end you. With that, he ignored the Black Cloak Patrol and turned to seize the dazed soldier boy's arm. Let us go. We must seek that old rascal for answers. In an instant, the two transformed into streaks of light, soaring into the sky, vanishing from sight. Inside the safe house, only the Black Cloaked Patrol remained, along with Pero, who had felt like an outsider throughout. Pero gazed in the direction the father and son had departed, shaking his head. He sensed that his purpose for stepping outside had been fulfilled, perhaps even exceeded. He no longer wished to involve himself in this troublesome affair. All he desired now was to return to his luxurious villa and continue playing his games. After all, compared to these distressing family dramas, games were far more enjoyable. With a flicker, Pero vanished from his spot. He returned to his suburban villa and entered the house, comfortably sinking into the lavish leather sofa. He powered on his computer and the latest gaming console. This was indeed the comfort he sought. As Pero immersed himself in the game, he felt a sense of tranquility, free from the incessant buzzing of the filial native. Just then, a polite knocking echoed through the air. Knock, knock, knock. Pero's brow instinctively furrowed. He turned and, with his enhanced vision, peered through the thick wooden door. To his surprise, standing outside was Starlight. Taken aback, Pero nonetheless rose and approached the door to open it. What brings you here? Starlight Annie stood at the threshold, her expression cautious. She glanced at Pero before quickly scanning the surroundings, seemingly ensuring there were no ambushes. Can I come in to talk? Her voice carried a hint of nervousness. Pero shrugged nonchalantly and stepped aside to let her enter. In the living room, they sat facing each other. Starlight regarded the man with dark hair and eyes before her heart brimming with complex emotions. Huey had already informed her via phone about everything that had transpired in Russia. They perceived that after encountering Pero, the patriotic individual, though he has become more capricious, has indeed moderated his demeanor. At the very least, his appearances on television have significantly diminished. They regard Pero as the sole individual capable of physically restraining the patriotic figure. Chapter 64. The mortals request Pero return to his suburban villa, sinking comfortably into the luxurious leather sofa. He powered on his computer and accessed the ubiquitous Steam platform that exists in every realm. It felt delightful here, engrossed in a game. He relished the tranquility that enveloped him, free from the incessant drone of the patriotic figure's obedient son. At that moment, a polite knock echoed through the air. Pero instinctively furrowed his brow, turning his head to peer through the heavy wooden door with his enhanced vision. To his surprise, standing outside was Starlight. Taken aback, Pero nonetheless rose and approached the door, opening it with a creak. Leaning against the doorframe with one hand, he raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What brings you here, my lady?" Starlight stood at the threshold, her expression cautious. She glanced at Pero and then swiftly surveyed the surroundings, seemingly confirming the absence of any ambush. "May I come in to speak?" Her voice held a hint of tension. Pero shrugged nonchalantly, stepping aside to allow her entry. In the living room, they sat facing each other. Huey had already informed her over the phone about the events unfolding in Russia, including the awakening of the soldier boy and the emergence of the patriotic figure alongside Pero. After a vigorous discussion, the Black Cloak Patrol reached a conclusion. While the patriotic figure had indeed grown more unpredictable, he had also tempered his fervor. He was no longer obsessively concerned with public approval ratings and appeared infrequently on television. Moreover, Starlight had sensed a shift in the atmosphere within the company, hinting at a desire to eliminate the patriotic figure. This revelation opened a potential avenue for them to topple the What company. Starlight took a deep breath, cradling a cup of hot tea that Pero had casually offered her, and summoned her courage to speak. "I come on behalf of the Black Cloak Patrol." Pero, seated on the opposite sofa with one hand propped on the armrest, observed her with keen interest, gesturing for her to continue. "The What company is attempting to deploy Compound Number 5 to the military on a grand scale. If they succeed, this nation, and indeed the entire world, will fall completely under their control." Starlight's voice trembled slightly as she divulged everything she knew. "They select heroes without regard for their character. As long as they possess commercial value, any scoundrel can be packaged as a savior. They fabricate various fictitious crimes, broadcasting them live for those superheroes to resolve, thus reaping support and wealth." Pello listened quietly to the lament of the Starlight, sensing that the young girl's heart was on the verge of being crushed by the weight of overwhelming darkness. "Listen, Young lady, he interjected, one hand propped against the armrest of the sofa, his body slightly leaning forward. This is not a psychological counseling room, and I am not a benevolent gentleman. I have no desire to know about these matters. How you choose to confront the Water Corporation is of no concern to me. Just do not bring your troubles to my doorstep. His voice was flat, yet imbued with an undeniable chill of indifference. The Starlight gazed nervously into Pelo's eyes, aware that this was her final opportunity. They will not spare you, she exclaimed urgently. The Water Corporation, particularly Edgar, believes that the countrymen have lost control entirely because of your presence. You have become the greatest variable in their plans. They will inevitably deal with you. Upon hearing this, Pelo momentarily froze before letting out a light laugh, one that brimmed with unabashed scorn for mortal conspiracies. Is that so? He mused, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes as he regarded the Starlight. If they are truly so blind as to provoke me, then I shall extend my early congratulations to you. Your long-held desires will come to fruition, for the Water Corporation will be no more. I will personally eradicate them from existence. With that, Pelo rose and moved towards the computer desk, reclaiming the game controller and not casting her another glance. And a word of caution. This place may be under surveillance. Your presence at this hour could very well expose you. Now leave, and do remember to close the door behind you. In the 99th floor office of Water International, Stan Edgar quietly observed the feed on the surveillance screen. There. The Starlight appeared despondent, cautiously exiting Pelo's villa. He slowly turned to regard Ashley, who stood by the door, too frightened to even breathe. How did the Starlight know about this house? His voice was soft yet laced with a chilling intensity. Did you reveal anything? Ashley trembled, hastily shaking her head, her voice quivering. No, I absolutely did not speak of this to anyone. I have kept this buried deep within my mind, I swear. For the first time, a clear expression of anger crossed Edgar's face. That man has liberated the countrymen from our control, and now even this traitor, the Starlight, has sought him out. Do you really think there is no connection between them? Ashley, on the verge of tears, desperately tried to defend herself. Perhaps she has seen the countrymen visiting that villa? After all, they have been frequenting it lately. Edgar rested his chin on his hand, his deep-set eyes scrutinizing Ashley in a manner that sent chills down her spine. I do not wish to argue with you, he said wearily, waving his hand dismissively. You may leave. Yes. Ashley, as if granted amnesty, scrambled out of the office in a hasty retreat. Upon exiting the elevator, she felt as though she had just traversed the gates of the underworld. With a heart still racing, she pounded her chest, unable to suppress her low mutterings of resentment. Someday, I shall resign. How could I have known that little vixen, Starlight, would be aware of the madcap antics of that house? The entire company, top to bottom, is filled with lunatics. As she rounded the corner of the corridor, she remained oblivious to the figure quietly lurking in the shadows. The train conductor listened intently to Ashley's bitter soliloquy, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his gaze. Finding a secluded spot, he retrieved his phone, hesitating for a moment before swiftly composing a text message and sending it. You are being watched. After dispatching the message, he stowed his phone away, a glimmer of resolve shining in his eyes. He understood the need to act rather than remain passive. Silently, he followed in Ashley's wake. Chapter 65. The revelation. Deep within the suburban forest stood a secluded country villa. Two figures descended like meteors from the heavens, accompanied by a piercing, air-splitting roar. Crashing down with tremendous force. Boom! The immense impact instantly created a terrifying crater, 10 meters in diameter, in the meticulously manicured lawn in front of the Wogbaum residence. Soil and grass were sent soaring into the air. The patriotic man gently floated above the ground. Gradually emerging from the gaping pit, he brushed off the fine dust that clung to his expensive casual attire, his expression betraying a sense of anticipation as he gazed upon the seemingly unremarkable villa before him. Behind him, a dirt-stained hand clutched the edge of the pit. Moments later, the soldier boy, his head covered in grime, slowly rose from the pit. Damn it! He spat out a mouthful of mud, glaring at the patriotic man with a look of incredulity. Is this how you usually go out? Are you truly the strongest person in America? You all must be mad. He scrambled out of the pit, anger boiling as he surveyed his already tattered experimental suit, now further marred by dirt. You didn't even let me change into clean clothes. The patriotic man merely pursed his lips, dismissing the soldier boy's complaints with a casual shake of his head. It mattered little, now that they were here. Confirming identities was of paramount importance. Come on. He adjusted his collar, inhaled deeply, and approached the weathered wooden door. Raising his hand, he rang the doorbell with an uncharacteristic politeness that starkly contrasted with his earlier violent dissent. Ding dong. After a brief pause, accompanied by a faint whirring sound, The door slowly opened from within. An elderly man, his hair a cascade of white, appeared at the threshold, his face dotted with age spots, seated in an electric wheelchair. The visitor was none other than Dr. Jonah Vogbaum. He gazed at the individual outside the door, whose face was adorned with an insatiable curiosity. And within those murky eyes lay a mixture of astonishment and vigilance. In his recollection, natives seldom rang the doorbell. They typically resorted to forcefully breaking locks or outright smashing down doors to enter. With a vacant stare, he inquired, "What brings you here?" The native offered no reply, merely exhibiting a hint of mysterious excitement in his smile while gesturing behind him. Vogbaum followed the direction of his gesture and beheld, before the large pit, a man with short brown hair, a scruffy beard, and clad in a tattered lab coat, who was irritably brushing off the dust from his attire. That face seemed vaguely familiar, like a visage long buried in the depths of his memory. He lingered at the entrance, pondering for an extended period, yet could not recall. The soldier boy, witnessing this, eventually succumbed to impatience, realizing that Vogbaum, the old scoundrel, likely no longer remembered him. Striding forward, he bellowed with a voice tinged with resentment and fury, "You old bastard. After all these years, you're still alive?" That familiar voice struck Vogbaum's mind like a thunderclap. His entire body jolted, his murky eyes widening in disbelief. Even the age spots on his face seemed to tremble. Forward. That voice acted as a rusty key, unlocking a door long sealed within the recesses of his memories, awakening a nightmare long forgotten. How could you possibly still be alive? The soldier boy raised an eyebrow, a slight smirk playing at his lips. "What is this? Your tone suggests a hint of disappointment?" He approached the doorway, looking down from his height at the now pale-faced elder in the wheelchair. "Old bastard, do you intend for us to stand here indefinitely?" Within the villa's parlor, the atmosphere was eerily tranquil, so much so that one could distinctly hear the ticking of the wall clock. The native stood like an inquisitive child before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, seemingly awaiting something. Meanwhile, Vogbaum sat in his wheelchair, lost and despondent, as though his soul had been siphoned away, remaining utterly silent. A steady cadence of footsteps echoed down the staircase. The soldier boy descended slowly, adjusting the collar of a decidedly oversized checkered shirt while running his fingers through his damp hair. "Your clothing is far too large for you, old bastard," he complained as he walked, the belt won't even fasten properly. "I nearly lost my trousers." The native turned his head, observing the soldier boy, now clad in new attire. The old-fashioned ensemble, worn by this legendary American hero, evoked an uncanny resemblance to that of a disheveled old father from an ordinary household. He pondered in his heart, if this fellow truly was his biological father, then he would have two fathers, one immensely powerful, akin to a deity, and the other, his blood relation, seemingly lacking in intellect. This thought ignited within him an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. At that moment, Vogbaum finally spoke, his voice trembling. "You two, come over here, what is it that you want?" The soldier boy remained silent, directly slamming the dossier he had taken from the Homelander onto the coffee table before Vogbaum. "You old bastard, take a look for yourself. What on earth did you do back then?" With trembling hands, Vogbaum picked up the dossier. As he gazed at its contents, his already pale face drained of all color. He realized that the greatest secret he had concealed for decades was now revealed to the Homelander. Under the intense gaze filled with murderous intent from the soldier boy, Vogbaum stammered out the truth of those years. "Yes, it was me. Back then, the company required a more powerful and controllable upgrade than you. Hence, I extracted the genetic sample you left behind. Then, I nurtured him." Vogbaum lifted his head and glanced at the Homelander, a child born from a test tube, possessing superpowers from the moment of birth, a natural-born superhuman. The two listened quietly to Vogbaum's explanation, while the soldier boy stood in stunned silence, feeling utterly overwhelmed. Meanwhile, the Homelander, after a brief moment of shock, broke into a radiant smile, excitedly raising his clenched fists in joy. "I have two fathers." In the living room, Pero, having just taken a sip of hot tea, sprayed it all over the opposite sofa in shock. He clutched his ears, as if something filthy had crawled inside. What did I just hear? Chapter 66. Edgar's conspiracy in Russia, within an abandoned safe house, as Pero, the Homelander, and the soldier boy departed one after another, the suffocating, godlike pressure finally dissipated. The remaining members of the Black Robe Patrol exchanged glances, momentarily unsure of how to react. Damn it, Billy Butcher was the first to shatter the silence, kicking over a nearby surviving table with an angry roar. "Is our target just gone like that? What can we do? We can't just chase after them, can we?" Huey, having just hung up the phone with Starlight, surveyed the chaotic room, his face etched with fear and helplessness. Those two, especially the one in the black robe, were simply beyond our capabilities. Goemei. Frankie did not engage in their discussion. He hurriedly rushed to Shimiko's side. Observing her pale complexion and faint breaths, he tenderly wiped the blood from her face. Her injuries were severe, with wounds that had not ceased bleeding, as if her self-healing abilities had vanished. TSK. Butcher, feeling agitated, clicked his tongue and fished out his phone, dialing Mallory's number. I require a safe, clean location capable of handling severe injuries in Russia. Immediately. After securing an address from Mallory, Butcher wasted no time, swiftly evacuating the area with his group. A dilapidated van stood outside an unassuming rural hospital. Shimiko was urgently taken into the operating room. Butcher lingered in the hospital corridor, observing the stream of individuals clad in patient gowns, his brow furrowing deeper. These individuals, though appearing as patients, possessed physical capabilities far beyond the ordinary. He even witnessed a fellow with a cast on his arm effortlessly lifting an oxygen tank weighing several hundred pounds. Is this truly a hospital? Butcher pondered with suspicion. To his knowledge, there had been no intelligence indicating that what company's operations had extended into Russia. Why, then, were there so many superhumans here? He sensed that behind the matter of the soldier boys lay deeper secrets, yet unknown to him. Hours later, when Shimiko awoke from surgery, she gazed at her body. Wrapped in bandages, feeling the long-lost fragility of an ordinary person. Rather than displaying any signs of despair, her face radiated a brilliant smile of relief, as if her once invulnerable superpower had been a true curse. Frankie sat by her bedside, sharing in her joy, and could not help but smile as he gently clasped her hand. Meanwhile, the others, having reached safety, idled away their days in the quaint Russian town while awaiting Shimiko's recovery, oblivious to the fact that they appeared to be on a funded vacation. Except for Butcher. He was anxious, frantically making calls daily, utilizing every channel at his disposal to gather the latest intelligence on the soldier boys and the compatriots. Upon learning that Shimiko would be discharged in a few days, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief, rekindling their resolve to combat What company. They awaited the day of their return. Concurrently, on the other side of the globe, at the What International headquarters, Stan Edgar entered the deepest recesses of the company's Biological Research and Development Department, clutching a top-secret document recently retrieved from Russia, marked with urgent classifications. Ultimately, What International was a pharmaceutical company, and pharmaceuticals were their greatest expertise and core business. I require you to meticulously replicate the contents herein within a span of 7 days. Edgar cast the weathered, yellowing folder onto the desk of the chief researcher. No, he added, I do not seek a mere copy. I demand a more potent version. The researcher, adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles, picked up the folder and examined it intently. Upon hearing Edgar's words, a look of consternation crossed his face. Sir, the technology within is indeed replicable. However, preliminary analysis suggests that this serum can only suppress the activity of the superhuman nervous system through specific radiation waves. It cannot directly eliminate them. I care not for the methods employed. Edgar's voice, for the first time, bore a note of uncontrollable fury, whether it be through overtime or seeking external assistance. 7 days. Within 7 days, I must possess the finished product. What I desire is a weapon capable of utterly annihilating them. He declared passionately. Now, even the most insignificant beings have escaped our control. The natives are like this. The starlight is like this. And now, an ancient relic from the Second World War has emerged. I must rely on this. He emphatically jabbed at the file, demanding that all disobedient specimens be brought under control, or even eradicated entirely. The researcher, intimidated by the murderous glint in Edgar's eyes, trembled and reluctantly acquiesced, thinking to first replicate the original serum to meet expectations. Edgar disregarded him and turned to leave. As he exited the frigid doors of the research department, a sinister, almost pathological smile slowly crept across his face. He murmured to himself, wait, native Pero and that damned soldier boy. Once I develop this ultimate weapon, you so-called commodities will be forced to kneel before me, begging for mercy. He envisioned the vast commercial empire he had imagined, a true empire under his dominion. On the verge of realization, at Pero's villa, he reclined with one leg crossed over the other, engrossed in manipulating the game controller in his hands. On the screen, the character he controlled, a female ninja clad in red, was executing an exquisitely dazzling series of combos, leaving no respite for her opponent. As the screen flashed the words perfect victory, Pero smirked, a hint of solitary ambition flickering across his face. His ears perked up, and his victorious remarks seemed to be directed at someone in a company lost in daydreams. Hey, overconfident fool, easily subdued. Chapter 67. The Devil's Bargain. A week later, the night enveloped New York City. In the top-floor office of the Walter International headquarters, Edgar stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the city lights, which twinkled like a sea of stars, his expression devoid of emotion. Behind him sat Butcher, the hunter who had previously lurked in the shadows opposing the Waters Corporation. He lounged carelessly on the sofa, his muddy combat boots resting atop the glass coffee table. "Speak, Edgar," he inquired, his voice brimming with curiosity. "You went through such trouble to bring me here. It better not be just for a late-night snack." Edgar slowly turned around, unfazed by Butcher's rudeness, instead revealing a merchant smile. "Mr. Butcher, we share a common adversary, do we not?" He approached the nearby safe, entering a series of intricate codes. With a soft click, the door swung open, releasing a chilling white mist. Edgar retrieved a metal canister adorned with biohazard symbols, emblazoned with a vivid red insignia. "As you wished," he said, pushing the canister toward Butcher. "This is our latest research achievement, an upgraded version. Theoretically, its neurotoxin can incapacitate a soldier boy within 30 seconds. Even one as exceptional as Pero. Unfortunately, Pero is not a superhuman created by Compound 5. Butcher's eyes ignited with avarice as he reached for the canister. "Not so fast," Edgar cautioned, gently pressing a finger on the metal. "I provide you with a weapon, and you must do something for me in return. Speak." "Quite simple." Edgar's lips curled into a cold smile. "I need you to locate the soldier boy and take him to a specific location." He slid a tablet across the table, its screen displaying a detailed structural layout of Pero's suburban villa, with all security vulnerabilities marked in crimson lines. "I want you to eliminate both individuals inside." Edgar's voice was nonchalant, yet laced with lethal intent. "Neither the uncontrollable native nor the enigmatic Pero is under the Waters Corporation's control. You will assist me in their removal. Deal." Butcher hesitated not a moment, seizing the canister and tablet, rising from his seat. He walked to the door, glancing back at the well-dressed man with a grin. "Once I've dealt with them, it will be your turn." With that, he vanished into the darkness of the corridor, leaving Edgar standing still, watching Butcher's retreating figure, his expression growing increasingly frosty. He murmured to the air, "Your turn? Let us see if you can emerge from that alive." Subsequently, he produced his phone and placed it to his ear. "Initiate the cleansing protocol, follow Butcher, and eliminate them both." Meanwhile, at Dr. Vogelbaum's countryside villa, the atmosphere in the living room was unbearably tense. "So you really are my son?" The soldier boy sat on the sofa, gazing at the blonde jester before him with a complex expression. After a fleeting moment of shock, the patriot found himself engulfed in overwhelming ecstasy. Truly, everything is real. He is not some monstrous creation from a test tube. He has a biological father even more illustrious than himself. The first superhuman in American history. How splendid. This is simply marvelous. The patriot excitedly paced back and forth in the living room, seizing the soldier boy's arm, exclaiming fervently, "Let us go, this very moment. I shall take you to him." "To whom?" The soldier boy impatiently attempted to withdraw his hand. "Surely, it cannot be that other Cape jester who stood beside you that day." The soldier boy's face turned pale in an instant. "Are you out of your mind?" He forcefully shook off the patriot's grip, exclaiming that he had just emerged from a canister and was utterly bewildered about the current year. Very well, the patriot, in a jovial mood, waved his hand dismissively. "You may take your time to familiarize yourself here. I shall return shortly with this splendid news." With that, he cast no further glance at the soldier boy's grim visage, transforming into a golden streak of light that shattered the villa's window and soared into the sky with exuberance. The soldier boy and Vogbaum stared at the gaping hole in the window, feeling the throbbing in their temples. Subsequently, the soldier boy sank despondently onto the sofa, his vacant gaze fixated on the evening news flickering on the television. Why had he awakened at such a moment? Just as he was engulfed in confusion, a voice tinged with mockery suddenly emanated from the villa's entrance. "It seems that even the days of legendary heroes are fraught with hardships." The soldier boy turned abruptly, only to find Butcher leaning against the doorframe, toying with a menacing metal canister. "It's you?" The soldier boy recognized the face. It belonged to the one who had liberated him from the canister. "Indeed, it is I." Butcher stepped forward, tossing the metal canister to the soldier boy. "Do you wish to reclaim all that belongs to you?" The soldier boy caught the canister, sensing the familiar yet foreign aura emanating from within, his brow furrowing in concern. "What do you mean? Where did you acquire this?" The meaning is rather straightforward. A devilish grin spread across Butcher's face. "This world requires but one true hero. That Pero, along with your spineless son, are superfluous. As for this item, wherever you are found, it shall also be present, shall it not?" The soldier boy's pupils constricted as memories flooded back. This was the very object employed by his squad during their betrayal against him. Butcher approached the soldier boy, leaning in to whisper in his ear, "Consider this. Once you eliminate those two, soldier boy, you shall reclaim your status as the unparalleled strongest in this world. The Water Corporation, and indeed all of America, will elevate you back to that throne. And I," Butcher pointed at himself, declaring his desire for the demise of the Patriot. The soldier boy's heart quivered violently. Butcher's words, akin to the most lethal poison, were precisely injected into the most vulnerable recesses of his soul. He harbored no intention of sharing the title of the strongest with anyone, be it the monstrous Pero or the unworthy offspring known as the Patriot. "Let us do it." The soldier boy abruptly rose from the sofa, his murky eyes reigniting with the flame of ambition. "I have one more request. Once this matter concludes, I wish to eliminate all those who betrayed me back in the day." "No problem." Butcher nodded in agreement. The soldier boy clutched the canister tightly in his hand. His future depended upon it. "Lead the way." His voice was cold and resolute. Meanwhile, Vogelbaum sat expressionless in his wheelchair, observing their conspiracy with an unperturbed heart. For the soldier boy's position was precisely what he had disclosed to Edgar. Thus, a deadly trap aimed at Pero and the Patriot had officially commenced. Chapter 67. The choice inside Pero's villa. The atmosphere was unusually warm. The Patriot paced excitedly in the living room, his handsome face radiating an innocent joy. "Father, you should have seen the look on that old man's face when he confirmed my identity. It was truly spectacular." He gesticulated animatedly to Pero, who lounged on the sofa, engrossed in his game controller as words flickered across the screen. Without turning around, he cast a sidelong glance at the golden-haired giant baby, who was utterly lost in his fantasy of familial bliss. He was well aware of the unfolding events outside. Outside the villa, two hearts, suppressing their murderous intent, thumped like a drumbeat. "Oh, is that so?" Pero's tone was as calm as still water. He set down the controller and picked up the now-cold coffee from the coffee table. "Where is he now?" He said he wanted to familiarize himself with this era first. The Patriot scratched his head, nonchalantly replying, "But that's fine. I'll convince him soon enough. After all, he is my biological father." Pero regarded his naive demeanor with keen interest, eager to witness how this giant baby's dream of family would shatter when confronted by the merciless hand of reality. Just then, a thunderous explosion erupted. The villa's grand door burst inward, splintering wood flying everywhere. Two figures appeared at the threshold, one after the other, exuding an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. Leading the charge was the soldier boy, his face adorned with a wild beard and eyes filled with ferocity and disdain. Behind him, Butcher wore a maniacal grin, anticipating the sweet taste of vengeance. The joy on the Patriot's face instantly froze, replaced by shock and confusion. "How did you come to be here?" The soldier boy remained silent, disregarding the man from the homeland, his eyes filled with envy and murderous intent fixated on the figure lounging on the sofa. He had changed his mind. His biological son must be preserved, for who else could inherit his future glory? Gradually, he turned his head, addressing the man from the homeland in a tone laced with disdain and command, delivering his final ultimatum: "Eliminate that mysterious individual and join me. I require someone to carry on my legacy." In that instant, the atmosphere in the living room seemed to freeze. The man from the homeland's mind went blank. Instinctively, he glanced back at Pero on the sofa. Pero remained nonchalant, legs crossed, wearing an expression of amusement, even gesturing for the man to proceed as he wished. On one side stood his biological father, a connection of blood representing legitimacy. He could provide the long-sought identity that would free him from being merely a manufactured monster. On the other side was his adoptive father, who offered an unprecedented paternal love, tempered with an iron fist and absolute power. Though erratic, he was the first to impart a sense of discipline and belonging. At that moment, the man from the homeland found himself in a profound internal struggle. Suddenly, he recalled Pero's words from that day: "You are not some divine being, nor should you aspire to be a savior. Just be an ordinary person." Choice. For the first time in his life, he found himself with a genuine decision to make. He observed the soldier boy's haughty visage, then turned to Pero's indifferent expression. A revelation dawned upon him. What he desired was never another lofty master. Slowly, he raised his gaze to meet the soldier boy's impatient stare, shaking his head with resolute conviction. "I refuse." "Fuck." Butcher, witnessing this, unhesitatingly pressed the activation button on the metallic canister he held. The negotiations had collapsed. With a hiss, a thick cloud of neurotoxins surged forth from the canister, rapidly enveloping the entire room. The crimson glow emanating from the soldier boy's chest dimmed instantaneously, his body collapsing to the floor. "That bastard Butcher." The man from the homeland felt as though his very essence was being drained, collapsing to his knees, gasping for air. In stark contrast, Pero on the sofa remained unaffected by the neurotoxin that engulfed the soldier boy and the man from the homeland. He didn't even rise from his seat. Instead, he merely directed a gentle breath towards Butcher's direction, as if dispersing a wisp of dust. A wave of invisible, gentle air passed through the room. The canister, spewing toxins furiously, instantly transformed into dust under that breath, vanishing entirely from existence. Butcher stood in a daze, brain momentarily short-circuited, unable to comprehend the scene before him. His most formidable trump card, his hope for vengeance, was so abruptly extinguished. Before he could fully comprehend this unimaginable terror, a barely perceptible glimmer of golden light flashed in Pero's eyes. With a sudden jolt, Butcher's body stiffened. He looked down in disbelief at the rapidly expanding hollow in his chest, its edges charred and blackened. He opened his mouth to utter something, but only a plume of black smoke escaped. In the next instant, his body, along with all his hatred and schemes, was reduced to cinders. Instant annihilation. An utterly unreasonable and absolute extermination. At that moment, all his conspiracies appeared as nothing more than a colossal joke. The soldier boy, witnessing this scene, felt his heart, once filled with pride and arrogance, instantly inundated with fear. He turned to flee from the hellish villa. However, Pero merely raised his hand nonchalantly. An invisible force instantly shackled the soldier boy in place, rendering him utterly immobile despite his frantic struggles. Pero slowly rose from the sofa and cast a glance at the compatriot, still reeling from the effects of the nerve gas, and calmly remarked, "Your father, you handle." As his words echoed, the biological force field surrounding the soldier boy dissipated. The compatriot gradually turned his head, gazing at the very father who had even contemplated killing him. In his blue eyes, all confusion and hesitation vanished. No longer hesitating, he steeled his frail body and rushed to confront the soldier boy. A final clash ensued. Bam! The compatriot's fist struck down fiercely on the soldier boy's right arm, the sound of bones fracturing resonating sharply. Ah! Bam! 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 Amidst the soldier boy's anguished cries of despair, the compatriot shattered his limbs, transforming this once American symbol into a mere wretch, capable only of writhing on the ground. Chapter 68. Divine Retribution. Outside the villa, the lawn lay silent. The battle had concluded. The soldier boy, once a symbol of America, now resembled a tattered puppet. His limbs twisted at grotesque angles, sprawled on the ground, issuing meaningless gasps. The compatriot knelt before him, his chest heaving violently as he gasped for breath. He had emerged victorious, yet the victory had come at a cost. Pero slowly emerged from the villa's entrance. He glanced at the panting compatriot, and then at the utterly demolished relic lying on the ground, his expression devoid of emotion. "I shall eradicate the remnants." His voice was flat. Before the compatriot could respond, he levitated into the air, his eyes gleaming as he reduced all the lurking what agents to ashes. Then, he transformed into a golden streak of light, swiftly tearing through the sky, heading towards the heart of New York City. The terrifying velocity left behind a lingering white trail in the sky. The patriot, drenched in cold sweat, watched the golden light fade into the distance. His taut nerves finally relaxing in that moment. Overwhelmed by the fatigue and psychological shock induced by the neurotoxin, he rolled his eyes back and lost consciousness. Collapsing to the ground. At the 99th floor of the Walter International office, a sense of dread enveloped Edgar as he abruptly rose from his executive chair. Panic etched across his face. Moments ago, through the highest-level surveillance hidden in the suburbs, he had witnessed a battle that shattered all his preconceived notions. The trump card he held, along with the neurotoxin potent enough to incapacitate soldier boys, had vanished without a trace with a mere breath from the man named Pero. Butcher had been dispatched instantaneously by Pero. The soldier boy, felled by the neurotoxin, had been incapacitated by the patriot who was supposed to succumb to the same toxin. In that instant, Edgar realized he had committed a fatal error. He had never truly comprehended Pero's strength, and his so-called schemes, strategies, and contingencies were nothing but a grand joke in the face of such unreasonable, absolute power. It was all over. He sank back into his chair, heart frozen with despair. The vast disparity of power rendered Walter Company incapable of finding any force to counter it. Just then, on the surveillance screen, the golden figure slowly lifted his head. His gaze seemed to penetrate hundreds of kilometers, cutting through layers of network signals, locking eyes with Edgar before the screen. In the next moment, Pero's figure vanished from the surveillance footage, causing Edgar's heart to stop. He was coming. Fear, like a cold serpent, gripped his throat. Yet, Decades of navigating the tumultuous seas of commerce forced him to suppress his inner panic. Yes, this was merely the first encounter. Things rarely happen thrice. His mind raced, seeking a glimmer of hope. Pero had killed Butcher, which indicated he too harbored anger. And with anger comes desire. Negotiation was possible. There was still a chance. However, he remained unaware that Pero had previously issued a stark warning. Should anyone trouble him, he would not hesitate to personally send them on their way. To Edgar, nothing in this world was insurmountable when it came to money and interests. He quickly adjusted his tie, stood tall, and donned a calm, confident business smile once more. He would personally negotiate with Pero. However, as he took a step forward, his feet froze in place. Outside the enormous floor-to-ceiling window of the office, a golden figure hovered silently in midair. Edgar's momentary panic was swiftly replaced by a smile, and he took a few steps forward, as if to welcome a distinguished guest. He had triumphed. Indeed, the other party had come to negotiate. Such individuals, when sufficiently incentivized, would see all conflicts dissipate into thin air. Edgar mused. $1 million? No. $2 million. If that fails, I could even offer him shares in Water One. No one could possibly resist such temptation. However, outside the window, Pero showed no inclination to enter. He simply hovered silently, his golden eyes, divine in their indifference, fixated upon Edgar. Edgar's blood surged, his elevated blood pressure seemingly threatening to burst his skull as an ominous premonition began to fester within him. He perceived a slight movement from the figure outside the window. Pero, suspended in midair, gradually assumed a poised stance, his hands slowly spreading at his sides. In the next instant, his hands shot forth with lightning speed, striking forcefully against his chest. The resounding clap echoed with a clarity that enveloped the entire water building. The lights above Edgar extinguished instantaneously, and the skyscraper began to tremble violently, shaking as if caught in a cataclysm. The steel framework of the building emitted a cacophony of distressing creaks under the strain of an invisible, terrifying pressure. The earth quaked. Edgar clung desperately to the coffee table anchored to the floor, his once confident gaze now filled with boundless despair and confusion. Why? He could not comprehend why the other party would not even allow a chance for negotiation. He had not anticipated that the commercial empire he had dedicated his life to establishing would meet such an absurd end. Obliterated by his own hands before it had even come to fruition, the collapsing ceiling, a blend of steel and concrete, descended upon him in an instant. His consciousness began to fade. Before the horrified eyes of the citizens of New York, the tower symbolizing water's dominance imploded with surgical precision, not toppling in any direction, but rather sinking vertically from its core, ultimately transforming into a flat expanse of ruins. Under Pero's superintelligent calculations, this cataclysmic strike did not shatter a single pane of glass in the adjacent buildings. "Oh dear, look, there is a god," exclaimed a passerby, tapping his equally astonished girlfriend, gesturing towards Pero in the sky. "It must be Jesus. God has sent Jesus to punish the water company." A man, once persecuted by water, knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face as he prayed to Pero. "Water is no more. It's over my stocks." A gambler gasped in shock, his eyes reddening as he trembled before the ruins of the water building. Pero's eyes gradually ignited with golden light. Two intensely scorching rays of heat swept across the debris, transforming all remnants of evil into a swirling pool of molten iron, completely dissolving in that accursed place. Steel and lava intertwined, gradually cooling beneath the surface. The visage of Edgar remains forever frozen in terror and confusion. At this moment, the horizon unveils a hint of dawn. Golden rays illuminate the profile of Pero. Chapter 69. Bloodline evolution. Since the headquarters of the Water Corporation, a symbol of sin and power, was melded into the earth by Pero, the entire world has succumbed to an eerie tranquility. Pero remains unfazed, relishing the most leisurely days of his existence in a luxurious villa on the outskirts. His days are filled with gaming, basking in the sun, and enduring the prolonged cool-down period of the system's teleportation. On this particular day, as he sat on the sofa, engrossed in his game, the sound of a door opening caught his attention. A man from his homeland entered, pushing a wheelchair. In the chair sat a soldier boy, his limbs encased in thick plaster, his once formidable face now etched with a profound numbness. Following closely was a curious little boy named Ryan, his eyes bright with wonder. Pero's gaze shifted from the screen to the trio before him. Understanding that the soldier boy and the man were relics of a bygone era, their minds rigid and unyielding, making genuine change an insurmountable challenge. Ultimately, his attention settled on Ryan, the only one among them still untouched by the cynicism that plagued his elders. Under the guidance of his mother, Beja, the boy retained an innocent admiration for the notion of superheroes, thankfully untainted by his misguided father and grandfather. John. Pero broke the silence. I shall be departing soon. I have played enough in this world. It is time to venture to the next. The figure of the man from his homeland trembled, his pupils constricting. Had this day truly arrived? He forced a smile, suppressing his disappointment. When? Shall we throw you a farewell party? The soldier boy in the wheelchair remained indifferent to Pero's impending departure, his face still bearing that expression of desolation, which had lingered for many days. He resembled a malfunctioning tape recorder, periodically turning to the man with resentment, questioning. I still cannot comprehend why you chose to sever my limbs. I lack your strength. You could have easily overpowered me. Each time this question arose, the man would, as now, evade it with a distant gaze. No need. Pero waved dismissively at the man. It should only be a few days now. He silently pondered. System. How many days remain for the teleportation? Response to the host. 3 days remaining for teleportation cooldown. Notice. Host's evolution energy is full. Please complete bloodline evolution promptly. Oh, indeed. Pello suddenly tapped his head, recalling that he had seemingly overlooked a matter of utmost importance. After soaking in the sun of the Naruto world for an extended period, he had accumulated an energy that had long since overflowed, fulfilling all the requirements for his evolution into a silver Superman. According to the system's previous notifications, this evolution could generate an energy wave of considerable magnitude, potentially impacting the entire galaxy. He needed to find a place that was absolutely safe, devoid of all life. With this thought, he hesitated no longer. Pello rose from the sofa, and in the astonished gaze of the three compatriots, a pure golden flame erupted from his body. The flame slowly coalesced in midair, ultimately transforming into an energy doppelganger that mirrored him perfectly, with closed eyes and radiating a soft golden glow. This doppelganger would serve as a beacon, anchoring him to this universe, ensuring he could find his way back 3 days hence. Pello explained briefly before addressing the others, stating that he would be away for a few days, and any matters could be relayed through his doppelganger. Without casting another glance at the astonished expressions of those around him, he metamorphosed into a streak of golden light, soaring through the door and vanishing into the azure sky. Inside the villa, an eerie silence enveloped the room. The soldier boy glanced curiously at the lifelike golden doppelganger before turning back to his compatriots, instinctively asking, "Did you know he could do this?" The compatriot, equally transfixed by the doppelganger, shook his head at the soldier boy's inquiry, his voice imbued with awe and longing. "No, I have never seen anything like it. I have yet to witness his true power." Meanwhile, Ryan, with a face full of curiosity, approached and tentatively reached out to touch the doppelganger composed of pure energy. In the depths of the cosmos, Pello's speed had transcended all human comprehension. Within mere seconds, he surpassed the third cosmic velocity, even exceeding the speed of light, completely breaching the boundaries of the solar system. Ultimately, he came to a halt in a realm of void and silence, where no celestial bodies were visible. All planets and stars had become faint points of light on a distant backdrop. He calmed his mind and communicated with the system, while simultaneously releasing the biophysical field that had long restrained the energy within him. Boom! The energy within him broke free from its shackles. A tremendous force, potent enough to obliterate a galaxy, was unleashed from him without reservation. That pure golden energy transformed into an extraordinarily brilliant energy nebula, rapidly expanding in all directions, suffusing the desolate universe with a sacred hue. Should Earth be fortunate enough, 3 months hence, humanity's most advanced telescopes might observe this cosmic phenomenon, which would later be referred to as the Tear of God. Pello hovered at the center of the nebula, slowly closing his eyes. Evolution. In the midst of bloodline evolution, it was anticipated to take 25 days. In the next moment, Pero's consciousness slipped into slumber. Under the relentless surge of his own boundless energy, his body began to undergo a fundamental transformation. Each muscle fiber seemed to be reforged, adorned with a layer of immortal golden light. His internal organs gradually disintegrated under the onslaught of energy, transforming into a visible mist of energy, which then reconstituted itself into a more perfect form. Translucent energy replaced his blood, flowing slowly through his veins, with each heartbeat. It resonated in harmony with the pulse of the universe. 2.5 days later, the colossal energy nebula began to contract violently, as if drawn by an invisible black hole. Ultimately, all the energy was absorbed by the figure at the center of the nebula. The energy condensed to its utmost essence, fully integrated into Pero's body, becoming a part of him. In the next moment, Pero slowly opened his eyes. A beam of golden light, capable of illuminating the darkest corners of the universe, burst forth from his gaze. Chapter 70. The Silver Superman with the cold notification from the system. Pero gradually opened his eyes amidst an absolute silence and void. There were no cataclysmic phenomena, nor any wild outpouring of energy. In that moment, Pero felt his consciousness transcend the confines of his physical form. He sensed he could instantaneously traverse billions of light years and be one with the entire cosmos. As he opened his eyes, the entirety of the universe was encompassed within his vision. His gaze sharpened slightly. Instantly, he pierced through countless light years, traversing innumerable celestial bodies and dust. This sensation was exponentially more potent than his previous supervision, as if he had ascended from a two-dimensional plane to a three-dimensional realm of omniscience. He beheld, at the edge of a distant galaxy, a colossal ancient biological head, transformed into a cosmic port, with countless bizarre spacecraft bustling about, a scene of unparalleled prosperity. This was no longer mere sight, but an all-encompassing perception. He could even hear the clamor and scent the mingled energies of that place. In the next moment, his vision retracted, shifting instantaneously from the grand scale of the cosmos to the extreme minutiae. He could clearly see every speck of cosmic dust before him, measured in micrometers, and even glimpsed the deeper dimensions constituting that very dust. Within that particle, he seemed to behold another fantastical world, and at the end of that world, upon a throne crafted from unknown metals, sat a blue-skinned man, his gaze filled with indifference and conquest over time. Pero's brow furrowed slightly. Something was amiss. Am I not in the realm of the Black Robe? Why do these scenes seem so familiar? The barren land of Marvel? The head of the Celestial Group? And the Conqueror Kong within the quantum realm? This transcends mere supervision. It is a glimpse into the multiverse. System, what is happening? Pero pondered within his mind. Response to the host. The Silver Superman possesses the ability to penetrate the dimensions of the universe. This power seems to have an unknown beneficial reaction with the temporal energy of the Loulan dragon vein residual within you. A sly smile crept across Pero's lips, reminiscent of a despised card suddenly transforming into something akin to the little dragon vein. He stretched his neck, sensing the tranquil yet potent energy within him, reminiscent of the depths of the ocean, capable of reigniting the universe itself. Disregarding everything else, he yearned to experience the exhilaration of the Silver Superman. Recalling the lore of the Silver Superman from his past life, he remembered that his speed could breach the barriers of time and return to the past. Pero retracted his all-seeing gaze. He could sense that the barriers of time before him were no longer an indestructible wall, but rather a fragile membrane ready to be breached. He clenched his fists, leaning slightly forward, adopting a classic launch posture. In the next instant, he vanished. No sound, no light. Not even a ripple of energy was left in his wake. In the very spot he had occupied, space itself seemed to be torn apart by an incomprehensible force. A fleeting rainbow crack appearing momentarily. Through this fissure, he could discern the ethereal movement of a cerulean planet. Pero felt himself entering a vibrant corridor comprised of countless lights and shadows. Past, present, and future seemed to lose their significance here. All timelines laid open before him like a book, ready to be perused. He sensed the river of time beyond the corridor and looked outwards. He beheld the battlefield in Nicaragua, where the Blood Debt Squad betrayed their captain with nerve gas, the face of the soldier boy etched with confusion and fury. Pero merely cast a fleeting glance. Predictable treachery, the inherent flaw of mortals. He saw, within a cold laboratory, a blonde infant arriving into the world, marking the inception of the Homeland-esque tragedy. He witnessed, in a Russian laboratory, a tortured soldier boy, grotesquely altered, with a high-energy reactor cruelly affixed to his chest. He observed, on a farm, a blonde little girl being adopted by a kind couple, a glimpse into the childhood of Starlight. All these scenes from the past whirled around him like a revolving lantern. He understood that, should he desire, he could exit this corridor at any moment, descend upon that point in time, and effortlessly alter the fates of all involved. Yet, he refrained. At the end of the corridor lay a realm of pure white light. Without a trace of hesitation, Pero charged forward. Meanwhile, in a villa on Earth, the soldier boy, the patriot, Ryan, and the golden glowing avatar of Pero stood silently in the yard, watching as Pero's true form vanished into the horizon. How long will he be gone? The patriot murmured, his heart heavy with a sense of loss. Yet, before his words could settle, the four of them suddenly sensed an inexplicable tremor in their hearts. Instinctively, they looked up. There, high in the azure sky, a familiar figure was slowly and silently descending. It was the same man in black robes with black hair, bearing the same recognizable visage. However, everything felt utterly transformed. The Patriot's eyes, enhanced by Compound 5, fixated on Pero, his expression a blend of confusion and shock. If the departing Pero had resembled a gas canister, compressed to its limits and brimming with volatile energy, ready to explode, the Pero before them now was akin to a profound, silent void. His physical form stood visibly present, yet within the realm of extraordinary perception. That location felt like an empty abyss, as if it were a black hole capable of devouring all light and sensation. Merely gazing at him made one feel as though their very soul was on the brink of being consumed. How so? Pero observed the Patriot's ghostly expression and smiled, inquiring, "Do you not recognize me?" The Patriot instinctively shook his head, pointing to the sky and then to Pero, stammering, "Why, you just left, didn't you?" Pero, upon hearing this, offered no reply. He merely lifted his gaze slowly, following the direction the Patriot indicated, and looked towards the void of the sky. In his eyes, he could distinctly perceive the faint, rapidly receding afterimage left behind by another version of himself as it departed through the dimension of time. Chapter 71. The Epilogue of the Black Robe, Changing Worlds. The following day, at dawn, Pero stepped slowly out of the villa's grand doors, casting one last deep glance at the house he had inhabited for nearly 2 months. He had to admit, the experience of not having to work, not needing to save the world, and simply lounging in the villa playing games or occasionally watching a family reality show was, in fact, extraordinarily delightful. This sense of tranquility was a novel feeling he had never encountered in his 2 lifetimes. The Patriot seemed to have sensed something ahead of time, as he had already gathered Ryan and the soldier boy on the lawn of the yard, waiting quietly. Behind him trailed a complex assembly of individuals, the former black-robed enforcers, each wearing expressions that conveyed a surreal disbelief. Beside them stood the likes of Starlight and Queen Maeve, former members of the Seven, creating an absurd tableau on that very lawn, where erstwhile adversaries now stood awkwardly united by the presence of one singular man. Pelo's gaze casually swept over the crowd, ultimately nodding in satisfaction. He could perceive that, despite the lingering contradictions among them, the disruptive force known as what company had been decisively shattered by his hand, allowing a glimmer of hope to flicker in their eyes. He believed that with the steadfast spirit of his compatriots and the resilient Starlight guiding them, this newly assembled team might indeed evolve into genuine heroes of the world. The first to speak was the father, his towering frame trembling slightly, his blue eyes brimming with reluctance, his voice tinged with a hint of emotion. "Can't you stay a few more days?" An unprecedented panic engulfed him, a fear of abandonment that had been deeply rooted within him since childhood, resurfacing with overwhelming force. Had the warm, weighty affection of paternal love he had just discovered to be so fleeting? Pelo's face instantly contorted with disdain as he ruthlessly shattered the tender moment with his sharp tongue. "I have no desire to gaze upon your tear-stained visage every day. You're over 40. Can't you act a tad more mature?" He moved past the father to kneel before Ryan, ruffling the child's hair. In this corrupted world, it was only this child who retained an untainted innocence. The restoration of this world depended upon him. "Young lad, grow well." Pelo's tone softened unusually. "Do not emulate your 2 erratic elders. Whenever you wish, I shall return to check on you." Having said that, he stood up. Starlight, with a smile on her face, took a few steps forward and offered a slight bow to Pelo. "It seems that what you spoke of a few days ago has truly come to pass." Her voice resonated with heartfelt gratitude. "You have not only demolished a building, but dismantled a decaying system. You have given us a chance to genuinely become heroes, no longer confined to the roles of mere actors. We owe you our thanks." Upon hearing this, Pelo chuckled and casually waved his hand, a trifling effort, nothing to it. Finally, he approached the father, who appeared distressed, resembling an abandoned golden retriever, and patted him on the shoulder. "Do your best." Pelo's gaze shifted to Ryan behind him. "You should learn well from your son." With that, Pelo felt no lingering attachment. He waved his hand dismissively toward the void before him. Suddenly, a force that sent tremors through the city erupted outward from Pelo's center. A rift in the air, composed purely of golden light, crackled open behind him, releasing a faint briny scent. Standing firm, Pelo sensed the atmosphere before him and raised an eyebrow. He cast one last glance at the gathering, particularly into the eyes of the father, filled with reluctance and reverence, before stepping resolutely into the portal leading to the new world. After the figure of Pero completely vanished, the golden fissure slowly closed, ultimately disappearing as if it had never been there. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, in the final moment of the fissure's closure, a barely perceptible golden speck detached from Pero, ascending vertically and instantaneously piercing through the atmosphere. Under the sun's radiant glow, that speck of gold gradually coalesced into a blurred humanoid shape, ultimately transforming into a streak of light, resolutely hurtling towards the immense star. This was the anchor he had left in this world. Months later, in the heart of New York City, on the site of what was once a skyscraper symbolizing water's dominion, a statue even more magnificent than the original water tower was rising. Born from the collaboration of countless superpowered individuals, the initial form of the statue was already discernible. The Patriot, adorned in a simple yet elegant white outfit with golden trim, floated serenely in midair. He gazed at a familiar, steel visage crafted from a special alloy, being gradually affixed to the statue's head by several telekinetic superhumans. As he beheld the lifelike statue of Pero before him, memories of the man's parting words flooded back, and a genuine smile, born from the depths of his heart, graced his lips. He no longer sought validation from the cheers of the crowd, for he had discovered the true path he was meant to pursue. At that moment, an urgent call for help crackled through his earpiece from the police channel. Help! Help! The armored truck of Citibank has been hijacked by superpowered individuals, requesting assistance. The voice of Starlight also resonated through the earpiece. Patriot, that location is not far from you. They're too distant for anyone else to assist. The Patriot cast a final, lingering glance at the statue, devoid of any hesitation, and transformed into a golden streak of light, soaring into the sky. On the street, a grocery store's television displayed the midday news. The Justice League, founded by the Patriot and Starlight, successfully thwarted yet another terrorist attack against the World Trade Center earlier that morning. Reports indicated that they intercepted a hijacked plane attempting to crash into the Twin Towers, with no casualties among the passengers. In the news footage, although the Patriot's face remained serious, his eyes reflected a newfound tranquility and sense of responsibility. The afternoon sun broke through the clouds, casting its warmth upon the still unfinished colossal statue. The steel visage silently observed the city he had helped transform. End of Black Robe, Chapter 72, War on the Roof, Part 1. 4. At noon, under the blazing sun, the scorching rays scorched the surface of the sea, and the rising steam distorted the air. A fortress of steel and justice, forged upon the ocean, lay like a great beast, quietly sprawled across the surface of the Grand Route. A seagull, intending to fly over the fortress, seemed disturbed by the heavy and ominous atmosphere below. A sharp cry pierced the air as he fled in a state of panic in the opposite direction. Before the fortress lay a vast, crescent-shaped dock, while on the other side stood the majestic central stronghold, encircled by towering hills. Above the fortress's faade, the characters for Navy soared with an undeniable majesty. This was the formidable bastion of the Navy, Marineford, which sent shivers down the spines of pirates across the globe. However, today's Marineford was starkly different from its usual tranquility. In the expansive waters surrounding the fortress, over 50 colossal warships lay anchored, their ominous gun barrels pointing outward, forming an impenetrable line of defense. Within Marineford, more than 100,000 elite naval soldiers, gathered from all corners of the world, armed to the teeth, filled the entire crescent-shaped dock to capacity, from the outermost artillery formations to the inner ranks of elite troops, and up to the snipers and cannons positioned atop the fortress walls. A multitude of defensive structures rendered this place an absolute death trap, from which even a fly could not escape. The sole reason for the Navy headquarters to adopt such a formidable posture was the presence of a man on the execution platform directly before them. A black-haired man, bare-chested with the emblem of the Whitebeard pirates emblazoned on his back, was bound immovably by sea-stone shackles. Beside him stood Admiral Sengoku, a man with black-framed glasses and a white military cap adorned with a seagull, symbolizing naval justice, holding a din-din mushi for live broadcasting to the entire world. Beneath the execution platform, the Navy's supreme combatants, the three admirals, sat side by side in their respective chairs. Akiji reclined languidly, his eyes half closed. Kizaru wore a cryptic smile on his lecherous face, while Akainu, Sakazuki, with arms crossed and a stern expression, resembled a volcano on the brink of eruption. Behind them, the 7 warlords of the sea were also present, each bearing a unique expression as they awaited the spectacle to unfold. Before the execution commenced, there was a matter of utmost importance that needed to be conveyed. Sengoku's voice resonated through the remarkable amplification of the din-din mushi, reaching every corner of Marineford and simultaneously broadcasting to every island in the world that was following the public execution. Concerning Fire Fist Port Gas D. Ace, the true significance of this man's death here was about to be unveiled. He turned, kicking Ace, who was kneeling on the ground. Ace, state your father's name. Ace slowly raised his head, his scarred visage filled with defiance and fury, and with all his might, he shouted, "My father is Edward Newgate, the Whitebeard." "No. Sengoku's roar thundered like a clap of thunder. Your mother, Port Gas D. Rouge, in a desperate bid to conceal the truth from the world, bore you, the spawn of a demon, for an arduous 20 months. The moment she brought you into this world, she succumbed to exhaustion and perished. As the infant inheriting the most nefarious lineage, you could not possibly be unaware of this. Sengoku's gaze swept across the globe. He raised his finger towards Ace and, with a tone reminiscent of judgment, unveiled the greatest secret that had been shrouded for over 2 decades. Your father is none other than the instigator of the great pirate era, the one who plunged the world into chaos, the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger. I, Admiral Sengoku, hereby declare, Port Gas D. Ace, son of the Pirate King, shall face execution here today. Sengoku's voice reverberated through the transponder snail, akin to an invisible shockwave, instantly disseminating across the world. In that moment, whether among the revelers on Sunbathe Archipelago, the battling pirates in the Grand Line, or the tranquil inhabitants of some quiet town across the seas, the entire world seemed to have been muted. Shock, horror, disbelief, an array of complex emotions flickered across the faces of all who received this news. So, it was the descendant of that man, the bloodline of the Pirate King, which inspired countless yearnings and equally incited loathing, still lingered in this realm. No, my father is Whitebeard, came a frail yet resolute voice from Ace on the execution platform. Alas, amidst the uproar ignited by that earth-shattering revelation, none could hear his feeble protest. Suddenly, from afar, a vast expanse of dense gray fog, stretching endlessly, approached Marineford at an eerie speed. They have arrived. Those cursed pirates. The Marines in the square snapped back to attention, swiftly adjusting their formations, drawing swords, and readying their cannons for impending conflict. Moments later, ships of varying shapes and adorned with different flags emerged from the gray mist, like sinister phantoms of the deep. Report to the Admiral. We have confirmed 43 pirate ships, all renowned factions from the New World. However, the flagship of the Whitebeard pirates, the Moby Dick, has not been sighted. The report from the lookout tower reached Sengoku's ears, darkening his expression instantly. It is impossible. That old coot Whitebeard would never stand idly by and watch Ace perish. He must be somewhere nearby. Just then, the seemingly calm waters of the crescent-shaped harbor erupted with barely perceptible bubbles. Following swiftly, the bubbles multiplied and densified. A vast shadow, unfathomable in depth, surged beneath the surface, expanding rapidly. Boom! With a thunderous roar that shook the heavens, the sea heaved as if lifted by a colossal beast, unleashing towering waves. For colossal ships, akin to towering mountains and enveloped in a gleaming white coating, surged forth from the harbor with an unmatched vigor, emerging triumphantly from the sea. Leading the fleet was the Moby Dick, the flagship of the Whitebeard pirates. Witnessing the sudden appearance of these immense vessels within the meticulously crafted encirclement, Sengoku's strategic countenance momentarily faltered, revealing a rare expression of shock, as if he had received a resounding slap. Damn it! Has the plan from the depths of the sea encountered a flaw? How could they approach so swiftly? Sengoku's expression darkened as he scrutinized the 4 pirate ships, resembling monstrous beasts of the ocean that had materialized within the harbor. His painstakingly arranged ironclad formation, designed to obliterate any invading foes before they could breach the perimeter, had been violently torn open from within in the very first second of conflict. At the bow of the Moby Dick, a mountainous figure ascended the steps amidst a series of boisterous laughs. Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, the man who stood at the pinnacle of an era, revealed his imposing silhouette, capable of bearing the weight of an entire epic to the world, merely by standing there. The 14 captains behind him and the multitude of pirates seemed infused with boundless courage. Ace, we have come to rescue you. No one who harmed you shall live. Wait for us, Ace. We are on our way. The thunderous cries erupted from the 4 colossal ships, merging into an irresistible wave of sound that assailed the entirety of Marineford. Beneath the execution platform, the audacious proclamation of the Whitebeard pirates elicited markedly different expressions from the 3 admirals. What a nuisance. It seems overtime is on the agenda again, Kazuru remarked, reclining with nonchalance, slightly adjusting his sunglasses as he voiced his resigned complaint. What a perilous aura. Akiji's demeanor shifted to one of utmost seriousness. He sensed the terrifying power emanating from the man across, a force capable of destabilizing the very balance of the world. These scum of the seas must be eradicated from existence. Akainu, also known as Sakazuki, abruptly rose from his seat, his navy uniform seemingly pulsating with molten fury, exuding an intense murderous intent, ready to strike. Do not act recklessly, Sakazuki, Sengoku interjected, his eyes filled with unprecedented vigilance. The man before us possesses the power to annihilate the world. At the ship's bow, Whitebeard appeared oblivious to the naval discussions. He firmly planted his supreme blade, the Yonk, beside him and slowly unfurled his arms. In the next moment, he clenched his fists and, with immense force, swung them out towards the air on either side. Crack! The atmosphere shattered with a sound reminiscent of breaking glass, as if his punch had forcibly splintered reality itself. An invisible force of tremor surged through the seabed, instigating an unprecedented undersea earthquake. Boom! The entirety of Marineford quaked violently. Beyond the harbor, the waters on either side rose as if lifted by an unseen giant hand, transforming into two towering tsunamis that blotted out the sun, advancing towards the Navy headquarters, ready to engulf it. Whitebeard aimed to submerge all of Marineford at the onset of battle, rendering the Navy's numerical advantage utterly futile. Truly, he was not one to play small right from the start. Akiji gazed at the monstrous waves, taller than the Marineford fortress itself, and let out a resigned sigh. He slowly rose, transforming into a chilling current, and leapt into the air. Ice Age. An extreme coldness erupted from his being. The two colossal waves, capable of devouring everything, began to freeze from the bottom upon contact with this frigid air. In the blink of an eye, two magnificent icebergs, crystalline and transparent, replaced the tsunamis, standing solemnly on either side of Marineford. Whitebeard observed this scene, a glimmer of reminiscence flickering in his eyes, murmuring, "That Akiji brat has grown so powerful now." Two ice spears. Akiji waved his hands, and countless sharp spears, forged from ice, rained down upon Whitebeard like a torrential storm. Whitebeard didn't even raise his head. He casually lifted his right hand, grasping at the void before him. Crack! The invisible tremor surged forth once more. The sound of shattering glass resonated in its wake. Both the myriad ice spears and Akiji's icy form were instantaneously shattered beneath the force of that singular blow. In the moment of being shattered, Akiji had already elementalized in advance, reconstituting his body elsewhere. He landed upon the surface of the sea, the extreme cold radiating from his feet swiftly enveloping the entire harbor, transforming it into a vast expanse of ice. Now we have a foothold. Charge, my comrades. Save Ace. The members of the Whitebeard pirates, witnessing this, leapt from their ships, racing across the solid ice towards the execution platform with fearless determination. At that moment, among the seven warlords, the world's premier swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, stepped forward. He slowly unsheathed the dark, cross-like supreme blade, Yoru, from behind him. Gripping the sword with both hands, he casually swung it towards the distant Moby Dick. In an instant, the world shifted. A green, terrifying slash, stretching hundreds of meters, cleaved through the ice, emanating an unmatched momentum as it hurtled towards Whitebeard. Yet, Whitebeard remained steadfast, unmoved. Just as the slash was about to strike, a formidable figure rushed forward, appearing before Whitebeard. The head of Old Man is not something you can easily claim. The crowd gasped in astonishment, their eyes widening as they beheld the formidable captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 3rd Division, Diamond Jozu, who had inexplicably positioned himself in the path of the attack. His body, transformed into radiant diamond, withstood the lethal strike from Mihawk, capable of cleaving mountains in two. With a sudden move, he sought merely to gauge the true extent of the disparity between himself and that man. Seeing his blade's ineffectiveness, Mihawk felt a twinge of boredom. He slowly withdrew his black sword and retreated to the sidelines, resuming his passive observation of the unfolding spectacle. How tiresome it was, watching each of them flaunt their bravado. Observing the situation, Kizaru could no longer remain idle. The ongoing skirmish would undoubtedly lead to significant attrition, and minimizing losses was paramount. The strategy was clear: capture the leader before the followers. He turned his gaze upon Whitebeard and, in an instant, transformed into a blinding flash of yellow light, vanishing from sight. The next moment, he appeared in the air above Whitebeard, arms crossed. Yasakani no Magatama. A deluge of golden lasers cascaded from the sky, raining down upon Whitebeard. Yet, he remained resolute, standing still as he gazed up at the dazzling brilliance, utterly unperturbed. Just as the lasers were about to strike, a blue figure surged upward with a velocity surpassing light, positioning itself before Whitebeard. Marco, the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, utilized his body to absorb the entirety of the laser barrage. With a resounding call of a bird, vibrant blue flames ignited from his form. Harnessing the powers of the phoenix fruit, he swiftly reconstituted his body and healed his wounds, unfurling his wings fashioned from blue fire, transforming into a divine bird, and charging fiercely towards Kizaru. Kizaru retaliated, yet Marco, with an almost unfathomable grace, delivered a powerful kick to his face. Boom. Kizaru became a streak of golden light, hurtling back to Marineford, crashing into a structure with tremendous force, sending debris and dust into the air. Chapter 73, The War at Marineford, Part 2, On the Icy Surface. The fervor of battle escalated. Witnessing Marco, the captain of the 1st Division, propel Admiral Kizaru away with a single kick, Diamond Jozu seized the moment to launch his own attack. With a roar, his diamond-clad form bent low, and he forcefully plunged his hands into the ice layer created by Aokiji. With a cacophonous crack that sent shivers through the teeth, Jozu tore away a colossal chunk of ice, comparable to a battleship, from the frozen expanse. He hoisted the massive iceberg above his head, veins bulging on his muscular arms, and with all his might, hurled it towards the execution platform in the distance. Come and try to block this, Navy. The enormous iceberg sliced through the air, emanating an unparalleled force, casting a shadow over the ground as it hurtled towards the execution platform. Below the platform, Akainu, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, slowly opened them. He gazed at the ice block hurtling towards him, shaking his head in resignation, muttering to himself in a tone laced with disdain. Honestly, how can they be so impatient, these negligent fools? Slowly rising from his chair, a terrifying wave of heat began to emanate from him, causing the ice beneath his feet to melt and evaporate instantly. If we, the Supreme Warriors, rush out, then who will guard this place? Akainu lifted his right arm, covered in magma, and with a powerful punch directed at the sky, unleashed a tremendous blast of fire. A towering column of lava shot forth from his arm, racing towards the ice mountain. However, just as ice and fire were about to collide, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. In midair, a pure golden rift appeared, silently unzipping like a zipper. The cracks slowly unfolded, releasing an indescribable aura that sent shivers through the very souls of those present. The gaping rift resembled a bottomless black hole, which slowly devoured the massive ice block amidst the horrified gazes of onlookers. What is that? On the execution platform, Sengoku, whose plans had been repeatedly disrupted, revealed a moment of terror upon sensing the overwhelming pressure. Oh dear, this is troublesome, muttered Kizaru, who had just risen from the rubble, dusting himself off and observing the bizarre scene in the sky, his typically languid tone now tinged with gravity. Does the Whitebeard pirates have such formidable support? Meanwhile, Akainu's view was entirely obscured by his soaring lava, leaving him unaware of the astonishing scene unfolding above. Concurrently, from behind the golden rift that had consumed the ice block, a leg slowly emerged. Following this, a figure clad in a black robe stepped leisurely out of the rift. What is that foul smell? My nose can't take it, Perispero remarked as he stepped through the rift, surveying his surroundings while muttering to himself. Let me see what kind of world I've arrived in this time. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, he found himself confronted by a massive surge of lava, akin to a volcanic eruption, rushing toward his face. He paused for a moment, pondering, what is going on? Am I being welcomed with such a fiery gift right upon arrival? Subsequently, he gently blew towards the molten mass capable of melting anything. Breathe of frost. An intense chill instantly froze the violent lava rushing toward him, along with the searing heat it contained. The enormous lava fist transformed into a pitch-black rock, adorned with lava patterns, and eerily hovered in midair. A flicker of confusion crossed Perispero's mind. Strange, why didn't my instincts warn me of any danger? Thankfully, I reacted quickly. The cold voice of the system resonated in his mind at an opportune moment, responding to the host. Such an assault cannot inflict even the slightest harm upon you. Your biological instincts do not perceive you to be in danger. Below, the once tumultuous battlefield had now succumbed to an eerie silence. Both the Navy and the pirates, engaged in fierce combat, abruptly halted their actions, as if enchanted, staring vacantly at the extraordinary scene unfolding above them, far beyond their comprehension. Due to their different positions, they instinctively regarded the mysterious man in the black cloak as a formidable ally of the opposing side. Who is that? A naval admiral exclaimed in terror, astonished that the formidable Admiral Akainu's fiery onslaught had been so effortlessly neutralized. Such power should not exist in obscurity. Hey, look, Brother Jozu's ice block has been swallowed by that fissure. A pirate shouted in shock. Who is that guy? Since when do we have such a monster on our side? Pello paid no heed to the commotion below. Instead, he gazed at the familiar crescent-shaped harbor and the towering execution platform. With a clap of his hands, a look of realization spread across his face. Oh, is this not Marineford from the Paramount War? He mused inwardly. In his previous life, Witnessing this segment of the narrative had left him infuriated when his favorite character, Ace, met his demise, prompting him to abandon the series thereafter. Little did he expect to arrive at this very juncture. Below, Akainu, witnessing his full-force attack being so dismissively thwarted, felt his eyes blaze with fury, filled with righteous indignation. In his view, any entity obstructing his pursuit of justice was inherently evil, regardless of who you are. Ignoring Sengoku's restraining gaze, he unleashed another titanic magma fist, bellowing towards Pello, "You wretched pirates, born of malevolence. Today, I shall eradicate you all here." Pello regarded the assailing Akainu with a flicker of annoyance. Despite his seemingly honest visage, he engaged in such indiscriminate actions. To attack me without so much as a greeting? It appears I must teach you a lesson. With that thought, Pello casually waved his hand towards the massive frozen rock hovering before him. The stone, formed from Akainu's own power, swiftly altered its trajectory, hurtling back like a meteor, accompanied by a deafening shriek through the atmosphere, crashing down on Akainu with tremendous force. Akainu's subsequent magma fist collided with the colossal rock, failing to stir a single ripple, shattering into fragments upon impact. Not good. Sengoku on the execution platform instantly recognized the extraordinary strength of this individual. Chapter 74, The Paramount War, Part 3. Not good. Sengoku roared, his resonant voice echoing across the chaotic battlefield. Before the echoes of his voice faded, a chilling gust surged from beneath the execution platform. The figure of Admiral Akiji appeared suspended in midair, his hands pressing down upon the colossal rock, plummeting towards the ground, striving to utilize his most formidable technique, the Ice Age, to freeze it once more and reduce its velocity. Almost simultaneously, a blinding golden light flashed, and Admiral Kizer manifested on the opposite side of the rock. The 8 Shakuyata no Kagami. A deluge of golden light projectiles rained down upon the stone with relentless intensity, seeking to shatter it entirely. Yet, whether it was Akiji's ice capable of freezing the very seas, or Kizura's lightspeed assaults that could penetrate steel upon striking the obsidian rock, they had no more effect than a drop in the ocean, failing to alter its descent or diminish its speed in the slightest. From whence did this monstrosity arise? For the first time, a serious expression graced the usually nonchalant visage of Kizuru. His barrage of attacks persisted, yet he could not help but murmur, "Even Joel D. Roger, the pirate king of your, likely did not possess such strength. Cursed be it." Akiji relentlessly conjured ice spears, futilely hurling them against the rock as he gritted his teeth, lamenting that with such powerful reinforcements, Whitebeard should have intervened from the very beginning to rescue Ace. Meanwhile, the instigator, Akainu, bore a hint of madness in his eyes. He could hardly accept that the lava he had conjured had become so indestructible following its freezing by that mysterious figure, that even he could not move it. Why? As the combined might of the 3 admirals proved ineffective, the death rock was on the verge of crashing down. Sengoku, witnessing this, abruptly cast aside his den mushi, bringing his hands together emphatically before his chest. The human fruit, mythical Zoan, Buddha form. Boom! A radiant golden light erupted. Sengoku's form surged upward, transforming into a towering Buddha that shimmered with resplendent gold, standing several meters high. An aura both sacred and commanding enveloped the entirety of Marineford in an instant. Buddha's impact. With a fierce roar, Sengoku's colossal golden palm unleashed a visible, circular shockwave powerful enough to level the island, striking forcefully against the rock. Boom! Under this tremendous blow, the seemingly unstoppable stone trembled imperceptibly upwards for an instant. It is possible. A glimmer of hope sparkled in Sengoku's eyes, yet his peripheral vision caught sight of the Shichibukai, who had been mere spectators since the onset of battle. These scoundrels, were they summoned merely to witness this spectacle? His gaze finally zeroed in on the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma, a flash of inspiration igniting within him. Yes, Kuma's devil fruit ability. What are you all waiting for? Sengoku continued to unleash shockwaves to slow the rock's descent while bellowing towards the figures below. In an instant, Kuma appeared directly beneath the rock, lifting his sturdy, padded hands, where air was being compressed at an extraordinary velocity. Urgent pressure cannon. Transparent projectiles, shaped like adorable bear paws yet imbued with terrifying destructive power, were relentlessly propelled from his palm, striking the base of the colossal rock in rapid succession. Under the frantic assault of the Navy's most formidable forces, the massive boulder began to visibly slow, gradually descending through the air. However, just as Sengoku believed the crisis was nearing resolution, his peripheral vision caught sight of the Navy hero, Garp, seated cross-legged on the execution platform, conversing with Ace. seemingly oblivious to the cataclysmic battlefield around them. After all, Ace was the grandson he had raised with his own hands. On this battlefield, apart from Whitebeard, perhaps only Garp harbored a deep desire to rescue Ace. This thought ignited Sengoku's fury. He let out a roar, his black haki spreading like ink, swiftly enveloping the radiant golden hands of the Buddha. He leaped into the air, channeling all his strength into a single punch, which he struck down upon the already teetering rock with tremendous force. At last, the boulder, unable to bear the burden, crumbled with a thunderous crash less than 100 meters from the execution platform, shattering into countless fragments of varying sizes that rained down upon Marineford like hail, indiscriminately wreaking havoc. Instantly, the numerous buildings of Marineford were riddled with bullet holes, and swathes of Navy personnel fell like harvested straw, cries of agony echoing throughout. Those who remained standing were all seasoned warriors. Sengoku reverted from his Buddha form, glaring at Perispero, who had remained an aloof observer throughout, and bellowed, "Who are you? Why have you attacked Marineford?" Perispero descended slowly, a hint of amusement playing on his lips. "It was your people who first launched an assault on me. I merely offered a small token of retaliation." Sengoku felt momentarily stifled by this response, his eyes burning with murderous intent as he shot a fierce glance at Akainu, who snorted in defiance. Observing the heated debate below, Perispero surveyed the despondent Navy troops and interrupted the discord, addressing Sengoku with an unassailable tone. "Do me a favor. Hand Ace over to me." He thought to himself, "Perhaps I can remedy the regrets I harbored over the Pirate King's legacy." Sengoku hesitated. Yet, a fleeting glance revealed that the snail phone responsible for broadcasting was still operational. His heart plummeted into despair. It was over. The Navy's reputation and dignity were irrevocably tarnished by his actions. He had intended to suppress the increasingly rampant era of piracy by executing the wicked bloodline of the Pirate King. Instead, his plans had backfired catastrophically, with the chaos instigated by a mysterious figure spreading across the world. Just as he contemplated issuing an order to shut down the snail phone, Akainu, consumed by rage, had already lost his composure. Enough of this arrogance. Damn pirates. He transformed into a torrent of molten lava, furiously charging towards Perispero in the sky. Die. Perispero furrowed his brow, his eyes igniting with a crimson glow. In an instant, silence enveloped the world. A beam of light, more radiant and searing than the sun, erupted from his eyes, instantly consuming Akainu's form and obliterating the vision of all present. Moments later, as the crowd slowly lowered their hands that shielded them from the blinding brilliance, they were horrified to discover that Akainu's figure had vanished from the heavens. Akainu. Sengoku's eyes widened in disbelief as he sensed Akainu's presence abruptly disappear from his perception. Chapter 75, The War at the Summit, Part 4, Sakazuki. Sengoku let out a heart-wrenching roar, his voice filled with shock, fury, and a trace of fear he himself was reluctant to acknowledge. His mind went blank. Sakazuki, the man who embodied absolute justice, was gone just like that? Not even a trace remained. His roar echoed across the desolate battlefield, yet it received no response. The entire battlefield, both Navy and pirates alike, came to a standstill. Tens of thousands of gazes were captivated by the events unfolding in the sky, fearfully drawn to the figure cloaked in black hovering above. Perispero floated silently, uttering not a word. He made no move. Yet his mere presence exuded an overwhelming aura of absolute dominance that surpassed even Conqueror's haki, gripping the hearts of all mighty warriors present as if ensnared by an invisible hand, rendering their breaths laborious. Among the Navy ranks, a battle-hardened vice admiral attempted to draw his sword, only to find his arm trembling uncontrollably. The clash of hilt against scabbard producing a jarring sound that pierced the eerie silence. On the pirate side, even those captains with bounties exceeding 100 million instinctively took a step back, cold sweat soaking their backs. Sengoku's towering form quivered slightly. He glanced down at the transponder snail still faithfully broadcasting the scene, and through that small lens, he imagined the terrified, confused, and even mocking gazes of countless citizens around the world. Had the Navy lost? No, not yet. A final surge of madness surged within him. He abruptly turned his gaze to Ace on the execution platform, his murderous intent laid bare. If he could execute the bloodline of the Pirate King here and now. He roared within, convinced that achieving his initial objective would allow him to continue his plan to intimidate the world and suppress the era of great pirates. He raised his golden Buddha hand, aiming it at Ace. However, just as he was about to strike, a tall, elderly figure stepped in front of him. Garp. Sengoku gritted his teeth, glaring at the man before him. The previously silent Garp rose from beside Ace. He did not gaze at the sky where Perispero lingered. Nor did he look towards the distant figure of Whitebeard. Instead, he steadily advanced, positioning his battle-hardened, robust physique between Sengoku and Ace. He spoke not a word. Yet that singular motion seemed to convey a silent entreaty to Sengoku and, indeed, to the entire world. Their eyes locked, exchanging decades of camaraderie and helplessness. Sengoku regarded his old comrade, then cast a glance skyward at the formidable Perispero who had vanquished Akainu. He then lowered his gaze to the soldiers below, their expressions brimming with anticipation. Ultimately, the resolve within him shattered completely. He slowly closed his eyes, as if exhausting every ounce of his strength, issuing a command that left the entire navy in stunned silence. Let him go. Upon uttering these words, it was as if his very essence had been siphoned away. The magnificent form of the Buddha dimmed, reverting to that of an ordinary man, his countenance etched with profound fatigue as he collapsed backward, heavily sinking into the chair that symbolized the Navy's utmost authority. He scanned his surroundings, sensing the incredulous, faith-bereft gazes of the Navy personnel, the unabashed mockery in the eyes of the warlords of the sea, and the expressions of the pirates, filled with pride and elation. Beside Ace, a figure masquerading as an executioner hastily retrieved the key to Ace's handcuffs. His heart soared with joy and trepidation. I did it. Now I can boast to Captain Buggy for a lifetime. His waxen hand trembled with excitement as he gently inserted the key into Ace's sea-stone shackles. A crisp click resonated, a sound modest in volume yet akin to thunder, heralding the Navy's utter defeat. Supporting the still weakened Ace, he leapt down from the execution platform that should have marked the end of his life, gradually making their way towards the frozen expanse of ice. As they traversed the battlefield, all eyes were upon them. The Navy, with expressions of pain and despair, silently parted to grant them passage. Their weapons could no longer be raised, and the justice cloaks they once wore with pride now felt unbearably heavy. In contrast, the pirates erupted in jubilant cheers, welcoming their young captain, the king's return. Ace walked forward, witnessing the comforting smile on Marco's face, the tearful excitement of Jozu, and the countless comrades who had recklessly fought for him. At last, he looked up to see the bow of the Moby Dick, where his father awaited like a mountain. He finally stepped onto the deck of the Moby Dick. Whitebeard stood before him, his weathered visage breaking into a smile of reassurance. He extended his colossal hand, capable of shaking the world, and gave Ace's shoulder a hearty pat. Gula-la-la-la, it's good to have you back, my son. In an instant, the crowd of pirates erupted into thunderous cheers. Oh, 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 oh. In stark contrast to this wave of jubilation was the crisp sound of weapons clattering to the ground from the Navy ranks. Many naval officers, faces etched with regret, removed their military caps and shed their justice cloaks. A young Navy soldier, unable to contain his inner turmoil upon witnessing the body of a fallen comrade, furiously trampled the honorable garment underfoot and spat disdainfully. Their beliefs had been utterly shattered today. On the execution platform, Kizaru transformed into a beam of yellow light, appearing beside Sengoku. Observing the chaotic scene below, he remarked in his characteristic languid tone, "The world government will surely despise you for this, Sengoku." Sengoku replied wearily, "I am aware. They will never comprehend your plight," Kizaru continued. A bitter note filled Sengoku's voice as he stated, "I shall take responsibility and resign." His gaze drifted through the crowd, settling on the Whitebeard's flagship, which was slowly turning around under the guidance of the ice-breaking ship. Sensing something, Whitebeard turned his head, locking eyes with Sengoku, and broke into a wide grin, revealing his large white teeth. In his heart, Sengoku silently uttered, "This time, it is you who has triumphed, Whitebeard." Chapter 76, The War at the Summit, Part 5. On the deck of the Moby Dick, a joyous atmosphere reigned. Whitebeard's iconic boisterous laughter served as the most uplifting battle drum, echoing in everyone's ears. His colossal hand, capable of shaking the world, landed heavily on Ace's shoulder. "It is thanks to that gentleman that we were able to save you this time." Feeling the familiar, reliable strength on his shoulder, Ace's heart swelled with a mix of excitement and guilt. He raised his head, following Whitebeard's gaze towards the figure in the black cloak slowly descending from the sky, confusion filling his eyes. "Who exactly is that old man?" "I cannot say," Whitebeard replied, a rare seriousness flickering in his eyes. Yet, the power to make that scoundrel Akainu vanish in an instant was likely beyond even Roger's capabilities. Just as the father and son conversed, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates gathered around, instantly filling the deck with the warmth of family reunion. "Ace, you really know how to stir up trouble for everyone." Marco, the immortal bird, landed beside Ace, reverting to human form, and playfully punched him on the back, a relieved smile on his face. "It's good to have you back." roared the 2nd Division Captain, Diamond Jozu, as he squeezed through, his booming laughter resonating. I was ready to smash the entire Marine fort. Welcome back, Ace. As the elegant swordsman Vista stepped forward, he offered a slight nod towards Ace, his eyes brimming with joy. On the deck, cheers erupted in a cacophony of sound. Yet, the moment Perona's black boots gently touched the deck, all noise ceased abruptly. Tens of thousands of formidable pirates, who navigated the treacherous New World, now gazed upon the man who singularly concluded this war with awe and curiosity. Instinctively, they parted to create a path, the silence around them embodying a respect more profound than any utterance could convey. It was Whitebeard who first shattered the stillness, rising to his feet and bowing slightly to Perona. With a tone that was both equal and imbued with gratitude, he expressed, "Thank you, esteemed one, for your intervention in saving my son Ace. This debt of gratitude, I, Edward Newgate, shall never forget." Perona regarded the towering figure of the world's strongest man with a relaxed smile, casually waving his hand. "It was merely a trivial matter," he replied. Casting a glance at Ace, he added, "I simply found the conclusion of this tale unsatisfactory, so I made a slight alteration. Had it not been for that insistent fellow named Akainu, I would have preferred to remain uninvolved in your conflict." A shiver ran down Whitebeard's spine as he discerned the implication in Perona's words. He was neither aiding the pirates nor the Navy. He had simply eliminated the individual who had provoked him. "May I inquire your esteemed name and origin?" Whitebeard asked. Perona engaged in polite discourse but refrained from disclosing his background, instead surveying the legendary pirate ship with an amused glint in his eye. Noticing this, Whitebeard ceased his inquiries and boisterously proposed, "Since you have graced us with your presence, why not join us for tonight's feast? Let it serve as a warm welcome for my son Ace." Meanwhile, in the holy land of Mariawa, amidst the power struggle, the moment Ace was handed to Whitebeard, the Navy forcibly severed all live broadcasts worldwide. The immense screen in the chamber plunged into darkness. Inside, an oppressive silence enveloped the room. The 5 elders sat quietly on the sofa, each face shrouded in an inescapable gloom. With a crack, the bald elder, cradling the original sword Shodai Katetsu, crushed the sheath in his grip, leaving a distinct fracture. Such disgrace. His voice, seething with cold malice, emerged as if squeezed through clenched teeth. The Navy had been utterly vanquished by an enigmatic individual before the eyes of the entire world. This was not simply a humiliation for the Navy, but a profound affront to the authority of our world government, the gravest provocation. Though it was the Navy that had been humiliated, they were a direct arm of the world government. Striking the Navy was akin to striking them. Another elder, sporting a lengthy beard, seized the golden transponder snail from the table and, with an authoritative tone, issued a command: "Immediately convey the world government's highest condemnation to the Navy headquarters. Warring states must bear full responsibility for this catastrophic defeat." He paused momentarily, a flicker of ruthless determination flashing in his eyes, and promptly issued a bounty on the man known as Pero to the entire world. The sum? 8 billion berries. The demand? Kill without hesitation. The emergence of Pero, along with the terrifying power he exhibited, far beyond the realm of the ordinary, had thoroughly alarmed the lofty rulers of the world government. For the first time, they sensed a threat potent enough to overturn their 800-year reign. On the battlefield of Marineford, the Whitebeard pirates were methodically preparing for retreat. Just then, "Ace, I have come to rescue you." A cry, filled with youthful exuberance yet unwavering resolve, suddenly echoed across the entire battlefield from the heavens. Warring states instinctively turned towards the sound. He beheld a naval warship plummeting from the skies, akin to a cannonball, crashing violently into the thick ice of the harbor. On the bow of the ship, Warring States recognized a familiar face that brought him considerable distress. It was the boy in the straw hat, Monkey D. Luffy. Following him was a motley crew of bizarre prisoners who had escaped from Impel Down. Kizaru, upon witnessing this scene, slapped his forehead with a groan of despair. This fool. Warring States watched as the straw hat boy anxiously searched for Ace amidst the chaos. In his eyes, which had dimmed from the recent defeat, a spark of hope suddenly reignited. Yes, Monkey D. Luffy, the son of Revolutionary Dragon, the grandson of Admiral Kizaru, the brother of Fire Fist Ace. This young lad was entangled in a web of connections that could shake the world. He was the very epicenter of all this turmoil. At that moment, the brilliant mind of Warring States began to race with fervor. He had found it, a potential means to completely reverse the humiliation of today's defeat. A perfect pawn to redirect the world's attention away from the Navy's dismal failure and the enigma of Pero. Chapter 77. The banquet on the Moby Dick. The next day, News of the Navy's catastrophic defeat in the war on the top spread like wildfire. A virulent contagion that swept across the globe overnight. Countless news birds darkened the skies, scattering newspapers that bore witness to this epical transformation in every corner of the world. Headlines across the globe were dominated by this momentous news, capable of reshaping the era. The World News Journal, in an unprecedented move, dedicated a full 3 pages to meticulously recount the events of this war. The paper detailed how the mysterious man appeared like a deity, and how in an instant he vanquished the Navy Admiral Akainu. Once again, how did one individual compel Admiral Sengoku to yield, ultimately bringing an end to a conflict that ought to have been drenched in blood? This climactic battle concluded in a manner both abrupt and profoundly stirring. The front page of the newspaper featured a striking portrait of Perot, occupying a third of the space, becoming the quintessential topic of conversation for people around the globe. Who, indeed, is this enigmatic figure? Alongside the newsprint, posters of a bounty, affixed in taverns and ports worldwide like an unsightly blemish, circulated. The legendary annals of the New World were enriched with this vivid stroke. On the bounty notice, a serene yet indifferent visage of Perot was prominently displayed. In a tavern in Logue Town, East Blue, an atmosphere of raucous chatter prevailed, with pirates boasting and bounty hunters exchanging intelligence. Suddenly, an intelligence officer, donning a hat emblazoned with the world government emblem and flanked by 2 naval soldiers, entered with palpable trepidation. Ignoring the gazes of all present, he approached the wall plastered with bounty notices, tearing down an old one. With a hand that trembled almost imperceptibly, he affixed a brand new bounty notice. Having completed his task, he fled as if liberated from a great burden, leaving the tavern enveloped in an eerie silence. All eyes converged on the new bounty, particularly fixated on the astronomical sum it proclaimed. Moments later, the stillness was shattered by the slurred voice of a drunken pirate. 8 billion? What nonsense! A one-eyed pirate, his face flushed with drink, slammed his mug onto the table and bellowed, "For that price, I'd dare to challenge the 4 emperors. Boys, we're taking this bounty." His companions paled in fear and hurriedly covered his mouth. At the bar, a man resembling a bounty hunter, with a large curved blade at his waist, nudged his companion and whispered, "My goodness, isn't that more than Joel D. Roger's bounty? Any thoughts?" The more seasoned man beside him, wearing a green bandana, pushed his arm down with a sigh and glanced at the braggart one-eyed pirate, responding, "Don't be foolish, Rebbe. Leaving aside whether you could even contend with this person, a bounty exceeding 300 million berries is simply unattainable." At that moment, an elderly man at the bar, polishing a glass, chimed in with a sigh, "Indeed, lad. Bounties surpassing 300 million are reserved for those who can stir the very seas. Their bounty amounts primarily serve as a means for the world government to gauge their level of threat. So, do not harbor any unrealistic hopes regarding such notices." Meanwhile, in the Grand Line, the calm belt lay still. The great vessel Moby Dick, along with 5 other colossal ships, glided smoothly through a realm devoid of any sea breeze. The very nest of the oceanic deities. The Whitebeard pirates had been reveling in a grand feast that lasted an entire day and night. On the deck, the crew remained exuberant, enveloped by the tantalizing aroma of roasted meats, the rich fragrance of fine wines, and the raucous laughter and boisterous songs of the pirates. Jaws was engaged in an arm wrestling contest with a giant from his crew, the wooden planks beneath them creaking under the strain, voicing their lament. At the bow of the ship, Whitebeard, slightly inebriated, raised a bowl larger than a typical man's head in salute to Perispero across from him. "Regardless, I must express my profound gratitude to Lord Perispero for rescuing my foolish son." His gaze fell upon Ace, who was drunkenly leaning over the ship's railing, retching into the sea, his eyes filled with affection. He then laughed heartily, proclaiming, "To be honest, I have already prepared myself for the possibility of not returning from this voyage. After all, I am a remnant of the old era, and there is no vessel in the new age that can carry me." With that, he raised his bowl high and let out a thunderous roar to all his family on deck. "But to see you all alive is my greatest treasure. Family, cheers. Oh, to our dear father, and to you, Brother Perispero. Thank you for saving Captain Ace." Marco raised his cup, his face flushed with drink. "Indeed, Brother Perispero's strength is harder than my diamond. Cheers." Jaws relinquished his arm wrestling, embracing a massive barrel of wine, exclaiming jovially, "To Ace's return, and to Lord Perispero's kindness." Vista also raised his cup in tribute. The crew members lifted their cups in unison, the joyous atmosphere suffusing the entire Moby Dick. Perispero, too, was swept up in this pure and unrestrained revelry. He lifted his cup and drank deeply. Having such a robust physique has its downsides, he mused. feeling the alcohol coursing through him. Even drinking does not intoxicate me. It certainly diminishes the enjoyment. As he surveyed the scene, he noticed that regardless of their strength, all the crew members' faces, under the influence of alcohol, glowed with a healthy flush. He couldn't help but think, the average physical quality in the world of pirates is indeed far superior to that of the shinobi world. The lower limit is evident here. A sudden thought flashed through his mind. What would it be like if this motley crew of the Whitebeard pirates were to engage in battle with the little ones from the Akatsuki? Just as Perispero indulged in his daydreams, Ace, inebriated, leaned over the railing, wiping drool from the corner of his mouth, feeling as if the entire world were spinning around him. Dazed, he noticed a newsbird soaring towards the Moby Dick in the distant sky. A newsbird? He pondered. Didn't he just come by this morning? Have I drunk so much that I've lost track of time? He instinctively reached out, grasping the newspaper that had been dropped from the descending claws of the newsbird. A refreshing scent of fresh ink wafted through the air, indicating it had just been printed. In the next instant, as his gaze fixated on the enormous photograph on the front page, Ace's eyes widened in shock. The intoxication that had enveloped him dissipating in an instant, replaced by a cold sweat. He abruptly turned, scrambling towards the bow of the ship where the white-bearded figure was, shouting in a voice laden with panic and disbelief, "This is bad, old man." Amidst his frantic gestures, a fleeting image of a youth in a straw hat, beaming with an incandescent smile, flashed across the newspaper. Chapter 78. Return Voyage at the Marine Headquarters in Marineford. The atmosphere in Admiral Sengoku's office was so tense it felt as if it could drip with moisture. Through the vast floor-to-ceiling windows, one could see the naval hero Garp leaning against his desk, passionately roaring at Sengoku, who was seated behind it. On the expansive desk lay a sternly worded condemnation order from the world government, silently narrating the Navy's devastating defeat from the previous day. "Sengoku, why have you done this?" Garp's spittle nearly splattered Sengoku's face. "Ace is my grandson. Luffy is also my grandson. Now you've captured Luffy. Are you deliberately targeting me?" Sengoku wearily raised a hand to wipe the saliva from his face, his voice hoarse as he replied, "This is not about targeting you, Garp. You need to reflect on your own actions. Who told your precious grandsons to become pirates? Isn't at your failure as a grandfather to have raised them this way?" At this point, Sengoku felt a surge of irritation. He gazed at his old friend, who was in a furious uproar, privately cursing, "How dare you speak? You, a naval hero, have a son who is the world's most notorious revolutionary, and both of your grandsons are prominent pirates. Your entire family is composed of figures opposing the Navy and the world government. Who exactly has the problem here?" Garp was rendered speechless, angrily returning to his chair across from Sengoku. He understood the rationale, but could not swallow his indignation. Ace had just been rescued from the brink of death, and now his youngest, most cherished grandson had fallen into Sengoku's hands. He lifted his gaze, suppressing the fury within, and inquired, "What do you intend to do with my grandson Luffy?" Sengoku's expression darkened ominously. He fell silent, aware that his forthcoming decisions would be utterly unacceptable to Garp. Yet he felt compelled to proceed, even if it meant irrevocably shattering their decades-long friendship. Observing Sengoku's grim visage only heightened Garp's foreboding sense of dread. He abruptly straightened in his chair, questioning with a harsh tone, "Zhangguo, surely, you do not intend to execute my grandson once more?" The room was instantly enveloped in a suffocating silence, the air seemingly frozen in time. After what felt like an eternity, long enough for Garp to sense the passing of a century, Zhangguo slowly extracted a response from between clenched teeth. "I have no choice." In an instant, Garp's countenance darkened profoundly. A visceral sense of disappointment and fury coursed through him, causing his towering frame to tremble slightly. He rose abruptly, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhangguo, exclaiming vehemently, "I will never allow you to do this. I am the fleet admiral." Zhangguo also stood, unyieldingly retorting. Upon hearing this, Garp's iron fists clenched tightly, only to ultimately relax in resignation. He cast a deep, sorrowful glance at Zhangguo, his eyes reflecting disappointment, anger, and a tinge of heartbreaking estrangement. Turning away, he stormed toward the door, delivering a parting warning before slamming it shut. "You will regret this, Zhangguo." Bang! Zhangguo stood alone in the vast office, exhaling a long sigh. He turned to gaze out at the ravaged Marineford, recently scarred by battle, murmuring to himself, "Do not blame me, Garp. For the sake of justice, I must proceed thus." Meanwhile, aboard the Moby Dick, Ace clutched a newspaper he had just obtained from Newsbird, scurrying towards the bow of the ship in a frantic dash. As he ran, he cried out in a voice laced with desperation, "It's bad. Dad, it's terrible. Whitebeard. engaged in jovial conversation with Perospero, looked at Ace's frantic demeanor with curiosity, asking, "What is it, Ace?" In this festive atmosphere, such panic is unwarranted. "It's Luffy. Luffy." Ace reached Whitebeard, breathless, exclaiming, "He was captured by the Navy while trying to save me." With that, he thrust the ink-scented newspaper into Whitebeard's hands. Whitebeard took the paper, his keen eyes swiftly scanning the headline. Suddenly, his smile vanished, replaced by a grave expression. He slowly shook his head at Ace. "No, Ace. This time, I cannot allow you to go." Memories flooded his mind of the previous occasion when Ace had defied his orders, recklessly setting sail to pursue Blackbeard, only to fall into a trap and face execution. This time, he resolved not to let Ace slip from his sight. Upon hearing Whitebeard's refusal, Ace felt as though struck by lightning, freezing in place. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. He stared blankly at Whitebeard, tears and snot escaping his control, cascading down his face and dripping onto the deck. With a choked voice, the old man knelt down, pleading, "Please, Luffy is my brother. He has done everything for me." Whitebeard gazed at Ace, who was weeping profusely, and felt a pang of compassion, yet steeled himself as he declared, "It was your reckless freedom that nearly led to disaster last time. I thought I was going to lose you, Ace. This time, I will not allow you to take such risks." The atmosphere on the deck grew tense. "Dad." Jozu could no longer restrain himself. "Ace's brother is our family. How can we stand by and do nothing?" "Calm down, Jozu." Marco placed a hand on his shoulder and turned to Whitebeard, his expression grave as he analyzed. "Father, this is clearly a trap set by the Navy. That old fox Sengoku knows we have just emerged from a fierce battle and is deliberately using Ace's brother as bait to lure us back to Marineford, where they have laid a web of ambush." Marco was right. Bista, the captain of the 5th Division, concurred, "If we turn back now, we will be falling right into the Navy's hands." Upon hearing Marco and Bista's words, Ace felt a deeper despair. He lifted his head and shouted at Marco, "Marco, he is my only brother." Whitebeard observed the bickering captains and then glanced at Ace, who was on the ground, crying like a child. His heart, as a father, softened. He sighed deeply and helped Ace to his feet. "Foolish son," he said, using his massive hand to wipe away Ace's tears, "you are my son, and Luffy is your brother. Therefore, he is also our family, is he not?" Turning to Marco, Whitebeard issued a new command in an unmistakable tone. "Marco, relay the order. Have the 43 pirate crews allied in the New World turn back. Our destination is Marineford." He then turned to Perospero, who had been watching the scene unfold, and bowed slightly. "I apologize for the disturbance, Your Grace. Our next encounter with the Navy will be a fierce battle. It is up to you to decide whether to stay or leave." With that, he fell silent, grasped his colossal sword, and strode purposefully toward the bow of the ship. Chapter 79. Departure. At the bow of the Moby Dick, Whitebeard regarded Perospero, reflecting on the perilous situation they had faced at Marineford. Had it not been for this man's sudden appearance, he, Ace, and even his pirate crew might have fallen into Sengoku's trap, suffering heavy casualties. As a man of the sea, his dignity prevented him from accepting Perospero's assistance once more. "I apologize for the disturbance." Whitebeard's voice was filled with regret. "Our next encounter with the Navy will be a fierce battle. This is our family matter. It is up to you to decide whether to stay or leave." With that, he said no more, grasped his enormous sword, and walked resolutely toward the bow. Pero contemplated the fact that the Akainu, who had slain both Whitebeard and Ace in the original narrative, had already been dispatched. It seemed that no one could withstand the impending assault of the Whitebeard pirates on Marineford. There was no longer any necessity for him to remain. He had come to terms with the regrets of his past life. In truth, he did not harbor much affection for Luffy and chose to remain uninvolved in this chaotic affair. Just as he prepared to depart, Ace blocked his path, tears still glistening on his face as he bowed deeply to Pero. "Thank you," he expressed, though Pero interrupted him with a tone of indifference. Without further ado, he turned to leave. "Captain, the small boat has been lowered," a pirate called out, waving frantically towards Whitebeard. Another pirate approached Pero respectfully, bending down to indicate that he was welcome to use the small vessel to depart. Pero glanced at the diminutive boat, appearing like a toy next to the colossal ship, and waved dismissively. He struck a flamboyant pose reminiscent of a native of his homeland. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the pirates, he paused momentarily. In the next instant, he ascended into the air in a manner that surpassed imagination, vanishing into the horizon. The deck fell into a profound silence. Marco gazed at the swiftly retreating figure in the sky, murmuring to himself, "He flies even faster than I do. Truly impressive." Pero soared leisurely through the azure skies of the Grand Line, growing weary of the relentless violence. He yearned for a tranquil place to savor the culinary delights of this world, hoping to relish the experience as a mere tourist. The pirate world he had gleaned from anime differed markedly from his own first-hand explorations. Not everyone has the opportunity to traverse worlds, wouldn't you agree? At that moment, a cacophony of sounds reached his ears from a distant island thousands of meters below. He halted midair, carefully analyzing the noise, discerning the clashing of swords and the tearing of flesh. Fixing his gaze below, he beheld houses ablaze and the despair etched on the faces of the civilians. TSK. Pero clicked his tongue in annoyance, feeling his rare moment of peace disrupted. Though he found the situation bothersome, he paused momentarily and vanished from the heights of 10,000 meters. The next instant, he appeared above a small village engulfed in flames. At the village's edge lay a pirate ship flying the Jolly Roger. Peering into the village, he witnessed dozens of ferocious pirates rampaging through, committing acts of arson and pillage, while many villagers lay lifeless in pools of blood. A flicker of displeasure crossed Pero's eyes. Growing up on Blue Star and having received 9 years of compulsory education, he found such scenes difficult to bear. Thus, he resolved not to remain a passive observer. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed his biological force field, instantly attuning to the positions and movements of all pirates in the village, even perceiving the heartbeat of each individual. On the eastern side of the village, a pirate brandishing a large blade, poised to strike a woman cradling her child, suddenly had his sinister grin frozen in place. A dull thud resounded. His head burst apart as if struck by an invisible hammer. To the west, a group of pirates, reveling in their plunder, abruptly froze, collapsing in unison, each one now with a gaping hole piercing through their chests. All around the village, these scenes unfolded simultaneously. Those marauding pirates, whether mid-swing with their swords or caught in fits of laughter, were instantaneously annihilated by Pero's power. Within mere breaths, the invaders of the village were utterly vanquished. The light in Pero's eyes gradually dimmed. The surviving villagers, slowly emerging from their terror, gazed at the corpses of the pirates strewn across the ground, then looked skyward to the divine figure of Pero, their faces reflecting a profound sense of relief. An elderly woman, her hair as white as snow, leaned on a cane and trembled as she stepped out from a nearby house. She approached Pero, knelt before him with a thud, tears streaming down her face. "Thank you, my lord. Thank you for saving our wretched village." Following her lead, other villagers also knelt, their faces aglow with gratitude. Pero observed this scene below, muttering, "Honestly, why must I always be the one to clean up the mess?" He activated his super sight, preparing to scan the area for any remaining threats. Yet, upon doing so, his brow furrowed once more. Through his enhanced vision, he discerned that the weeping elderly woman had a poisoned dagger strapped to her thigh beneath her tattered skirt. The other villagers expressing their thanks, whether elderly, defenseless women, ordinary men, or even the sobbing children, concealed weapons beneath their ragged attire, rusty daggers, old muskets, and even poison blow darts. In the brief moments following the defeat of the pirates, the villagers' expressions shifted from gratitude to a glint of avarice. They regarded Pero as though he were a moving mountain of gold. Pero focused intently, his gaze penetrating the largest house in the village. There, in the basement, lay a gruesome sight, a multitude of decayed corpses, belonging not to the village but to merchants and naval officers alike. In another dwelling, mountains of gold and silver treasures glittered, a black pirate flag prominently displayed among them. In an instant, Pero comprehended the truth. This was no ordinary village. It was a den of pirates. The recent so-called pillaging and plundering was merely a case of pirates engaging in a ruthless game of black-on-black crime. Pero gazed down upon the villagers, who were still bowing before him, their eyes gleaming with avarice, and a hint of amusement graced his features. It was not a noble act of chivalry to aid the oppressed. Rather, it was a casual act of clearing away one band of scum to rid the world of another. Consider this your passage to join them, he mused as he ascended into the sky. Observing the villagers' transition from greed to terror, he shook his head in self-derision, finding his misplaced compassion somewhat ludicrous. Brushing off non-existent dust from his attire, he unleashed a casual punch towards the malevolent island below. An invisible but cataclysmic force instantaneously struck the very foundation of the island. With a thunderous roar, the earth lamented, and the island fractured. Beneath the villagers' shifting gazes, their once reliable land crumbled like crushed cookies, gradually sinking into the abyss of the deep sea. Witnessing the desperate thrashing and anguished cries of the villagers in the frigid waters, Pero felt no remnants of mercy. He directed another punch towards the ocean's surface. With a sharp crack, the sound of shattering glass reverberated through the air, as if the very fabric of reality had been rent asunder by his blow. The fractured spatial energy transmitted to the ocean floor, igniting violent tremors beneath the waves. In an instant, towering tsunamis, reaching heights of several hundred meters, surged forth from the epicenter of the island's former position. Reminiscent of the cataclysmic devastation wrought by Whitebeard when he unleashed the power of the Tremor fruit. The surging waves, like colossal, unyielding walls, advanced towards a singular point of convergence. Boom. Moments later, as the tumult subsided, the ocean returned to a placid state, as though nothing had transpired. The island, along with all its wickedness, had been utterly erased. Pero reflected to himself that the world of pirates depicted in animated tales was far too idyllic. Places like Windmill Village, where people lived in peace and prosperity, would likely be deemed the true model of a village amidst this chaotic world. He dismissed such trivial thoughts, turning his attention to another direction, where he transformed into a beam of golden light and soared away. Shortly thereafter, Pero arrived at a moderately sized island bustling with life. A town of balanced proportions. The most striking feature was the tavern adjacent to the town square, perpetually thronged with patrons. At the tavern's entrance stood a massive notice board plastered with a myriad of bounty posters. Occasionally, well-dressed bounty hunters would tear one down, departing with an air of confidence. Pero descended into a secluded alley, unnoticed, and emerged into the lively town. As he passed by the notice board, his gaze fell upon his own massive visage occupying the most prominent position. Is the world government acting so swiftly? A flicker of surprise crossed his mind. Just over a day has passed, and they have already issued my bounty? His eyes were drawn to the blood red, menacing words emblazoned on the bounty notice. It was merely the death of an admiral, he mused. To the world government, this should not be a matter of grave concern. Is such a level of bounty truly necessary to deal with me? His attention then shifted to a tattered bounty notice in the corner of the board. Barely recognizable, yet still discernible. Look, the bounty for the pirate King Roger was merely 5,680,000,000 berries. Have I truly transgressed the celestial decree? Pero found himself perplexed. At that moment, the idle chatter of passers-by unraveled his confusion. One passerby excitedly gestured to another, exclaiming, "Did you see it? That live broadcast yesterday was incredible. That man named Pero, he took out an admiral in an instant." The other responded with equal fervor, "Indeed. The Navy has yet to react. It seems that in this era, pirates are still more formidable than the Navy." A seemingly idle passerby, overhearing their conversation, interjected, "Do you think so too? I believe pirates are stronger than the Navy. I just came from the docks and heard that a pirate crew called the Black Wolves is recruiting. Their captain has a bounty of over 30 million berries." Upon hearing this, the eyes of the first two lit up. "Really? I want to join. A man must set sail and brave the waves." With that, the three strangers, unexpectedly united, linked arms and headed towards the docks. Pero came to a realization. His act of dispatching a Kainu had served as a colossal weight, tipping the scales of the world, shifting the previously balanced situation in favor of the pirates. The world government likely viewed his actions as a threat to their dominion, hence the issuance of this bounty. Yet Pero chuckled coldly within. Perhaps the celestial dragons had grown dull from their prolonged reign. In the past, even Roger's bounty of over 50 billion had deterred hunters. It was only due to his illness that he willingly walked into their grasp. A move that ultimately sparked the Great Pirate Era. Every move made by the world government seemed misguided, propelling themselves toward an abyss. Who would dare to disturb me with my 80 billion bounty? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, a raucous laughter interrupted his reverie. "Ha! Look! Another fool staring blankly at that 80 billion bounty." A group of bounty hunters, having just successfully captured a pirate, was reveling in their spoils, pointing and laughing at Pero. The man at the forefront bore a long scar across his face, and inebriated, he pointed at the bounty notice for Pero, laughing derisively. 8 billion? The world government must be mad. This fellow merely got lucky by ambushing a naval admiral. Should he encounter us, he would surely lose his head within 3 moves. Pero shook his head, indifferent to the chorus of ignorance surrounding him. He reached for the somewhat heavy satchel at his waist, a trove of wealth he had hastily scavenged from the recently sunk island. He took a step forward, intending to enter the tavern. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Stop right there." The scarred man, affronted by Pero's audacity to disregard him, surged forward, attempting to seize Pero's shoulder. Yet, just inches from the dark cloak, his hand met an invisible barrier, halting his advance. The man's countenance shifted as he prepared to withdraw, only to be met with an overwhelming recoil that coursed through his arm and engulfed his entire being. With a crack, the sound of breaking bones echoed, and he was flung back as if struck by a speeding leviathan, crashing into his companions and sending them tumbling. Pero did not glance back. He continued towards the tavern's entrance, pushing open the rickety wooden door. Behind him, the band of bounty hunters found themselves frozen in terror, paralyzed, and unable to move. As Pero stepped inside, he proceeded directly to the bar. A few patrons, startled by the chime of the doorbell, instinctively turned their gaze towards the entrance. In the next moment, their faces drained of color, cold sweat soaking their backs. Those at the same table, previously engrossed in jovial conversation, turned in curiosity, only to find themselves ensnared in dread as they followed the gaze of their companion. The name that escaped their throats, trembling with fear, was one that sent chills through the air: Pero. Chapter 80. The walking legend following yesterday's broadcast and the urgent distribution of bounty notices that rained down upon the world today. The name Pero had ascended to the status of an infamous celebrity. Thus, when the man depicted on the bounty notice truly entered the tavern, the once boisterous establishment fell abruptly silent. As if a mute button had been pressed, the sound of a pin drop could be heard. A pirate's goblet, firmly grasped in rigid fingers, slipped from his grasp and shattered upon the floor, the cacophony of breaking glass piercing the enveloping stillness. Behind the bar, the corpulent owner trembled violently, his heart racing as he watched the cloaked figure approach. Pero cast a casual glance at the peculiar scene unfolding within the tavern. Seemingly unfazed by the palpable tension that gripped the air, he approached the bar, casually plucking a generous handful of gleaming coins from the pouch at his waist and extravagantly scattering them across the counter, unbothered by the fact that the money was not his own. One seafood paella and a pitcher of beer, please. The innkeeper, gazing at the coins capable of purchasing his entire establishment, forced a smile that resembled a grimace more than a grin, stuttering in response, "Of course, no problem at all." Coming right up, unable to tolerate the stifling atmosphere of the tavern and the piercing gazes directed at him, Pero slowly turned around. He addressed the patrons, whose breath seemed almost suspended, with a booming voice. "What are you staring at? Are you going to drink or not? If not, get out." As if they had received a royal decree, the customers surged towards the exit in a frantic rush. So crowded were they that they forcibly broke the already precarious door of the tavern. In the blink of an eye, the establishment was emptied. Pleased, Pero nodded and settled into a relatively clean seat. Outside, the patrons who had fled did not disperse. News of Pero's presence spread like wildfire, and countless onlookers converged from all directions, encircling the modest tavern in layers. Numerous heads peeked through the windows and broken door, eager to catch a glimpse of the legendary figure rumored to have vanquished Admiral Akainu, wondering if he truly possessed 3 heads and 6 arms as the tale suggested. Before long, the innkeeper, trembling and rigid, approached with a plate that resembled a small mountain of seafood fried rice. Pero scooped a generous spoonful and brought it to his mouth. In an instant, a glimmer of delight sparked in his eyes. Truly, this was the essence of the ocean. Each golden grain of rice, perfectly distinct, soaked in a rich seafood broth, bursting with the sweetness of the sea. Plump, firm shrimp adorned the rice, translucent and inviting. The tender slices of octopus added a delightful chewiness. The flavors of all the ingredients harmoniously melded together, creating a deliciousness that defied description. The seafood was simply exquisite. After finishing, Pero leaned back in his chair, letting out a satisfied sigh. He felt a long-missed sense of fullness in his seemingly bottomless stomach after this single plate. The portions in the pirate world were indeed substantial, and the energy provided by these seafood dishes far exceeded anything he had experienced in previous realms. It dawned on him that the average individual's physical prowess in this world was akin to that of a small superhuman, largely attributed to the high-energy sustenance they consumed. Having feasted and quenched his thirst, Pero stepped out of the tavern. As he surveyed the throngs of people encircling the establishment, he was just about to furrow his brow when, suddenly, an uproar ensued. The crowd instinctively parted to either side, clearing a path to the street. Pero raised an eyebrow. Contemplating, these individuals are rather considerate. He decided to meander through the quaint town. As he strolled leisurely, he admired the architectural style that starkly contrasted with the worlds of Naruto and the Black Cloak. Behind him, a throng of people filled the entire street. Yet beside and in front of him, there was an emptiness. It was not until he reached another block that a few local residents began to appear, watching curiously as this large procession passed, puzzled by why so many were reverently following the man in the black cloak. In the distance, within the naval headquarters, an elderly officer and a young recruit were embroiled in a heated argument. "That's an 8 billion bounty criminal right under our noses," shouted the young naval officer foolishly. The older officer firmly restrained him, exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind? That's the monster who effortlessly defeated Admiral Sakazuki. Do you intend to lead our entire division to ruin?" Life is precious. No one wishes to die. Eventually, the young officer was swayed, slamming his fist on the table in frustration, angered by his inability to uphold justice. Pero continued his walk, arriving at the bustling heart of the town. Suddenly, a cacophony of distressing shouts pierced the air. Pero focused his gaze and beheld a man grotesquely overweight, perched upon a small girl who appeared to be just over 10 years old. The girl's face was cruelly adorned with a bridle meant for a pony. The rotund man brandished a whip, mercilessly striking the girl's frail back, treating her like a horse, while excitedly shouting, "Giddy up! Move faster for me!" The girl's knees were already raw and bloodied, yet knowing she was burdened by a celestial dragon, she could only crawl forward in tears. Pero felt a sharp throbbing in his temples. This scene invoked a visceral nausea within him, dissipating the joy he had just derived from culinary delights. At that moment, the corpulent man noticed Pero, his eyes lighting up with recognition. How familiar this person seems. Isn't he the new pirate from the bounty poster? He then bellowed to the two slaves beside him, "You two, go capture him for me. If my brother possesses such powerful slaves, I should have equally formidable ones." The two slaves, having witnessed Pero's swift defeat of Sakazuki during a live broadcast the previous day, trembled in fear. However, bound by the command of their celestial dragon master, they begrudgingly charged towards Pero. Pero's eyes glimmered momentarily. The figures of the two slaves disintegrated into dust mid-stride. The corpulent man, witnessing his slaves vanish without a trace, exhibited no fear. Instead, his expression morphed into one of exhilaration. He joyfully shouted at Pero, You are incredibly strong, qualified to become a slave of the Roswald family. I shall implore my brother to rescind your bounty. Kneel and express your gratitude. This is indeed a tremendous honor for you." Upon hearing such condescending and insulting words, Pero maintained an unperturbed demeanor. The blustering figure before him, a corpulent creature flailing about, incessantly proclaimed this so-called honor. Pero regarded him with the gaze one might reserve for the deceased. In the next moment, Charles Saint's vision suddenly ascended, twisting and turning in the air. He beheld the familiar silhouette of a headless corpse. In the final fleeting moment of his consciousness, the sole thought that coursed through his mind was, "How dare he lay hands upon us celestial dragons?" Pero, with an impassive expression, kicked aside the bloated headless body and advanced to assist the little girl who had long been petrified with fear. "Benefactor, flee." The girl's eyes brimmed with terror as she clutched Pero's pant leg with her dirt-streaked hands. You killed a celestial dragon. The Navy will soon come for you. Run." Pero gradually rose to his feet, casting his gaze towards the crowd that had been thoroughly frightened. A few figures clad in naval uniforms were scrambling away, crawling towards the naval headquarters. A glint of icy ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. How audacious of the Navy to champion the celestial dragons. He responded to the girl, "I shall eradicate them all." The girl could not grasp the weight of Pero's words nor comprehend the extent of his power. The frail and diminutive child exerted all her strength to push against Pero's leg, repetitively murmuring, "Run, run." At that moment, from within the opulent manor guarded by slaves, emerged an elderly butler cradling a glass helmet akin to a spacesuit. As he walked, he muttered, "Young master, why have you ventured out without your helmet again? The inferior air of this place is unworthy of your noble constitution." In the next instant, he caught sight of the dismembered body at the manor's entrance, blood pooling beneath it. "Young master." Terrified, he loosened his grip, and the precious glass helmet clattered to the ground, splintering into cracks. The elderly butler scrambled back into the manor, knowing he must immediately report this astonishing news to the Holy Land. Just as he grasped the transponder snail, he felt the entire building shudder violently, a sudden warmth enveloping his body. In the next moment, his vision darkened, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Outside the manor, a flash of golden light flickered. Pero slowly withdrew his gaze, a trace of residual heat still swirling within his black pupils. Before him lay not a luxurious manor, but a desolate expanse, molten and smooth as obsidian. The town's navy, at last, arrived, led by a grizzled veteran with hair as white as snow. He happened to be leading a team. Witnessing the astonishing scene where Pero erased the entire estate from the map with his unfathomable gaze. What manner of devil fruit possesses such power? A tempest of emotions surged within the veteran's heart, for he had never encountered anything like it. Such a formidable being was not someone we could provoke. He promptly averted his gaze from Pero, turning to his subordinates and bellowing, "Quick, disperse the crowd. This is not a place for you to linger." A young Navy officer, bewildered, pursued the veteran with a question, "Sir? He has killed a celestial dragon. Why do we not apprehend him?" Before he could finish his sentence, the veteran swiftly clamped his rough hand over the young man's mouth, whispering fiercely, "Have you lost your mind?" This is a being capable of slaying a Kainu in an instant. We are no more than weeds before him. He then raised his head, surveying the surroundings to ensure no one was paying attention. He pulled the young Navy officer aside. Speaking in a voice barely audible to the two of them, the celestial dragons will inevitably learn of what has transpired here. They must have numerous spies monitoring this place. And since we have failed to protect the celestial dragon, do you think they will spare us? They will go mad, and we will be swept away along with the rest. At that point, not just us, but the entire town will face annihilation. The young officer's face drained of color at these words. The veteran, observing the youth's innocent visage, made a firm decision, asking, "Do you wish to survive?" The young man instinctively nodded. The veteran continued, "Remove that uniform. There is a pirate crew at the docks looking for recruits. We will escape there." Meanwhile, Pero, from a distance, listened intently to their whispered conversation. He slowly lowered his gaze, noticing a small girl at his feet, trembling and clutching his pants, and sighed inwardly. This world, despite having its share of good people, is fundamentally rotten, whether it be the so-called pirates or the revoltingly corrupt world government. A thought quietly arose within him. Once the cooldown for the teleportation is over, before departing, he would cleanse this world from top to bottom. System, how long remains? 49 days remaining. Simultaneously, in Mary Geos, within the residence of the Roseward family, a slave stumbled in, panic-stricken. "This is bad. This is terrible. Lord Roseward, the life card of the second young master is burning." Hearing this, Roseward, who was dining, slammed his fork onto the table with great force. He leaned on his cane, rising in fury. "Which audacious scoundrel dares to do this? Where's the navy? What are those worthless fools doing? Summon the naval headquarters immediately. Sink that island. Let my son have his burial." He glared furiously at the intruding slave, and without warning, his cane swung out violently, striking the slave's head with brutal force. "You wretch! How dare you enter my chamber with your left foot first?" In no time, the slave lay lifeless in a pool of blood. To Roseward's saint, it seemed merely a trivial act. He called out to those outside, "Where are the attendants? Come quickly to clean this mess. And notify the navy dogs. Have them flatten that island immediately. I shall see who in this world dares to lay a hand on us, the noble celestial dragons." Chapter 81. The Dilemma and Choices of Sengoku, combined, at the naval headquarters, in the marshal's office. Knock, knock, knock. The heavy door of the office was rapped upon, accompanied by a tense report. Report. A naval officer entered, his expression grave, as if he had just returned from a funeral. His salute was precise, yet somewhat stiff. "We have received the highest level intelligence from the frontline reconnaissance team. The pirate fleet led by Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, has completed its turn in the doldrums and is now heading back to Marineford at maximum speed." The naval officer lowered his hand from the salute, standing at attention, awaiting the next command from Marshal Sengoku. However, Sengoku stood silently by the window, his back turned, lost in thought. The room was enveloped in a stifling quiet, broken only by another sound. Crunch, crunch. The naval hero, Garp, sat nonchalantly on the sofa, expressionless, munching on Sunbathe from the coffee table, producing crisp, crunching sounds. He appeared utterly oblivious to the military intelligence that could shake the world once again. At last, Garp shattered the oppressive atmosphere, for he knew someone was coming to rescue Luffy. Although he could not personally intervene due to his position in the Navy, the return of Whitebeard was undoubtedly the greatest variable. His spirits lifted. Even the sight of Sengoku's grim face seemed more tolerable. He mused. Akainu had been swiftly defeated, and the warlords had all fled, unable to return anytime soon. Marineford, at present, could not withstand the full-force assault of Whitebeard's 43 pirate crews from the New World. This cunning old fox Sengoku would surely take these factors into account. If I stoke the flames a bit more, the chances of persuading him to release Luffy might be at least 50%. With this thought, Garp waved casually at the naval officer still standing awkwardly at the door. "All right, you may leave. This matter does not concern you." Once the officer exited the room as if granted a reprieve, Garp continued munching on Sunbathe and spoke in a seemingly indifferent tone. "I say, Sengoku," he mumbled, "the manpower at Marineford is insufficient. Look, after the last battle, not only have we lost Akainu, but after you surrendered Port Gas D, Ace, the Navy has lost all face. I have heard that many have lost their faith in the Navy and are withdrawing in droves. We are now left with very few who remain." Sengoku remained silent, gazing out at the ravaged square that is in the midst of reconstruction. In a corner unseen by Garp, his fists are clenched tightly, turning pale from the pressure. Observing this, Garp presses on. And what if that absurdly powerful monster is still aboard Whitebeard's ship? He could easily annihilate Akainu in an instant. and he could effortlessly deal with us as well. If he intervenes, your plan to execute Luffy is doomed to fail. He is not on the ship. Sengoku finally turns around, placing a document on the table before Garp. Take a look for yourself. Garp, intrigued, leans down to examine the folder. Boldly inscribed upon it is, Top Secret Intelligence. Target sighted today near the Sunbathe archipelago on Bali, dining at a local tavern. Below the intelligence, there is a grainy photograph hastily transmitted back by the local naval division. The image shows Perona seated in the tavern, a massive platter before her. Garp lifts his head in astonishment, staring at Sengoku. Sengoku elaborates. The Navy there reported Perona's sighting to headquarters the moment they discovered her. This is sufficient proof that she is not with Whitebeard. Garp swallows hard, forcing down the rice cracker in his mouth, and fixes his gaze on Sengoku, asking the pivotal question. So, you still intend to confront him head-on? Are you confident in dealing with Whitebeard? Whitebeard is aged and ailing, Sengoku replies. Looking Garp in the eye, I have absolute confidence in restraining him. At that moment, I will execute Luffy before his very eyes. He gazes at Garp, a hint of regret creeping into his voice. I am sorry, old friend. Garp opens his mouth to respond, but no words emerge. At that instant, bang. The office door is violently thrust open by an overwhelming force. The naval officer who had just departed rushes back in, panic etched across his face, forgetting even to knock. What is the meaning of this? Sengoku begins to reprimand, but he is halted by the expression of sheer terror on the officer's face, an ominous premonition surging within him. He sets aside his concerns regarding the officer's lack of decorum and urgently inquires, what has happened? The officer, breathless, takes a deep shuddering breath and utters a series of revelations that could send the entire naval headquarters into chaos. We have just received a high-level emergency dispatch from Mariewa. The bounty of 8 billion on the wanted criminal was used to kill the Celestial Dragon, Rosward's second son, on Bali. The entire Celestial Dragon estate has been wiped from the island. What? Sengoku's shock has not yet faded as he instinctively slams his hand on the table, roaring. How is that possible? What about the Celestial Dragon's guards? The voice devoid of authority was tinged with tears. The report indicated that the entire estate had vanished in an instant, leaving no survivors. Perhaps the guards had not even had time to react. Clang. The snack can in Karp's embrace slipped from his stiff hand, shattering on the ground, scattering treats everywhere. It was disastrous. A grave situation had arisen. Simultaneously, the same thought arose in the minds of Sengoku and Karp. Just then, the golden, exclusive phone bug on Sengoku's desk, capable of direct communication with the 5 elders of the Holy Land, rang at the most inopportune moment. A bead of cold sweat instantly formed on Sengoku's forehead. At that moment, the ringing of the phone bug sounded like the tolling of a death knell. Trembling, he answered the call. On the other end, a voice erupted with boundless fury and arrogance. After hurling a torrent of vile curses, the caller issued a command demanding Sengoku to immediately travel to Bali and initiate the demon extermination order. Furthermore, at any cost, he was to completely eradicate the man with an 8 billion berry bounty. After hanging up the phone, Sengoku slumped helplessly into his chair. He found himself trapped in a dilemma. Should he confront the impending Whitebeard pirates, capture Luffy, and execute him before the world to restore the lost dignity of the Navy and the world government, re-establishing faith in the Navy? Or should he obey the uncompromising command of the world government, mobilizing the already strained highest combat forces to hunt down an unknown adversary whom even he had no confidence in defeating? The Navy's fleet was sailing towards the waters of Bali. At the helm, Fleet Admiral Sengoku stood with his hands clasped behind his back, expressionless, gazing at the boundless sea. Indeed, he ultimately chose to heed the command of the world government. Under the directive of the 5 elders, he personally led the fleet to unleash the Navy's most ruthless war machine, the Demon Extermination Order, deciding to thoroughly cleanse the island to eradicate the audacious individual responsible for killing a celestial dragon, Pero. However, this fleet, which was supposed to represent the Navy's highest combat power, appeared somewhat lackluster at that moment. On board, there were only Sengoku and Kizuru, the 2 supreme forces. Why was that? Because Akiji, after the bloodbath at O'Hara, had seen his ideals shattered. His lethargic sense of justice rendered him unable to raise the sword against civilians. From the very beginning, he had made it clear that he would not participate in this demon extermination order. Meanwhile, Karp, who should have fought alongside him, had remained in Marineford under the pretext of preventing the Whitebeard pirates from returning. Sengoku understood that this was merely Karp's excuse to protect his 2 beloved grandsons. At that moment, a flash of yellow light streaked across. Kizuru Palyasolino unexpectedly appeared at the ship's side. comfortably seated in a chair that seemed to materialize out of thin air. He leisurely settled himself, even brandishing a fishing rod, gazing contentedly at the distant horizon. Sengoku approached, observing his relaxed demeanor, and with a hint of irritation remarked, "What? Don't you think you could fetch me a chair as well?" Without turning his head, Kizaru expertly reeled in his catch, responding in his characteristic elongated tone, "Oh dear, if you desire a chair, you must fetch it yourself, Mr. Sengoku." Sengoku sighed deeply and sat down beside Kizaru on the ground. Times had been tumultuous, and he felt as though he was on the verge of unraveling. The recent Marineford War had concluded hastily, resulting in the loss of a high-ranking officer and countless elite soldiers, with no gains to speak of, while they had also allowed Fire Fist Ace to escape, diminishing their dignity. This led many Marines to lose faith and abandon their posts. The execution of Ace had already strained his relationship with Garp to the breaking point. Now, with Luffy captured and another execution looming, the decades-long friendship between him and Garp had been irrevocably fractured. Moreover, Akiji had become more distant due to the recent demon-slaying order, which contradicted his principles. Looking around, Sengoku realized that Kizaru, who seemed to spend his days idly, was one of the few remaining allies he had. The current navy was proving exceedingly difficult to lead, leaving Sengoku with a bitter heart. In this rare moment of tranquility, Kizaru suddenly spoke, shattering the silence. "I say, Mr. Sengoku," he began slowly, "though I prefer to stay out of such matters, don't you find the actions of that man to be closely linked with those of Whitebeard?" Sengoku was taken aback. In his understanding, Kizaru had always been solely interested in clocking out on time and receiving his paycheck, rarely engaging in strategic discussions. What had prompted this change? He gestured for Kizaru to continue. Kizaru leaned back against the chair, holding his fishing rod, and continued, just as Whitebeard decided to return to rescue the Straw Hat Boy. That man killed a celestial dragon on an island far from Marineford, deliberately diverting the attention of the world government. Sengoku immediately grasped the implication, his eyes widening in alarm. In that case, the world government will force us to split our forces to pursue that man. Marineford's already tenuous defenses will become even more vulnerable. He clenched his teeth and slammed his fist onto the deck. What a scheme. Whitebeard. This is both a conspiracy and a stratagem, Sengoku said vehemently. We are compelled to obey the world government's orders, while the celestial dragons, those aristocratic lords, care little for the dignity of the navy. You old rascal, Whitebeard, still playing such intricate games at your age. If I don't catch you, I won't call myself Sengoku. Thus, Parasparrow was, quite naturally, bound together with Whitebeard in Sengoku's mind. Certainly, if Pero were to learn of all this, he would likely remain indifferent. It matters little with whom he is bound. Ultimately, he is determined to cleanse this disagreeable world. Suddenly, a naval soldier came sprinting up, his expression frantic, and loudly reported, "Marshal, what is it?" The Whitebeard pirates have already arrived in the waters of Marineford. With a hint of impatience, Sengoku inquired, "What else? Do not keep me in suspense." The soldier swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he spoke. In another area of the sea, numerous ships have also appeared, judging by the flags. They seem to belong to the Revolutionary Army. Upon hearing this, Sengoku froze. He lowered his head in despair, the dignity and majesty of his position dissipating in that moment. In his mind, a singular thought persisted. It's over. Marineford cannot withstand this assault. Whitebeard is one thing, but the Revolutionary Army has also arrived. The execution of this extermination order seems unlikely to succeed. I can see no chance of defeating that man. Never mind. If I can somehow survive this ordeal, I shall seek refuge in a rural area, away from it all. Let it all be destroyed. Hasten the end. Allow me to experience the pastoral life that many yearn for. Sengoku was at a loss, his mind blank, no longer contemplating. Abandoned by allies, devoid of resources, burdened by the pressure from superiors, ostracized by colleagues, and deserted by subordinates. Is this what hell feels like? Recently, I have developed a poor habit of adding the daily updated second chapter into the first chapter after midnight. And it has been several days since I have had 4 chapters. I intended to break this habit, but tomorrow the company has a team-building activity, and I must catch a train home in the evening, leaving me no time to write. After midnight, I will add a chapter and then publish another chapter to save for tomorrow. Chapter 82. The tragic Navy Pero's act of killing a celestial dragon and demolishing his mansion was akin to a deep-water bomb cast into a lake, stirring up tremendous waves on this island already fraught with anxiety due to the bounty. Fear spread like a plague. Countless civilians and stationed naval personnel began to flee the island recklessly, as if divine retribution were imminent. Within half a day, the once thriving town had transformed into a deserted city, with only a few figures remaining. The tavern previously frequented by Pero saw its owner, Muji, eager to escape this place of turmoil. However, just as he finished packing the treasures and belongings from his establishment, a hand rested upon his shoulder. "Sir." The tavern owner turned to see Pero, and terror gripped him, causing his legs to weaken and fall to his knees. "Please, allow me to leave. While the Navy headquarters has yet to receive word, I can still escape. Once the main fleet arrives and seals off the waters, I will truly be unable to flee." Pero casually scratched his ear, ignoring the desperate pleas that echoed like wails of the damned. He responded nonchalantly, "You've left, and with it, such a delectable seafood risotto. Where shall I indulge in such a feast?" Observing the tavern owner's face, etched with despair, he added, "Fear not, I shall protect you. Your culinary skills merit my assurance." The tavern owner, with a resigned expression, followed Pero back to the deserted establishment and begrudgingly began to prepare a meal for him. At that moment, he could only pin all his hopes of survival on this man, rumored to have vanquished Admiral Akainu and valued at 8 billion berries. Seated in the empty tavern, Pero awaited his meal while allowing a fragment of his consciousness to drift across the vast distance, eavesdropping on the conversation between Sengoku and Kizuru aboard the battleship. Upon hearing the phrase slaughter order, he couldn't help but scoff. This world, he mused, is indeed rotten to its core, merely for slaying a celestial dragon. A character absent from the original narrative, the world government seeks to issue a slaughter order, intending to cleanse an entire island? Unable to confront me directly, they vent their frustrations on innocent civilians? Or have I become a greater source of intimidation than the historical scholars of O'Hara, a more significant threat than I ever was? Pero stroked his chin. A scheme that would allow him to idly bide his time began to coalesce in his mind. Once he dealt with the affairs of this island, he would embark on a quest to eliminate all celestial dragons worldwide, while a direct assault on Mariehua would yield notable results. The remnants scattered across the globe would prove far more challenging to eradicate. Perhaps it would be prudent to traverse the world, systematically dismantling each celestial dragon. Once they perceive the imminent danger and retreat to Mariehua, he could then ensnare them all in one fell swoop, ensuring a thorough purification that would preserve his own reputation. As for the overwhelming number of pirates, addressing each one individually would be a cumbersome task. Suddenly, an idea sparked within him. Oh, why not create a few Jinchuriki in this world? Recruit and bolster his ranks. After all, he mused, frequent intervention would diminish his own value. In truth, Pero simply sought to take it easy. "Sir, your meal is ready." During Pero's contemplation, the tavern owner had completed the preparation. Observing the genuine smile of satisfaction on the owner's face as he presented the dish, Pero felt certain that this meal would be exquisite. Faced with the specter of death, to still find joy in cooking, such a person surely crafts delightful fare. Noticing the easing of the tavern owner's tension as he beheld Pero's relaxed demeanor, the owner breathed a sigh of relief, his hands steadying. In the next moment, Pero sensed something amiss. He lifted his gaze toward the tavern's newly installed grand door. It creaked open slowly, revealing an old soldier, who had decided to shed his uniform at the naval headquarters. "Old Billy, you haven't left yet?" The tavern owner exclaimed in surprise, inadvertently calling out the man's name. The veteran, Billy, chuckled heartily, replying, "But hasn't Muji the owner yet departed as well?" Upon hearing this, Boss Muji's expression darkened instantly, silently cursing the remark that had touched upon a sensitive subject. Pero, with keen interest, turned to old Billy and inquired, "Did you not join that young naval officer in his defection to the pirates? Why have you not departed?" The veteran chuckled softly, approached Pero without hesitation, and knelt before him on one knee. "I wish to join you," he declared. Raising an eyebrow, Pero responded, "Oh, pray elaborate." At this, the old soldier transformed, his weathered eyes glistening with tears, spilling forth as he recounted his tale. 20 years prior, he had a blissful family and was a promising officer in the naval headquarters. However, a fateful incident occurred when a celestial dragon caught sight of his beautiful wife and beloved daughter. Driven by malevolence, this fiend orchestrated a midnight raid, branding his wife and daughter with the mark of slavery, a symbol of their utter humiliation. Under the pretense of capturing runaway slaves, he forcibly returned them to the celestial dragon's compound. As he recounted this, old Billy could no longer contain his sobs. He continued, revealing that his fellow naval officers recognized his wife and daughter, but chose to ignore their desperate cries for help, paralyzed by the terror of facing a celestial dragon. Upon discovering their identities, the celestial dragon summoned Billy to his encampment under the guise of a promotion. The moment he entered, he was overpowered by 2 enslaved individuals adorned with collars. He then bore witness to the torment and brutal demise of his wife and daughter at the hands of that monster. Ultimately, The celestial dragon contemptuously tossed a promotion notice at him, akin to discarding a dog. From that day forth, old Billy was exiled to this desolate island, living a shadow of his former self. Upon hearing this, Pero sighed. No wonder your eyes shone with fervor when you saw me slay that celestial dragon. It was not merely my imagination. A thought suddenly surged within him. Having evolved into a silver Superman, he had yet to create a new Jinchuriki. Perhaps he could designate this old man as his first Jinchuriki in this world. Slowly, Pero extended his right index finger, a sphere of golden energy, exuding an aura of dread, materialized at his fingertip, hovering like a miniature sun. He gazed tenderly at the tear-streaked face of old Billy and softly asked, "Do you wish to seek your vengeance personally?" Old Billy stared at the radiant golden sphere at Pero's fingertip, swallowing hard. The heart that had lain dormant for 20 years surged to life in that moment. His age and experiences made him realize that this might be akin to the mythical devil fruits, which bestow extraordinary powers. What could this be? His voice trembled slightly with excitement. A mysterious smile graced Pero's face as he replied, "A marvelous tool that enables you to exact your revenge." In an instant, a remarkable light ignited in Billy's murky eyes. Hesitantly, he approached Pero step by step. Observing the longing in Billy's gaze, Pero chose not to elaborate further. He raised his hand and casually struck Billy's abdomen with a slap. Whoosh! The golden orb of light immediately sank into Billy's body. The ferocious energy even seared a charred hole in his belly. Through that terrifying wound, one could see his innards being scorched by the golden energy sphere. Act! Billy's cry of pain had barely begun to escape his lips when a multitude of golden chains surged forth from Pero's body. It was the sealing technique from the world of Naruto, Diamond Lock. Layer upon layer, the golden chains enveloped Billy entirely, firmly confining the rampaging golden orb deep within his body. In the next moment, the horrific wound on Billy's abdomen began to heal at an astonishing rate. Visible to the naked eye, even the scars accumulated from years of battle gradually faded and smoothed under this life-giving solar energy. His once grizzled hair began to regain its luster. Staring down at his now youthful and vigorous hands, Billy was momentarily stunned. In the next instant, he felt an overwhelming power, as if he could upend an entire island, erupting from the depths of his being. Before he could fully grasp this newfound strength, he couldn't help but let out a triumphant roar that echoed to the heavens. The terrifying sound wave forcefully ripped the already precarious roof of the tavern free. Behind the bar, the owner, Muji, cowered with his head in his hands, trembling as he peeked through a gap, his one eye wide with terror as he observed these two monstrous figures. My heavens, why are these two tearing my establishment apart? With the roof blown away, the midday sun shone down unobstructed upon Billy. Oh! Old Billy suddenly cried out in agony, clutching his head with both hands and collapsing to the ground. In that moment, his vision fluctuated, now near, now far. He found himself able to see through walls, catching a glimpse of the terrified skeleton of Muji behind the bar. In pain yet filled with curiosity, he raised his hand, watching as his palm transformed into a structure of bones and muscles. Countless cacophonous sounds flooded into his ears from all directions. The sound of the wind, the crashing waves, the distant cries of seagulls, and even the conversations of people thousands of kilometers away filled the air. Pero observed the changes in Billy's physique and was not surprised by his disheveled appearance. He merely stated, "Take a deep breath. It is normal to feel pain when receiving so much information for the first time." Gradually, the excruciating pain that had tormented Billy began to subside. As he slowly rose to his feet, he was astonished to discover that his feet were no longer touching the ground. He was gently suspended in mid-air. Upon witnessing this, Pero could not help but exclaim, "What on earth? Have I inadvertently crafted him a steel body?" The transformations happening to Billy bore an uncanny resemblance to a scene from a film he had seen in a past life, a cinematic portrayal of an alien general whose visor shattered, leading to a violent reaction upon first encountering the Earth's atmosphere and sunlight. Billy slowly regained his focus, gazing at Pero, and sensed a warm familiarity emanating from him, as if they shared a common origin. "Have you recovered?" Pero inquired. Billy nodded emphatically. Pero then turned his attention to the trembling owner of the tavern, who had remained behind the bar, and asked, "And what about you? Would you like to become stronger as well?" The tavern owner, hurriedly stepping out from behind the counter, shook his head fervently like a rattle, his face awash with fear. No, my lord. I do not seek power. My only aspiration is to peacefully study culinary arts and operate a tavern that can be passed down through generations. This is my lifelong dream." Pero shrugged nonchalantly. "All right, I respect your fate." At that moment, a news bird soared overhead, dropping a fresh newspaper onto the tavern. The owner dashed over to retrieve it, unfurling the paper to read it intently. He then read the headline aloud, word by word. A stunning turnaround. The Whitebeard pirates return to Marineford. The Revolutionary Army has made an appearance. After an epic battle, Navy hero Garp and the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, found themselves unable to defeat the Whitebeard pirates. The Navy headquarters has ultimately decided to surrender Monkey D. Luffy. According to analysts at the scene, this action by the Navy was suspected to stem from the significant loss of combat power during the War of the Best, leaving them unable to maintain their prestige. After finishing, the tavern owner lifted his gaze to Pero with a complex expression. He understood that the root of all this turmoil lay with the man before him. It was he who had slain Akainu and the celestial dragons, plunging the Navy into such dire straits. Pero raised an eyebrow and remarked to the tavern owner, "Why are you staring at me? If you're going to be dazed, at least go prepare 2 more dishes." The owner, grimacing, resigned himself to his fate and headed toward the kitchen. Turning back to the still adjusting Billy, Pero said, "The Navy's enforcers of the Demon Slayer Order are also on their way. You should familiarize yourself with this newfound strength." Billy nodded emphatically, casting a glance at his powerful fists, his eyes igniting with a fierce brilliance. He erupted into laughter, soaring into the sky. Moments later, Billy donned the Navy cloak that symbolized justice, appearing above Bali Island. He felt an inexhaustible surge of strength within him, his gaze becoming resolutely steadfast. With this newfound power, he mused, regardless of the lofty celestial dragons or the lawless pirates, the scum of this world, the justice of the Navy shall be upheld by me. For I am the true embodiment of justice. Chapter 84. The 2 against 1 of justice, combined. The Navy fleet advanced towards Bali Island across its waters. The ships cleaving through the white waves, drawing nearer to the shore. On the lookout of the main ship's mast, a Navy lookout raised his telescope. Upon discerning the outline of the distant island, he abruptly lowered his head, summoning all his strength to shout hoarsely to the marshal and admirals on the deck. "Report. The target island is now visible above sea level." At this declaration, the previously silent Sengoku felt a flicker of the authoritative presence befitting a Navy marshal rekindle in his weary eyes. He inhaled deeply and commanded, "Relay the order. The entire fleet is to enter level 1 combat status. Prepare to execute the demon extermination order." The command was swiftly disseminated through the transponder snail, relayed layer by layer. Soon, the entire fleet was in combat readiness. With the creaking of winches, black sea stone cannonballs were loaded into the gaping maw of the formidable side cannons. Amidst the crisp sound of impact, flintlock guns were also filled with sea stone bullets capable of piercing the flesh of those with devil fruit abilities. The more capable Navy officers rubbed their hands together, their eyes gleaming with fervor for justice, eager to cleanse the Navy of yesterday's disgrace. On the deck, Sengoku solemnly removed his seagull military cap, gently caressing the lifelike seagull ornament as if bidding a final farewell. He turned to the leisurely fishing Kizaru beside him and said, "Borsellino, after this battle, I shall retire to my homeland. At that time, let that bunch of scoundrels in the world government select a new marshal." He understood Kizaru's temperament well. The man held no interest in power whatsoever. Kizaru reeled in his fishing line, lifting the empty bucket beside him, responding in a languid tone, "Oh dear, what a headache. Just as long as they don't choose me, it's all good." Sengoku gazed at him, a hint of gravity in his voice. "This time, we do not know if we will survive. That man is far too powerful. I hope your foremost goal is to preserve your own life." He paused, a self-deprecating smile crossing his face. "But then again, knowing your nature, you likely value your life more than anyone else." Kizaru shrugged noncommittally. The fleet continued onward. And as they traversed halfway, the distant dock of the island became distinctly visible to the naked eye. A figure cloaked in the mantle of a vice admiral suddenly materialized in the skies ahead of the fleet. He hovered there, his gaze resolutely fixed upon the naval armada bearing the decree to eradicate demons on the island. Sengoku and Kizaru exchanged glances, each detecting a flicker of perplexity in the other's eyes. When did this remote isle acquire such airborne naval forces? Sengoku scrutinized the figure intently. The more he looked, the more familiar that face appeared. In the next moment, his murky eyes widened in disbelief as a name he had nearly forgotten for 2 decades escaped his lips. Billy? To his knowledge, Billy had been relegated to Bali due to the affairs of the celestial dragons and had since lived in obscurity, like a living corpse, devoid of desire or purpose. Yet now, what fueled the fire in his eyes? Suppressing his astonishment, Sengoku called out to Billy in the sky, urging him, "Billy, leave that island at once. We are about to launch a demon-slaying operation against it. Return to the Navy's ship." I can help you conceal your past as a garrison on that island. However, Billy's response was astonishing, shocking the sailors aboard several warships. Justice? He questioned mockingly from the air. What does your current justice even signify? It seems no different from the dogs raised by the celestial dragons. 20 years ago, when my wife and daughter were tortured to death by the celestial dragons, where was your justice then? He spread his arms wide, inviting his former comrades. Join me in toppling the decaying rule of the celestial dragons and restore true justice to the Navy. After a prolonged dispute, seeing that Sengoku remained unmoved, Billy finally lost his patience. He pointed at Sengoku, unleashing a vulgar tirade. Sengoku, I curse you. Give me a straight answer. Will you join me or not? As Sengoku and Kizaru remained silent, Billy shook his head in disappointment. Stubborn fools. No sooner had he spoken than his figure vanished from sight. Alarmed, Sengoku suddenly felt an immense danger, as if plunging into an icy abyss. Instinctively, he activated his devil fruit powers, transforming into a golden Buddha while enveloping himself in a dark coat of haki, raising his arm to shield his right side. In the next moment, Billy reappeared beside Sengoku, launching a ferocious kick with devastating force. Boom! The powerful thigh collided fiercely with Sengoku's haki-covered arm, producing a resounding echo akin to a great bell. Feeling the overwhelming weight of that colossal strength surging through his arm, Sengoku's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. What kind of power is this? He roared inwardly. How could Billy possibly be this strong? In an instant, the deck beneath the feet of Sengoku creaked under immense pressure, cracking inch by inch as his feet were forcefully pressed into the steel surface. The Tenzu Cloud Sword. Upon witnessing this, Kizaru immediately sprang into action. A flash of brilliance emanated from his hand, and a long sword composed entirely of light materialized in an instant. With a strike executed at unparalleled speed, he sent Billy hurtling away, providing Sengoku with a much-needed reprieve. As Billy tumbled through the air, he managed to regain his composure and landed steadily at the bow of another warship. He casually wiped the corner of his mouth, yet inside, he was ablaze with excitement. Incredible, he mused. I can actually withstand an admiral's attack. Though it hurt immensely, he bore no injuries. In the next moment, the three combatants sprang into action simultaneously. The sounds of pure physical collisions resonated throughout the arena as they battled above the ship. During the fight, Billy grew increasingly familiar with the new force within him, gradually achieving a harmonious integration of that formidable power with the Marine's 6 powers. However, it was a struggle against overwhelming odds. Under the relentless assault of Sengoku and Kizaru, the two most formidable forces of the Navy, Billy began to find himself on the defensive, ultimately being struck back by a golden shockwave of Buddha's might. Billy, Sengoku observed the blood trickling from the corner of Billy's mouth and spoke solemnly. Though I do not comprehend how you have grown so strong, you have been defeated. Return with me to the Marine headquarters. We are in dire need of your formidable strength. In response, Billy merely chuckled, offering Sengoku and Kizaru a smile laced with derision. Do you believe this constitutes a victory? The atmosphere seemed to shift, and Sengoku looked on in horror as it appeared that Billy's vitality was rapidly replenishing. Slowly lifting his head, Billy addressed Sengoku. We have now entered the second phase. No sooner had he spoken than a dazzling, searing golden light erupted from his being. All his injuries began to heal at a visible speed within that radiant glow. He beckoned to the utterly stunned Sengoku and Kizaru, come. As the golden light gradually receded, Billy hovered in midair. The Marine Admiral Sengoku and Admiral Kizaru regarded him as if facing a formidable foe. Really now, everyone seems to enjoy showing off. Kizaru broke the silence, crossing his arms over his chest as countless golden specks of light converged. Ohashikji! Countless lasers instantaneously enveloped the space where Billy stood. Yet, confronted with an assault powerful enough to obliterate an island, Billy merely tilted his head slightly. All the lasers appeared to have been anticipated, gliding past his body without inflicting even a scratch. Borisolino, Billy remarked, not forgetting to taunt, you've certainly grown stronger over the years. Truly worthy of being Zifa-sensei's student. Oh dear, how frightening, he added with a hint of mockery. Upon hearing this, Kizaru's face broke into his characteristic lewd smile as he languidly remarked, it seems you have not been idling away your time on this island. You have been quietly honing your skills, waiting for this very day, have you not? As he spoke, Kizaru brought his hands together and with a swift motion, summoned a sword of light, known as the Amatsu Kumo from his grasp. He transformed into a beam of golden light, unleashing a relentless assault on Billy, synchronized with Sengoku's Buddha-like impact. Yet, Billy faced the onslaught of these two highest powers of the Navy with remarkable ease. His body appeared to possess a premonition of the future, allowing him to evade every attack with the slightest of movements, only to retaliate fiercely during the brief moments of his opponent's post-attack vulnerability. Sengoku, while effortlessly deflecting Sengoku's shockwaves, inquired, "What do you think will happen when you return?" Before Sengoku could respond, Billy continued unabated. "Surely you do not believe that after creating such a mess, you can return home as if nothing has transpired? After serving as a mere dog to those lofty celestial dragons for so many years, do you still not comprehend their nature?" Upon hearing this, Sengoku hesitated, his clenched fists momentarily losing their force, allowing Billy to evade with ease. Regaining his focus, Sengoku barked at Billy, "How would you know?" "I heard your voice while on the island," Billy replied casually, shattering Kizaru's reformed light sword with a single punch. On the island. Sengoku's pupils dilated sharply as he exchanged a glance with Kizaru. "Is there a den mushi aboard the ship?" Kizaru slowly shook his head, indicating he had thoroughly checked. There was no such device on the vessel. "Are you done playing?" Billy's voice suddenly turned icy. "Now it's my turn. 6 powers, shave." In an instant, his figure vanished from sight. Sengoku's internal alarm rang out, and before he could think, he instinctively raised his golden arms, enveloped in haki, to shield his head. The next moment, Billy materialized above Sengoku, delivering a brutal stomp on his Sengoku's arm. Following this, he used Sengoku's head as a springboard to execute another shave. The sound of rapid stomping echoed. Thud, 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 thud. Sengoku's golden arm, capable of withstanding the mightiest of slashes, was brutally marked with spiderweb-like fractures from the explosive barrage of kicks. Subsequently, he was sent hurtling backwards like a discarded rag doll. Sengoku managed to regain his balance after several mid-air adjustments. Meanwhile, Billy pivoted on his left leg, spinning rapidly in mid-air and unleashing a flurry of azure blade-like gusts that sliced through the air towards Kizaru. 6 powers, Gale Kick. Kizaru, taken aback, instinctively elementalized. Attempting to evade these lethal vacuum slashes, he transformed into a golden light, reassembling into human form beside Sengoku. Instinctively, he touched his cheek, startled to find a blood mark appearing on his face. How could this be possible? He roared within, incredulous that he could be wounded in his elemental state without the use of haki. "Mr. Sengoku," he exclaimed, "do you feel it?" Sengoku, clutching his still numb arm, replied solemnly, "I do." He is growing stronger in battle, like a flame that blazes ever more fiercely. "What shall we do?" Kizaru remarked, momentarily shedding his usual languor. Sengoku pondered for a moment before shouting towards Billy in the distance. "Billy, will you only scurry about like a mouse? If you have the guts, take our attack head-on. Selena, let's go." Sengoku roared, transforming once more into his Buddha form, while several glaring orbs of light coalesced around Kizaru. Buddha's impact. 8 Sun Jewel. The two forces, embodying the Navy's utmost destructive power, merged and surged towards Billy. Seeing that Billy truly intended to brace for the onslaught, arms wide open, a smile finally graced Sengoku's face. To think this fellow would dare to withstand our combined assault. Such arrogance. This move, even Whitebeard could not endure. Boom. The terrifying technique struck Billy squarely, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion that sent dust swirling into the air. "It's done," Sengoku thought, convinced that even if Billy did not perish, he would surely be gravely wounded. Yet in the next moment, both Sengoku and Kizaru's eyes widened in disbelief. As the dust settled, Billy, with his torn attire, stood before them, his upper body marred by dozens of wounds that exposed bone. Yet under the blazing midday sun, all his injuries began to heal at an astonishingly visible pace. How could this be? Sengoku was rendered speechless with shock. Billy laughed heartily, flexing his now restored body. "Addressing the two, evading your attacks was out of respect for you. But withstanding them is to convey that, truly, you are not as formidable as you believe. I will ask one last time." Billy's gaze turned exceedingly serious. "Will you join us? This is your final opportunity to align yourselves under Mr. Pero." Pero. Sengoku's pupils constricted sharply as realization dawned upon him. Was he referring to that person from Marineford? With an expression of greater astonishment, he regarded Billy. "Is your power connected to him? No wonder your control was so clumsy at the onset of our battle. If only you had a few more days." Sengoku thought, "This cannot continue." He suddenly bellowed towards the fleet below. "What are you waiting for?" As the ominous specter of failure loomed over the Demon Slayer order, the world government would not spare the Navy from blame. Just as these words hung in the air, a figure emerged from the shadows of the flagship. Clad in a pristine white suit, the person's features were obscured by the brim of a hat. But the exaggeratedly long nose reminiscent of Pinocchio stood in stark relief. "Really now," he drawled, his tone dripping with disdain. "You lot in the Navy are becoming increasingly inept. I believe it is high time for a complete overhaul." Chapter 85. The emergence of Pero merged from the shadow of the warship. The figure in the white suit stepped forth. Raising his head, the face partially concealed by the hat revealed that notable nose, accentuating his features. "What a bother," he remarked languidly. "Just transitioned from level 9 to 0, and already I must tackle such a formidable issue." With a graceful moonwalk, he ascended to a height equal to that of Sengoku and others. His eyes, shrouded in shadow, cast a fleeting glance at the disheveled Sengoku. "You old fool. You seem to be regressing with age. The last incident at Marineford has already brought disgrace upon the world government. Should you fail to complete this Demon Slayer order as well, prepare to explain yourself personally to the 5 elders at the Holy Land." Sengoku's expression darkened instantly. While he indeed harbored intentions of stepping down, being reprimanded so publicly by someone of 0 status was a blow to his dignity. The long-nosed man dismissed Sengoku's presence and shifted his gaze towards Billy. "I am Kaku of 0, he proclaimed in an imperious tone. "A powerhouse like you should not languish on such a remote island. How about returning to the Navy headquarters? I can recommend you to take Sengoku's position." Billy's response was a toothy grin, revealing a mouth full of white teeth. "To serve the celestial dragons as their hound. You've truly grown accustomed to that. Haven to you? Impudent." Kaku's countenance darkened, and he drew his twin blades, pointing them menacingly at Billy. "I'll give you one chance to retract that statement. You've been utilizing moonwalk and shave for so long. Your stamina must be at its limit." Billy tore away the tattered remnants of his cloak, raising an eyebrow as he replied, "Moonwalk? What moonwalk? Enough with the idle chatter. Take my punch." In an instant, Billy's form vanished from sight. The next moment, he reappeared before Kaku, delivering a devastating punch imbued with formidable power. Kaku's expression shifted in alarm as he hastily raised his blades to defend himself. Clang! The tremendous force sent Kaku hurtling through the air like a cannonball, landing ungracefully beside Sengoku and Kizaru. His hands, clutching the blades, were already torn and bleeding profusely. What is happening? Kaku's mind was in turmoil. This fellow had fought for so long without showing any signs of fatigue. Moments ago, he had been concealed within the vessel, quietly observing. Billy and Sengoku, along with Kizaru, had engaged in an intense battle for quite some time. Despite the high-octane moonwalk and shave techniques they employed, even Sengoku and Kizaru were left breathless. Yet this individual showed no signs of fatigue, not a single drop of sweat. A true monstrosity, one that surpasses the so-called Knights of God from the Holy Land. Furthermore, Kaku felt a shiver run down his spine as he recalled their earlier remarks. This creature's power was derived from that man with an 8 billion bounty. At this moment, Kaku regretted accepting the damned demon-slaying mission. However, they had come this far. With Sengoku and Kizaru by his side, the 3 of them should be able to overpower him. In the next instant, Kaku cast aside his hesitation and activated the powers of his devil fruit. The giraffe form of the Nyo-Nyo fruit transformed him into a humanoid giraffe with an elongated neck and snout. He turned to Sengoku and Kizaru, bellowing, "Have you 2 old geezers rested enough? Hurry up and take this guy down." Sengoku and Kizaru exchanged glances, and the trio swiftly formed a triangle, encircling Billy. Kaku initiated the assault, his giraffe-like arms wielding 2 renowned blades, while his legs executed the raging foot technique. Resembling 4 colossal scythes swinging through the air at a comical angle, unleashing a barrage of hundreds of slashing strikes. Simultaneously, Kizaru sprang into action, his fingertips glowing as dozens of laser beams erupted from the orbs of light surrounding him, weaving a net to restrict Billy's escape routes. Faced with such a harrowing onslaught that would terrify any formidable opponent, Billy merely chuckled lightly. The golden aura surrounding him surged once more as he shifted his form. Utilizing the Marine's 6-style shave, he vanished from his position, leaving behind a golden afterimage. Amidst the torrential downpour of slashes and lasers, he deftly maneuvered, his afterimages and actual form seamlessly alternating. Clang, clang, clang. As Billy deftly navigated through the dense barrage, he utilized his golden-tinged fists to shatter some of the unavoidable strikes and beams. He resisted against the relentless assault from the 2 powerful adversaries, even pressing forward to mount an attack against them. "Is this all you've got?" Billy roared, seizing an opening in their offensive, extending a finger to viciously jab at Kaku's elongated neck. Finger gun. His fingertip approached Kaku's neck, but in the next heartbeat, Sengoku appeared before Kaku as if teleported, unleashing a massive golden Buddha palm to counter Billy's finger strike. Boom. The collision of their attacks unleashed a visible shockwave, sending Billy hurtling back several meters. while Sengoku's colossal golden form also staggered backward. The resulting shockwave rippled through the scene below, churning up massive waves, causing the naval vessels to sway incessantly. Simultaneously, Kizaru transformed into a flash of golden light, executing a light-speed kick, instantaneously appearing behind Billy. Billy, with a sudden jolt, leveraged his enhanced combat instincts to forcibly twist his body, using his arm to absorb the blow. Bang! He was propelled like a cannonball, crashing violently into the sea below, sending towering waves spiraling into the air. The three figures in the sky watched as Billy plunged into the ocean, panting heavily. Sengoku adjusted his collar and remarked, "This fellow has fallen into the sea. No matter how powerful a devil fruit he possesses, contact with seawater renders him powerless. The Navy headquarters is severely lacking in combat strength. We should retrieve him, restrain him with sea stone handcuffs, and bring him back to the Navy." Hearing this, Kaku spat in disdain and countered Sengoku. "You might as well let him sink and perish. Would you really dare to bring such a ticking time bomb back to the Navy headquarters?" But in the next moment, Billy surged from the depths of the water, pain radiating from his arm, yet under the sun's rays, his injuries began to visibly heal. "What? Why is there no effect?" Kaku exclaimed in shock. "What are you waiting for? Don't give him a moment to breathe." Before Billy could recover, Sengoku, Kizaru, and Kaku reappeared beside him, pressing down on him like an insurmountable mountain. A new round of relentless assault began. Meanwhile, on Bali Island, in an open-air tavern with no roof, Pero leisurely savored the exquisite dishes prepared by the owner, Muji. Occasionally, he lifted his gaze to activate his super sight, penetrating through obstacles to observe the battle unfolding on the distant sea. TSK, these Navy folks truly have no shame," Pero remarked, chewing on tender octopus legs. "Every time, they rely on their numbers, pretending to uphold justice while never engaging in a fair one-on-one duel." Behind the bar, Muji looked on with concern, glancing toward the source of the earth-shattering sounds. "Can that old Billy really withstand them alone?" Pero waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine, he won't die. If things get dire, I'll just step in and retrieve him." He continued to watch the spectacle and, upon seeing Kaku join the fray, laughed mockingly. These Navy folks really are bullies. Unable to handle one opponent and calling in a third. What a disgrace. In the midst of the battle, although Billy had significantly increased his strength after receiving Pero's bestowed power, the time he had to acclimate was far too short, barely allowing him to bask in the sunlight. The fact that he could hold his ground against Sengoku and Kizaru, given his already solid foundation in martial arts, was nothing short of miraculous. However, with the addition of Karp, a top-tier powerhouse, the balance of power was swiftly disrupted, and Billy began to find himself at a disadvantage. Observing the growing number of wounds on Billy, Pero finally felt a tinge of boredom. He clapped his hands, and a sound only Billy could hear resonated in his ears. Time for a change. On the surface of the sea, battered and bruised, Billy was just about to charge forward again when Pero's calm voice suddenly echoed in his ear. His attacking figure suddenly paused, and then a smile filled with pity appeared on his face. He gazed at Sengoku, Kizaru, and Kaku before speaking in a tone of disappointment. "It appears that fortune does not favor you. Pero wishes to meet you." As soon as the words left his lips, bang! Billy's form transformed into a cloud of smoke and vanished before the bewildered eyes of the three. In his place stood a figure cloaked in black. Sengoku's pupils instantly contracted to their utmost. "You are Pero." Sengoku looked at the man who had suddenly materialized in Billy's stead. Recognizing his familiar visage and recalling the moment when he had effortlessly defeated Akainu, Kaku regarded this unexpected arrival and sensed no aura of a formidable opponent. He smiled and boldly remarked, "Another nameless nobody has appeared? You seem somewhat familiar. You must be someone of note. State your name, and I shall remember you." Kaku. Silence. Upon hearing this, cold sweat instantly trickled down Sengoku's forehead. "This fool," he shouted inwardly. "What on earth is he saying? Does he want to lead us all into the abyss?" Pero gazed at Kaku with interest and replied, "My name is Pero." Kaku pondered for a moment. Shaking his head, "I have not heard that name. However, your face seems vaguely familiar." Pero raised an eyebrow and responded, "Oh right. Your intelligence network of the world government may not have had the chance to update. After all, the bounty notice I received still bears no name." "A bounty notice?" Kaku suddenly felt a sense of unease as memories flooded back. His eyes widened as he looked into Pero's, and with each languid utterance of a number by Pero, his heart plummeted, and the smile on his face froze entirely. Pero said, "It seems I have been issued a bounty of 8 billion berries by you. When will the world government update my name?" As soon as the words were spoken, the entire atmosphere fell into a deathly silence. In this eerie ambience, Kaku could even hear the thunderous beating of his own heart. Pero looked at Kaku's comical expression and smiled, saying, "Why the sudden lack of laughter? Weren't you just so merry a moment ago?" Kaku, publicly mocked by Pero, felt a surge of shame and anger. He recalled the discussions he had overheard just days prior upon his promotion from CP9 to CP0 regarding Pero. Opinions had been divided. One faction believed that Pero was not inherently strong, but had merely utilized some unknown special means to defeat Akainu, and that once that method was uncovered, he would pose no threat. The other faction insisted on utmost caution, advising against underestimating an enemy's strength, advocating for a viewpoint that maximized the perceived threat and suggesting to avoid confrontation with him whenever possible to evade unnecessary demise. Overwhelmed by fear and anger, Kaku felt no hint of a powerful aura emanating from Pero, instinctively aligning himself with the first faction. He believed that Pero merely possessed unique methods, lacking true strength. "No one has truly witnessed your prowess." He shouted at Pero to bolster his own courage, asserting that in this world, no formidable warrior remains obscure. "You must have resorted to some despicable means to eliminate Sakazuki. Allow me to personally test your mettle." No sooner had he finished speaking than Kaku unleashed his shave technique, his figure vanishing in an instant, only to reappear before Pero the next moment. With a swift motion, he inverted his body, using his hands as an axis, spinning at high speed, transforming into the long legs of a giraffe, unleashing a flurry of over 100 slashes that formed circular arcs directed at Pero. Yet, those slashes dissipated before they could even reach him. Moments later, Kaku stared blankly at Pero's flawless black cloak, not a single shred of damage in sight. Pero chuckled inwardly. "You cannot even breach my biological force field, and you wish to test my resolve?" He shook his head and addressed the astonished Kaku. "In the spirit of reciprocity, I shall return the favor." With that, Pero spat towards Kaku's direction. A minuscule air bullet, compressed to the size of a fingernail, erupted from his mouth, hurtling towards Kaku like a genuine cannonball, accompanied by a piercing scream that sliced through the air. Alarm bells rang in Kaku's mind as he swiftly raised his two long blades, crossing them defensively before his chest. Yet, at the moment the tiny air bullet made contact with his prized swords, crack, the blades shattered like fragile glass. Subsequently, Kaku's consciousness plunged into darkness. Beside him, Sengoku and Kizuru had yet to process Kaku's grandiose declarations when they witnessed his agile form suddenly vanish from the waist up, leaving only the half that remained standing, plummeting vertically into the frigid sea below. Plop. Chapter 86. The Shaking of Justice, combined, watching Kaku's severed body plummet into the icy ocean like refuse. Kizuru's body jolted as if he had stepped out into the biting winter air, wearing only a short-sleeved shirt. A chill, emanating from the depths of his soul, coursed through him instantly. The perennially lewd smile that adorned his face was replaced by an unprecedented seriousness. "This is truly terrifying." His voice, once filled with nonchalance, now bore the weight of gravity. The second in command was dispatched in a heartbeat. "It seems his bounty of 8 billion is indeed warranted." Kizuru slowly turned to gaze at the massive statue beside him. Its golden radiance dimmed significantly, knowing that Sengoku's heart was colder than his own. "Sengoku-san." Kizuru's tone turned gravely serious. "We may truly meet our end here today." After a long silence, Sengoku finally spoke in a voice laden with exhaustion and resolve. "In a moment, I will confront him. Polysolino, now is your chance to escape. The navy below is powerless to stop you. I hope he is not the kind of pirate who delights in senseless slaughter." Pero listened to their presumptuous whispers with a hint of amusement dancing across his face. "Hey," he addressed the two. "No need for whispers. I can hear you." With arms crossed, he resembled a military officer rallying recruits, patiently stating, "I happen to need some assistance to rid this world of its filth. Just now, old Billy spoke to you. Have you calmed down after the fight? What are your thoughts? This is your final opportunity." Sengoku pondered for a moment, suppressing the fear that bubbled within him, and asked in a low voice, "What exactly do you intend to do?" Pero replied, "I find this world utterly rotten and wish to eradicate the repugnant elements at their roots. However, I am rather indolent, so I seek a few individuals to aid me in this endeavor." "Rotten?" Sengoku replied, a look of confusion crossing his face as his deeply ingrained sense of justice instinctively prompted him to retort, "If it were not for Joel D. Roger igniting the great pirate era, leading countless pirates to emerge like mushrooms after rain, how would this world have descended into chaos? Under the governance of the world government, everything should have been peaceful." Upon hearing this, Pero's expression twisted into an incredulous grimace. It was as if he had just heard the century's most ludicrous joke. "Are you serious?" He pointed at the so-called righteous navy below, and then gestured towards the distant red line. the symbol of the world's highest authority. The world government, relying on its position, allows the celestial dragons, that scum, to wreak havoc across the globe. To maintain its dominion, it even covertly nurtures pirates, disrupting world peace and unjustly persecuting those who should not be deemed as villains. You cannot genuinely believe that a single Roger was responsible for the current state of the world, can you? Disregarding Sengoku, who had fallen into contemplation, Pero turned his gaze towards Kizaru. Polysolino, he said with a hint of detachment, you have seen more than he has. The Navy's justice has wronged so many who ought not to have perished. What if one day, the world government's orders compel you to persecute those close to you? Kizaru paused, momentarily taken aback. He had always adhered to a vague, impartial sense of justice. More often than not, he merely assumed the role of a worker, strictly executing the commands issued by the world government. Yet, what if one day, the target of those orders were indeed his own loved ones? Seeing a flicker of hesitation in Kizaru's eyes, Sengoku's alarm escalated. He shouted at Kizaru with fury, Polysolino, as an admiral of the Navy, you must unconditionally obey the orders of the world government. Should you dare to betray the government, do not blame me for taking matters into my own hands. From his youth, he had unwaveringly believed in the commands of the world government. Loyalty has long been etched into his very marrow. Years of persistence have rendered this obstinate belief his sole guiding principle. In his heart, those who defy government orders are unworthy of serving in the Navy. Before him, Kizaru appeared to waver internally. He grew anxious. Pero, observing the situation, shrugged nonchalantly. He was not a harbinger of indiscriminate slaughter. I have offered you an opportunity. Those willing to join me may remain. Those unwilling may depart. However, I wonder if, when the time comes for me to cleanse the world, you will be cast forth by the world government as mere cannon fodder. Suddenly, Kizaru exchanged a knowing glance with Sengoku. Before Sengoku could fathom the meaning behind that look, Kizaru transformed into a flash of golden light, instantaneously appearing beside Pero. With a lazy demeanor restored, he addressed Pero, let us see how you intend to purify this world. Pero replied, it is quite simple. I intend to eradicate both the world government and the pirates. You dare? Sengoku's eyes widened with fury, unleashing a thunderous roar. The commotion was palpable. In Pero's eyes, a flash of golden light ignited. Before Sengoku's colossal golden Buddha form could react, two massive arms enveloped in haki were severed by two precise beams of heat, instantaneously severing them. The enormous severed limbs plummeted like meteorites, crashing down upon the naval ships below, sinking two vessels in their wake. Looking at Sengoku, who was rendered immobile by pain and shock, Pero coldly remarked, I shall spare your life. Return to your master and inform him to clean his neck and await my arrival. In just over 40 days, I shall come personally to cleanse your ilk from this world. With that, he cast another glance at Sengoku. An invisible biological force field swiftly ensnared Kizaru, transporting him back to Bali. Kizaru felt as though he were being tightly squeezed by an invisible wall of air, unable to elementalize, his heart churning with even greater turmoil. What on earth is this ability? Sengoku, witnessing the disappearance of the two, felt his strength and spirit drained simultaneously, his vision darkening as he plummeted towards the naval ship below. The Navy, busy rescuing those who had been sunk by the two massive hands, gasped as they saw Sengoku fall from the sky. Quickly, go save Admiral Sengoku, to the Sani Iron Tower. With that, he led the medics to the site of Sengoku's imminent fall. The aide, observing the scene as Sengoku was reattached to the two colossal arms, wore a troubled expression. Their recent endeavors had been fraught with misfortune, suffering two defeats in the war. This time, the world government's direct issuance of the demon-slaying edict had also failed, resulting in the death of a formidable foe. There was no returning to the naval headquarters. The aide cast his gaze towards the distant Bali Island, with Sengoku now unconscious. He knew he must make prudent decisions to safeguard the remaining fleet of the Navy. Pero, accompanied by Kizaru, descended gracefully from the sky, returning to Bali. Within the tavern, the old naval officer Billy, who had recently undergone a profound transformation following a fierce battle, now donned a pristine naval uniform and awaited quietly. Upon noticing Pero's silhouette, he immediately straightened his posture, his eyes, akin to those of one reborn, brimming with reverence and fervor. It was Pero who bestowed upon him strength, igniting the hope of vengeance for his second life. Sir, Pero casually waved his hand, signaling him to forego such formalities. I am not one for such niceties. He regarded the individual before him, now transformed into the formidable human pillar number 1, and calmly stated, this island shall be entrusted to you for the forthcoming month. Billy paused momentarily, taken aback. Pero continued, You may consider this your first stronghold for revenge. Whether you choose to recruit allies or further enhance your powers is entirely up to you. In 40 days, I shall personally visit St. Maria to eradicate those loathsome celestial dragons, the malignant tumors of this world, and thereafter, we shall address the pirates who disrupt the lives of the people. Nearby, Kizaru, overhearing Pero and Billy's blatant discourse, so nonchalantly expressed as if discussing the change of undergarments, could not suppress a slight twitch of his usually languid expression. Hey, he interjected. Is it truly wise to discuss such matters in front of me, a Navy officer? Are you not concerned I might divulge this information? Pero turned calmly, his dark eyes fixating on Kizaru. The latter felt as though he were being scrutinized by a ferocious ancient beast, an icy chill coursing up his spine. Cold sweat soaked his back as he hastily raised his hands, adjusting his sunglasses while forcing a strained smile. Forget it. I want to speak of it. Consider my previous words unspoken. Pero averted his gaze and addressed Billy. Having just arrived in this world, I am still unfamiliar with it. I intend to explore the sights and culinary delights henceforth, so I shall leave you to your affairs. Kizaru raised an imperceptible brow. Just arrived in this world? Subsequently, Pero manifested a biofield, enveloping Kizaru, and in an instant, they vanished from sight, leaving Billy and Kizaru no time to react. In the next moment, Pero and Kizaru materialized high above Bali, thousands of meters in the air. Turning to the somewhat apprehensive Kizaru, Pero inquired, when the topic of cuisine arises, Kizaru, what immediately springs to your mind? Kizaru paused, his mind beginning to churn. Cuisine? He mused. Is this fellow truly only interested in sightseeing and indulging in food? A thought flickered through his mind, bringing to mind the unreasonable and often capricious emperor of the seas. If we could guide that monster over there, even if it results in a minor conflict, a surge of mischievous curiosity ignited within Kizaru. The scene would surely be quite spectacular, perhaps even leading to the demise of some pirates. After a moment of contemplation, a trademark lecherous grin adorned his face as he addressed Perispero, saying, now that you mention it, I recall that the territory of the Yonko's Whole Cake Island boasts an abundance of delectable delicacies. Oh, indeed, Kizaru began to embellish his description. It is a culinary federation comprised of 34 islands, where each island is dedicated to a specific type of cuisine, with even the architecture and ground being edible. Perispero nodded in agreement, seemingly resolute. Very well, let us venture there, he declared, turning to Kizaru with a raised eyebrow. Can you keep pace with my speed? Taken aback by this sudden query, Kizaru pouted, spread his arms, and languidly elongated his tone, proudly asserting, I can move as swiftly as light itself. Is that so? Perispero smirked, his playful spirit ignited. Then let us see who is faster. No sooner had he spoken, he activated his super eyesight, his gaze piercing through the vast expanse of ocean, accurately locking onto the cluster of islands comprised of food. Is that Whole Cake Island? He paused momentarily before transforming into an elusive flash of light, darting towards the culinary paradise. Observing this, Kizaru too morphed into a golden beam, trailing closely behind. Meanwhile, in the waters surrounding Whole Cake Island, a dazzling entity resembling the sun and a plump thundercloud floated serenely upon the waves. Hey, Zeus, hurry up, urged Prometheus. Understood. Prometheus, the thundercloud Zeus replied languidly. But where are we rushing to? To Big Mom, of course. Prometheus exclaimed, I sense his presence. I've heard a formidable new figure has emerged on the seas, with a bounty surpassing even Mama S. Let us see what the bounty poster looks like. At that moment, Zeus suddenly halted Prometheus. Prometheus, look, what is that in the sky? Following Zeus's cloud-shaped finger, Prometheus gazed into the distance. There, on the horizon, an almost imperceptible black dot streaked across the sky at an incomprehensible speed. It was moving so swiftly that it was nearly undetectable. Shortly after the black dot zipped overhead, a golden light followed closely behind. However, that golden hue appeared somewhat fatigued. As Prometheus focused, a serious expression swiftly emerged on his fiery visage. That's Admiral Kizaru. What brings him here? That direction leads to Mama's Cake Island. We must return at once. Upon concluding his words, Prometheus hesitated no longer and, accompanied by Zeus, swiftly embarked on their return journey towards Cake Island. As they flew, Prometheus muttered, if the Navy dares to cause trouble for Mother, they shall face dire consequences. Moments later, Perispero halted midair above the expanse of nations. He gazed down at the magnificent Cake Island, a grand edifice constructed from layers of colossal cakes and sweet cream. Then turned to observe the belated golden figure approaching. Kizaru materialized beside Perispero, gradually taking on a humanoid form, leaning on his knees while gasping for breath. How did you arrive so swiftly? Perospero scoffed, his gaze laced with disdain. You call yourself an admiral? I've been conserving my energy this entire journey. Yet you lag so far behind. Exhausted after flying such a short distance? Kizaru pouted, complaining, sustaining elemental high-speed flight is incredibly taxing. I truly wonder what kind of monster you are. I should never have opposed you. Disinterested, Perospero replied, let us move, intending to descend with Kizaru in tow. Straightening up? Kizaru's breathlessness vanished in an instant, as if the prior exertion had been mere theatrics. As he followed Perospero downwards, he remarked in a languid tone, oh dear, Mr. Perospero, to bring a naval admiral like myself directly into the territory of the four emperors is tantamount to declaring war. Chapter 87. Charlotte Linlin Perospero, accompanied by Kizaru, gently descended from the sky, their feet firmly planted on the soft ground composed of cookies and sweet cream. As Perospero rubbed his foot against the surface, a sticky sensation greeted him, leading him to ponder, is this island entirely covered in such a gooey terrain? Kizaru trailed closely behind, his mind racing to recall all the information stored in the Navy's intelligence database about this island. Cake Island, where everything possesses a soul. He scanned the surroundings cautiously. The ground was alive with singing flowers and trees, doors and furniture that could stroll about, and patrolling soldiers fashioned from cookies and chess pieces. It was likely that our arrival had been detected the moment we touched down here. Disregarding Kizaru's apprehension, Perospero's attention was drawn to a peculiar plant at his feet. This plant bore a striking resemblance to the sunflowers from a game he once played in a previous life, producing sunlight and swaying rhythmically to an unknown melody. Intrigued, Perospero knelt to examine the sunflower closely. As if sensing his gaze, the small sunflower momentarily froze, then began to sway even more vigorously in a clumsy manner. Through Perospero's eyes, he could discern a unique soul residing within the sunflower. This ability to perceive the essence of souls was a gift bestowed upon him by the chakra within his being. What performance are you putting on? Perospero gazed at the sunflowers on the ground and spoke softly. The sunflowers instantly froze in their swaying, beads of cold sweat erupting from their blossoms. Trembling, they slowly turned their heads to behold Perospero's enigmatic smile, and to their astonishment, a mouth split open upon their petals. This guest. I do not comprehend what you are saying, the sunflower stammered. Disinterested in further pleasantries, Perospero directly inquired. You have reported our whereabouts, have you not? Tell me, where is Charlotte Linlin? The sunflower, trembling with fear, dared not conceal the truth, raising a leaf to indicate the very center of the island. Boldly, it divulged its mother's location to Perospero, believing firmly in her formidable strength, confident that she would deal with any intruders. Seeing this, Perospero rose and thanked the sunflower. He then proceeded alongside Kizaru, moving leisurely in the direction indicated by the sunflower. Along the way, Kizaru, with his hands behind his head, ambled along, his languid voice remarking, I have only seen information about this island in the Navy's intelligence reports. This is my first time setting foot here. It is indeed quite extraordinary. On either side of the path, various flowers and trees curiously peeked out, observing these unexpected guests boldly advancing toward the core of the island. Perospero felt a certain fairy tale quality to the scene. Suddenly, Kizaru seemed to sense something and halted, saying languidly, Oh, someone approaches. No sooner had he spoken than a figure descended from the heavens. The newcomer was tall, adorned with heavy makeup, draped in a flamboyant yellow coat, and wielding a massive candy cane. His tongue, extending to his chest, incessantly licked a rainbow-hued lollipop. With a scrutinizing gaze, the long-tongued man regarded Perospero and Kizaru, addressing them with an air of superiority. Hey, Marine Admiral Kizaru, and who might you be? Regardless, this place is not meant for you to tread, lick. He continued, the Navy, without any prior notification, has brazenly invaded the territory of the four emperors. Are you preparing to declare war against our pirate crew? With a smirk, Perospero replied, I, Perospero, have yet to experience the taste of turning a Marine Admiral into candy, lick. Just as Perospero was threatening the two, a commotion erupted from the nearby cream port. A small pirate ship, flying a strange flag, was recklessly attempting to depart. Halt, you scoundrels! Who permitted your escape? Shouted the biscuit soldiers at the port. Charlotte Linlin's principle was to welcome all who came, but to not allow those who wished to leave. And her children naturally adhered to this tenet. Perospero's conversation was interrupted, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features. He turned to the speeding pirate ship, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Now you shall witness the consequences of defying our pirate crew. He spoke as he casually waved his candy cane toward the harbor. Candy Maiden, A colossal, viscous syrup formed into a golden iron maiden erupted from his staff, instantly enveloping the pirate ship. The pirates aboard shrieked in terror. And within mere seconds, their bodies, along with the entire vessel, were entirely encased in the swiftly solidifying syrup, transforming into a lifelike, monumental candy sculpture. Kizaru observed this spectacle, merely adjusting his glasses and whistling, as if watching a performance unrelated to him. Meanwhile, Perospero maintained his calm demeanor, gazing at the masterpiece with an unperturbed heart, merely finding the other's abilities somewhat intriguing. After admiring his creation, Perospero turned back to fix his gaze on Piero, licking his lips as he spoke. Now, it is your turn. Would you prefer to be fashioned into lollipops or hard candies? Piero, however, disregarded his self-important threat and the newly born candy statue, directly inquiring, I have heard that there are world-class delicacies here. Could you kindly guide us to find Linlin? Perospero's brow furrowed instantly, his arrogant expression filled with offended anger. Who do you think you are? How dare you call Mother by her name? Anyone who disrespects her shall be transformed into candy. With that, he gestured grandly, sending a mass of viscous purple candy sweeping toward Piero. Yet, before the confection could reach its target, a thunderous roar emanated from the core of Cake Island, powerful enough to shatter eardrums. Perospero, halt! Bring those two esteemed guests to me. The sound was so immense that even the air trembled. Upon hearing it, Perospero trembled in fright, hastily retracting the candy that was about to strike Piero, bowing respectfully towards the direction of the core. He turned around. The arrogant expression vanished, replaced by an air of confusion and trepidation. Mother summons you to attend her tea party today, he said to Piero and Kizaru. Come with me. Without looking back, he strode toward the enormous castle at the center, unconcerned whether the two were following. Soon, a structure composed of layers of colossal cakes and cream came into view for the trio. Piero's gaze fell upon a corner of the cake castle, where a massive gaping hole appeared, yet the cream and cookies that formed the castle were slowly writhing and healing. That must be the spot shattered by the earlier roar. Piero pondered. Ultimately, the three stood before the enormous entrance of the cake castle, crafted entirely from chocolate. Perospero came to a halt, bowing once more to the two individuals before him, and then pushed open the grand door. Please, enter. As the door swung wide, a lavish feast unfolded before their eyes. A colossal table, stretching endlessly, was adorned with an array of exquisite desserts. At the far end of this immense table sat a figure as towering as a mountain, Charlotte Linlin. Upon catching sight of Perospero, her enormous visage broke into a wild grin. Mamma mia, you have finally arrived, Peros. In Chapter 88, the scholar's arrival in the pirate world, Linlin's massive face radiated excitement as she exclaimed, Mamma mia, you have finally arrived, Peros. Peros gazed at the mountainous woman at the table's end, then glanced sideways at the sweating Kizaru, a playful smile curling his lips. He leaned towards Kizaru, teasingly remarking, Borsellino, it seems your status as a marine admiral pales in comparison to mine. Kizaru, feeling utterly speechless, couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Of course, he silently screamed, your bounty has echoed throughout the world. Your reputation now likely eclipses even that of the legendary Roger. To her, I am but a mere footnote. Peros gently patted Kizaru on the waist, signaling him to follow. Why the waist? Because in the world of One Piece, extraordinary individuals abound. Who knows if all the inhabitants have been infused with steroids, towering over 3 or 4 meters, or even reaching heights of 10 or 20 meters. The Whitebeard pirate's little oars was nearly 40 meters tall. It was utterly absurd. With Kizaru in tow, Perospero stepped through the gates of the chocolate fortress. A rich aroma, blending cream and fruit, enveloped them. Under the expectant gaze of Charlotte Linlin, Peros made his way to the opposite end of the long table and casually took a seat. Linlin beamed with delight upon seeing him settle in. Her dream was to establish a realm where all races, regardless of status, could live as equals. Everyone who joined her nation would become her family, sharing meals at this very table. Now, with Peros, a figure of immense strength and a sudden focal point of the world, seated beside her, she believed it signified that he might indeed become part of her family. Just as Peros reached for a tempting mousse cake nearby, Linlin's booming voice echoed from across the table. Mamma mia, why are you so small? If only you could grow to my height. Kizaru, in the midst of chewing a cookie, nearly choked on it. He paused, bewildered, grappling with the absurdity of her words. What on earth is she saying? Linlin, are you even aware of what you're implying? Upon hearing this, Pero felt several dark lines appear on his forehead. What on earth? He thought, internally lamenting, standing at a height of 195 centimeters, in any ordinary world, I would undoubtedly fit the mold of a male deity. With my handsome visage and towering stature, I am nothing short of perfection. Yet here, in this pirate world, where everyone is taller and larger, all resembling individuals who have undergone some form of hormonal enhancement, how can one possibly compete? Seeing Pero frown, his expression darkening, Charlotte Linlin continued to laugh heartily, attempting to reassure him. Oh, it's all right. Just eat more, and you'll grow taller. Come, eat up. Kizaru, observing the scene, let out a long sigh of relief, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. Pero chose to dismiss the matter, picking up a fork to scoop a generous portion of the enormous wedding cake beside him, bringing it to his mouth. The moment he tasted it, his eyes lit up. Wow, this cake is utterly delectable. The silky cream melted in his mouth, delightfully sweet with a rich dairy aroma. The cake itself was as soft as a cloud, soaked with fresh fruit syrup, moist and delightfully elastic. Between the layers of cream and cake was a tangy raspberry jam, perfectly balancing the overall sweetness and elevating the cake's texture to an entirely new dimension. This flavor is simply exquisite. However, Pero ate too quickly, and despite the cake's deliciousness, he soon found it a tad too sweet. Grabbing a glass of juice beside him, he gulped it down only to discover it was sweet as well. Just then, Charlotte Linlin spoke up again. Pero, and you, Navy Man, you two should stay and become my subjects. In a few days, Fishman Island will send the finest desserts. We shall hold a tea party together then. Kizaru's heart, which had just settled, soared back into his throat. He halted his actions completely, casting a look of mild terror at Pero. Pero set down his juice glass and inquired, "What do you mean?" Linlin grinned widely, her smile radiating an air of inevitability. "It's simple. Stay and become my family. Be my son. From now on, you can just call me Mama." Pero's face turned an alarming shade of green. Am I cursed for something I did in the Naruto world? He screamed internally. How can such absurdities occur by merely switching worlds? In that dark-robed realm, being chased down to acknowledge a father was one thing, but here, someone wishes to claim the role of my mother? Is this some kind of twisted fate? Kizaru was drenched in cold sweat, his trembling hands discreetly setting the cake down, ready to elementalize and escape at light speed from this potential powder keg of chaos. I'm full, Pero declared, slamming the table and rising abruptly. Thank you for the hospitality. In an instant, the smile vanished from Charlotte Linlin's face. Her principle is, accept all who come and dismiss those who leave. Her voice grew profoundly deep. You would do well to think carefully. My sons have remarked that your ability to defeat the Red Dog suggests you possess some measure of strength. However, here in the presence of Charlotte Linlin, that is insufficient. A flicker of anger ignited in Perospero's eyes. How could there be such an unreasonable person? He cast a cold glance at Linlin and spoke icily. Shall you attempt to strike? Without further ado, Linlin removed her hat, which instantly transformed into a colossal sword. She hoisted the blade upon her shoulder, assuming a stance of preparation. Elbaf's spear, she proclaimed, but before she could utter the name in its entirety, Perospero's figure vanished from sight. An overwhelming pressure, capable of distorting the very fabric of space, erupted throughout the hall, sending everything into disarray. Bang! Before Linlin could complete her gesture, Perospero landed a powerful punch to her abdomen, causing the sweets within her stomach to churn violently. She was propelled backward, crashing through the thick walls of the cake castle, and continued her trajectory unimpeded, soaring off Cake Island and skimming across the sea's surface, creating a long, deep trough until she collided forcefully with a distant island. Observing the island shake violently from the impact, Perospero mused, "Goodness, the residents of this world are remarkably resilient." Although he had tempered his strength to mitigate destruction, he had still exerted the force of 120 from the Black Robe world, and yet, she remained unharmed. Inside the castle, under the astonished gazes of the other Charlotte family members, he picked up an unopened box of cake from the table and remarked, "The flavor is mediocre, rather overly sweet. The cream's texture could certainly be refined further. I shall return to sample your new creations if the opportunity allows." With that, he seized the now completely petrified yellow monkey and vanished from the hall. Moments later, as reality settled in, the onlookers released anguished cries and rushed towards the direction Linlin had flown. "Mother, recently resigned and preparing for a job change. I have been busy packing for the move. Please allow me a few days for updates. I will resume normal updates once settled." Chapter 89. Annihilation. Perospero reappeared above Cake Island, still clutching the carefully packaged cake. He had merely wished to enjoy culinary delights in peace, but an arrogant old hag had thoroughly dampened his spirits. Nevertheless, it was inevitable that he would cleanse this world of the parasites known as celestial dragons and pirates, so it was no trouble to do so now. He placed the exquisitely packaged cake into the embrace of Yellow Monkey, securing it well. This might very well be the last dessert left in this world from the pirate crew. At this, Yellow Monkey's heart skipped a beat. Pello no longer gazed at him, but slowly lifted his head, as if his eyes pierced through the clouds, surveying the realm below, an archipelago of 34 islands known as the World Totland. This era, dominated by repugnant pirates and a decaying world government, shall meet its end at my hands from this day forth. Henceforth, I shall ascend to the heavens. The moment his words fell, Pello gradually spread his arms wide, as if to embrace the entirety of the world. An immense, intangible biofield, centered around him, erupted with a thunderous expansion. The space within hundreds of miles began to tremble violently. The air thickened, transforming into a viscous substance. The clouds ceased their movement, and even the light appeared distorted under this overwhelming force. Below the once tranquil sea surface suddenly surged into a frenzy. A colossal, immeasurable vortex took form. Its gravitational pull akin to that of a black hole, violently tearing the ocean apart and ensnaring the 30-plus islands of the world. Roaring, the earth moaned, and the islands fractured. Whether it was Chocolate Island, Biscuit Island, or Juice Island, these dreamlike lands of countless delicacies, at this moment, they resembled toys caught in a meat grinder. Colliding and disintegrating under the vortex's savage rotation and pull, countless edifices of cream, biscuits, and candies crashed down, reduced to a myriad of sweet, sticky fragments. Utterly devoured by the unfathomable abyss at the vortex's core, sinking to the cold ocean floor like snacks dumped into a toilet. If one could soar beyond this planet and glance back from the cosmos, a vast, swirling scar would be visible upon the surface of the cerulean globe. Kizaru stood nearby, transfixed by this spectacle reminiscent of divine retribution. What power is this? He thought frantically. Could such an immense vortex truly be conjured by a single individual? Sengoku, oh Sengoku. It is time to abandon your obstinate beliefs. Such might renders the very notion of opposition utterly futile. It seems the heavens of this world are indeed on the brink of transformation. Moments later, the sea settled into tranquility. The once thriving archipelago of over 30 culinary islands had vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed upon these waters. The cataclysmic uproar faded like a fleeting illusion, dissipating without a remnant. Kizaru, in a daze, stared at Pello before Pello waved his hand. Hey, wake up. Kizaru jolted back to reality, forcibly suppressing the shock within, disregarding the events that had just transpired. He merely clutched the cake in his arms and inquired, where to next? Pello pondered for a moment, recalling the Fishman Island mentioned previously by Charlotte Linlin. This name conjured images of deep-sea fish. Although Boss Muji's seafood dishes were unparalleled, deep-sea fish had never graced the menu. Perhaps due to the shallow seabed of that region, or perhaps due to his inability to catch such elusive creatures of the deep. He suddenly yearned to experience the true essence of deep-sea fish. Given that it was Fishman Island, the seafood delicacies there must surely be unparalleled. Turning to Kizaru, he declared, Our next destination is Fishman Island. I wish to savor deep-sea fish. The inhabitants have dwelled in the depths for so long. Their culinary expertise with seafood must be profound. Upon hearing Perospero's words, Kizaru began to swiftly recall the information he possessed. The merfolk of Fishman Island regard fish as companions and would never consume them. Conversely, the fishmen do indulge, yet they primarily devour their catch raw, leaving their culinary skills in question. More critically, there was Perospero. A troubled expression crossed Kizaru's face as he said, If you intend to go to Fishman Island, I may not be able to accompany you. Perospero raised an eyebrow. Why not? I am a devil fruit user. Upon contact with seawater, I become utterly powerless, temporarily losing my abilities. That matter, Perospero realized, subsequently regarding him with an expression of incredulity. Since I brought it up, I surely have a solution. With that, Perospero casually patted Kizaru. An enveloping warmth instantly cocooned Kizaru, isolating him from the external world. In the next moment, Perospero seized him and plunged into the depths of the ocean, thousands of meters below. Before Kizaru could react, he found himself submerged. Initially, panic surged within him, but he soon realized he felt no different, prompting him to open his eyes in wonder and observe his surroundings. Such an ability exists. At that moment, his gaze was drawn to a colossal figure below. There lay Charlotte Linlin, her massive form ensnared by countless remnants of cake structures and islands. Her eyes rolled back, breath long departed, with only her head surfacing. The emperor had fallen. Another legend of this era extinguished quietly. A surge of anticipation welled within Kizaru for the journey ahead with Perospero. In an instant, he found himself suspended in midair once more. All set? Perospero inquired. Kizaru nodded emphatically. They wasted no time, transforming into two streaks of light, soaring into the distance. 5 minutes later, a creature radiant as the sun and a plump thundercloud cautiously descended from the heights. They had sensed the impending cataclysmic danger from afar and had evaded it. Gazing down at the empty yet familiar expanse of sea below, a colossal question mark simultaneously emerged above their heads. Prometheus and Zeus shouted in unison, their voices laden with confusion and dread. Where is our home? Where has my grand abode gone? Zeus, the more childlike of the two, had rain suddenly pour from his cloud-formed visage, emitting a wailing cry. The cakes and my mother have all vanished. Do not weep, Zeus. Though Prometheus trembled in his burning form, he mustered his composure and bellowed. We are the strongest homies of mother. The most pressing matter now was to ascertain what had transpired. With Zeus in tow, he began to circle above the desolate sea. Searching, they discovered some familiar debris floating on the surface, a signpost indicating Chocolate Town and a broken candy cane. Ultimately, they penetrated the ocean's depths. Amidst the apocalyptic ruins, they beheld a figure that rendered their souls frozen in horror. Mother. The two exceptional homies emitted heart-wrenching wails. They were fragments of a soul, and in that moment, they acutely felt the once vibrant flame of their colossal spirit, intimately connected to them, had been utterly extinguished. Their creator was dead. Chapter 90. The awakening of the warring states. The cold wooden floor carried a hint of the sea's salty humidity. Warlord Sengoku clutched his aching head as he gradually awoke from his stupor. He gazed in bewilderment at his hands, recalling that his arms had been severed at the shoulders by Perona's heat ray. Who had restored him? Struggling to sit up, he surveyed his surroundings and realized he was in an unfamiliar room. Where am I? He murmured. With a creak, an old wooden door swung open. Warlord Sengoku, you have finally awakened, came a cool, feminine voice. He lifted his gaze to see the visitor. Is that you, Tsuru? Entering through the doorway was Vice Admiral Tsuru, clad in a white naval uniform shirt, her sleeves casually rolled to her elbows, revealing her fair arms. Her sleek black hair was simply tied back, yet her exquisite features were etched with fatigue and concern. Where's this? Sengoku inquired. Have we failed? Tsuru placed a plate of seafood rice on the table beside the bed and nodded, a hint of bitterness in her voice. This is Bali. We have utterly failed. Pausing, she produced a water-damaged, crumpled bounty notice from her pocket and laid it before Sengoku. It displayed the likenesses of all officers of their demon-slaying fleet ranked above school level, emblazoned with the crimson title rebels. The world government has issued a bounty on us, on all the Navy participants in this demon-slaying operation. What? Sengoku's pupils constricted sharply. Has the world government truly gone this far? For decades, he had devoted himself to that so-called absolute justice, tirelessly laboring. In the end, had he merely become a pawn, left with nothing? Yet, as he pondered, his astute mind discerned the inevitability of the situation. The world government was not entirely in the wrong. After 2 defeats at Marineford, the Navy's prestige had been utterly diminished. Under his direct command, the demon-slaying order not only incurred substantial losses, but also claimed the formidable Kaku. In the eyes of the lofty celestial dragons, this band of defeated dogs had lost all value as pawns. After all, they must have realized that Kaku's life card had turned to ash while their own, along with that of Kizaru, remained unscathed, coinciding with the mysterious disappearance of the entire fleet. It is only natural that they would be pursued as traitors. Those in the Holy Land have basked in their superiority for far too long. Their intellect has likely deteriorated to a point where they can no longer grasp common sense. Suddenly, Sengoku had a revelation. Are we on Bali? Shiwan presented a steaming plate of seafood fried rice to Sengoku. Indeed, it was old Billy who sheltered us. What is this? Sengoku inquired, gazing at the enticing golden rice. This is the seafood dish from the island's Muji boss, Shiwan elucidated. According to old Billy, Pero particularly relishes the meals prepared by Muji. Pero? Sengoku mused, taking the fried rice mechanically. We are being hunted, he said between bites. I suppose my position as commander has been revoked as well? Shiwan replied, not at all. The world government has merely appointed Admiral Akiji as acting commander to maintain morale within the Navy. That is acceptable, Sengoku remarked. He is indeed more suited for the role of commander. Currently, he is the only one capable of upholding the Navy's integrity. That cannot be true, Commander. Shiwan attempted to reassure him. You have dedicated your life to the Navy. The world government would not treat you unjustly. Once you return to explain, everything should be resolved. Sengoku paused his chewing, staring blankly for a moment before gently placing the plate down and swallowing the rice. I have lost the fervor to serve as commander, he said, his voice laden with profound fatigue. Shiwan, let Akiji continue in that role. What is the situation on the island now? Shiwan responded. The 5 remaining ships have established a temporary camp at the port. Fortunately, aside from the vessel you sank, there were no casualties. Sengoku raised his hand, examining his unscathed palm, and asked, whose hands mended this? I recall that the Navy headquarters lacks physicians of such caliber. It was old Billy, Shiwan replied. He seems to possess an array of extraordinary abilities. That is not the power of a devil fruit, Sengoku remarked with a wry smile. We witnessed him being kicked into the sea by Kizaru, yet he emerged unscathed. I truly cannot fathom the extent of his powers. Then, Sengoku stood, stretching his limbs. He approached the mirror within the room, intending to tidy his appearance, only to be confronted by a head of stark white hair. The once vibrant black mane had transformed entirely overnight into a snowy hue. Staring at his reflection, he suddenly chuckled softly. In that laughter, the imposing presence of the marshal had vanished, along with the profound depth of the wise strategist, revealing merely an ordinary elder, unburdened by the weight of responsibilities. He turned to Jiyuan and said, let us go meet Billy. That fellow certainly gave me a thorough thrashing. With that, he stepped out of the door, and Jiyuan silently followed in his wake. As Zhanghua exited, he beheld a former vice admiral crouched on the ground, laboriously applying ink, sourced from an unknown origin, to the large naval insignia emblazoned on the back of his cloak. Zhanghua's steps faltered once more. Despite his earlier declaration of having completely relinquished his naval duties, the sight stirred a tumult of emotions within him. After decades in the Navy, certain habits and beliefs proved difficult to shed. As Zhanghua made his way toward the town, a pervasive sense of desolation enveloped the makeshift camp. He witnessed wounded sailors in the infirmary, writhing in agony due to the lack of timely medical care. He observed a group of young soldiers, seated together, gazing vacantly at the sea, uncertain of their futures. Many sailors, upon seeing him, instinctively stood at attention and saluted. Marshal, Marshal, you have finally awakened. Yet, more often than not, they merely cast a glance his way before bowing their heads and returning to their tasks. He had disappointed the Navy. At that moment, a young sailor, gathering his courage, stepped in front of him. Marshal Zhanghua, the youth's voice trembled with confusion. Can we truly return? The newsbirds say we have betrayed. Is it true? Zhanghua looked at him, opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. He could not answer that question. Just then, another familiar voice interrupted Zhanghua's reverie. Ah, Zhanghua. A voice, tinged with both weariness and mockery, broke through his thoughts. He raised his gaze to see the man who had been silent for over 20 years, Billy, approaching with arms crossed, observing him with an air of casual indifference. From Billy emanated an intense, sun-like energy, a force so profound that it had recently rendered both him and Kizaru breathless. Zhanghua silently turned to confront him, surrounded by the complex gazes of countless Navy personnel. Billy, Zhanghua spoke first. What do you intend to do? What do I intend to do? Billy chuckled lightly. Yet his smile was laced with an unending chill and animosity. I merely wish to ask you one thing, Zhanghua. The justice you have so fervently upheld throughout your life, does it protect the common folk or the despicable celestial dragons? Mind your words, Billy. Zhanghua instinctively sought to defend the order he had dedicated his life to preserving. Without the order established by the world government, this sea will descend into deeper chaos. For the greater peace of the majority, some necessary sacrifices must be made. Billy interrupted him directly, stepping forward with an invisible momentum that even made the former Admiral Sengoku instinctively feel a pang of trepidation. Are my wife and daughter to become the so-called necessary sacrifices you speak of? The flames of vengeance that had burned within Billy for 2 decades ignited anew as he declared, Cease with your grandiloquent nonsense, Sengoku. You and I both know that your notion of justice merely serves as an excuse for the celestial dragons to have their lapdog. He pointed to his own chest, enunciating with conviction, from this day forth, my justice shall be to exact blood for blood from the celestial dragons. Many of the surrounding Navy personnel, upon hearing Billy's accusations, lowered their heads in shame and clenched their fists. Numerous among them had, to varying degrees, witnessed the atrocities committed by the celestial dragons. Sengoku gazed at Billy's face, etched with hatred, and found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, a news bird, like a harbinger of fate, descended from the sky, dropping a freshly printed newspaper onto the ground between the two. Billy did not glance at it, but Sengoku's attention was captured by the paper. The headline, written in staggering, almost overflowing letters, proclaimed, Accountability for the Paramount War. Admiral Sengoku relieved of duty for command failures leading to the fall of a general and the escape of criminals. Admiral Kazan Akiji appointed as the new fleet admiral. The moment Sengoku read those words, The entire world seemed to fall silent. All his arguments, all his convictions, all his loyalty became a grand jest before this cold document. He had been defending a world that had betrayed him, and that very world had mercilessly cast him aside as a pawn, a perfect scapegoat to quell the anger of the populace and the allied nations. It dawned on him that the fool had been none other than himself. He slowly closed his eyes. All surrounding sounds faded away, leaving only the whispers of the wind and the murmurs of the waves. When he opened his eyes once more, all the formidable spirit and unwavering resolve of the Buddha-like Sengoku had dissipated. In its stead was a weary nonchalance that belonged to a retired man who had seen through it all. He no longer wished to argue with Billy. He merely waved his hand and spoke in an exceedingly calm tone. "Do as you wish, proceed as you see fit." He glanced at the Navy personnel around him, equally taken aback by the newspaper, their faces etched with confusion and anger. He understood that these renegades, abandoned by the world government, had nowhere else to turn. Their only refuge lay in joining this man who had raised the banner of resistance. Sengoku addressed Billy. "I am no longer the fleet admiral. From this moment on, I lack the qualification and the standing to speak on behalf of the world government. I will no longer impede your vengeance." He gazed upon Billy's face, which was filled with hatred, yet in his mind, the image of another old friend emerged, Zifa, the Black Arm, who had betrayed the Navy after losing his family to pirates and being disillusioned by the world government's acceptance of that pirate as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. How similar their fates were. So, this is how it feels, Sengoku mused bitterly, betrayed by the justice he had devoted his life to uphold. Perhaps I have misjudged you. Zifa. Turning away, Sengoku no longer wished to see anyone. He silently walked towards the sea, found a rock to sit upon, and began to gaze vacantly at the ocean. Meanwhile, Billy stood before the bewildered Navy personnel who felt abandoned. "I know many of you look down upon me." Billy's voice resonated throughout the temporary camp. "You think I am merely a madman blinded by hatred." A vice admiral loyal to the old order stepped forward, shouting at Billy, "That's right. This is nothing but personal vengeance. It is not justice. Vengeance." Billy laughed. "Indeed, I seek revenge. But this is not solely my vendetta." He surveyed the gathered Navy officers, challenging them with his voice raised. "How many of you have witnessed the atrocities of the celestial dragons, yet remained silent? How many have concealed the truth to protect those wretched beings? And how many have sacrificed their innocent comrades for the sake of their ridiculous dignity? The tragedy of my wife and daughter is not an isolated incident. It is merely a reflection of this decaying world. I do not ask you to follow my hatred." A strange light flickered in Billy's eyes. "I invite you to join me in creating a new justice. A justice that truly protects the innocent rather than shielding the vile." The young Navy officer who had once halted Sengoku to inquire about justice was the first to step forward. He removed his tattered Navy uniform and threw it to the ground, standing tall and saluting Billy. "I am willing to follow you." His action was akin to the first domino falling. More and more abandoned Navy personnel relinquished their weapons, choosing to stand before Billy. In that moment, the curtain began to fall on an old era of justice, while a new form of justice was poised to rise upon this island. Sengoku observed the group of Navy officers, radiant as the morning sun. If Zifa were to know of the emergence of these new stars, he would surely involve himself. Chapter 92, Fishman Island, Part 1. Fishman Island serves as a crucial passage connecting the first half of the Grand Line, known as Paradise, to the second half, the New World. It lies quietly in slumber within the abyss of 10,000 meters beneath the holy land of Mariewa. At this moment, directly above Mariewa, Parasparrow hovered in the sky, accompanied by Kizaru, gazing down at the city built upon the Red Line, a place rife with hypocrisy and extravagance, his eyes betraying a hint of undisguised disdain. The yellow ape was so tense that he could barely maintain his signature lewd grin. He swallowed hard and cautiously inquired, "Ah, Mr. Parrow, are we not supposed to be heading to feast on deep-sea fish? Why have we halted above the Holy Land?" His heart raced wildly. Could it be that this fellow was unable to contain himself? Was he about to unleash a massacre right here and now? No. Parrow's voice was as calm as still water. He had no inclination to deal with them at present. Gazing downward, he spoke with indifference. "The celestial dragons, those scum, are still scattered across the world like filthy vermin. If I were to act now, it would merely disturb them, causing them to flee and hide in the shadows. While I possess the capability to obliterate a planet in the blink of an eye, I have no desire to indulge in the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents. Eliminating them one by one would be far too cumbersome." A hint of disdain appeared on Parrow's face as he turned to instruct Billy to drive all the celestial dragons lurking outside back to the Holy Land. At that time, a collective extermination would ensure a cleaner resolution. Pero lowered his head, his eyes penetrating the depths of the ocean below, where he beheld a fantastical island encased in a massive, reflective bubble. Let them revel a few more days, he concluded, before vanishing into the sky with the yellow ape. In the instant of their disappearance, within the ancient Panga city deep in Mary Geos, a shadow seated upon a grand throne, its features obscured, silently opened its eyes, revealing a flicker of fear. What was that just now? Deep beneath the sea, in Fishman Street, the stronghold of the new Fishman pirates, Hody Jones, with his jaw lined with sharp teeth, shifted impatiently. He turned warily, glancing towards the distant, dark waters, where an odd disturbance seemed to ripple, mingled with an unusual aura foreign to the ocean. Seizing his massive red trident, he bellowed at his subordinates, "You carry on, I'll investigate." With that, he propelled himself through the water like a torpedo, speeding towards the source of the anomaly. Meanwhile, the yellow ape curiously examined the pale golden biofield enveloping his body. "Oh, this is the second time I've encountered this phenomenon," he remarked. "I remain exceedingly curious about its mechanics. It allows one to move freely under the sea. That's enough." "Someone is approaching," Pero replied. "Utilize your admiral's authority to inquire about the finest cuisine on Fishman Island." The yellow ape shook his head helplessly. "All right. It seems my role this time truly is that of a guide." Before his words could fully escape his lips, a red trident cleaved through the water, aiming fiercely at the yellow ape's chest, accompanied by a roar filled with savage fury. Human. Hody Jones. A creature born from the accumulated hatred of countless Fishman ancestors towards humanity, regarded all human lives as mere insects, embodying the extreme and irredeemable ideology of Fishman supremacy. The countenance of the yellow ape darkened, and with a flash of brilliance from his hand, he manifested a sword of heavenly clouds, barely managing to parry the imposing trident. This individual is notoriously known for his animosity towards humanity. Upon sighting us, he would undoubtedly initiate an attack without hesitation. Hody Jones swiftly approached, and as he discerned the faces of the two intruders in this maritime realm, a sardonic smile split his shark-like visage. With a casual gesture, he summoned back the trident that had been deflected. Who could this be? He mocked the yellow ape. This the former Marine Admiral, who recently appeared before the world like a cornered dog. Oh, how could I forget? You have been dismissed by the world government. You are now a traitor. Hody Jones, convinced of his current strength, felt it insufficient to confront the former admiral directly. Without hesitation, he produced a transparent glass vial from his pocket, containing 3 ominous pills of a blackish-red hue. He tossed one of the pills into his mouth and, while awaiting its effects, he explained in a villainous tone, "This vial of deadly poison is a treasure I pilfered while in Ryugu Palace. Initially, I intended to use it during the overthrow of the mermaid rule, but I never anticipated encountering you, that accursed marine here. There's no choice. I must use one to eliminate you first." As soon as he finished speaking, Hody Jones's eyes turned crimson, his pupils fading to a ghastly white. His mind spiraled into madness, his rage surging as his muscles swelled like boulders. He let out a roar that was far from human and charged once more at the two. Perispero, observing this scene, turned to the yellow ape and asked, "Do people in your world enjoy narrating their actions before engaging in battle or taking drugs?" The yellow ape shrugged, "I'm not certain. This is my first encounter with such a spectacle." In the next moment, Perispero sprang into action. With a mere flick of his hand, he seized the unstoppable trident and, with a swift motion, pressed the now completely frenzied Hody Jones down onto the ocean floor. He knelt, pinning the back of his opponent. Looking down at the struggling fishman, Perispero remarked, "With all those tattoos and this greenish skin, let's just consider it black for now. By the way, Nichan, which cuisine is the best on Fishman Island?" Hody Jones emitted a pained howl, thrashing about in a desperate attempt to shake Perispero off him. Yet, Perispero's form remained an unyielding mountain, firmly restraining the fishman. The hand pressing down on his head rubbed his face against the rough seabed. Perispero sensed Hody was still not fully conscious, grasped his hair, and began to slam his head repeatedly against the ground. Thud, thud, thud. This crude and forceful action seemingly restored a semblance of reason to Hody Jones. However, he was firmly pinned down by Pello, unable to utter a word, resorting instead to repeatedly pounding the ground with his hands, signaling for Pello to release him. It was as if Pello was oblivious to his plight, the pressure of his grip only intensifying. At last, Hody managed to squeeze out a few words from his constricted throat. I can't breathe." Pello paid him no heed, and soon Hody completely lost his breath. Kazuru, observing the somewhat brutal execution, could not help but inquire, "Mr. Pello, were you not intending to question him? This appears to be a deliberate attempt on his life." "You are not mistaken. Pello replied as he stood up, releasing Hodi's lifeless body. Let us proceed to Fishman Island. He then floated towards the enormous, glimmering bubble that enveloped the island. Kizaru glanced back at the vial of deadly poison drifting away from Hodi's grasp, a spark igniting in his eyes as he pocketed it and followed Pello. Chapter 93, Fishman Island, Part 2. Pello, accompanied by Kizaru, hovered gracefully above the enchanting underwater realm. A massive double-layered bubble encased the entire island, shielding it from the terrifying water pressure found thousands of meters below. Occasionally, a glistening vessel would traverse the thin membrane, entering the island's domain. Above the island, contrary to the anticipated darkness of the deep sea, was a sky reminiscent of the surface world, adorned with a gentle glow and floating clouds. This marvelous sight was thanks to the colossal red tree, Eve, which grew from the ocean floor and pierced through the entire red land continent. It acted as nature's conduit, tirelessly transmitting genuine sunlight to this underwater paradise, allowing Fishman Island to experience regular cycles of daylight and night akin to the surface world. Pello extended his hand, gently caressing the vast membrane enveloping Fishman Island, savoring its wondrous softness and resilience. Ah, Kizaru, he remarked in a languid tone, our Navy's research department has been unable to decipher the principles behind this immense membrane. All we know is that it protects Fishman Island, though I remain uncertain about the repercussions should it be breached. Pello shot Kizaru a sidelong glance. Do you think the layer encasing you serves no purpose? He then reached out and propelled Kizaru toward the grand membrane. Hey, wait. Kizaru barely had time to protest before. Upon contact with the membrane, it opened like an automatic door, allowing his body to pass through. Pello followed closely behind. Upon entering Fishman Island, a glimmer of novelty sparkled in Pello's eyes. Everything here was imbued with a fairy tale quality. Enormous fish, equipped with seats and small bubbles, resembled gentle steeds, ferrying merfolk and fishmen along the watery pathways. Countless vividly colored edifices, constructed around a colossal coral reef, shimmer under the radiant glow of the sun, reminiscent of a fairy tale realm. As Pello gazes upon this serene spectacle, he reflects on the paradox of existence. Amidst the myriad of blights and parasites, there lie these enchanting places that appear almost surreal. He raises his gaze towards the highest structure on Fishman Island, a palace reminiscent of a dragon's lair, standing proudly in closest proximity to the sun. Let us proceed, Pello instructs the yellow monkey. Simultaneously, within the confines of Fishman Island, in the Dragon Palace, a fishman guard kneels before the imposing figure of King Neptune, delivering a report. Your Majesty, I have just received alarming news. A mysterious man, accompanied by the former Marine Admiral Yellow Monkey, has traversed the bubble membrane and entered the city. The guard hesitates, his voice tinged with trepidation, according to the description. This enigmatic individual bears a striking resemblance to the formidable figure depicted in the 8 billion berries bounty recently issued by the world government, the one who effortlessly vanquished Admiral Akino. King Neptune's heart constricts at this revelation. As a sovereign, he is privy to certain clandestine information from the upper echelons of the world government that is inaccessible through ordinary channels. Not long ago, the world government initiated a demon-slaying decree which culminated in an unprecedented defeat for the Navy. The target of this decree was none other than the 8 billion berries bounty hunter. A tempest stirs within King Neptune. Why has this monster suddenly arrived at my Fishman Island? Is he here to seize control? Fishman Island remains under the protection of Whitebeard and has just begun to re-establish communication with humans. How could such misfortune befall us? As a king, one must always prepare for the worst. Neptune's gaze shifts to his beloved daughter, Princess Shirahoshi, who is nearby. Could it be that he has come drawn by her beauty? Dismissing further thoughts, he urgently commands the kneeling soldier, hasten, dispatch envoys with the utmost decorum to invite this formidable individual to the Dragon Palace as our guest. Yet, scarcely has he finished speaking when a calm voice resonates from beyond the palace doors. There is no need for such formality. I have already arrived. Pello strides into the opulent palace, accompanied by the yellow monkey. He muses to himself, I've been foolishly pondering where to find good food. I should have sought the pinnacle of power directly. Surely, the king's provisions are the finest. As he surveys his surroundings, observing the towering fishman ministers and princes, he continues to grumble internally. Well, it seems everyone here stands at least 10 meters tall. At nearly 2 meters, I hardly measure up. Ultimately, his gaze settles upon the lovely visage of Princess Shirahoshi, her flowing pink hair captivating him. He cannot help but be astonished. Is it truly possible for someone to be so breathtakingly beautiful? Isn't this stature rather imposing? Would it not be feasible for me to fully immerse myself within that space? The valiant Neptune King, Suppressing the trepidation within, jestingly inquired of Pero. Might I inquire what brings your esteemed presence to my humble dragon palace? Surely it is not the desire to claim my territory. Or perhaps you have taken a liking to my daughter, Shirahoshi? Upon hearing this, Pero merely shook his head and subsequently uttered a statement that left everyone in the vicinity utterly astounded. I have come in search of culinary delights. I have heard that you have resided in the depths of the ocean for many years and must possess exquisite deep-sea fish dishes. A profound silence enveloped the palace for a considerable while. After a moment, King Neptune appeared to exhale in relief, erupting into a thunderous laugh, clapping his hands and bellowing to his attendants, "Quick, prepare a banquet. Let our distinguished guest from afar savor the finest delicacies of our Dragon Palace kingdom." Shortly thereafter, guided by the enthusiastic King Neptune, Pero arrived at the banquet hall. He took his seat before an immensely long table, eagerly awaiting the presentation of the culinary offerings. However, when the first dish was served, Pero's brow furrowed in discontent. To his dismay, he observed that a staggering majority of the fare consisted of an array of desserts, most of which he had encountered at various international tea parties. He turned to King Neptune and inquired, "Is this truly the extent of your culinary offerings? What of the deep-sea fish?" Instantly, the smile on King Neptune's face faltered. The shell cake he had intended to present to Pero held in his hands, leaving him at a loss. It is well known that the merfolk regard fish as companions and do not consume them. Stunned by Pero's question, King Neptune found himself momentarily speechless. In that awkward atmosphere, a thought struck him. He promptly summoned a guard, leaned in close, and whispered urgently, "Quick, go to Fisherman Street and fetch Hody Jones. He might possess the answer to this dilemma."